just had the thing happen, and nobody wants to lose your best player due to LTIR. Again, like this, it's just a happy circumstance as long as he can return for the playoffs, which I guess is no guarantee either. So Matthew Tkachuk can return.
Exactly what I would be saying if it was a team that we're all dying to call shady about this.
Sure, but
no, like I agree, but it's like
he missed the final 40 minutes of the Four Nations face-off.
He's obviously hurt right now. I don't think anybody's questioning that.
After the Four Nations,
he's not. So they can fit whatever they want. So yeah, the fact that they're not getting Mikko Rantanen and Brock Nelson, a sigh of relief. But today, you are partly, as much as you're trying to add and get aggressive here, Bradford Living, you're still playing defense, man, against this division, which you no longer.
Trade Center, presented by Harvey's, today on TSN.
While you were sleeping, trades took place. The big one, Brock Nelson is headed to Colorado. He was number 2 on our trade bait board. Among other pieces in the deal, the Avs sending prospect Cal Ritchie and a 2026 or 2027 first-round pick to the Islanders. And we are just getting warmed up. Tons of big names still out there. Buckle up. Trade Center starts now.
Belong. I wanna keep on dancing, Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Who's there? Gino? Triggs?
Mr. Duthie, the men you're looking at have already been traded. And once again, Trade Center hangs in the balance. The fates of these players are controlled by a shadow organization committed to decimating the trade market in advance of deadline day. A syndicate of rogue, covert general managers whose greatest wish is to see you spend 12 hours live on air with absolutely nothing to talk about.
Not again.
Our lives are the sum of our choices, James, and we cannot escape the past. Your mission, if you choose to accept it, is to make Trade Center watchable. As always, if you or any members of the panel are caught or killed, I mean, that's probably not going to happen, but like if it does, the network will disavow any knowledge of your actions. This message will self-destruct in 5 seconds.
That mission is impossible.
Can somebody get me down? Anyone? Jimmy!
We're here. Everybody's here. Lindsay Hamilton, Frankie Corrado with the trade bait board. The greatest senior goalie ever, Gino Reda, and his panel of other goalies, Jamie McLennan, Marty Biron, the guys you'll be watching all day. They've been glued to their phones all week. Gord Miller and all of the breakers. Jennifer Hedger is here. Craig Button will be joining Jennifer to give trade verdicts. And this gang, I'll be hanging out with the entire day. Mike Johnson, Craig Button, Jeff O'Neill, Cheryl Pounder. I'm so out of shape. Mark Giordano's here. Emily Kaplan's here. We have Carlo Corliacovo, Brian Hayes. I can't remember them all. And with that, we officially say hello, Canada. And welcome to Trade Center. Very clear that no one will ever confuse me with Tom Cruise. Now, O-Dog, on the other hand, hanging from the ceiling, dead ringer. This day has become our annual celebration of how crazy we are about hockey, because what other reason would you have 20-plus commentators in a studio for 9 hours talking about the deals that happen, pondering the ones that do not? We welcome everybody on ESPN Plus as well in the States. We thank you. The reason we do this is because you're as crazy about hockey as we are. So let's get right to it. Busy night, promises to be a busy morning. Gord Miller and the Trade Breakers.
Yeah, so James, this is a different year, a different deadline than we've seen, because there are really big names left on the board. I mean, difference makers on the board, and no one bigger than Mikko Rantanen. This has been going on now since the first time he was traded prior to the deadline. Dregs, what's the latest on his situation and the potential for an extension with the team that trades for him?
Well, that is imperative depending on the team you're talking about. If we're talking about the Dallas Stars, and as we reported on yesterday, Dallas being a primary team of interest in a trade for Mikko Rantanen, that's what had to be part of it. Mikko Rantanen had to extend with the Dallas Stars, and that didn't happen. So it's back to square one now for Eric Tulsky, Tom Dundon, and the Carolina Hurricanes as it pertains to trading of Mikko Rantanen. Now, I'm not slamming the door closed on the possibility of the Dallas Stars, but again, I'll repeat, Dallas isn't making that trade with Carolina unless they get Mikko Rantanen extended. So it feels like this is James Duthie's dream. We're going to be talking about Mikko Rantanen for at least the next few hours.
Well, and he might stay put at the end of all this. We'll see. But the other thing that's fascinating is Carolina, as we talked about yesterday, was adamant in not allowing teams to speak directly to the players' camp until they felt they had a framework of a deal in place. So in the early hours overnight, finally, Dallas got permission to negotiate directly with their camp. But of course, as Dregs broke this morning, there is no extension in place. Looking back, if this deal doesn't get done, and it might still will, as Dregs said, but we'll look back and wonder why weren't teams perhaps allowed to get in on this in terms of the extension talks before the early hours of the eve for the trade deadline.
So that's one thing to watch. How about the captain of the Boston Bruins, Brad Marchand, the only remaining player from their 2011 Stanley Cup team? Is he on the move today?
We'll have to see. I mean, this one is still maybe a little bit of a jump ball. The trade winds were certainly blowing, in that direction last night. It did start to feel like Marchand might be moving. But I would caution us to not get ahead of ourselves. We've learned that from the Rantanen case. But in Marchand's case, this is not just any other player. He's been a Boston Bruin his entire career. He's repeatedly expressed a desire to stay there. We know in the last 24 hours there have been talks on an extension for Marchand in Boston. And so until it's 100% done, it's not done. Certainly Boston is considering it, but let's see if they can put it back together in terms of keeping him around.
One of the other complicating factors today is that so many teams are still on the periphery of the playoff race, and the St. Louis Blues would be one of them, sitting on Braden Shen.
Well, Braden Shen, there are a lot of moving parts with Braden Shen right now. Front and center for trade talks for the last little while. All sorts of interest because there's a premium on centers, and in this particular case, a center who's still got another 2 years after this year, and he's got a championship pedigree. So are the Toronto Maple Leafs interested? Yes. Are the Winnipeg Jets interested? Yes. Are many teams interested? Yes. But right now, Braden Shen is pretty much in the driver's seat. He's got a full no-move clause. Doug Armstrong, the general manager of the St. Louis Blues, may not want to trade him at all for the reason you said, Gord, because they're challenging to get into a playoff spot. They've been on a real roll lately. But the flip side of that is Braden Shen's full no-move protection disappears on July 1st in the summer, and then he would be eligible to be moved with a modified no trade. So the question he may have to ask himself today is, do I move now? Do I possibly move in the summer? Do I possibly stay? All those things are coming into play. And there was a sense out there that maybe Braden Shen's preferred destination, if he were going to be moved and if he were going to waive his no-move clause, would be the Colorado Avalanche.
By the way,
that door is gone. Something.
The Bob Father joining us here today. I mean, did we bury the lead? Like, come on now.
Would he not be here? Come on.
Now you just threw me off. I don't even know what to say.
Colorado.
Yeah, maybe Braden Shen wanted to go to Colorado. That's not going to be a possibility now. Will he be willing to waive his no move to go to Toronto or Winnipeg or anywhere else today, or does he sit tight play out the season, try to get in the playoffs with the Blues, and then see what happens in the summer.
Well, and now the center market is really, really thin, right? So if it's not Braden Shen, we know Brock Nelson was traded to the Colorado Avalanche. You've got Scotty Lawton with the Philadelphia Flyers. And, of course, there are other possibilities, other centers that could be in play that maybe have some term on their deal. But I look at Toronto and Winnipeg, and we spent days speculating on the fits for the Jets and for the Maple Leafs, and Brock Nelson was on that list. I think that Winnipeg had a stronger appetite for Brock Nelson in the sense that less concerned about the fact that he was going to be a true rental. But there was some confusion as to whether or not Brock Nelson was willing to come into Canada, whether he would play in Toronto or play in Winnipeg. Never got to that point because the player wasn't asked to waive to go to Toronto or Winnipeg. So now if you're Toronto or you're the Winnipeg Jets, Winnipeg needs that two-center. That's what they're looking for. It gets pretty thin. There's some pressure.
So some big-name players and also big-name teams are in the market. We'll see what teams like the Toronto Maple Leafs do today, what the Winnipeg Jets want to do, and never count out the Vegas Golden Knights. Just when you think they might be done,
true,
they might not. James?
Thank you, boys. We're already ahead of the game because most years, at least in recent years, we've had a day a week before the deadline, 4 days before the deadline, where there's been 8 or 9 trades, and it feels like there's hardly anybody left, as you heard from those guys. A lot of big names still out there. As evidence, our trade bait list, which we'll be updating, checking through all day long. For that, Lindsay Hamilton and Frankie Corrado.
Thank you, James. Yes, of course, we've seen plenty of movement on our trade bait boards over the last few days, but new and exciting this year is the fact this is basically Jeopardy Square's Trade Center edition.
It's election night on CNN.
Right. I'm not going to touch the board. I'm leaving that to Frankie because he's the expert. And, of course, Frankie, the big name we're all keeping an eye on, Mikko Rantanen, 19 on our trade bait boards earlier this week, has rocketed up to #1.
It's pretty remarkable that we've gotten here with Mikko Rantanen. It's 6 weeks now since the trade happened. And the Carolina Hurricanes, every year, they get to the playoffs, they're in the mix. What happens? They don't find ways to score goals. And look at Mikko Rantanen's career playoff goals. Like, this is a guy who is a proven playoff performer. It hasn't necessarily worked to the level that people may have expected or maybe Carolina would have expected, but this is a guy that brings a lot to the table come playoff time. And you think about Rantanen and what the Carolina Hurricanes have lost recently. Like, this team has changed a lot from last year to this year. Teravainen's out. Necas is out. Nason is out. They made a couple replacements on the back end, so it's a very different-looking team. If Rantanen is out the door, how does this team maintain being in a Stanley Cup win-now type mode? So Mikko Rantanen, it's a fascinating trade. It's going to be very complex to see how that happens.
Hard to think he could be on the move for the second time in just 3 months. Of course, we know Canadians watching this from coast to coast also have their eye on Brock Boeser. What's happening?
Well, it's interesting because, like, Brock Boeser is a guy who's proven to be a good goal scorer, and the Vancouver Canucks have a hard time scoring goals. They're 32nd in the NHL when it comes to generating rush chances, expected goals, real goals, all just not there for the Canucks this year, but they are right in the thick of a playoff hunt. And Brock Boeser, if you remove him from that lineup, it doesn't do them any good as far as finding ways to score goals and ail what hurts them right now. So it's interesting because he's a UFA, and maybe he's not going to re-sign, but, you know, you look at this, you see Calgary, Vancouver, St. Louis all right in the mix. Vancouver, very much a team that could make the playoffs still. And, like, and you look at Vancouver's roster, if Pettersson can play better, if Quinn Hughes gets back to full health, Kevin Lankinen's been a really good goaltender for them this season, basically has saved their season because Demko hasn't been around as much and Artur Shilov's, you know, wasn't reliable at the start of the season. So you can move on from Brock Boeser, but it just makes this much more difficult for the Vancouver Canucks, and they value making the playoffs.
They sure do. All right, that's the latest on your big dogs, numbers 1 through 5. Frankie, you nailed it on your Vanna White impression. Hitting those buttons to a T. James, back to you.
I can't wait to watch them all day on that. We're going to be talking about names all day and throwing them around as assets. We do remember these are real players with real lives, and an anxious day for all players around the league. If they do get dealt, their lives are upended with wives and kids out of school and such. So compassion for that as we have a lot of fun here on Trade Center and ponder all the possibilities. Let's look at the deals that have happened over the last little span. It was a busy last couple of days getting into Trade Center. And, of course, the big one comes late last night with Brock Nelson going to Colorado. William Dufour goes with him for a package that includes Oliver Shillington, who was later sent to Anaheim right away. Cal Ritchie, you watched him in the World Juniors, good prospect, and a first-round pick in 2026, a conditional in 2028. Edmonton gets that defensive help. Jake Wallman really good player from San Jose. Carl Berglund goes back the other way, and a conditional first-round pick. Justin Brazeau goes to Minnesota for a package from Boston. Man, that loss by Boston last night, very late, may have really sunk their chances, and so we'll see what else they do today with Marchand and everything else out there. Vegas always, as Gord mentioned, always doing something at the deadline. They get Riley Smith back. Brendan Brisson goes to the Rangers, a third-round pick there. Carson Soucy goes from Vancouver to the Rangers. Man, the Rangers have completely rebuilt their roster over the last couple of months. Florida, another one. Nico Sturm goes their way in a 2027 7th. San Jose, a 2026 4th in return for Sturm. Florida may not be done yet. And Dumoulin goes to the Devils. Remember, Dougie Hamilton got hurt the other night. Anaheim gets a second-round pick there. And Herman Traff, prospect as well. All right. This gang, I'll be spending the next hours alongside Cheryl Pounder, Jeff O'Neill, Craig Button, Mike Johnson. Craig's going to be, he's got about 18 different segments to do, so he'll be rotating out. There'll be different people in that seat throughout the day. So what are you watching most? I want to get your comments on the Nelson deal, but also on the possibilities of Rantanen.
Well, you know, it's interesting. I'm looking at that center market right now. I'm looking at the Toronto Maple Leafs. I'm looking at, you know, the Winnipeg Jets to see what they're going to do to sort of bolster their lineups. And in terms of Nelson, I just love what McFarland has done. In particular, in Colorado, they have addressed a need to get that 2C, someone who can get to the middle of the ice. I absolutely love his size, his quick puck touches. But most importantly, this also puts Middlestat right where he needs to be in that free hole. So the Avs are going for it, and you got to go for it when you've got that contention window. For me, they may move into my top 5 cup picks because of this move.
The Avs are going to be a problem, but I'm fascinated to see this Mikko Rantanen business go down. It's just so fascinating. I love the fact that Carolina pulled the trigger on this deal in secrecy. Nobody knew about it. You get the best player that nobody knew was available, and now all of a sudden this happens. I thought this was going to be a rental. Carolina loved the team, and they're going to make a push for it. Now all of a sudden, I mean, don't you want to see if he's going to sign there before acquiring him? I know it was
That's the danger of doing it in secrecy like that, right?
I know, but it just seems now they're going to try to flip him again, and everyone's talking about Dallas, but it just seems like a really crazy scenario. So what is Carolina going to get back when they think they're making a push with Rantanen? You lose Natchez, so what are they going to get back, and what is that locker room going to think about their chances moving forward as far as making a push?
Well, I think one of the things we're seeing with the top players, they're starting to control the market. Whether it be Matthew Tkachuk a few years ago, whether it be Mikko Rantanen right now, that's the reality. That's what's happening.
And they're all going to the same places.
Is that the danger here, that everybody wants to go to Dallas and Vegas and Florida, and it becomes NBA-ish in that way?
Well, there's only so much room in those places, too, because of the salary cap and where you're already spending your money. I'm just saying, but what we're seeing here, I mean, did anybody think Matthew Tkachuk wanted to be in Florida? Nobody knew, but that's where he's going to St. Louis. I don't know where Rantanen wants to go. The players are taking control, to your point, like they do in the NFL, like they do in the NBA, and they're saying, on our terms, not on your terms anymore. I think that's so fascinating. It's not ending. It's going to go right through into the summer.
Rantanen's fascinating because if the deal falls apart with Dallas, are they going to bring him back? They're going to keep him on the team? Like, it feels like they have to trade him now somewhere, regardless. You can't have a guy basically get traded, say he doesn't want to return to your team, and then say, you know what, didn't work out. Come back, play hard, be invested, be with the guys in the room. I think that makes it almost untenable that he plays out the rest of the year in Carolina. And also Brad Marchand, to me, is really interesting because he's still a very good player. Right. And you know teams around the league for what he brings and the experience and the production, and balancing that versus wanting to be a legacy one franchise player. I don't know which way that's going to work out.
But couldn't he go play somewhere and then just re-sign back there in the summertime?
100% no, but then the hockey DB page doesn't say Boston always.
Who cares about that?
Well, he cares about that.
He would.
He does.
Sid cares about that.
I mean,
exactly.
Players care about that.
Because if you didn't care, then you just go somewhere that's going to be much better than Boston the next 3 years. Right. And once you go, then you're no longer a one organization guy. So.
But Johnny, once you go somewhere else, maybe you just realize there's life away from it. There's just a different environment, and you might like it, and you might not resign. I just think it'd be great if he left.
And if I'm Boston, like, hey, we'll trade you. Here's your 3-year contract on July 1st. Come right back. The team that you just left will be better for it, and you get a chance to win. I would pitch that to Brock Nelson. I would pitch that to Brad Marchand. Anyone I wanted to come back, get the assets, especially the assets that are getting tossed around right now.
By the way, Chris Johnston reported last night and then again this morning that likely to go to the Western Conference, which would have been much more fun if, like, Toronto was in the mix or Ottawa in the mix
Jimmy,
for Marchand.
in previous years, we've seen so many teams get their business done before today. So it's like the teams that are doing business today, is this really their first option of what they wanted? So they're moving forward with possibly plan B or C. How much do they really love that going into the
supply
playoffs?
demand? There is not a lot of supply left. So if you wait it out, you time it right, you can get even a bigger return perhaps.
And part of the reason is so many teams have been involved in wild card chases. They're still involved in wild card chases. There are still teams right to this moment trying to decide whether they're in, whether they're out. And after last night, this is the way it looks. We'll start in the Eastern Conference. Florida winning last night. They have a 2-point lead on Toronto. Tampa winning last night. They're just 1 point back. That is going to be an absolute dogfight for the final, for first place because you don't, the second and third matchup is just going to be absolute killer in the Atlantic. Washington, Carolina, and New Jersey in the Metro. It was a good night for the Ottawa Senators with Columbus losing and Detroit losing, Montreal losing in overtime, Boston losing in regulation. But it's Columbus right now with the first wild card and Ottawa with the second one, but barely at this point. Winnipeg looks like they're going to win the Central. Vegas has a 4-point bulge over Edmonton in the Pacific for now. And, boy, do you want to face the first wild card team, which would likely be Vegas, Colorado, possibly? Of course, Colorado could catch Minnesota, but, man, yeah, that's scary, too. And Calgary holding on to that second wild card spot by 1 point over Vancouver, by 2 over St. Louis. As you can see, though, Vancouver and Calgary both have games in hand on Blues. Like I said, the buyers are pretty obvious. The sellers has been a little bit more confusing to try to identify Jennifer Hedger and Craig Button.
Yes, thanks very much, Craig. A very quick blast through social media this morning. You see a lot of unhappy Jets fans, a lot of unhappy Leafs fans who are looking and seeing Brock Nelson's a member of the Colorado Avalanche this morning. Why isn't he a Leaf? Why isn't he a Jet? How did they miss out on one of the best centers available right now? So many teams want to bolster their lineup. Not a ton of inventory out there. Who needs to be biggest buyer on a day like today?
Yeah, well, you just named the two teams. It's Toronto and it's Winnipeg. And all you have to do if you're Toronto and you're Brad Treliving is just look around what's happened to you. Like, look at what Florida's done. Look at what Tampa Bay's done. You know, even Carolina to an extent, not certain what you're going to do with Rantanen, but that's your division. Like, are you in or are you out? You don't tell me how you're going to talk about being in it. Now's your chance. And, you know, a real good prospect in Cal Ritchie goes for Brock Nelson. It is a seller's market right now. So if you decide you want to sell, like Lou Lamoriello did, the market is really high in terms of return. The Winnipeg Jets, you're watching the Dallas Stars closing in on them. They play next Friday in Dallas or in Winnipeg, which will be interesting. And the Colorado Avalanche just served notice that they're not going away. They've done 2 major trades, Nate Chash and now getting Brock Nelson. That changes the balance of power in the West. The other team that I'm looking at, too, that's not on here, the Ottawa Senators. All right. I have no idea how you can be prepared to just leave it to the team right now that's been up and down and in and out. We like them. We're hopeful for them, their fan base, that is. And you're going to stand at the end of the year and go 8 years out of the playoffs? I think Steve Staios has to be bold.
What does Ottawa need to get?
I don't even know what it is. Be
just
bold.
Do something.
Improve your team. Give the team a jolt, and a positive jolt. It's not a jolt to get them out of a funk. It's a jolt to say, we think that you can get benefit from a little more help. Right. We know what the Winnipeg Jets are having a fantastic season, right? And now you can't let that slip away. Career years from so many players in that group, you let that slip away, this could be an opportunity that doesn't come along again in a long time.
Jets, Leafs, Ottawa Senators all need to be buyers on this day. Thanks, Craig. JD, back to you.
All right, thank you, guys. Now, something to keep in mind with the deals today and certainly going forward into free agency and to next year, the flat cap era officially over with an exclamation mark with upper team payroll limit skyrocketing for 3 years at $81.5 million to a projected $95.5, $104 million, and $113.5 million over the next 3 years. These are the deadline deals, by the way, over the past few years, 2018 to 2024. 33 last year. Weren't as many big names. We'll get more big names this year. But talking about salary cap numbers, and we'll put some on the board back here. How much impact does it have, like right now, on the trade deadline? Is it more that we'll see it in free agency and the deadlines of next year and beyond?
Yeah, I think it has an impact today because the way that league has done business is changing, and it's changing starting today based on the new numbers. The numbers are significant. These little incremental $1 million gains, no longer the case. You're talking about going up $7, $8, $9 million per year. 3 years from now, 114 salary cap beyond that 120. So you think about, okay, well, $7 million, what does that mean? You add all this money up, and you think about how much more money is going to be in the system in the next 3 years. It's a big number. $816 million the players will have access to within the next 3 years. That is seismically different way of doing business for teams. Not every team can spend all the way to the cap. Some guys can be more affordable. So what's that mean for today? I think a couple of things. One, star players won't be quite so inclined to re-sign with their teams. Mikko Rantanen, because they don't have to chase money on their home club. They can be money elsewhere in the market.
Right.
Star players might be more inclined to go short-term deal, because who wouldn't want to be back to the negotiating table when the cap's $120 million? You might see Mitch Marner, Mikko Rantanen, players like that. Connor McDavid,
so
2 3-year contracts.
Bridge deals for guys who are 27, 28 years old.
2 3-year deals. Get back to when you're 30, then you go big. And one last thing, and maybe this is today as well. Teams won't fear term and players with term like they used to. So guys that might have 3, 4, 5 years in their contract, Braden Shen, Dylan Cousins, you can go get that guy, because $7 million 3 years from now is not nearly what it was in years past. So all these different ways of evaluating value on each player change, because $816 million, Jimmy, they could even afford you with that kind of salary cap.
We won't have answers for probably 3, 4, 5 years, but it's going to be interesting to see if we're going to see $3 million fourth liners, or they'll still get the minimum, and all the money will go top heavy to the top guys.
You're going to see an $18 million player this summer.
This summer?
Yeah. Someone's going to sign an extension for that much money this summer.
Wow. Could it be Mikko Rantanen? I don't think Mikko. I think we know who the guy.
One number higher than him, Connor McDavid.
Yeah. Well, there's no doubt that he deserves it. We're all watching Rantanen right now as we continue here on Trade Center.
It's been almost a month since the Avs shipped Mikko Rantanen to the Canes. Could we see him moved again before the deadline?
Obviously, if the answer is they don't want to engage in talks at this time, then he's got to live with whatever happens. And on that side of the ledger, the Hurricanes have been talking to a number of teams.
It's like shooting in the dark. See the whole picture. Make FanDuel's My Spend tool part of your system and stop shooting in the dark.
We Canadians believe in love at first sight. So at Harvey's, when we looked at our classic poutine in all its glory, we said, let's put a ring on it. New Frings Poutine. Only for a limited time at Harvey's.
Your body produces nearly 100 million immune cells a day. Your skeleton can support 2 times your weight. From your head to your heels, it's in your nature to thrive. You are bountiful. We're just here to supplement you. Nature's bounty. It's in your nature.
You get rid of that artificially drawn line.
Poilievre would roll over for Trump. He'd sell off our public health care so American investors can profit. And he'd give Americans control of our natural resources.
You get rid of that artificially drawn line.
Our very country is at stake. And Poilievre agrees with Trump. No wonder Trump endorsed Poilievre.
Our views would be more aligned, certainly.
That's Poilievre. But it's just not Canada.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose to get out there. Choose to make memories. Choose your calling. Choose to go for it. Just choose. Mazda, we craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
What drives us may be different, but what we share is the pursuit. Whether taken on the job site or your own backyard, let the pursuit of the perfect cut begin. Steel zero-turn mowers are here. Shop local, buy Steel. Find yours at steel.ca.
Trump wants our jobs.
We're going to take other countries' jobs.
And Mark Carney is just the man to help him. Trudeau and Carney sold out Canada with job-killing taxes that push jobs south. He opposed Canadian pipelines while profiting off U.S. coal. Carney even moved his company's headquarters to New York, just as Trump wanted.
You're sneaky.
Carbon tax Carney. If Carney wins, Canada loses.
Trade Center is presented by Harvey's new Frings Poutine, where they've combined their crunchy onion rings with their classic poutine. New Frings Poutine. Try it for a limited time.
One of the traditions on Trade Center, special guest stars. And we have a real treat with us today. Mark Giordano, 18 years in the National Hockey League, 9 as a captain with Calgary and Seattle, won the Norris Trophy at 35 years old with the Flames, and second all-time. Just got passed. Yeah, classic. Second all-time in block shots. Thanks so much for joining us. You only had one deadline deal in your career a couple of years ago when Seattle traded you to Toronto a few days before the deadline. What was that like for you?
Yeah, for me, it was exciting. Honestly, I was an older player, expiring contract. I had a conversation with Ron Francis, the GM, before, and he expressed to me that I think, they wanted to trade me and get some assets. So I was excited because I was going to a playoff team, and for me, that meant a lot at the time. And then to be able to get traded to my hometown Toronto team, it was pretty cool.
Did you ask for that, or did you have a list?
I did, and I thought there was some speculation. I thought it was a possibility, and when it happened, I mean, it was unbelievable. All my friends, family, the texts are coming through, and it was pretty cool, pretty special.
So none of that anxiety today, but what is it like in dressing rooms around the NHL today with the possibilities, especially the guys whose names have been heard? They're somewhere on the trade bait list.
Yeah, it's an anxious day. I mean, some guys want to get traded. They want a new start, fresh start with new coaches. Other guys, they have their kids in school. They're anxious. They don't want to move. It's an anxiety-filled day, I think. And then there's other guys. The other thing is there's other guys on the team who are watching the trades, and they're like, where am I going to fit in the lineup after, guys come in? Is my ice time getting affected? So there's that aspect of it, too.
Is it awkward, too, when you go to the new team? I mean, you were going to Toronto, but is it a little weird coming in 20 games before the playoffs?
Yeah, it's different, for sure. For me, it was okay. I knew a lot of the guys in Toronto, but I'm sure some guys feel, especially young guys getting traded, feel a little bit intimidated walking into a new dressing room, for sure.
Who are you watching today as far as players and teams?
I mean, this whole Rantanen thing, I think, is on top of my list, too. But I look at teams like Edmonton. I think, they can, I think in my opinion, they're still a contender, and they can probably add a defenseman, maybe goaltending.
Right.
Ottawa's a team that's been on the bubble, and they're so good. They're such a good young team, and, playing with Steve Stales and knowing him and knowing how competitive he is, I think he'll make a move and get them over the top. And then the other one is Vancouver, the whole situation that's happened there this year. It's been kind of a wild ride for them. So looking forward to see if they do anything.
Mark Giordano with us all day long. The goalie panel we're about to get to, they always say it's the most important position in hockey. But if you don't have guys like this, goalies, I'm not going to say worthless, but, Yeah.
Dude, impact. Impact. You talk about shot blocking, impact. Nobody on the ice, well, the top 5 in the NHL, maybe McDavid and others, has more impact than goaltenders, and nobody plays hurt more than goaltenders. Case in point, Kevin Weeks, Marty Biron, we got Jamie McLennan. Of course, if you've been watching this historically, Kevin Weeks has always been a big part of this panel. He's hurt, and yet he's still competing. Take a listen.
What's up, you NHL fans? Weeksy coming to you live from Vail, Colorado, post-surgery. There's the crutches. Hope you're doing well. Happy trade deadline day. It's going to be unbelievable. I got to get this angle right. There we go. I'm thinking of a couple teams. Some teams have made moves already to get a goalie and bolster their goaltending position. But what I would say is, if I'm the Edmonton Oilers, I don't want to risk injury in the event that Stuart Skinner goes down or Pickard. I think Peter Mrazek would be a nice pickup for them from the Chicago Blackhawks. I think he'd be a good pickup up in OilCountry. And for those of you that remember, that's where he first burst on the scene as a member of the Ottawa 67s when he was playing in the World Juniors up at Edmonton. Let's go.
Playing hurt, and he's still got the unbelievable hairline. Thank Goodness that they're not using the overhead on the three of us, which is good news. He mentioned goaltenders are available. John Gibson's on our trade bait board right now, and so is Peter Mrazek. And there are also other guys as well that are not on the list but are also available. Dan Vladar, Ville Husso. If a team is looking to upgrade a net right now, where should they look for value, Noodles?
Well, Weeksy just talked about, if the Edmonton Oilers are looking to upgrade or at least add to the depth of their group, Peter Mrazek, but we're talking about cap situations and dollars in, dollars out. So if I'm the Edmonton Oilers, I look at a guy like Ville Husso because he's been traded to Anaheim kind of under the radar. He's already in the minors.
But he's not going to be a number one guy, though.
No,
so you're saying Skinner's still their one guy, the number one, they have confidence in him no matter what's been going on.
100%. They got to the finals and were within, we'll call it 2 goals. They lost 2-1 of winning a Stanley Cup. So Stuart Skinner is their guy. Drafted, developed, they're pot committed. Yes, he has had an inconsistent season, but he's still their guy. Pickard has been really good this season based on, if you look at his win-loss.
But you want to see Husso come in and replace Pickard?
No.
Okay.
I want Husso to stay in the minors as a 3 because they've got Oliver Rodrigue as their 3, 0 NHL games. He's tied with you for games played. That's the biggest thing. So I think they need that update, that upgrade right there. But you don't have to pay for it. You just get him in the minors, and he's a 3 with 141 games experience.
But that's assuming the Oilers don't want to do anything with their goalies. And that's what we've been hearing from the insiders is saying they feel comfortable. I don't feel comfortable. I think they need to upgrade. The difference between this year and last year is the fact that Stuart Skinner in the second half last year was way better. Yeah. He kind of turned it around. And this year, it hasn't been there. Yeah, he played great last night against the Montreal Canadiens, but I do feel that if you're the Oilers, you'd be looking at somebody else, and John Gibson would be that guy for me. And I know there's an injury issue with John Gibson right now, but the value is there not only for this season. His numbers,
this save. Come on, Marty.
This save, if you want to get a big-time save, that's a big thing. The first save was unbelievable. Then the glove save, behind the back, the athleticism right there for John Gibson was great. The only problem is he got injured in that game late against the Vancouver Canucks, and there's been an injury issue with John Gibson over the past. But the thing with John Gibson is that this year, he's played a lot better. Yeah. He's top 10 in goal save above expectation. He can definitely elevate your goaltending situation. 2 years left.
But there's a pattern there that you guys are worried about.
That's my biggest thing is, if you look at the last 3 years with John Gibson, he's actually just going to go and hang out in the trainer's table, where he goes, because he's come out of the game 19 times in his last 3 years. 121 starts. That's 16% of the games that he doesn't finish.
And it's not just bad performances. It's most of the time he's banged up, he has to come out.
You just mentioned in Vancouver, he was unbelievable the other night. Doesn't finish the game. So how do you trust to trade for that? And he's got a couple more years. Yes, I think he's a fantastic goaltender. But I'm going to go back to the Stuart Skinner situation. There's a lot of guys on that team that are not playing up to their potential. Yeah. So it's not just the goaltender. I look at the 2 or 3 defensemen. I look at their top forwards. RNH has more. Hyman has more. McDavid has more based on his standards.
And you guys also have an interesting premise. We'll get to this a little later on in the show because we got lots of time today. You guys think that we could see non-playoff teams making the most aggressive moves that'll cost them the most for front-line goaltenders. We'll talk about that later. But by the way, before I send it back to Duthie, just so you know, Kevin Weeks is not the only guy right now who's playing hurt. Noodles, you got the bad hip going?
I slept poorly last night, so I have a bad left hip.
And Marty?
General body soreness, that's because of the age. Also, I probably should get LASIK or some, contact lenses. My vision's starting to go.
And in fairness, I've also got pickleball elbow. So, James, we're all playing hurt today.
You guys are true heroes. We gave you a glance of this earlier when Mike and I were talking about the increasing salary cap, but wanted to show it to you one more time. This is just how deadline day has looked over the past 7 years. Record high of 32 deals in 2020 and 2022. A record 55 players switching teams in 2020. There's been an average of 23 trades and 38 players trading places each deadline day since 2018. So we make a lot of jokes of how it's never busy, but the numbers say otherwise, although quite often there are years when a lot of those are not exactly huge name players. But the only person capable of predicting exactly what's going to happen on trade deadline day is the guy at the far end.
In the Western Conference, Lou gets a really good player in Cal Ritchie.
Mike. Someone's trying to get in the way of the Mystic Mike say, but how dare they? FanDuel has set the over-under for total number of trades today at 23.5. So we said our average is 23. So basically right there. Over or under Mystic 1?
Sadly to say, James.
Don't say it.
I think it's going to be under.
Why? Don't.
Why? Well, because there's not that many prominent UFA players. You look at our trade bait board, a lot of them are players with term left, which are slightly harder to work through, a little more complex. Not as many sort of UFA guys, just, you know, this guy for a 4th rounder, this guy for a 5th rounder. So I think we have 3 already today, so we started late last night, but I think...
Did we count those ones last night?
Well, I'm counting them. I'm already counting them as my
Producer
23.
Jeff says we're not counting them.
Oh, well then I was counting them and took the under.
So now we're really
don't
going.
have totally
Factor
comfortable.
in the prices. I mean, our insiders are saying that every team that has anybody available is saying they want a haul for this players, and I'm sorry, I'm not going to get into the players listed, but they're not worth the haul. The prices are crazy.
Yeah, and the compression of the standings. So many teams still think they're...
I know you're trying to hurt me because we have, you know, 8.5 hours still ahead here, but could be a volume. Could be 18 trades, but, you know, Rantanen, Marchand, could be the volume wins on this day.
Over quantity.
Manifest it.
We will check in with the trade breakers to see what's happening when we return here in the first hour of Trade Center 2025. Stay with us.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Golf Town's Trade-In Days. Trade up to new clubs from top brands. Visit us in-store or at golftown.com to learn more.
Subway's new Mojo sauce is unlike anything you've had before. Go Mojo mode on a 6-inch sub with freshly sliced Black Forest ham for just $4.99.
Financial goals. Fidelity knows we've all got them. Maybe you want to own a home, or never own a home. Maybe you want to travel, or have a kid, or travel with your kid. Yours could be retiring early, or never retiring at all. At Fidelity, we know everyone has different goals, but the one thing we share, we all want to get to them sooner.
Get Advil Liquid Gels for fast and effective relief. And conquer your tough pain and fevers with the power of Liquid Fast Relief. Try Advil Liquid Gels and get liquid fast relief.
I'd like to talk to you about the future.
You're going to want to hear this.
Now you can get Disney Plus for $1.99 a month.
That is beautiful.
That's right. For a limited time, you can get Disney Plus for $1.99 a month.
I can see you're not entirely convinced.
We sure would love that.
Very smart move.
Yes, sir.
Can I get a chee-hoo? Get Disney Plus now for just $1.99 a month.
Mark Carney is back from Europe
Speaking as a European,
to finish what he started. As Justin Trudeau's economic advisor, he's been pushing
a steady increase in the price of carbon.
on you for years. Now he's planning to hit you with
Effectively a shadow carbon price.
after the election. And that will cost you even more, because he thinks
Carbon prices have been applied sparingly. They've been set far too low.
You sneaky.
carbon tax Carney. He's just like Justin.
Traveling your way on points shouldn't be so hard. So go for it. Fly during the peak of peak season. Choose a flight that fits you from over 130 airlines. Or fly last minute. All without the points hike. With RBC Avion Visa, you can get there your way. Switch and get up to 55,000 bonus Avion points. Enough to fly anywhere in North America or the Caribbean.
Dr. Odyssey, new episode Thursday, 9:10 Mountain on CTV.
We always want you to watch in the morning, but I know you're fully aware from watching all these years that not a ton happens. Last year, no trades overnight, 8 to 9, 9 to 10. We got the first one between 10 and 11. The first 10 hours of deadline day from 12 a.m. through 10, quiet last year, just the one deal completed. But things usually start percolating in that 11 to 12 hour, and they ramped up as we saw 6 deals in the next 60 minutes then. And the 2 to 3 hour every single year is the busiest, with a lot of deals coming in right at the deadline. You know, the entire world now is being controlled by AI and drones. The panel will probably be an AI panel within 2 years on Trade Center. We have a drone for the first time. The O is controlling the drone. O will be controlling the drone the entire day. This is the most dangerous thing ever. You got to take it back to Gord and the trade breakers. Can he not? Can he?
What's going on here?
Okay, move it back to Gord. Move it back to Gord.
Go to Gord.
I'm not trading.
No, it won't listen to you. It don't listen to you. There's no voice command drones. Gord Miller.
Hello.
Oh, man. Hang on a sec.
This is distracting. What are we doing here?
Speaking of drones, thank you, James. CJ, we're watching the Mikko Rantanen thing, and you're going to hear about him all day, but this is really, when you think about it, in the last decade of the deadline, this is among the most accomplished players that's been out there this late.
Absolutely. And look, he's had 6 weeks since the initial trade now from Colorado to Carolina, where he wasn't able to get comfortable to even really engage on reaching a deal. Can he do it now in 7 hours, right? And that's essentially what you're looking at in terms of if there can be a deal done with the Dallas Stars, because from Dallas's end of this, a contract extension was part of it. That was part of making a potential trade here. And so, you know, I'm not going to handicap where it goes because this could be a crazy day, but it just feels like a lot. And so, you know, the fact they talked to him last night is significant. The fact the teams have some interest there, but you know, for what a strange set of events for Mikko Rantanen, he could still be a Carolina Hurricane past 3 p.m. Eastern time today.
Now, in hockey, like life, timing is everything, Pierre LeBrun, and Ryan Donato of Chicago has picked a very good time to score a career-high 23 goals, which makes him very attractive to a lot of teams around the league, but also very attractive for Chicago to re-sign.
Yeah, he leads the Hawks with those 23 goals, by the way, and there are extensive extension talks happening right now. And it really haven't been that many conversations about a new contract until the last couple of days, but they are happening. It is possible that Chicago gets him signed to an extension by the end of today. But if they don't sign an extension, the Blackhawks have told teams all week long, we need to be blown away to still trade him if we don't sign him, because he matters that much to them. And that obviously they would use the rest of the season to try and sign him. But it's all about the trade offer. So if the team goes to a certain level where the Hawks have no choice, that's the other option.
So we've been talking about Braden Shen a lot the last few weeks, and today, Greg, Scott Laughton is also out there from Philadelphia. Is his situation tied to that? How much is that connected?
Well, and connected to Brock Nelson getting traded to the Colorado Avalanche. I mean, Danny Briere and Keith Jones in Philadelphia were just like, you know, licking their lips after that deal and looking at the haul that they're likely going to get back for Scotty Laughton. There's a lot of work that potentially is in play for the Philadelphia Flyers, and obviously we're going to keep an eye on Laughton. I mean, I think they're scheduled to be on the ice at noon, so he's eager, but the Flyers aren't necessarily eager to move him because of the character of the player. So what's coming back? It's going to be a first plus, or the equivalent of a first-round draft pick plus. The other primary piece here in place somewhat is Rasmus Ristolainen. Now, he still has term left on his deal. He's had a heck of a year for the Philadelphia Flyers. So how do you replace that player if you're Danny Briere? At least that's their view. So they want a first, they want a prospect, they want a player, and that sounds to me like there's a better chance that Ristolainen stays with Philadelphia.
I'll tell you what sounds to me is that drone. That's all I could hear while you were talking.
It's a bit distracting, I'm not going to lie.
It's our Air Force warming up. In any case, we're talking about teams, contending teams. We're talking about the teams that are on the bubble. Then there's the teams that are really nowhere to be found in terms of making the playoffs. What do they do? Really interesting to me, what are the Buffalo Sabres, if anything, going to do today? And when I think of the Buffalo Sabres, it's been, 13 straight years without a playoff. This is going to be number 14. 14 years.
Yeah.
Think about that for a moment. 14 years without a playoff. And are they better this year than they were last year? I'm not sure that they are necessarily. So what do? We've heard there was lots of J.J. Peterka rumors. We've heard Dylan Cousins' name a lot. There's no question that Kevin Adams and the Buffalo Sabres do not need more draft picks. They need players. But when you've got players, young players like Dylan Cousins or JJ Peterka, that gets to be really difficult to make a deal. It makes you a better team, but is that something we might see before the end of the day? I don't think the Buffalo Sabres have a great appetite to trade Peterka right now, but Cousins' name continues to be out there, and there could be some lower hanging fruit for other teams to look at the Sabres and Alex Tuck, for example, somebody who's got some size and some speed. So we'll see where the Sabres go between now and the deadline.
14 straight years is the longest playoff drought among the 4 major North American sports, surpassing the New York Jets. James?
All right, thank you, guys. By the way, great job by O-Dog, who kept that drone steady for 5 minutes. I think the over-under is about an hour on one of the insiders throwing a rock at the drone. Oh, it may have just happened already right now. I think Darren Dreger just threw his phone at the drone. The drone is now dead. Let's start our tour around the National Hockey League. In particular, obviously, we focus on our Canadian teams. The Eastern Conference standings once more. Toronto, again, second in the Atlantic right now, 2 points behind the Florida Panthers. The Ottawa Senators in a wild card position and with a game in hand on most of the teams surrounding them right there, 1 point behind Columbus for that first wild card spot. And Montreal lost in overtime last night, so they did get a point. They are just a point behind Ottawa. Again, the Sens have a game in hand there. So let's check in for the first time with our Eastern Conference Canadian team reporters. Mark Masters is in Denver, Colorado, where the Toronto Maple Leafs play the Avalanche. They lost, of course, 5-2 to Vegas on Wednesday. In Ottawa, we find Claire Hanna. They host the Rangers on Saturday, and Kenzie Lalonde is in Brossard, Quebec. And there's seagulls chirping behind. I'm guessing it's not Claire because she's inside, or I think the seagulls have gathered around Mark Masters' head to start our day. We've seen the teams around them make moves, Mark. You've heard the insiders talking about the center market is not that large. What do you think happens from the Leafs today?
Yeah, James, other than the Seagulls, it's been pretty quiet here so far. The team had a day off yesterday, a chance for the players to catch their breath amid a really busy, road-heavy schedule. They'll be back on the ice at 12:45 p.m. here for practice. That's 2:45 p.m. Eastern, a.k.a. 15 minutes before the deadline. So you got to think whatever's going to happen will probably be done by then. GM Brad Treliving, his management group, they're here in the Mile High City. They've probably been at it for a few hours now. Treliving recently told me he's up between 4:30 and 5 most days. This is not most days. The expectation is the Leafs are going to make an ad. Is it a center? Is it a defenseman? Is it both? The pressure is on after what Florida did, after what Tampa did, and James, after what Captain Austin Matthews said the other day, that he's hoping the team makes an ad.
Mark Masters, thanks for getting up extra early for us in Denver, Colorado. Let's take you to Ottawa now. And Claire Hanna, the real move they made last year was sending Vladimir Tarasenko to Florida. It's been quiet so far. Your expectations today, Claire?
Yeah, well, for Steve Staios, I think his approach is going to be different this year, and that's really because the Ottawa Senators are currently in a playoff position. So his focus is going to be on improving the team, not moving players out. And what's the biggest need right now for the Senators? Well, that's scoring. They're currently tied for last in the NHL for 5-on-5 goals. They also have the lowest goals per game average in the Atlantic Division. So they really need to add some help up front if they want to really make a playoff push here. And they have had some injuries recently. Brady Tkachuk, Shane Pinto, Josh Norris have all missed some games. And I do believe that Steve Staios thinks that some of those answers to offense can come in the last 24 games of the season. And this is where things really get tricky for the Ottawa Senators. They have just $850,000 worth of cap space. That is very limiting. They don't have a lot of options or flexibility. And I think that if Steve Staios wants to add a player today, be a buyer, he's going to have to be creative. And we have to keep in mind that the Ottawa Senators have to forfeit one of their first-round picks either this season or next season. So I don't think that Staios is willing to part with one of them. And just for context, I am at the Sensplex. This is where the Ottawa Senators practice. They're going to be taking the ice at 11 a.m. this morning for practice. Staios and management are just a couple blocks away at the Canadian Tire Centre.
We'll check in with Claire if anything happens with the Ottawa Senators on this day. Her practice facility will be busy. It'll be a little more quiet for Kenzie Lalonde at the Habs practice facility in Brossard, Quebec, because they are on the road. They play in Calgary on Saturday, lost to Edmonton last night in overtime. So they get a point. They've been on a nice little run. Does this recent winning streak change what Kent Hughes may plan to do here at the deadline?
Yeah, it's a great question, James, right? And I think it's one a lot of fans are asking. But in my opinion, the plan does not change for the Montreal Canadiens. When you go back to the start of the season, Ken Hughes and management said two things. They want to be in the mix, and they want to be playing meaningful games. Well, the Canadiens are doing just that as they find themselves 1 point out of a wild card spot. They took care of business, choosing to lock up Jake Evans, 4 years, $2.85 million, which is a deal, in my opinion, that speaks volumes to Jake Evans and the desire and belief in the process here for Montreal. So we'll keep an eye on the Canadiens' UFAs today. You've got Yoel Armia, Christian Dvorak, Michael Pezzetta, and of course, David Savard. But James, I do expect a relatively quiet day here in Brassard unless there is a deal that comes their way that they just can't say no to.
Kenzie, thank you very much. We'll check in with you again if something happens with the Montreal Canadiens. We have numerous panels. We spend a lot of our first hour trying to introduce you to everyone here on the show today, which includes Brian Hayes, who will be filling in with a bunch of different roles. Hazy, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, JD. I'm here with Bruce Boudreau and Frankie Corrado. We've already seen you, Frankie, but do not touch the screen. Don't touch the screen, Bruce Boudreau. We do not mess with Bruce Boudreau.
We'll get to all the counties later.
Absolutely. We can do that later. But great to see you guys, and we're here to talk about a couple of superstars playing in the country with very good teams going to the playoffs. That would be Connor McDavid and Austin Matthews. Now, the Oilers have made a couple of moves the last couple of days to help McDavid. But we'll begin with you, Bruce. Which superstar player needs more out of their GM today to pursue a Stanley Cup in the spring? Is it Connor McDavid in Edmonton, or is it Austin Matthews in Toronto?
Well, I believe it's Connor McDavid. Now, they've made a couple moves, but, I mean, the last 7 or 8 games, I have not liked what Edmonton has done. I think they need more help in goal. I think they need help on defense. I think even they got Frederick, which might really help, but I think they need the help. The Leafs can play a lockdown game with what they've got. I'd like to see them get some help in a third-line center and a right-sided defenseman that can defend. But for me, if Edmonton wants to reach the finals again, they're going to need a little more help than they're getting right now.
Yeah, I think both superstars have a gripe here, but Austin Matthews has not got to that Cup final, Frankie, right? And he's looking around saying, okay, Connor maybe didn't get a ton of help with Frederick and Wallman, good players, but Matthews and company in Toronto have not received anything yet. Plus, when you look who they could play, for me, it's Toronto. For me, it's Austin Matthews, because as of right now, Edmonton likely playing LA in the first round. It's still up for grabs. A lot of games left to be played. But you need help to get the 1 seed if you're the Toronto Maple Leafs. If you don't, you're going into Tampa, you're going into Florida. Those teams have been active. For me, it's pretty clear-cut. It's Austin Matthews and the Leafs. Where do you stand on this?
Well, I think if you look at Edmonton, the star players there and Connor McDavid leading the way, those guys have always gotten it done. And the guys in Toronto, they haven't been able to do that. They haven't dominated a playoff series to the point that you say there was no stopping those guys. The Edmonton guys, you could say that. So you could add some more help around the guys in Edmonton, and that will help because you already know what you're going to get from those guys. If Toronto gets more out of Matthews, gets more out of Marner, more out of Nylander come playoff time, then you can say that, okay, like they might need a little more help underneath them, but they haven't achieved that level yet in the playoffs, and that's where I see the difference between both these teams. I like the move that Edmonton made, bringing in Jake Wallman. That's smart. They needed a defenseman. It's some smaller moves lower in the lineup. If they can make a hockey trade, maybe sub someone out that isn't necessarily working in that lineup, like Bruce talked about, that might be a move for them. But the guys in Edmonton, they always get it done, and the guys in Toronto still have to get it done.
And that is 100% valid, Bruce. We know the history of both teams. And here in Toronto, I'd be curious your thoughts on what Austin Matthews said a couple of days ago as well, right? He's kind of referencing to the GM, Brad Treliving. I'd like to see some moves. Other teams are making moves. And it's not just about what you're going to do come playoff time, Bruce. Again, that 1 seed in the Atlantic is incredibly important for the Maple Leafs.
And I agree.
All right. Well, there you go. Bruce agrees. We love it. I'm sure you agree as well, don't you, Frankie?
Well, listen, like everyone in the Atlantic is making their moves. Tampa Bay makes a big move. Florida makes a big move. And you know what? If I'm Toronto and I'm looking at that and I'm saying, well, why do teams now want my Fraser Minton? Why do they want my Easton Cowan? If Florida gave up a goaltender who wasn't going to be the starter for them, and Tampa Bay just gave up picks, if you're Toronto and you're picking up the phone and people are saying, well, I want your blue chip prospects, you're saying, well, the price is different in Florida than what I got to give up, so then it makes it harder for you to stomach making that type of deal.
Well, and here's another reality when it comes to McDavid and Matthews. Individually, they've set the bar so high throughout their career. Neither guy has reached it this season. during the regular season. The way they have individually played, they're both going to have to pop come playoff time. James?
Boys, thank you. We're going to hear periodically throughout the day from general managers in the National Hockey League. Kevin Cheveldayoff every year comes through for us early on in the day. We'll hear from the general manager of the best team in the National Hockey League here as Trade Center continues on TSN.
FanDuel held a shooting contest to promote its new MySpend tool. MySpend makes it easy to view your deposit and bet history all in one place. Because betting without knowing how much you're spending is like shooting in the dark. See the whole picture. Make FanDuel's MySpend tool part of your system and stop shooting in the dark.
Olympic organic yogurt is a delicious choice crafted with care. We only use organic milk from grass-fed cows with no GMOs. We love cows as much as Maya. See? Hang in there, little guy. Olympic organic yogurt, crafted with care.
Thousands of entrepreneurs don't have access to the support they need. Breaking down doors for entrepreneurs. We're on it. BDC. Financing, advising, know-how.
All right, Little Caesar's Crazy Puffs. Whoa!
Whoa. Have you tried the new bacon ones?
Bacon?
New Little Caesar's Bacon and Cheese Crazy Puffs for $4.99. They taste like, whoa!
Hot and ready.
You get rid of that artificially drawn line.
Polyev would roll over for Trump. He'd sell off our public health care so American investors can profit. And he'd give Americans control of our natural resources.
You get rid of that artificially drawn line.
Our very country is at stake. And Polyev agrees with Trump. No wonder Trump endorsed Polyev.
Our views would be more aligned, certainly.
That's Polyev. But it's just not Canada.
We combine tailor-made speed, maximum forgiveness, and a new level of fitting to give you more distance from more of the face. Unlock another level with the all-new QI35.
Yeah, that's the one.
From TaylorMade.
At Wayfair, we get pretty excited about furniture. Around here, it's not a patio, it's patio. Oh, I love those chairs.
Shed-tastic.
Girl, you nailed it.
No, this set, it's just a couple of screws. Wayfair, every style, every home.
Okay, everybody, that's lunch.
But Musk?
For Canadians, waiting for a guide dog literally brings life to a standstill. Today, the wait for a CNIB guide dog can be up to 4 years. And due to the recent postal disruption, CNIB Guide Dogs is experiencing a critical year-end shortfall. We need 850 new monthly donors to help close the gap. Help end the wait and empower people who are blind to live lives full of possibility. Please visit sponsorpuppies.ca, scan the code, or call 1-833-417-8779 today.
Trade Center is presented by Harvey's new Frings Poutine, where they've combined their crunchy onion rings with their classic poutine. New Frings Poutine. Try it for a limited time.
Back on Trade Center, James Duthie and Craig Button. Today is all about the pursuit of the greatest trophy in sports, the Stanley Cup, and the second greatest trophy in sports, the TSN GM of the Day award that we award annually here on Trade Center. Kevin Cheveldayoff of the Winnipeg Jets is the only two-time winner in the history of the award. Who else has won? Craig Button, Bill Guerin, Donnie Waddell won one, Billy Zito won one before. We've asked you to identify the leading candidates. Now, how you define the winner, you know, is it the busiest guy? Is it the guy that makes the best deals? You can do whatever you want.
Well, one thing I will say about Kevin, I know you're going to be talking to him. I mean, he's got a great team there. He could win this award for third time, depending on what he does.
That's a dynasty.
The rest of the day. That is a dynasty. So let's see what you got, Kevin. I mean, you've built a heck of a team there in Winnipeg. You know, right now you got Chris McFarland there, Chris Drury. You got to keep in mind the JT Miller trade comes into that. I mean, he's made a clear indication he's moving into a different direction. Bill Zito and Julian Brisebois. So when you talk about the greatest trophy, the Stanley Cup, Well, it's all about being bold. It's not easy to win the Stanley Cup, and for managers,
Like, you got to be a lawyer.
Yeah, you got to pull it together. You got to
have real documents. You got to look good, and even then, it's not like a fun thing to carry around a briefcase all day. Like, that's not comfortable. The side satchel, computer, laptop bag, you look like a dork. That's awful. That's messing with your shirt all day long.
Yeah, big leather flap like you're flipping it around.
Yeah, it's an idiot. You look like an idiot. It bangs off your butt when you try to swing it around you, and you move around. Totally uncomfortable, not feasible. Backpack, you look like a little boy.
He looks like too young.
Yeah, it's just, buddy, every time
rolly backpack, those are next level. Like,
that's too. I've never.
You have a rolly backpack and you're a business guy, like, just stay home.
Yeah, stay home. We just don't have options. We need something else. We need somebody to like invent a bag for men that makes us look cool, but is also comfortable. Makes us look like
I'm down with like a business, nice looking, clean backpack.
Yeah,
leather.
that's what I try to do too, but still, like, you go to a store, you try to.
But I'm built like a Saskatchewan highway. Also, I have no shoulders, so I can't. I'm not even cool enough to go.
Yeah, they slip off.
Yeah, this slips off. If I go one shoulder, it just falls down. I got to go double shoulder.
There's nothing more. It's such a bad feeling when you're wearing a backpack and one of the straps is slipping off your shoulder.
I can't get it. My shoulder. I have no shoulders.
You're like, man, what is wrong with me? Why am I so weak? Bad genetics.
So, what a day today, though. What are you excited about? Well, did you sleep last night? Lots of stuff was happening last night.
I know, and guess what? I saw the Brock Nelson thing happen.
Oh, yeah.
And I just went, it's bedtime.
Gazdick got it. On Wednesday night, he called it. Yeah, we did a segment on where these guys going to go.
Okay, so I did go to bed. I figured, listen, I'm gonna wake up. I'll get up early. I'll catch the trades. I'm one of those guys where it's like same thing with the drafts, right? I'll watch the first round of a draft, but then the rest of it, it's like, yeah, just catch me up at the end of it. And then I wait for today because today is fun to me, where it's like you're in it, like you get to be a part of it, watching it, sitting there on TV. You're like 2 feet from Elliot Friedman.
Yeah,
he's like always on his phone. He's on his phone.
He's
like
insane.
Yeah, I know.
He's insane.
I don't know how he doesn't completely wear down.
But he has his earbuds in. He's on his phone. How does his phone not explode?
He's got to have multiple phones, though.
He must have.
And does he have the like portable charger with him at all times?
He's like the Jason Bourne of trades.
Yeah, except for he knows
media.
He doesn't wake up one day.
Except for he has no fighting skills.
Yeah, he'd be low on the power rankings in terms of like the toughest guys at sports.
Yeah,
he's big though.
He's unbelievable. Like this guy last night, we went for dinner, little pre-dinner, all of us that are coming in, and I don't think he talked to any of us. He was just working. Like this guy is AI. He's Chat GPT for trades.
I love that.
He's automatic. He's just grinding. He never sits down. He's pacing like a lunatic on his phone, earbuds just blowing his ears apart. What's in the earbuds? No, I don't know. What's transmitting that signal?
Yeah, I can't tell you. He's got to keep a secret.
This guy, I'm telling you, love it though.
Yeah,
love it. He is Sportsnet.
Yeah, well, that's why he's the insider.
He's
the insider. That's what happens. Like you got to live that full grind culture. So the Brock Nelson news came in. I got to admit, from a Leaf standpoint, I was a little bummed for a couple reasons.
You wanted him?
Well, who else can you get at this point, right? Like, that's more what it's about for me is poor Tree Living. He's in this spot where I was thinking about this morning on the train in where I was like, he'd be like right now if you met somebody who was homeless and you were like, why aren't you eating at this fancy restaurant? It's like, I can't afford it. You're like, get in there. Get in here and eat. Like, I don't have the money. Like, I can't afford anything. That's him. It's like Cal Ritchie just went for first for a rental. And I assume that Colorado's going to try to extend him because that seems pretty wild if they're not even in on trying to bring him back. But you look at that and I'm like, is Cal Ritchie ahead of Easton Cowan in terms of prospect value? I don't know. It doesn't seem like that's a lock it down certainty. So it's like, all right, their top prospect goes or a top prospect goes and a first round pick. Like that's all Toronto's got, man. They've got Fraser Minton, who's fine, and they've got Ben Danford, who's fine. But those aren't high upside guys that organizations are just like falling over themselves to be able to get. You basically have like the one chit that you can really play with an organization, and they're being asked for rentals. When you are looking at a cap picture next year with like the Marner question and the Tavares question, and Matthew Nyes needs a raise. So like, I'm supposed to be the big takes guy
right now.
You got any? You got some?
Well, I'm supposed to be like,
what'd you drum up?
well, this is it. I'm like, I'm supposed to be either like mad or defensive, right? You got to pick a lane because I hate people who just like ride the middle on everything. This is boring. So boring to be just sitting here going like, well, they could, they couldn't. It is what it is. But I really think the Leafs need to make a move.
Yeah,
because
I do too.
Where they are, they're actually all in now, right?
Yeah.
Like they should be all in. Marner's a pending free agent. They got these sick goalies. Stolarz is the absolute man who I trust in a playoff series against anybody. They got a top pairing in McCabe and Tanev that they've never had in years past. All their stars are in their primes. Like.
Yeah, they're in the middle of having to get it done right now. Carolina in the middle of having to get it done right now, which is why this Rantanen thing is like so crazy for them. With Natchez already moving, and Rantanen's like dominating the league right now. Not on the ice.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
but like, can you believe he may get moved again? Like that is insane.
If I was the owner,
and do you believe that you could get him for like literally like 2 point? You know, if you have cap problems, you get him for what 2.3 right now with all the money.
You're gonna pay through the nose prospect.
Yeah, because you got to sign him. Yeah. And Carolina. The reason why that's going to happen is because you're not going to get Carolina's not going to say, hey, yeah, now we're moving on from we already moved Natchez and Drury and whatever, and we're not going to move off them unless you give us our guys. Like you got to try to sign them, no question, right? That's the whole thing. Or else you're just going to get like a rental and you're not going to recoup anything for it.
This is what's so crazy.
So this is like because Carolina is in such a tough spot right now with it.
I think that if I was the owner of Carolina, I'd be saying to these guys, you better win the cup this year, get to the finals, because jobs are on the line here.
Yeah, no, I don't know if he says that.
Well, okay, so the Gensel trade,
he's
that's
like,
one
yeah,
thing,
we're
right?
good. Like, let's just keep getting in the playoffs.
Yeah, but 2 years in a row for you to do that?
I think you got to, like, that's why the Gensel thing last year was awesome for them. Because they've forever been a team that Carolina never does that.
Yep.
And they're forever a team that, for the most part, has owned the Metro Division over the last number of years, right? We know the Rangers had a big year last year, but the Canes are kind of like, they've been there.
They're the nerd pick every year.
The nerd pick every year. They're right there. They're tough to play against. They're unique playing style. They got all this like cachet with the, Rod the Bod and the way the team is, and it's finally they went with the Gensel thing. Like that was big for them. The game breaker, the guy that can score, the difference maker, couldn't sign him.
Beauty tone.
Couldn't sign him. That though, like
building centers.
he didn't sign for anything crazy with Tampa. And like I get it, like the no state tax thing, and Tampa's got the better culture. But if you're this team that's saying every year we're around it and we win and it's actually like not bad to live here. Some guys that have lived in Carolina, like this, they talk about like buying a huge house and like there's good golfing. It's a nice place to live, and they still weren't able to get that done or basically even get in the conversation. So I just think the Rantanen thing for them. Unless they recoup something massive. I've seen a lot of people rumoring that Stankoven would be going the other way in a trade. Yeah, and I'm like, if that really helps soften the blow. Yeah, that would help soften the blow. You'd feel pretty good at least about bringing that back. Because him for Natchez, you wouldn't look at that trade and say, oh, they got killed on that. So you'd say, that's good. That's fine.
I like Stankoven, and I think the one thing that you can look at with him is anyone that goes to like
a deadly cancer.
It's good to get Rantanen, right? Because you look at him, look at his points, look how big he is. Look at him. Oh wow! But look at the way, look at the fit. Like Stankoven could get in there and play that buzzsaw, chasing pucks, flipping out, rim pucks, winning wall battles, shooting pucks from the boards at the net, just chaos, right?
I would just think though, even if you were Carolina and you can't re-sign him, like yeah, okay, fine. If you're getting Stankoven, all right. Like again, you're recouping it, but the reason why I'm saying guys would get fired is if I'm the boss, like if I'm the owner, and you made that trade and you went out and got him. Like, okay.
That's why I think he's in the hardest spot right now.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, how could this change so materially? Part of this trade has to be that you
when you get him. What did Natchez said that yesterday? And like that soundbite's pretty. Yeah. You'd think they'd have. I'm not quoting exactly, but
you got to know already.
You got to know you have a like he's going to sign.
Yes.
When you make the deal.
If that's part of the deal. Yeah. Otherwise, you're like, okay, we're going to risk it. We're going to try to go on a run, and we're going to offer him 8 years, and then we're going to be able to see the landscape. And by the looks of things, part of this Rantanen stuff, like even with Dallas, is nobody wants to give him $14 million.
What's he going to get going into Colorado too? I bet
bet you. Do you think he regrets that?
Or even Dallas, or I mean, what? How much was the offer for him? 103.
I don't know, but that's the thing. That's the thing that drives me crazy with this stuff is like
you go into certain places, they have pay structures of guys, and like you have to fit in. And you kind of have to fit in. Like no one makes more than Nate. No one makes more than this guy. Like this is our how we do it. And teams have that. You know, like, there's no question. So it's like, yeah, we'd like to get him, but then you throw a contract at him, and you know, Carolina's sitting there going, "We got it done. You just got to sign this extension." He's like, "No,
10:30 a.m. Eastern time.
Yeah,
no, 14.2.
1 year later,
you're sitting in an impossible spot.
Yeah, like it's just. He's controlling the league right now.
Yeah, he really is. Well, and he's like controlling part of this deadline too. And now this comes down to like. So for me, the most interesting names that like he's one of them obviously, but the way that I'm looking at this is he's essentially going to be a Dallas Star if they can figure out the money, right? Like that seems to be the thought process here is the structure is in place for this trade. They're ready to pull the trigger. They just need to know what his future looks like and whether or not he'd be willing to commit there, which is also kind of tough too. On like to play a little devil's advocate for Rantanen. If I was moving and I was deciding I have to set up shop somewhere for 8 years, I'd want to just chill out there for a bit too and see how things go. Before I just decided, okay, automatically, you would have to meet my crazy price for me to just decide. I don't know if he has a family or what his situation is, but if you're telling me you got to live somewhere for 8 years, like
it's a big decision.
That's a huge decision. That if you're just on a phone call and the Stars are telling you sign it now and you're here, you're looking at it and going, man, can I just at least meet the guys? Can I see how I fit in the room? Can we see how we deal with a run? We can kind of have a framework of this, but yeah, it's risky, it's tough. But again, what a deadline this is already shaping up to be for like the heavyweights, right? Colorado
We thought Rantanen would possibly get traded twice.
Yeah.
In like the last week. Like it's unbelievable.
Dude, but Carolina, just like you traded for him, he does nothing for you essentially for a couple of weeks while Nietzsche just like rips it up.
Yeah.
And then you're trying to figure out an 11th hour trade. And if you don't trade him at this point, if you're a fan, all you're thinking is this guy fully here?
Like, I know.
Yeah.
I know. Well,
and what the Jets are
I gotta wonder what's going through his head with that deal. He wants the money, and like it's not like Colorado was like, okay, let's wait it out.
They don't really need a third.
They made this move. They just said,
second line center.
That's
isn't that nuts? They got Natchez, which is great for them. But it's like it's like for a player of that caliber with the fit, they know what they got. You know, you got this guy. Like let's talk about this.
Yeah,
they didn't.
No, they just went.
Like, peace.
Yeah.
But it's crazy.
But the thing is, though, is I actually love that where it's just nobody sees you coming. And you just work in the middle of the night. Joe Sakic, just assassin. Just middle of the night goes, yeah, you don't want the money? Okay, see you later. They also, so the way I'm looking at that trade for them now is not only do they get Natchez on an extra year for going in next year instead of having to pay Rantanen. And yes, they had to give up other prospect capital to get him, but that cap space did help them acquire Brock Nelson. And they also draft Jack Drury and a second-round pick. So you're looking at it, it's like you completely transformed your team down the middle. All of a sudden, would you rather have the question?
Well, they need depth. They need depth scoring.
How'd they win?
Yeah.
When they won the cup, what did they have?
Yeah, they had
Kadri on third line. Yeah. Dominating. And now they kind of feel a little bit more confident, like, hey, we're rolling three lines that really feel like they can score. And this kind of brings me back to the Toronto thing, right? Is they've got two lines. Yeah. That's it. The third line has been pumping in more goals lately, but they give up as much as they get, right? It's two undersized guys. Domi's really underperformed this year. They've gotten a big season for McMahon, but if you brought in another center, the biggest thing is not just like, hey, Domi bumps out to the wing and you've got a third line with him and McMahon. It's like all of a sudden you have somebody else that maybe Marner could play with, maybe Nylander could play with.
Where are Leafs Nation fan base, yourself, on the Shen? Like
I'd love Shen. The problem is like,
CJ, there's a couple of interesting names out there.
I get the argument against. It's hard not to, man. He's 33 years old and he makes $6.5 million for 3 more seasons.
Yeah, I know, but he's a gamer.
Dude, he's such a perfect fit. It's an outrageously good fit for this team. And
but the thing is like with St. Louis, like they look good. They look good though.
They've won, I think, what, 8 of their last 10.
They look good. Binnington stole a game the other night against LA. Like played out of his mind. They won in a shootout.
Well, and you saw Binnington at Four Nations, so you're feeling way better about him getting in.
Since Four Nations on.
Yeah.
And you know, it's.
Pittsburgh's doing
I look at their team and I look at Vancouver. I look at Calgary. Calgary's hanging in there, man.
Yeah.
They play hard. But it's like, if you're a team, like, are you in? Like, if they get in, can they win? Like a round?
I think they could win a round. I don't think St. Louis. Yeah, I don't think St. Louis is winning a cup this year, and that's.
Yeah.
If I was Doug Armstrong and I was looking at this realistically, I get how you want to push for the playoffs. I get that you want to maintain your culture, but what I would be saying to myself is, okay, listen, I love Braden Shen, but at 3 more years at 6.5 per, there's a team desperate to take that money off my books and give me a whole bunch of stuff that I'll be able to pivot in the offseason even and add a center. That's the frustrating part, I think, if you're the Leafs, is you're looking at this and saying the prices right now are insanely high. Even for a deadline. Like, deadlines are always crazy, right? We see moves at every single deadline where you go, wow, that was the price. I can't remember it ever being like Brock Nelson, pending free agent type of player, going for, again, a top prospect.
I know, but here's what it is, the price. Like, look at Tampa.
Yeah.
Look at what Pittsburgh did prior to that. Look at all these teams that are in it. Like, you're in it.
Yeah.
The Leafs are in it.
I get it.
So it's like,
you got to do it.
I don't. Who cares? Who cares about your pick?
I don't care about the pick.
Who cares about the prospect? By the time he's developed and ready to play, it's over.
Yep.
Let's, like, do you think you can win it? And what are you going to do?
No,
how are you going to do it?
I don't care about those prospects from the standpoint of.
I love that aggressiveness, though.
So do I.
love, and that's for me. That's
2 more years on his deal at $5.75
you know,
million a year. And
hanging on and going, oh, we gotta, you know, wow, we moved this guy, we got a second. And like, yeah, I get it. You can parlay everything into, you know, building all these things, but it's like you gotta go for it.
I agree.
Like
I said though, it's the poor
the
guy.
Leafs have to win their division.
I totally agree, man. Imagine the first round for the Leafs after this year. You get in and you're seeing Florida in round 1, and they've got those 3 deep pairings, and then Bobrovsky gets hot against you again, and all of a sudden, oh, Kachuk's miraculously healed, and he's ready for game 1.
You know,
and he's in Mitch Marner's face, and
you know it.
He's just slamming him up against the boards and telling him that they should be afraid of him. And you've got this version of Matthews that
Sam Bennett's like jersey jabbing him in the corner, and
nightmare, brother.
They gotta win. They gotta win the division.
They gotta win.
And today, I think, is a big day for them to see like what they're gonna do.
It's a huge day. But to your point about the prospects, it's not for me, hey, you're waiting on Minton to fill in for you, or Danford to be a guy for you. It's like, man, Minton looks like he's going to be, you know, third line center, defensive 2-way guy, and he's going to be at his best 4 years from now. Who cares? Goodbye. Ben Danford, I've had people split on him. Some people have told me that the stock has risen this year a bit, but nobody's told me the ceiling has changed between like, hey, he's going to be like a quality number 4 in a couple of years. Like,
you know what a really funny thing is too is like Leafs disease.
Guys get so overhyped.
Well, overhyped, yeah. And it's like, what are they? Like, can we just take a step back and get the 10,000-foot view of what these guys are?
There's always a disconnect.
You mentioned Stankoven, like, you know, he's a guy seemingly that people wouldn't, you know, Maverick Bourque, who they have there as well, who's like a light show in the American League and a smaller player, but he can get up there, and he's a good player with Dallas too. And you know, but I do think if they do acquire somebody,
the league worst San Jose Sharks, and he also just so much more to offer.
Well, now we got to get into Santa Clara County, Lindsay, and you know we'll check in on Allegheny, we'll check in on Broward as the day goes on. Everyone wants to know how Mariposa County is due, but Mario Ferraro, another player with a lot of purpose, playing on a bad team in San Jose, and the thing that really sticks out to me, this is a guy that is really good playing with offensive defensemen. He's played with Carlson, he's played with Burns, and if you go back to his college career, he was Cale Makar's defense partner at UMass Amherst. And, you know, I was just in Montreal calling a game with the San Jose Sharks, and a lot of the talk was that if this player moves on, it's not going to necessarily be great for that dressing room because there's a lot of young guys. He's a big presence around the room, and you're still going to need to have some guys that have that make things a little lighter for those younger players when they're losing games. So if San Jose is going to move on from Mario Ferraro, I would think it has to be a big haul because of what he can do for some of those younger players, insulating them on a day-to-day basis in Santa Clara County.
All right, and Murphy and Ferraro, 2 of 9 defensemen in our top 30. Obviously, Frankie, not just hockey, but geography. You nailed that, and the board is still intact. James, back to you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's check out the Western Conference standings. I know it's still early in a lot of our Western cities, but we're going to touch base with our Western reporters just to show you exactly where things are right now. We know the Winnipeg Jets are on top spot as they have been throughout the entire season. A 6-point lead over Dallas in the Central. Edmonton in second place in the Pacific, 4 points back of Vegas. Golden Knights also have a game in hand there. Calgary right now sitting in that second wild card position, 1 point ahead of Vancouver at this point in time. Let's check in with all of them right now. John Liu is in New Jersey. The Jets face Jersey tonight on TSN 3. Salim Valji, as you can see, is in Dallas and living the cowboy life there. They host Montreal on Saturday, but they played there last night, of course, did the Calgary Flames, losing to Dallas 3-2 in overtime. Ryan Rishaug, no cowboy hat. That's a shame. He is in Edmonton, of course. They host Dallas on Saturday after beating Montreal last night in overtime. And Farhan Lalji in Vancouver, where the Canucks host the Wild tonight. We'll start with John Liu. You heard Kevin Cheveldayoff earlier on our show on what he hopes to get done. He danced around it, as all general managers do. What are your expectations for the Jets today?
Well, James, I think that the expectations, Kevin Cheveldayoff pretty much laid it out in, I think, 3 points that he spoke to you about. First and foremost was that the goalpost move, and that was just after midnight when division opponent Colorado picked up Brock Nelson, who would have been a very good fit as a 2C in Winnipeg, a genuine upgrade. However, now that that is off the table, basically, Cheveldayoff is going to be left looking to see what he can do to pivot, to try to fill that spot if something is available realistically. And that's where it comes to one of his other points, which was fit. And he's talked about fit with this team since his midseason address after the halfway point of the season, where he said that it was very important that anybody that he might bring into the mix fits in that dressing room, that chemistry in the Jets dressing room has arguably been better this season than it ever has been in 2.0 history. And so chemistry, culture, those would be very important considerations for anybody that they might bring in when you factor in if it's an impact move, what price are they going to have to pay, and is that individual an upgrade? And the final point that he made about health, well, at this point, the Jets, for all intents and purposes, are completely healthy heading into the final quarter of the season. And health translates into depth, insulating against potential injuries like they've seen in the postseason to some of their key players. And so Kevin Cheveldayoff, basically, code word depth. That's something that you can probably expect him to shore up with his club on this deadline day like he has done in deadlines past. But as far as any impact moves might be concerned, again, because the goalposts have moved, undetermined. But certainly Cheveldayoff has a lot of cap space, $12 million to play with. He'll be in Philadelphia at the team hotel with his brain trust until the deadline passes before heading up the I-95 to here in New Jersey to join the team, James.
Yeah, short trip last night. They beat Philadelphia 4-1, and in New Jersey tonight on TSN 3. That is John Liu. Let's go to Edmonton and check in with Ryan Rishaug. I've been listening to you, talk about the Oilers' needs for the last few weeks now, and it was a forward, it was a defenseman. They get Trent Frederick, they get Jake Wallman, which may be a better defenseman than a lot of people thought they would get. So is that the end?
I don't think so. I think the plan is for it not to be, James. I think that, in an ideal world, and again, the cap is always going to dictate what you can and can't do, and they spent some cap dollars yesterday with no money being retained on the Wallman deal. But I think they'd like to find a winger for Leon Draisaitl. I mean, look at this. The year that Draisaitl has had has been absolutely phenomenal when you consider he's largely been carrying around third and fourth line players on his wing. So wouldn't they love to go find a forward that can score some goals, preferably somebody not too small and that can skate? Easier said than done. But if you're asking me, what do the Oilers need to round out this team and truly, have another shot to get deep into the playoffs, James? I think they need some more depth up front, and in particular next to Leon Draisaitl. We'll see if Stan Bowman and company can figure out a way to do that. Like I said, not a lot of money on the cap to play with. They maybe have to find some players that they could move out. As Gordon, the Breakers were talking about, the Oilers are one of those teams with a lot of no trades on their roster too. So maybe a little bit tricky, James, but I can't see why they wouldn't be swinging to add somebody in their top six.
As always, we'll check in with Ryan Rishaug once again if the Oilers do anything whatsoever. And now to Texas, where the guy who plays a villain in the new season of Yellowstone, Salim Valji, joins us right now. I love the look. I'm trying to think of a metaphor. Can Craig Conroy rope some doggy today? Sorry, that was horrible. Do you expect the Flames to do anything after a couple of years of real overhaul on their roster?
Nice try with the metaphor, James. I was going with the fact this team is going to be really quiet, so this hat might be the biggest acquisition here in Dallas for the Flames today. And Conroy and his brain trust are just a few yards from us in the hotel. I actually ran into him yesterday during the intermission, and you can tell, James, that he's torn, right? He's an ex-player, and he knows that when a team's exceeding expectations, guys in that room desperately want help. And, of course, he gave them that with Morgan Frost and Joel Farabee a few weeks ago. But Conroy's not a player anymore, right? He's a general manager, and I think the key word here is patience. They've exceeded expectations a lot this season. The fact that they're in a wild card spot is borderline mind-boggling, given that we all thought they'd be a lottery team just a few months ago, but they're not in the big game rental market. I do think that they could acquire a fourth-line center, someone who can win faceoffs and shoots right, because all of Calgary's centers, James, are left shots. And I think a longer-term need is a left shooting defenseman to play alongside Mackenzie Weegar. And Conroy has a trend, right? You look at Yegor Sharangovich and Kevin Ball and Frost and Farabee and others. They fit that 21 to 26 age range. And I think that's really the target here for that longer-term left-hand shooting partner for Mackenzie Weegar. If they do go into the rental market, I think it'll be for that right-handed center. And beyond that, James, despite the success of this season, it really is about opening the new rink in 2027-28 with a team that's more able to compete for the Stanley Cup. And despite all of their wins, they are not deviating from that plan. Keep in mind, too, James, that the Calgary Flames are one of those few playoff teams that has a ton of cap space, about $18 million as of this morning. And Conroy said that he is open to weaponizing that. They've got 2 retention spots. They are still in the mode of acquiring picks and prospects. So that would be something I would keep an eye on more than anything. I think the roster is going to be pretty much the same today, right now, compared to after the deadline. I don't think they're dealing any of their pending free agents, but look to them to potentially use that $18 million in cap space. And you set off the top of Villain and Yellowstone. Conroy's anything but, given the success of this season in Calgary and how the team is trending. But just because of that, James, I don't think that this success is gonna change how they approach the next couple of years and opening that brand new Saddle Dome with a team that's a little more ready to compete for the Stanley Cup.
Well, you may end up being in the epicenter of Trade Center in Dallas if they happen to get Rantanen before the end of the day. It just won't be involving the Calgary Flames, likely. That's Salim Valji in Dallas right now covering the Calgary Flames. And finally, Farhan Lalji with no prop hats or anything, which is disappointing for us in Vancouver early in the morning there. The Canucks...
I've got a pillow. I've got a pillow if you'd like to see that.
How exactly will you use that as a prop? January 31st was a big day for the Canucks as they made those 2 deals, JT Miller, and really did an overhaul of their roster. It seems like things have quieted on Elias Pettersson right now, and if there's a decision there, it would be a summer decision. So is it all about Brock Besser today?
Yeah, I think so. And I think going into this process, this has been different for us because normally the Canucks are tied to specific players that they might be trying to acquire. Last year, there were certainly buyers. And I don't think you can ever call Jim Rutherford and Patrick Allvin sellers. So I think they're going to be operating on parallel tracks. And you mentioned Besser. As of yesterday, the market was somewhat thin on him. And when you look at what the Canucks' needs are right now, they need scoring. So you've got a player like that who has the ability to put the puck in the net, despite the fact it's been a bit of a subpar season. I don't think they're going to move off of him for cheap. I think it's got to be a compelling package coming back the other way. And I think you can say that for all of their pending unrestricted free agents. You've got Pius Suter, who, has certainly provided some value for this team this year. He's not an elite player. He's probably a bottom 6 center on a good team. But when you look at Vancouver's center ice position with losing JT Miller and the way Elias Pettersson's playing, can you lose a guy like Suter? Well, you better get something back for him. Derek Forbort, another pending unrestricted free agent, but you lose Carson Soucy. Quinn Hughes is playing hurt. Noah Juulsen's out for the season, so you don't just want to give a player like Forbort, who's been so good, on the penalty kill away. So I think they are open for business for those players, but it's got to be a good deal coming back. And at the same time, I think in all of those positions, you could see Rutherford and Allvin trying to add a player with term and a player that's not in their early 30s, but a player who's likely in their mid-20s to fit the bill. You also look at cap space with this team. They've got about $13.6 million in deadline cap space, so that's a big number for the Canucks, and you have to believe it's burning a hole in Rutherford and Allvin's pocket a little bit. So could they weaponize? But I wouldn't be surprised if they added some pieces to all of this because they are not willing to punt on this season. They're right there with the Flames for that 8th playoff spot in the West. So I just don't think they want to give it up, even though when you look at this team, it certainly is nowhere near Stanley Cup contender worthy.
Lots of quality information for 6:30 a.m. on the West Coast. So thank you, Farhan Lalji. Go hang out with your pillow for a little while till we need you one more time. We're talking about these GMs of the day. One guy who's been regularly doing something for us every trade deadline day would be Brad Treliving, a class all his own really on this day, making at least one deal 10 straight years for Calgary and Toronto. Last year he picked up Connor Dewar on D-Day, so it's not always a big one, but he's consistent in providing one. Former Leaf and current Penguin GM Kyle Dubas has a 6-year streak on the go as well. Let's check in with Jennifer Hedger and Craig Budd.
Thank you, Craig. You hear from GMs when they look back retrospectively on trade deadline days, and they often say that the trades that they didn't make were sometimes better than the trades that they did. Problem with that is that perception is reality, and as a fan base, if you see that your GM isn't making any moves, the perception is there's a whole lot of swinging and missing going on out there. They want to see some impact. So my question to you, Craig, is what GM needs to make the most impact today?
I'm going to go to 2 places, Toronto in the East and Winnipeg in the West.
Okay.
And then, I mean, the Toronto Maple Leafs with Matthews and Marner and Nylander and like that whole group of players, I mean, they continue to talk about how we have to see them take the next steps. They've won a total of 5 playoff games in 1 playoff season. You're 11 wins short of winning the Stanley Cup. So now you've watched Florida be bold. And that's not just this year. That's in previous years.
Right.
We've watched Tampa Bay be bold. That's not just this year. It's here. So you're looking and you're making this comment that we have to help our team win and we want to see this group. And we believe in the group. Well, if you believe in them, help them. Austin Matthews has come out and said, yeah, it'd be nice to have an addition. It'd be nice to have some help. And now you look around you. Like, it's clear. It's right there. It's as clear can be for Brad Treliving and the Toronto Maple Leafs. You got to be bold. And people go, well, what about the prices? Well, the price of winning...
You got to pay to play.
That's it. And, like, we talk about players and players that, like, get in there and are going to do everything they can. It's the same thing with managers. So we can talk about making a trade and trade deadline 10 straight years. Great. Like,
well, I feel like
now's your
Treliving
time
is
to
one of
shine.
those
He's
GMs,
get
too,
going.
that we always hear about how he's always working the phones. He's very active. He's always in on everyone. Say the Toronto Blue Jays, right? They're in on everybody. But if you don't get the player, then it doesn't matter for a hill of beans. What about Shovel Day Off?
Well, we had Kevin on earlier, and Kevin talked. I mean, this is a really good team. But what's just happened? The Colorado Avalanche have said, oh, boy, we're pushing this further along. They've moved themselves back into Stanley Cup contention. I didn't feel that way before yesterday's trade. Now with Brock Nelson, the Dallas Stars, they're a good team. Yeah, well, not only that, they've already traded for Ceci and Granlund, who have come in and fortified their team. We don't think about that because that was a while ago. But this Dallas team is good. So we know Winnipeg's good. Do I think they're good enough to be the front runner for the Stanley Cup coming out of the West? Not now.
Really?
Not now. And I think that Kevin Shovel Day Off. And again, I'm going to say this because we hear, oh, character. Yeah, what GM is not trying to get character on their team? You're trying to add people without character? And the players get excited about knowing that they got a really good player coming in. And that team is so good in Winnipeg, they can handle anybody coming in.
You look at both of the GMs you just talked about, though, in Treliving and Shovel Day Off. Both teams, the Jets and the Leafs, teams that are regular season darlings, but have had precious little success in the postseason. JD, back to you.
All right, thank you, guys. People always ask how we talk for 9 hours. The truth is we don't. I ate a muffin while you guys were talking there. The Real Heroes Trade Center, our crew, that they don't get a break while one of 18 panels is on. Danielle, our director, going all 9 hours. Kenny, our technical producer. Jeff and Bill, our producers. Deb, Andrew, Sherry, Michael in audio, plus all the crew down here and in tape, rolling for 9 hours straight here on Trade Center 2025. Back after this.
FanDuel held a shooting contest to promote its new MySpend tool. MySpend makes it easy to view your deposit and bet history all in one place. Because betting without knowing how much you're spending is like shooting in the dark. See the whole picture. Make FanDuel's MySpend tool part of your system and stop shooting in the dark.
Silverado Trail Boss. And a little work. And a little play. And a truck that says no to nothing. And Chevrolet.
Truck Month is on now at Chevrolet. Get 0% financing for up to 72 months on select 2025 Silverado models, or visit your dealer for lease offers.
And Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
All right, Little Caesar's Crazy Puffs. Whoa!
Whoa. Have you tried the new bacon ones?
Bacon?
New Little Caesar's Bacon and Cheese Crazy Puffs for $4.99. They taste like, whoa.
Hot and ready. I would love to see Canada be the 51st state. We should have better health coverage.
No wonder Trump endorsed Polyev. Polyev is secretly bankrolled by the owners of American private for-profit hospitals. And Polyev's American-style healthcare would drive up costs, sell off public healthcare, and sell out Canada.
You will pay.
Our views would be more aligned, certainly.
That's Polyev, but it's just not Canada.
Shopping online comes with digital threats, so turn on NordVPN and encrypt your online traffic. Get 73% off NordVPN and 6 months free.
Okay, everybody, that's lunch.
Mud mask?
We're not the only trade center show in the TSN family today. The Bar Down crew at it again, covering their trade deadline in their own unique way with Trade Down, a 3-hour special streaming live on TSN Plus and YouTube. It's live now, runs until 11 a.m. All your favorite Bar Down personalities, you see some of them there. Lucas, Sam, Thomas, Jesse, and DZ. Check them out over on YouTube. This has been a time where our country's bursting with a lot of pride because of other events that have been happening. But one place we're still a little sheepish is the fact that a Canadian team has not won a Stanley Cup now in 30 full NHL seasons. So since 1994, the Cup has been won by teams representing 13 states, plus the District of Columbia. Championship teams have spanned much of the U.S., from the East, Midwest, far south, south of Sunrise, Florida, all the way to the west to California. The grand total, 30 Cups for U.S.-based teams and 0 for Canada. This current streak of 30 seasons without a Canadian team winning the Stanley Cup is 5 times the previous longest drought. 5 times. 6 seasons was the longest before that, from 1936 through 1941. And another not-so-fun fact when it comes to this, when Edmonton lost last year in Game 7 to Florida, they became the 5th Canadian team to prolong the agony over the past 3 decades, losing in 7 games. The NHL's U.S.-based teams combined to lose in 7 games just 4 times over that period of time. So not only are Canadian teams losing, but it's agonizing the way
to do that one
Canadian teams are losing.
I don't think you need to post that board anyway. Like, that was painful to watch. No more of that.
Sorry. Apologies to the nation. But it'll feel so much better when it happens. So now do you think all Canadians now, like Flames fans, have to cheer for Oilers fans if they get there?
I don't think
Sens
that'll ever
fans,
happen.
Leafs fans,
That's not happening.
even though the nation is,
I think so.
The nation needs it.
It should.
Rally
Can you see Flames fans jumping on board with the oil?
Let us all unite. We never will. We never will. We are a nation divided come playoff time. We do this every single year, is we identify our 5 Cup favorites, 1 through 5, and then at the end of the day, we see what has changed depending on the deals and if the panel wants to alter. We welcome Mark Giordano. First time he's getting to do this. So 1 through 5, I had a hard time with this,
Yeah,
by
I
the
did
way.
too.
As a matter of fact, I did this 2 days ago, and I have no recollection of who I chose. So, Cheryl, you may go first. Run us through your top 5.
You know, it's tough, and it's starting to change right now with the Colorado moves. But I'm going to go with number 1, Dallas. I'm just looking at, you know, the depth in that forward group, the speed. And you look at the Granlund addition and Ottinger on the back end. So for them, Dallas, of course, the experience getting to the Western Conference final. Winnipeg's pretty self-explanatory there. Dynamite power play. Connor Hellebuck. Tampa Bay. I mean, the three-headed monster, Gensel, Kucherov, and then, of course, Vasilevsky. Florida, tough to play against. Now the addition of Seth Jones on the back end. And then Vegas can never count them out. The trees on the back end, tough to get to the middle of the ice.
O-Doc.
I'm going to exercise my Bob McKenzie, right? I'm not going to change this regardless of what happens today. He always does this. He just says
in the game.
He always says stuff like, in the past, I'm not doing this.
You wouldn't even do this list.
I know. So I'm just getting on top of the second half of it. This will not change today.
Okay.
You know you can't leave early because of that, because I just feel like your mind is turning.
Maybe. You never know. Florida Panthers, I can't believe a team. You would think that they were tired and they look lackluster. Maybe this isn't their year, but, man, they just look hungry. Their organization is backing them, bringing in Seth Jones, although we'll see how much of a difference maker he can be. The Washington Capitals, I've never had belief in them, but, man, you just continually watch them night after night. You're like, these guys, they do it right. They get goaltending. Ovi's 30 years old again, and it's like, what's this guy going to do? Winnipeg and Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay, I can't believe I'm putting them there. Earlier in their season, I was like, they're a little bit inconsistent. And the big X factor at the end, the Toronto Maple Leafs. Could this be their year? Let's see what they do today to help their chances.
All right, Gio, first crack at this. Go ahead.
Well, first team in 30 years. I guess Edmonton.
As a Calgary Flame, that might.
Yeah, you just said Calgary can't support Edmonton.
The guys are going to kill me for this one, but I just think you got Draisaitl and McDavid. Their playoff success. That's, you know, you're down 2-0 before the game starts. You got to get 3 to beat those guys on most nights. Then you go to Winnipeg, having a great year. I think they're finally going to, you know, get over the hump and get through the first round this year. And Hellebuck's going to have a better playoff, hopefully, for them. And then Colorado, with all the moves they've made, I mean, how can you discount them? I mean, getting Nelson at center, they're so much deeper. Even the Lindgren kid on defense makes their defense that much better. And then I'm going to go with my old buddies in Toronto, the Leafs. I think they've had really good goaltending this year with Stolarz and Wall, and I think their overall game is more suited for playoffs, so I'll pick them. And finally, Tampa Bay. I think with the pickups they've made as well in the last couple of days, they're a lot deeper.
Mike Johnson.
Pandering to the Canadian crowd with 3 Canadian teams.
He went all over the country.
First and 30.
Impressive. All right. I'm Sam and Cheryl. I got Dallas. This was before I even heard about Rantanen, and I think they're the highest scoring team in the league. They're doing without Heiskanen. He'll be back at some point. Maybe Tyler Seguin comes back. They're going to be aggressive. I like them, of course. Winnipeg, number 2, but that is only if they win the division. If you don't win the division, everything changes. Winnipeg has to win the division. They don't want to go through that gauntlet.
Qualifiers. You just do your.
I was going to say you can't do that.
I put as many qualifiers as I want. It's my rules. Vegas, underrated. They play in a good division, strong, all the underlying metrics, and I wouldn't be surprised if they sneak into something today as well. Tampa, Vasilevsky's back, defense is back. Their top players have been great. And Washington plays in the worst division in the league, and I think their path to getting deeper gives them a great chance to go all the way.
Now, I chose these yesterday before the Nelson change for Colorado, so I would already bump Colorado into my 5-0. So I would change. I would change. Are we counted as a trade or no?
Anarchy.
Are we counting it as a day trade and today or yesterday?
No, wait till the end of the day to make.
I'll only make one exception. There has to be blockbuster-ish type stuff for me to move off of this 5. So give me a blockbuster.
Would Rantanen count for you? Rantanen to Dallas, would that change? Where do you have Dallas? You don't have Dallas on your 5.
I don't, so it doesn't affect anything. Maybe, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
They have to play Colorado probably in the first round if Colorado bumps into that spot. So
unless Dallas catches Winnipeg.
I did these actually at the start of the year. This is how good I am at this. So I knew Winnipeg would be first. Put some respect on their name, the Winnipeg Jets.
They're in there.
I know, but nobody else has them as number 1. They can't be the best team all year. Watched last night. Too good. Florida, 2nd for the reasons you guys outlined. Vegas, 3rd for the reasons you guys outlined. Edmonton, 4. I just couldn't leave them off the top 5. And Washington, the same thing. You can't play this well all year and not at least get the respect of being in the top 5. But it did hurt me to leave off Dallas, Toronto, and Tampa. we should do a top 8, but then there wouldn't be any hard decisions. So, right?
You just mentioned Winnipeg there. I kind of feel for them because we talked about like the haves and have-nots where players want to go to Vegas and Dallas and Florida. When you're a quality team and you're just hearing the rumblings of guys that want to show up there, like I played in a small market for a lot of the years I was in the league. It sucks when you're on the outside looking in where it's like that team, everybody wants to go there. You don't feel like you're in the same league. It's just disappointing when you're having a quality season. And you want to be the team where everyone's like, I want to go there and jump on board with Nate McKinnon or in Vegas or in Florida. When you're not one of those teams, you're like, man, are you even in the same league as these guys?
Maybe they'll chip on their shoulders, though, because of it from the guys that are there. Like, you know what? They don't want to come here. We don't want them here. We got good enough guys here. The Hellebucks, the Shifleys, that
the guys that extended, the guys that chose to come back. That's the thing.
What's interesting too is just the different division races here. Like you said, if you win the Central, you'll get what on paper should be a bit of a mismatch with whether it's Calgary, Vancouver.
It's still not going to be a joke show to get a wild card team. Like
But if you win the Pacific, you could get Colorado in the first round. I mean, there's a decent chance Colorado could pass Minnesota.
Probably Minnesota.
But, and then it's the same in the Eastern Conference where in the Atlantic you want to win, you'll get a easier on paper showdown. But yeah, it's just fascinating for the last 20 games here of the National Hockey League as we here on Trade Center. We are, let's see, we are an hour and 48 minutes in and no deals yet. Gio, did you expect? Are you bored yet? I just want to gauge how you feel.
He's a shutdown guy.
You're a shutdown guy.
Not much happens.
A lot of downtime, but no, it's usually slow, I guess, at the start. But I am bored for sure.
Have you asked, I know you asked yourself as a player. Have you asked yourself at all this morning why the heck are they on at 8 o'clock in the morning? Has that ran through your mind at any time?
When I got up at 5 a.m. to get ready to come in, yes, I wondered why we weren't on later. But no, I think that, like you said, the asking prices are so high, and guys are probably waiting for them to come down, and that's the holdup.
Do you think we usually don't get big name flurries like in that last two hours? So it'll be really interesting to see if Rantanen does happen, if it happens really late today, because it's been a while since something like that.
I wonder, James, if regular trades happen, not just UFA guys, but you have to wait a long time. You know, maybe the penny UFAs don't go, so just the Buffalo market heat up where, you know, good young players, Paterka, Tuck, Cousins, those guys, maybe that happens right near the wire.
Let's check in with our second general manager of the day. It's Steve Staios of the Ottawa Senators, his second deadline as general manager. You made the Tarasenko deal last year. You didn't make a deal on deadline day. Is your expectation to do something today, Steve?
I guess time will tell, James, but we're certainly working through a lot of different scenarios. I mean, looking at our team moving into this deadline, we're pleased with the step that they've taken. The depth has been tested, and you know, it's hung in pretty good. And we feel like we're a good team when we're fully healthy. So we're looking at a few different options right now.
Now, sometimes what happens on trade deadline day is just not about the trades that happened that day. I understand that some of the groundwork for the Linus Ullmark deal was done last year on deadline day. Is that accurate?
That is. I think a lot of these conversations, if you don't get to a deal, you can pick up on the conversations, you know, much more fluidly in the summer because you've already been down the path with a team on it. So certainly there's a lot of information, you know, being shared, and you get an understanding of what other teams are looking for, and it helps going into the off season. Last year at the deadline, as you mentioned, we were in a totally different position than we were this year. So this one has been different.
Because of an NHL sanction levied at previous management, you have to go without a first-round pick either this year or next year. Does that limit what you can do on a day like today?
Well, it's something we certainly have to keep in mind. I mean, it's, you know, those first-round picks are very valuable, and it's an unfortunate situation that we're going to have to deal with at some point. So obviously, like it's one of those things where, you know, we keep it in mind in certain situations like this, and also we're going to have to look at what year we have to, you know, give it up in this year or next year. We've got to make our best, you know, estimation on when that is.
You guys have been streaky the last couple of months. You had that 5-game losing streak where it looked dicey, but now points in 3 straight, 5 points out of 6 possible ones. Do you feel like your team has turned things around in time for the stretch run?
I do. I have confidence in this group. I think when you look back on James on some of those losing streaks, I think you can look right to health. And so we're hoping for some good fortune down the stretch here that way. But credit to the players. I mean, they've taken a step. This group's taken a step. I think our culture and our environment have taken a step in the right direction. And we're looking forward. This is the first time for this core group in particular being in a stretch run like this, and they're excited about it.
Massive game tomorrow at home against the Rangers, one of those rivals in the race for a wild card spot. Last question, and we've never touched on this before, but in 2023, we gave up ace panelist and trade deadline star Dave Poulin to the Ottawa Senators and got nothing in return. Butkus, are you ever going to make good on this deal?
No, that deal is signed, sealed, and delivered. You guys signed off on it, so yeah, it's a win for the Sens, that's for sure.
I hope you can pull off another thievery deal today for the Ottawa Senators. Steve Stales, thanks for your time today.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, as we focus on the NHL today, we also take a second to glimpse in on the PWHL and the World Championships coming your way.
Ambrose pulls it back. She waits. Her shot. Rebound in front. She scores! Danielle Sardagny has done it in overtime. Canada plays spoiler in Utica. What a play. What a fight. A battle in Utica. The youth, the next generation of stars. It's Danielle Sardagny, the power play OT winner for Canada.
A moment we all remember well with the Women's World Hockey Championships just over a month away. We all know that, of course, was the golden goal scored in OT last year, Cheryl. So we're looking ahead to this year. We're going to do a little projection for Team Canada's rosters. We welcome in Kenzie Lalonde and, of course, Marie-Philippe Poulin, still the top of the hockey world, Kenzie. But let's look to her wings. You got Gardner and Stacey side by side. Why'd you put them there when you look at the roster?
Well, Lindsay, the PWHL is such an evaluation tool now for these national teams. So look no further than the top line for the Montreal Victoire right now in Marie-Philippe Poulin, Laura Stacey, and Jen Gardner. So why not put them together, right? You look at the production as of late. The last 5 games for the Victoire, they have scored 10 goals. 7 have come from this top line. A long-time conversation with this national team has been who plays with Poulin. You need the skill, you need the IQ, and you also need someone that can hound pucks. And I think Jen Gardner can do that. And you look at the speed and skill that Stacey is really leaning into right now. Plus, she's her wife, right? You have this chemistry here. I think why not break something that's working? So keep that trio together. I think it would be great for Team Canada.
Keep in mind, this is Kenzie in my projection, not Troy Ryan. So when I look at Jennifer Gardner, we've seen that cyclical rotation, trying to find someone with Poulin. So I love this look. Also liked her at the rivalry series as well.
Okay, now, Pounder, Canada looks strong up front, of course. Then on the back end, the defense anchored by veteran Renata Fast again. What about the rookie, 18-year-old Chloe Primerano? What type of impact could she have?
Well, because you're a year outside of the Olympic Winter Games, I think you bring a player like Chloe Primerano in. She did get the shootout winner in Utah at the rivalry series before Christmas. But when I look at her also, she was the captain of the under-18 World Championship team. I think you've got to give her that experience. If you line her up with someone like Jocelyn Larocque, a shutdown defender, she's a player who likes to transport the puck. She's got really great vision for the future. You could see her on a power play. So for me, they got to bring the 18-year-old in now, put her alongside a veteran like Jocelyn, and then just see how she does. Give her those valuable minutes because she really is a talent.
All right, now, Kenzie, Primerano won't be the only rookie. You got Cava and Watts as well there. What do you like about them?
Yeah, let's touch on Primerano. Let's put this into context a little bit for fans as well. The last 18-year-old to suit up for Team Canada at a Women's World was Marie-Philippe Poulin back in 2009. So just to kind of give some context of how significant this is, the reason Cheryl and I think she should be on this roster, she really is the next bona fide defender here for Team Canada. Okay, yeah, some other new faces. Daryl Watts. Look, Lindsay, her time is now. We've seen her at the U18 level. We've seen what she can do with the rivalry series. I think she deserves to make this team, pair alongside someone like Sarah Fillier. They can have that skill. They can work together. And then we can also touch on Cava. This World Championship roster is bigger this year. Teams can bring 25 players. So we have her there as more of an alternate position, depending on the health of Nurse or Spooner. You can look to her. She is kind of that Swiss Army knife, if you will. She's 30 years old. She's a pro player. This would be her first ever Team Canada team, but I think you look at what she's done with the Minnesota Frost the last few years. She deserves to be on this Team Canada team, and she can be an impact player.
And if you're looking at the PWHL as best on best, you know, the most suited, like it's the most likely opportunity to look at sort of an American and a U.S. rivalry or American and a Canadian rivalry. You look at those players and you say, someone like Daryl Watch, I think she's a bona fide top 6. There's no question about it. You look at what she's doing with the Scepters right now. She's got finesse. She's got the skill. So I think she really needs to be a part of this roster. And we talk about Cava. She hasn't given an opportunity. But when you look at a player like her, it is her IQ, the cerebral level to her game, which is why she's in the right spots at the right time. She's hoisted a Walter Cup. So I think she deserves a sniff with the extra 2 players that can now go to the international competition.
All right, well, Canada had a roster good enough to win gold last year. We'll see what the Cheryl Pounds Kenzie Lalonde version brings this year. And 2 names you saw on that roster are actually here in studio today. Happy to welcome in Anne-Renee Desbiens of Montreal Victoire and Renata Fast of the Toronto Scepters, of course. Both Team Canada members and played each other last night in the PWHL. We'll get to that game in just a moment. But we talk about the way last year ended. Overtime, dramatic golden goal from Canada. And Renee, does the Canada-USA rivalry ever get old? Because it doesn't for us as broadcasters.
It doesn't for us as players as well. Every single game is often a 1-goal game, an overtime shootout. We go from 0-0 to 6-5. We just never know what's going to happen, but it's always physical. It's always intense. A lot of great players, goal-scoring abilities. So it's kind of everything you want in a game.
Well, it's fabulous to have like the best goaltender in the world and the best defenders in the world alongside of us right now. But as we head into the Olympics, 1 year out roughly, do you think that there's a different approach to this upcoming World Championship because of it?
I think a little bit. I mean, you're 1 year out from the Olympics, and you have an opportunity to select some players and see what they can do when it's best on best talent. And I think that's exactly what these rosters are going to do. You have some players that maybe haven't had the opportunity to play at a World Championships. Bring them now so you can see what they can do in these pressure situations, and then you can evaluate them as we approach 1 year out from the Olympics.
All right, so a lot to look forward to when it comes to both the Olympics and the World Championship. Now, as I mentioned, you 2 were in action last night. A 4-1 win for the Toronto Scepters. But I should note, this game had a little bit of everything, didn't it?
Oh, did it ever? I think it was full of special teams. Both Anne and I spent some time in the ball. Anne wasn't in the box.
I did spend time in the box. I sent some players to the box.
Some penalties, some power play opportunities. So, yeah, it's always an incredible game when we get to play Montreal. It's personally one of my favorite teams to play against. It's always back and forth.
And we have some viz right here of the assist, Renata. So walk us through the drama, shall you?
I just came in the game. Give me a break.
I was going to say, you know, you came into that game, but you did have a primary. She had a primary assist on one of the goals with you in there. I'm surprised you're standing beside each other right now. It's pretty good.
I'll push you down
1-2 in the lead.
And that's not all. We got more viz because we have the penalties as well. Do you guys want to see a replay of that?
Oh, boy.
Walk us through. Take us through last night. I mean, as I said, this game truly had anything. And Renee,
that's the first penalty. You come in a game and you try to play the puck, you fumble it, and you have to trip the player so they don't score. And the second one was just, my player got cross-checked right on top of me, so a little push and shove in there, got spicy.
Hey, Marty, Noodles, you want to comment on that? Pretty aggressive, hey?
Gotta use that. Noodles is still on suspension. Noodles' suspension is still active because of what he did with mistake.
Oh, man. All right, well, it's all love here as Team Canada teammates, of course. And as I mentioned, the PWHL trade line is coming up March 13th. So a busy day here, but plenty to look forward to around the corner. We'll continue to watch the 2 of you. James, back to you.
Thank you, guys. And the Women's Worlds begin April 9th from Czechia on TSN. When we return, we'll start touring around and going in-depth with the panel on the Canadian team, starting with the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Matthew, back for 9. He shoots, scores! Tavares, long lead pass to Martin, in behind the defense. Martin, in, shoots, scores! Now Matthews winds in, off the Matthews, in, shoots, scores! Austin Matthews!
Closed captioning is brought to you by Golf Town's Trade-In Days. Trade up to new clubs from top brands. Visit us in-store or at golftown.com to learn more.
Shopping online comes with digital threats, so turn on NordVPN and encrypt your online traffic. Get 73% off NordVPN and 6 months free.
We Canadians believe in love at first sight. So at Harvey's, when we looked at our classic poutine in all its glory, we said, let's put a ring on it. New Frings Poutine. Only for a limited time at Harvey's.
When flight prices dropped, Vic could finally book his midlife crisis. You were made to embrace all life stages. We were made to tell you when it's the best time to book your flight. Expedia, made to travel.
If you never thought you could see yourself driving an EV, then don't. See yourself in this. The all-electric Ford F-150 Lightning. The only EV that's an F-150.
No matter what kind of teeth you gotta brush, Oral-B Electric cleans better with one simple touch. Oral-B's dentist-inspired round brush head hugs them, cleans them, and gets in between them for 100% cleaner teeth. Your perfect clean routine starts with Oral-B.
At Sleep Country, we know that for every reason that keeps us awake, there are hundreds more that make us dream. That's why we're offering 25% off, because great sleep fuels tomorrow's dreams. Sleep well, Canada.
Do you need financing for your business? Get up to $800,000 in less than 24 hours from Merchant Growth. Apply online today and get your no-obligation quote. Trusted by over 10,000 businesses, Merchant Growth is Canada's leader for convenient business financing. Apply now at merchantgrowth.ca.
Unleash your inner lion at Leo Vegas.
Word on the street is you've been watching Crave. A lot of it. Smart move. It's got a sizzling lineup of reality shows. Plus, with HBO, Crave is the hottest place to be. Really hot. Crave. Endlessly entertaining.
Suits LA. All new Sunday, 9/10 Mountain on CTV.
Some technical gremlins here as we start hour 3 here on Trade Center, 5 hours away from the deadline of 3 o'clock Eastern time. Quiet as it usually is in the early hours of the show. Let's check in one more time with Gordon Miller and the Breakers.
All right, so we've been monitoring the Mikko Rantanen situation, and I think that it bears repeating just how significant a player he is. If you thought the first trade was an earthquake from Colorado to Carolina, the next one might be even bigger. What's the latest, CJ?
Well, they're having fun with it on the social media accounts of the Carolina Hurricanes. They said they're going to do it a Friday morning, ask me anything. We're not answering any questions. So in the absence of that, I'll try to I'll do that job for you. But step one of this process, when we go back to late last night, early this morning, is that Carolina and Dallas did work out the framework of a trade for Mikko Rantanen. But it had a very important step two, which has not happened yet, which is that the Dallas Stars had to reach a contract extension with Rantanen's camp. And so, you know, where we are right now is it does sound like there are some other avenues being explored for Rantanen. There's obviously still some time here before the deadline. And, you know, maybe Dallas can find a way to get there. But, you know, this is a player that is poised to be, not only is he an unusual player to be talking about at the trade deadline, if he gets to July 1st, we're talking about the top of the board free agent potentially. And obviously this is a league where players of that caliber in their primes have not often in recent years become free and available. And that's a really unique opportunity for Rantanen. And so we'll have to see if they can get this step two completed, because if not, there's no trade.
So you're saying we should come back here July 1st for Rantanen and Marner Day?
Oh, God.
You said Marner. I'll stick with Rantanen.
And to Mike Johnson's point, what if they don't trade him, which becomes really interesting. Speaking of along those lines.
That's actually what they should do, but anyway.
Brad Marchand. You know, we've been talking about who might be interested, but let's talk about, is Boston really going down this road?
They have explored trade talks in a significant manner in the last 24 to 48 hours. But it's not out of the realm of possibility that they still sign him. This is really going down to the wire, is what I was just told here in the last few minutes. It's going down to the wire with some of the teams that have shown interest. You know, Colorado was a team that seemed like a possibility before they went out and spent a lot of assets to get Brock Nelson, so I would rule Colorado probably out. But the LA Kings have surfaced as a possibility for Brad Marchand. Listen, there are other teams in there as well. But again, what's fascinating to me is that we know there have been offers and counteroffers between Brad Marchand's camp and the Boston Bruins in the last 24 hours. And how does that get resolved? And again, this is not just a veteran UFA star. This is the captain of the Boston Bruins. And I think there's a lot of emotion at play here on top of it, not to mention the fact that the Bruins are not sitting in a playoff spot. There's tremendous pressure on that organization to get assets.
And just to back up a bit to Rantanen, and what CJ reported is bang on, but the update to the minute is that the agent in this case, who is Andy Scott, has re-engaged with the Dallas Stars. So the Dallas Stars are up this morning. And as he said, step 2 of that deal with the Carolina Hurricanes was to get the contract, extension in place. Otherwise, Dallas just can't do it. They're not going to do it. So those talks between the Dallas Stars and the player and his representative are underway this morning.
If the Stars do get Rantanen, that will officially make Dallas Finland's second largest city. I think that'll be 8 Finns either on the team or in the organization. Dregs, we've seen Florida and Tampa go all in, right? Which is interesting because if they play each other in the playoffs, one of them's going out in the first round.
Yeah.
Where does that leave Toronto?
Well, the Toronto Maple Leafs fans would want the same message, right? Let's go all in because, even though the window for the Toronto Maple Leafs to win is relatively open because of what we joked about, the Marner situation, where that ends up, there's a feeling that they do need to do something, but not in response to what Tampa Bay or Florida has done. And we know Brad Treliving. I mean, he's in on absolutely everything every year, and this year is no different. But I don't think he's going to be reactive to what's going on around him. I'm confident in saying, almost guaranteeing, almost a Messier, Gord, that
Messier guarantee on trade deadline
will end up today doing something, right? Of course he's going to do something. We know what the needs are: center, defense. So we'll see what it ends up being.
The Colorado deal last night for Brock Nelson was interesting to me because it underscored that a team like the Colorado Avalanche that want to win another Stanley Cup are prepared to trade away arguably their top prospect in Cal Ritchie. And to your point about the Toronto Maple Leafs, they've got Easton Cowan, they've got Fraser Minton, they've got Ben Danforth. So will they give up one of their top guys or more than one of their top guys in an effort? It really depends on what you're getting. The Avalanche knew they were getting Brock Nelson, arguably the best center available on the market, I guess. So they were quite happy. Cal Ritchie's a real good get on a rental sale for Lou Lamoriello and the New York Islanders. Cal Ritchie is probably at worst projected as a second-line center in the National Hockey League. He'd be an A- or a B+ level prospect if you canvass a bunch of scouts, which I did. So that was a real nice return for him. But it underscores what teams have to do at this time of the year if they want to go all in and try to win the Stanley Cup. And that's something the Leafs are going to have to deal with their guys.
Just quickly, you mentioned if it's a Battle of Florida, someone goes out early. Right now, there's a really decent chance it's Dallas, Colorado in the first round of the playoffs in the Central in a 2-3 matchup.
Right.
So, and those teams are completely all in an arms race. It's absolutely fascinating theater because it affects how far Dallas, as they re-engage, you said, Dregs, with Rantanen's camp, how far can they extend themselves to get that done? They're trying to win a cup. They're all in. And Colorado just emptied the cupboard for Brock Nelson.
So a weird year for Rantanen could end up with him playing Colorado in the first round after all this, if this trade comes together.
Right. And then you get into the tax scenarios too, right? I mean, Rantanen on the open market is probably a $14 million player. He's not getting $14 million, you wouldn't think, from the Dallas Stars.
Doesn't need to.
He doesn't need to for tax purposes.
He might like to.
We'll talk about that when the CBA is up. How's that?
Oh, can't wait. James?
Won't be here.
We've heard that from you before, Bob McKenzie. Let's bring in Mark Masters from Denver. We were mentioning earlier, Mark, that Brad Treliving has a 10-year streak as a general manager of Calgary and then Toronto of making at least one deal on deadline day. And did he make a little waiver move yesterday to free some money up to likely extend that streak?
Yeah, he laid the groundwork, James. Ryan Reaves on waivers yesterday. A popular teammate, 38 years old, though, and has only played in 3 of the last 11 games. I thought it was a little notable that he actually was volunteered to lead the stretch after the morning skate in Vegas on Wednesday, even though he wasn't going to play in that game. He's a former Knight, popular teammate. Nice nod to him in that moment. But he's on waivers, and so the question is, Treliving, what is he going to do? Is it going to be a center? Max Domi's been the third-line center much of the year. He's only got 4 goals. I also thought it was notable that Brad Treliving recently came out and said you can never have too many defensemen. Of course, Chris Tanev's been hurt. They've gotten a look at what life is like without Chris Tanev here in the last 4 games. It hasn't gone that smoothly, so I'll be intrigued to see. Is it a center? Is it a defenseman? But the expectation is he's going to make the move. They don't have a ton of assets. Easton Cowan, Fraser Minton, top prospects, 2026 first-round pick. But thin margins as he operates in the thin air of Denver, Colorado here today, James.
Look at you bringing it all together early in the morning. There's Mark Masters out in Denver. Again, we'll check in with him if and when the Leafs do something a little bit later on. We're going to do this for all of the Canadian teams. Check out exactly where they stand right now as far as their roster. We know a lot of the strength up front. Really good shutdown pairing in McCabe and Tanev when he gets back. Calle Jarnkrok played his first 2 games of the season this week after recovering from hernia and groin surgery. And Mark was talking about Ryan Reaves on waivers, which frees up $1.15 million or thereabouts if Treliving wants to do something today. But it is definitely a tight squeeze. Now, as we do these conversations about the Canadian teams, we'll usually leave the goaltending to our goaltending panel, so we'll get to Stolars and Woll in just a second. But where are you? We did a Leafs game this week, and you were suddenly this voice of reason, don't go all in, be patient, which is the most anti-O thing I've ever heard. Usually 50, you're grinding them to make the big deal.
I'm now the voice of reason on the panel.
So what do you want to see happen?
Well, the one thing you have to look at, and we've been talking about the prices for some of these players all morning, and if you've got to look at the health of your best player, with Austin Matthews, you have to decide, like, is he ever going to get to a point where he can lead the charge and take this team to the next level? Because if you're going to make the decision that it's a question mark or you don't know if he can do it, does it make all the sense in the world to push all these chips in for an asset that's going to be there for 3 months? I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with him, like long term. I don't know if it can be fixed this year, if he can be 100% come playoff time. But that has to be a part of the equation here, because if he's not the guy that can't be dialed in and lead your team in the playoffs, then what's the sense of doing all this? Just like the New Jersey Devils, Jack Hughes, he went down, he's done for the season. You're not going to pack it in and mail it in for the season, but are you going to reassess on what you're actually going to do? That has to be a question.
Even as is, though, Matthews is a 45-goal, 90-point guy. So, I mean, is that good enough with the roster around him to warrant a more serious consideration of what you're going to do? The issue for me is clearly established what they need. They need a centerman, they need a defenseman. And prices are huge. The question becomes, are the players that are out there good enough to warrant the price and good enough to make a difference from the guys they already have there? And that's where I wonder about the centerman. Brock Nelson would have been that guy. The other pending UFA guys we heard, I'm not sure they're much of a difference on Max Domi, a guy they already have here playing center. Now, the thing that they actually need, and Gio beside me nodding his head in agreement, they need a right shot second pair defenseman. Morgan Rielly at this point has been established is good offensively. He needs help to be good defensively. Him and Oliver Ekman-Larsson haven't been a perfect fit there. The shutdown pair is fantastic. Same problem exists, though. Who is that guy that can play on the right shot on the second pair?
Do you have an answer?
I mean, Ristolainen might be the closest, but I mean, that's maybe a bit of a stretch. Luke Schenn is more anecdotal because it worked last time, although looking at Luke Schenn's career and his numbers, I don't know if it'd work again, but it worked before. So that's what they probably will go get because it seems like an easier find than getting an offensive-minded centerman who can help them score goals, which they always have trouble doing in the playoffs.
Gio, you know a thing or two, or lots of things about defensive defensemen and the importance. This Tanev and McCabe, because of the problems behind them, how critical are they to their hopes once they get to the playoffs?
Oh, they're their most important pair for sure. I think they're gonna match up against the other team's top lines, but I do think, you know, it's critical to have a second pair that's going and can shut down top lines as well. You're gonna get into situations where, you know, there's icings, you're on the road, you're not going to get the matchup you need. The guys are going to be tired at some points where you're going to have to put your second pair or third pair even out against the top line. So it's critical to get some help there. I think, you know, when Mike Van Ryn, the D coach there, he'll do things like split them up at times to even out the minutes. But like Gio Johnny was saying, I think it's important to maybe add a shutdown guy to help Mo play.
What does that mean, though? You're a left-handed D-man, Mo's a left-handed D-man. What does the help mean? Does that mean, like, if there's a battle in the corner, you got to be the guy to go and do it, and then I just get the puck out? Like, what does the help exactly mean?
No, I just think, like, when Shen came, it was just they fit well together. They gelled. Yeah. There's guys who for any reason, like, you just gel together, you play well together. Like, when I played with Chris Tanev in Calgary, it was so easy to play with this guy. It was, like, unbelievable. And then you have guys you play with and you're like, this is miserable out here. You feel like you're working hard and you're grinding.
I also think, you know, it's different. You know, if you're a shutdown guy, you're bigger, you're rangier, you can kind of play your offside. You saw the difference with McCabe, right? You know, without Tanev, we've seen sort of the performance sort of go down just a little bit. So for me, if you are going to be on your onside, you know, you want that onside defenseman. You want someone who's going to make a play off the boards down low, a good exit pass. If you're more of a physical player, you're big, you're a tree, and you're gonna push play, you're gonna hit. You know, you can play your offside a little bit differently because you're boxing out and you're protecting, pushing to the outside. But it's certainly different because Morgan Riley, he's got to be better. I mean, that's a big piece right now to this back end.
And you say he's got to be better, but is he better?
Yeah.
Like, he's good at what he does.
I guess it's the expectation,
But, like,
too.
I think you got to just recognize he's not a great defensive defenseman. He's never going to be, hasn't been.
Yeah.
And he's gone through a dozen different partners, and maybe it's him. Like, he's just, you know, he's good at what he does well, and the other stuff. But you're talking about guys that, here's my dark horse pick for Toronto.
I know who it's going to be.
Charlie Coyle, Brandon Carlo. Go get Boston both.
Both.
Right shot.
Would the Bruins do that?
I don't worry about that. I mean, and for that, they both have term. I would pay a significant price for those two guys.
Craig Button?
You know, lots to contemplate there. You know, one of the things you think about, and to Mike's point, is this team good enough? Do they have, like, if Austin Matthews isn't 100%, like, that's a big factor here. The other name I was going to mention, Mike, was Connor Murphy. This is a right shot defenseman. He's got a year left on his contract. But, you know, maybe Brad Treliving knows, to your point, Jeff, that there's a lot more there than we know, and maybe he just looks, he goes, I can't go all in right now because I don't have a team. But now that puts the pressure on Brad coming up to free agency, coming up to the draft, to make significant moves. We know that the cap, the payroll range is certain. We know that it's much higher, and that now is new opportunity. So if his reality is that he can't do anything, he better be planting seeds for heading into the draft to get some real good help around this core of players.
Can't be irresponsible, but, like, what are you waiting for? I mean, if you're not going to go now, you know, kicking it down a year down the road, I get it, but at some point, this is the group.
Yeah.
And Tavares is not getting younger. Who knows if he comes back? Marner may not come back. And now there'll be lots of money to be spent there, but, you know, the idea that you're going to get a better chance next year, that is not a guarantee.
And the division, we've said this numerous times, is so critical because that 2-3 matchup, just like it's going to be in the Central, is going to be nuts. 3 games with Florida, Cheryl. March 13th, April 2nd, and April 8th likely go a long way in deciding it.
Yeah, there's 3 points separating them right now between the 3 teams. And for me, the Toronto Maple Leafs have to make a move here. It's not about overreacting for Brad Treliving, but it is about reacting because you have to look at what Tampa has done. You know that they've got Vasilevsky, that top line. They've made some depth additions. Then you also go to the Florida Panthers. They're tough to play against. When Kachuk gets back in that lineup, the likes of Sam Bennett, now Seth Jones. I'm looking at this Toronto Maple Leaf team, and you're still looking on that second line. I mean, Holmberg is on the left flank right now. So if you want to talk about sort of a team that's got to bolster, you've got to bolster into your top 6. I also like that Bobby McMahon. You know, he's been strong. I think that they like
Bobby McMahon?
I know, it's hard to tell. Hey, guys, I like Bobby McMahon, but he didn't play in the playoffs last year, right? So I think that that's a guy that can really be a difference maker, but you're starting to see these little bit of these holes when you match up against those other teams. I think it's absolutely critical, which will bring the goaltenders who they go with now because they've got to win these games.
And Mike, to your point of why not now, the goaltending situation has never been better. I mean, up until Wohl's last couple, I would have said just a great 1-2, but Stolarz has been just fantastic all season. Let's hear from the goalies, our goalie panel on the Leafs goalies, guys.
Yeah, JD, Stolarz has been fantastic, and that's been very, very important for Leaf fans in general because year after year, for the last few years, the question mark, yeah, the Leafs have a great regular season, they go to the playoffs, and people go, yeah, but what about their goaltending? Now, Connor Hellebuck, the overwhelming favorite for the Vezina, .926 save percentage. Right behind him, 1 point. .925 is Anthony Stolarz in save percentage. Second best save percentage in the entire NHL. Leaf fans, a fair warning. One of these guys loves their goaltending situation. The other guy's like, hold on, pump the brakes. Marty, what's your comfort level with Leafs goaltending?
I love it. I love it because I am very happy to see how Stolarz is playing this year. Coming off a Stanley Cup winning season as a backup with the Florida Panthers, and he's taken all that experience and what he's learned from playing with Sergei Bobrovsky, and he's not just a guy that can play 35, 40 games into a year. I think he's a legitimate number one. Look, you look at the goalies that have played 20 games or more in the NHL this year. Anthony Stolarz is second in the league in goals saved above expectation per game. Only Logan Thompson has better numbers. And that's including Connor Hellebuck, that's including Shesterkin, Vasilevsky, everybody. So I think that Stolarz has had a fantastic season. And you look at their team save percentage, they haven't been in the top 10 since 2017-18. That's when Freddie Anderson and Curtis McElhinney was the tandem. And we all love Freddie Anderson back there. That was before the injuries. But now they've got that tandem. Stolarz as the number one for me to take him, deep in the playoffs.
Good job by the defense. Now it's the prosecution. What do you think?
No, the prosecution is this team in the regular season has never been a problem. And I'll go back to, you just mentioned Freddie Anderson. He was an all-star. Yeah. So was Jack Campbell. So the biggest thing is yes, I love this tandem as far as Stolarz and Woll, what they're capable of.
But you haven't seen more from Stolarz than you saw from Anderson and Jack Campbell in the regular season. You haven't seen more from him so far?
Stolarz, he's played 23 games. So, I mean, the most he's ever played in a season is 28. I love the player. I do believe he is going to as a number one goaltender. But it's about show me. He has 0 starts in the playoffs. Joseph Woll has 4. So it's about, can they do it? That's the biggest question mark that needs to be answered. So, yes, I love their body of work, but this is regular season. The playoffs are a different animal.
How much of this is actually Stolarz? I mean, you guys watch and break down the guys play every single night, every single goalie across the NHL. How much of this is actually what Stolarz is doing, playing the best hockey of his career, versus the system under Craig Berube?
I think they go hand in hand. There's nothing wrong with that. Would I love Mark Giordano blocking shots for me left and right? Absolutely, because he's a top-tier defenseman. He's a Norris winner. You've got Tanev doing that. You've got McCabe. I really like when they're playing to their capabilities. This team as a whole is connected defensively, so they're protecting the goaltenders. But that not being said, the goaltenders have done a great job. Stolarz has been fantastic. And, yeah, Woll has had a couple tough starts, but he's been very good this season as well.
The whole tandem thing's
changing the way they play defensively. Like Austin Matthews doesn't have the wow number of scoring goals, but he will be impactful defensively when it comes playoff time. I think that's a big change in the way that the Leafs are looking at the playoffs this year as opposed to the last few years.
So our guys are split. Both say Stolarz has been playing well. Marty says he's ready to lead the Leafs deep into the postseason. Jamie says, show me.
Well, he will get a chance to show us all come playoff time, likely. And the pursuit of a center continues for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Of course, Scott Lawton, one of those names we've been hearing now for weeks, as trade center continues.
Lawton sits in
FanDuel held a shooting contest to promote its new MySpend tool. MySpend makes it easy to view your deposit and bet history all in one place. Because betting without knowing how much you're spending is like shooting in the dark. See the whole picture. Make FanDuel's MySpend tool part of your system and stop shooting in the dark.
Subway's new Mojo sauce is unlike anything you've had before. Go Mojo mode on a 6-inch sub with freshly sliced turkey for just $4.99.
Many Canadians are facing housing challenges.
Renting can be expensive.
A down payment can feel out of reach.
And if you do own, it can be tough to keep up with maintenance.
Everyone deserves a place to call home at a price they can afford. The Government of Canada has programs that help open doors to housing affordability. Learn more at canada.ca/housing.
You get rid of that artificially drawn line.
Poilievre would roll over for Trump. He'd sell off our public health care so American investors can profit. And he'd give Americans control of our natural resources.
You get rid of that artificially drawn line.
Our very country is at stake, and Poilievre agrees with Trump. No wonder Trump endorsed Poilievre.
Our views would be more aligned, certainly.
That's Poilievre, but it's just not Canada.
Most men will develop symptoms of BPH. To reduce these symptoms, try Super Beta Prostate. Finally, less urges to urinate. Super Beta Prostate. Find it at these fine retailers.
Meet Norman. He's part Jack Russell and part tornado. Meet the Bissell Crosswave Hydro Steam. It's part vacuum, mop, steamer, and tornado chaser. Bissell, a new breed of clean.
When you stay at a Verbo, you always get the whole home. Not part of it, but the whole upstairs, the whole downstairs, the whole fridge, and the whole secret nap room. Because is it really a vacation home if you have to share the house with the host?
LGT World Women's Curling Championship on TSN. Trade Center is presented by Harvey's new Frings Poutine, where they've combined their crunchy onion rings with their classic poutine. New Frings Poutine. Try it for a limited time.
McMichael to the front. Chikrin, great pass. Ovechkin scores! And the captain converts. Ovechkin has room. Snapshot on the way. Score! Alex Ovechkin.
Score! It's Ovechkin off the faceoff, and he draws one closer to Wayne Gretzky. Ovechkin stays red hot.
As soon as we're done talking about Rantanen and everything today, this will become once again the biggest story in hockey until the playoffs. The Grade 8's chase of the all-time goals record. 9 away from Gretzky to tie it, 10 to break it. And a guy who watched an awful lot of those goals is our Bruce Boudreau, who coached Ovi, of course, in Washington. You were an eyewitness to this for, what, 329 games, a front row seat. And back then when you were coaching him, I'm still not sure we all thought this was possible. What has impressed you most about this chase?
Well, durability for sure is, to me, is a big thing. I mean, he scored 30 goals for 19 straight years. I mean, that to me is pretty incredible. And and he doesn't get hurt. There's so many times where he'd sit to me, and I could tell stories over and over about him. You know that he'd say Russian machine doesn't hurt, doesn't break, and he didn't. And he was just built. His legs were twice as big as anybody else's. His body was thicker, and he's just a durable machine that is a great hockey player. He's obviously the greatest hockey player I ever coached. But the thing that people don't realize is hockey IQ is not just for scoring. He makes plays, and he's physical. He does what he has to do, and it's going to make him the greatest goal scorer of all time.
And even when the Russian machine does break down, that broken leg earlier this year, he's back in 2.5 weeks or something ludicrous like that.
Yeah, go figure. Listen, he had a broken leg in the middle of the season, and he's still going to get 40 goals. Have we ever heard? Stories is better than anybody. Have you ever heard of something like that happening? I've never heard of it happening. And that's what makes him one of a kind. And I think people that are one of a kind should have records that are almost unbreakable. And Ovi's one of those guys.
Well, we thought this Gretzky record was going to be unbreakable, and look what he's done. And would Ovi have maybe broken it already if you'd have let him on early? He had to earn his empty netters with you?
Yeah, like, I mean, at the beginning, like, I mean, hey, listen, I was in awe. I was an American League coach coming up, and you're looking and you're going, oh, I mean, there's Ovi. I got to give him ice time, got to give him ice time. But as the team kept winning, I mean, and he was still sort of cheating on if he'd get an empty net chance, I'd sit him down and I said, Ovi, when you can learn to think defense when we've got an empty net opportunity rather than offense, I'll put you there. And I mean, so then I'd put him out there and he'd block a shot and I say, okay, now you're going to get rewarded. You get a chance to keep going out there. So, I mean, it was up to him. But at first, like, I mean, there'd be 6-on-4 in our zone and he'd be at the red line and I'd go, hey, Ovi, that's not how this thing works here. We got to come back and help out a little bit.
You held him to the same standards on the ice, but not necessarily off the ice. You have a million stories, but my all-time favorite is the Ovi curfew story.
Yeah, you know what? It was my first year, or no, it was my third year, actually. But I'd known now what media was all about here. And if you sit somebody out, especially of Ovi's nature, it's going to really... it's going to be all over North America. So the one night, like George had asked, because we had a young team that liked to have fun, and so he says, I want you to start calling curfews. And I go, oh, geez, I've never called curfews in my life, George. What's going on? And he says, no, start calling curfews. And so, I mean, I felt really bad. I'd phoned Mike Knuble. He was 39 years old, and he had 4 kids, and I wanted to know if he was in. But if they're not in, and I wouldn't phone everybody, but I mean, I'd have to phone, you know, the Mike Greens, the Ovies, and such. And so I remember the one time we were in New Jersey, and it's like 5 to 11, and I used to phone 15 minutes early just in case I couldn't get a hold of them. I had time, right? So, I mean, and I'm phoning and Ovi's not answering his phone. So I phoned the team services guy, and I said, hey, Ian, you have to find Alex. I have to have him in, because if he's not in, okay, then I have to do something. I don't want to do something. I don't want to make this a bigger thing than it is. And he phones, and there's 3 minutes to 11. There's no answer. At 1 minute to 11, I get a phone call, and it's Alex, and he's going, hey, coach. And I said, yeah. And all I hear is this electric music in the background, as loud as can be. I mean, there's people talking all over the place. I says, are you in your room tonight? And he goes, yeah, coach. I said, okay, goodbye. And I hung up on him.
Yes.
He told me he was in, so I let it in.
Coach, thank you for this. Appreciate it. Yes, Russian Machine doesn't break down. Russian Machine also loved the clubs in his day as well.
Yes, he did.
There is Bruce Boudreau. In these early hours of Trade Center, we like to do some story time, and that's what we're going to do on this. Look at have you ever had an assembly of great talent and mediocre talent on the stage at exactly the same time? Guys who Ovi has scored on, guys who have played against Ovi. We'll all miss Marc-Andre Fleury, by the way, when he retires. Ovechkin will really miss him. He scored 28 goals on Fleury, 24 on Lundqvist, 8 on Marty, 1 on Noodles, Weeksy as well. I want your best Ovi stories, right? It takes a village to chase 894. You guys have all done your part in helping with history. Start with Noodles. Best Ovechkin story.
Well, the only Ovechkin story that I have is on ice is I played against him once, and once only. That's why he only got me once, because I believe I would be higher on that list if I played against him multiple times. But I got a rare start in Florida, which all I can see when I watch this video, I can hear Jerome McGinley say, you've got a lazy glove and zero flexibility. So there it is. Ovi gets around, and I will say, to my credit, I did have a decent game that game, and I stopped him. That game went into a shootout, and I got him in the shootout, but I did not get him in the second period in that game.
Marty, you also played a part in history, but it was maybe the other Biron that got this chase rolling.
Yeah, so my brother played 1 year with the Washington Capitals in 05-06, coming out of the lockout. First year for Ovi, and Glenn Hanlon, the coach of the Washington Capitals, was using my brother as the one-timer, right-handed big shot from the left flank. And he scored 3 straight power play goals in 3 games. And all of a sudden, the next practice, they come in, and they've got Ovechkin in the office. And my brother's, I just scored in 3 straight games. What's going on? And Ovi kind of felt like that may be a good spot for him. So Ovi scored in the next 2 games Power play goal, and the rest of us, my brother never saw the power play again. So good on him.
Now, Ovi scores his first playoff goal against you. Any others stand out?
Yeah, game 7, so we're up 2-1 in the second period, and I kept thinking to myself, all I have to do is be big in net. If Ovechkin has the puck, I just want to be big. And he came down the right wing, and he let go of a wrist shot right here, right over my shoulder. I'm 2-3 feet outside of the crease. Like, that was either going to hit me or go in. He tied it at 2. Luckily, we got Joffrey Lupul to score in overtime, and Bruce Boudreau has been hating me since because we beat him in game 7.
We also have a few snipers up here on the board. O-Dog and Carlo, of course, scoring in Ovi's first game in Canada. And Carlo, yours, we don't often say highlight reel goal and Carlo Poliaco in the same sentence, but...
For me, it was a highlight reel goal.
Yeah.
It's my first NHL goal.
Yeah.
And I watched Ovi that game score 2 absolute rockets.
Right.
So I had a chance in the third period in this game. And as you can see, he's threatened by my rocket. He doesn't want to block it, and neither does Brent Johnson in net because he fumbles it and it ends up in the back of the net. And that was my first NHL goal against Alexander Ovechkin.
Hey.
Jimmy, I never told anybody this, but I talked to him before the game. It was his first time in Canada, and he wasn't sure on where to set up shop on the power play. Right. So I told him, if you just watch me out there in odd man situations, I set up shop at the top of the face-off, and this is what I did. You just get it to me, and I fire it home. So I showed Ovi how to get it done, and that's my Ovi story.
So you're helping an opponent,
Exactly.
is what you were saying.
Exactly.
Gio, you were the oldest player in the NHL, at 40. The distinction now belongs to Ovi. What was the toughest part of playing against him?
Oh, I was lucky because I played the left side on the penalty kill, so I didn't have to block too many of those one-timers. But he could just score from anywhere. Anywhere in the zone, you let him get that shot off, and it has a chance to go in. My funniest Ovi story, though, goes over to Russia. When I went to play in Russia, I played for actually his club team that he grew up with, Moscow Dynamo. And I got the chance to skate with him. He was still there because our season started before there. So he's still there skating with us in Russia. And his dad was on the bench. I'll never forget it. He comes down and he rips one right off the crossbar, and the puck breaks in half. And I've never seen someone so excited. He grabbed that puck and was showing his dad skating down the ice. And I was kind of in awe, too. I'm like, how did he do that? I'm like, that puck must have been really frozen. But come to learn now, he has 800. It makes sense. He has over 800.
Are you going to tell us you did that, too?
The one thing about he was the first guy that I saw him and Sid, where we watched Wayne and Mario and all those guys, and they were so good. And I kept saying for so many years, like, none of these guys are going to be like that. And Ovi and Sid, they were the first two where you watched them immediately, and you're like, these are going to be the next wave of guys.
Yeah. When we do the top 10 lists, which we kind of do a lot on TSN, and the top 10 goals or Ovi goals, this one back in 2006, January the 16th against Phoenix, is usually #1 going down backwards. You know who was on the Coyotes?
Probably
Mike Johnson, who played 80 games that year, but missed 2 games, including that one.
Wasn't your fault. If I had played, he probably wouldn't have even scored.
Yeah, you would have back-checked hard, though,
The entire thing would have fallen apart, but yes, that was one of the 2 games I missed. I remember being in the press box. We were working out back then, just watching the game, and you watch that whole thing break down and the over-the-shoulder, and you just couldn't comprehend what he just did. Like, how did he do that? Then you went down after the game, and the guys on the bench, Wayne Gretzky was our coach. We were all just like, that is the craziest goal we've ever seen, just the physics of it all. And then I think about Paul Mara, the defenseman, who played it pretty well. Thank you for the highlight reel. Brian Boucher in net. He's out there swimming, always. And then the worst of it all, Steve Gainey. He was the forward who came back there to try to get it. He maybe played 20 games for us this year, maybe played 50 his whole NHL career, and yet for the rest of his life, he's the guy who's blowing his ACL out there trying to pick the puck as it goes in. So that was one for the ages. But, yeah, I think if I was there, probably wouldn't have had it.
Awesome stories. Obviously, I don't have an on-ice story, and this is a really silly Ovechkin story. But back in 2008, you know how teams do introductions that last all season long, that they play at the beginning of the game when the players came on? The Capitals had this idea to do a rock band, and it would be Ovi and the Caps, and Brooks Laich was in it, Jose Theodore was the goalie, but they had them all glammed up like real rockers. Like, Ovi had so much makeup on, eyeshadow on. So we did an interview for this piece, and we aired the feature. But at the same time, something happened in the league. I can't remember if somebody got suspended or somebody got traded or signed. And so That's Hockey and Sports Center said, can you get a clip from Ovi about what happened? So I asked Ovi, as soon as we're done our feature interview, a serious question. And they aired it on That's Hockey and SportsCenter without the context of the feature. So here's Ovi with his hair like that and all this eyeshadow on, and just on That's Hockey talking about something ridiculously serious. I'm sure everybody at home, you know, Fred and Ethel in Saskatchewan are going, what the heck happened to Ovi? But just a remarkable chase. And by all indications, he's going to get this done by the end of the season. But we'll all be watching, including Wayne Gretzky. We'll talk to Winnipeg Jets when we return here on Trade Center.
Shoots, scores! Bullseye from Josh Morrissey. Shatley scores! A stroke of brilliance from Kyle Connor.
You're really giving PointsBet a run for their money.
It's the plan.
Wait, don't hit here.
Oh, yeah? You want to bet?
If you win this hand, I'll help you move right.
This is right.
Pivot.
What?
PointsBet Casino. Bet on it.
You want a game? Bring it on.
Go, go, go!
Oh, my God! We need help out there.
Yeah, we'll come for you.
This is it. Canada's ultimate challenge.
We Canadians believe in love at first sight. So at Harvey's, when we looked at our classic poutine in all its glory, we said, let's put a ring on it. New Frings Poutine. Only for a limited time at Harvey's.
Financial goals. At Fidelity, we know that everyone's got them, and they're all different. But the one thing we share, we all want to get to them sooner.
Bar none, there's nothing else better than Auto Trader.
Knowing they're Canadian, I think absolutely is a cherry on top.
That definitely changes the game for me.
It's been around for 50 years, and it's still the best place to buy or sell a car. The answer is Auto Trader.
Bleeding gums are a sign of bacterial infection. We always recommend Crest Gum toothpaste to our patients. Its unique antibacterial fluoride works below the gum line to reduce bleeding to strengthen gums. Thanks, Crest.
Joint pain? Try turmeric, used in herbal medicine as an anti-inflammatory to help relieve joint pain. All in a delicious vegan gummy. Less joint pain, more living in the moment. With turmeric gummies from New Nordic.
Okay, everybody, that's lunch.
Mud mask?
Thursday, 9:10 Mountain on CTV.
That is way more serious music than we deserve here on Trade Center. About 4 hours and change away from the deadline. Still no deals on this day so far. As we welcome back everybody watching in Canada, everybody watching in the U.S. on ESPN Plus, and a reminder that we'll be on ESPN2 from 2 to 4 p.m. Eastern Time today, which is a segue to our first ESPN personality, Emily Kaplan, who's with Brian Hayes and his panel.
Yes, thank you, James. And again, welcome in Emily Kaplan, Carlo Coliacovo as well. Great to see you guys.
You too,
and Emily, you're down there in the state of Florida, and you're in Tampa in particular. Tampa and the Florida Panthers, they're two GMs. They have been the pace cars in the East, but also throughout the whole league, let's be honest here, in terms of all the moves and all the activities. I think the best example is what Tampa's done with their draft picks over the years. They don't have a first-round pick for the next 3 years. They barely had any first-round picks over the past 5 years. Look at this board. Look what's happening here. Isaac Howard is the only guy that they've actually drafted. Bill Zito in Florida, Julian Brisebois in Tampa, Emily. They cannot wait to be active. They consistently are active. All they do is win. All they do is package quality players and put together great teams. I don't think there's any reason to believe that'll slow down between now and 3 p.m.
No, well, firstly, thank you guys for having me on. And I'm here in America, so I sometimes miss some things. But I was with Ray Ferraro last night, and he wanted me to say Hayes is a fraud. Did I get that right? Yeah, you can thank Razor for that one. Yeah, no, there's no doubt. Let's talk about America down here. The Cup does run through these two teams, and I think they've bought model franchises. They've brought it with their leadership qualities. I think you can cry state tax advantage all you want, but it took the Florida Panthers a really long time to get to this level of respectability, and I'd also argue Nashville has that state tax advantage, and how's it working out for them? When I look at why these teams are so good, you know, it's because they have conviction, they have identity. You know, remember, they shoved Ryan McDonough aside, and then they weren't afraid to admit mistake when they left that void in the locker room, and they brought him back. Yanni Gourde, they left him out in the expansion draft 4 years ago. Since then, Yanni Gourde has not stopped talking about that Tampa winning culture. And I think those leadership qualities, not being able to, you know, admit mistake or bring guys back, those are why they're winning. And Julian Brisebois has talked about valuing good players over good draft picks. Well, when you become a destination, you get more choices for good players. And then the last thing I'd say from an American perspective is we're talking about them as the cream of the crop, the premier franchises, but they still feel like they get some disrespect down here. Like, I cover a lot of Florida Panthers games nationally, but it's always against original six opponents. And they're both getting outdoor games next year, but they both feel like that type of showcase is way overdue.
So this is my second panel hit. I agree from Brucey, and now I have Hayes as a fraud from Emily. So it's a good start for me. We haven't hit noon yet. Carlo, if you're the other teams in the East, right, where Florida's been in the Cup final 2 years in a row, Tampa went there 3 years in a row prior to that. They both have Cup banners up in the rafters, and their GMs are this active, and their teams are this good. If you're Toronto, if you're Carolina, if you're Washington, how are you responding to this? Isn't there pressure on you to try and keep up?
There absolutely is. And look, you see the same pattern every year. You see it at free agency. You see it at the trade deadline. It's a copycat league. Teams trying to copy what other teams do for success. But ultimately, you got to rely on your best players to lead you to that success. Tampa's done it with their core guys. They've led them to Stanley Cups. Florida's done it, and they're maybe could do it again with their top guys. A team like Toronto, they keep putting the pieces together. They keep being aggressive, but at the end of the day, it's the players that aren't able to get the job done. And, you know, the manager has to listen. They have to watch the players each season and understand how hard they're working to put themselves in a spot so the manager can be aggressive as the Florida Panthers and the Tampa Bay Lightning have been the last couple seasons. So you can do as much as you want as a general manager to be aggressive, but at the end of the day, if the players don't perform and don't show up and get the job done, doesn't really matter what job the GM does.
Well, that's a great point. And, Emily, that's a real benefit that Bill Zito has in Florida and Julian Brisebois have in Tampa. They know their players show up come playoff time.
Yeah, and I think that it's no coincidence that both of these teams have two of the best coaches in the entire NHL. John Cooper, I know you guys are pretty happy with him in Canada these days, and Paul Maurice. But another thing that both of these general managers have is an identity. Like, they like what they like, and they don't care what anyone else's valuation is. It's how do they fit in their culture and their organization. Spencer Knight, like, when he signed that contract, everyone's like, what are they doing? Well, Florida knows we have all the infrastructure of goaltending coaches. We put all of these resources in. We know we can get him to a really good place. And how did that net out? Well, then they returned that for a trade for Seth Jones. Same thing here in Tampa. I remember when they traded for Brandon Hagel and gave up that haul, and everyone's like, what is Tampa doing? Well, again, in Canada, you guys know how good Brandon Hagel is. The price doesn't matter if he fits into your system.
It's pretty incredible to see what's going on down there in Florida. Like, it really is. 5 straight Cup final visits for Tampa, Florida. James, I'm not sure it's not going to be 6 this year.
Yeah. Isaac Howard, they picked 31st overall a few years ago. The only first-round pick that Tampa has made in this decade, and they don't have one for the next 2 years either. Remarkable, their commitment to going for it every single year. Just over 4 hours to the deadline. Let's check in one more time with Gord Miller and the Breakers.
We are ranting about Mikko Rantanen. On and on we go. What is the latest on the contract talks for Rantanen with the Dallas Stars? He says, filling for time as Darren Dreger finishes typing something on his phone.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's been a spicy one since we went to air this morning at 8 o'clock Eastern. Just the fact that, yeah, sure, there was a hockey deal that was agreed to between Dallas and Carolina. The problem is, as Dallas explicitly made clear, you know, the extension of Mikko Rantanen to the Dallas Stars had to be a part of it to get the full agreement done. And they could not reach an agreement on a contract extension. Now, when you look at the payroll of the Dallas Stars, you know, you have to look into the future. And you see Wyatt Johnson, who's a restricted free agent. I mean, that's going to be a bigger ticket. You've got Matt Duchene, you've got Jamie Benn, you've got Granlund, you've got several pieces that Jimmy Nill and the Dallas Stars are going to have to compete with. So, really, I think the Dallas Stars are comfortable up to $12 million per year for Mikko Rantanen. And it doesn't sound like that was enough for the player or the player representative. So it appears to be at a stalemate. I'm not prepared to say that it's completely off the books, but we do know that there are several conversations involving other teams as well in play.
If you take into account of the fact that Texas is a no-tax jurisdiction, $13 million is...
and 12 on the offer by Dallas
right,
is a considerable amount.
Yeah. Jason Zucker has a new contract. Who's got that?
Well, right off Dregs' feed here, $4.75 million times 2 for Zucker. And look, this is the second pending UFA Buffalo signed in the last few days after getting a new deal done with Jordan Greenway. And those were 2 potential trade chips. But, you know, obviously the Sabres may be looking at some bigger types of deals, not the traditional just sell off the player on the expiring deal. But Zucker has been a nice fit after signing last summer. And, you know, he's going to stick around for 2 more.
Gord, as you know, I'm a part-time employee now. And it's 10:52, and this is the part of the day where I usually take a little break. So I got nothing other than Hayes is a fraud.
Well, we all know that. James, we all, you know, you and I have had teenagers.
Yeah.
We can identify here.
Yeah.
My biggest problem here is trying to get these guys to look up from their phones.
Sorry.
I cannot get their focus.
Yeah, we allow that, though, until...
It's actually encouraged today.
Until 3 o'clock Eastern time. Sorry, Mike Johnson, yes?
I don't get the Zucker signing. Not that he's not a good player, not that he's worth the money.
Right.
Trade him, get a second-round pick, sign him on that same contract July 1. I don't...
Yeah, Buffalo,
I don't get it.
Buffalo re-signing all these guys. Look, they have a lot of good players, but it's not working.
Right.
So you wonder.
Yeah, it seems like there'd be a more efficient way to do it. I mean, I guess you're assuming that he comes back, but Craig, feels like it's a risk worth taking, no?
They have a streak going that they want to keep going.
Oh.
Yeah. They want to keep the same players. It defies all logic. Defies all logic.
You're saying the sound effect on a Zucker signing was too strong?
I thought something happened, and I was like, no, it was
Zucker signing.
Hey, he's got $10 million. Something happened.
Yeah, good for Jason.
Yeah, it's good for him.
Desperate times in these early hours. Let's check in with Lindsay and Frankie.
Is it still early?
List. Kind of early still. Ish. Kind of ish. Guys.
We're getting there. All right, James, the theme is players with terms. Let's begin with one of the biggest names in the market, that, of course, being Rickard Rakell, as Frankie gets back to his Vanna White ways with our board.
All right.
Rakell, so 2027, 2028, and what could potentially... This is an opportunity, really, for Kyle Dubas to cash in.
Well, listen, he's having a great season. It was a down year for Rakell last year. He only had 37 points. But on a bad team in Pittsburgh, Rickard Rakell has looked really good. And so, you know, we know Pittsburgh wants to find some younger players. This would be one of those ones where, because of the term and because of the fact that he is having such a good season, 53 points on the year, you could find a fit for Rickard Rakell somewhere in the NHL. He's a versatile player. He's a smart player. He can play wing. He can play center. There's a lot to like about Rickard Rakell. And so if you're Kyle Dubas, you've kind of committed to this. We want to bring in some younger players, retool on the fly, and you can cash in here. Rickard Rakell is 31 years old. It makes a lot of sense to see if you can get a team to bite on this because, as we know, it's been talked about all day, the UFA rental market, not exactly the most robust. There are some players with some term that can help some teams that are trying to contend.
Okay, well, speaking about term, someone else with 3 years left, Blues captain Braden Shen.
Yeah, and this is, you know, it's always interesting when we're looking at the standings, and the St. Louis Blues have done a nice job of working their way back into the playoff mix. It's been an up and down season, but they've done some things where, you know, if you're St. Louis, you went out last season, in the offseason, you did the offer sheets. You did Broberg, you did Holloway. You have a good young nucleus of guys like Jake Neighbors, Jordan Kyrou, Robert Thomas, and so Braden Shen brings the leadership, brings the character, all that stuff that, you know, NHL general managers will be looking for a winning team. But another guy that the haul would have to be big, but a great opportunity to bring in players that fit that young age demographic with this group that they have moving forward. And, you know, 3 years, $6.5 million. Mike Johnson talked about earlier, the cap is going to be going up. So this is something that is more digestible, some cost certainty, and then maybe prevents you from having to go out in the offseason and really try and overpay for a centerman on the UFA market. And you go back to last year, that UFA market in the offseason, it wasn't great. Like Chandler Stevenson got a ton of money. Elias Lindholm got a ton of money. So, you know, if you can bring in a little cost certainty, and if you're St. Louis, I know you're right in the playoff picture, so maybe it doesn't make sense, but you're almost building for the longer term with St. Louis if you can bring back some young players that still help you play some competitive hockey against Calgary and Vancouver.
All right, and of course, Shen just registered his 1,000th career game last week. He's worn jerseys for the Kings, the Flyers, the Blues. We'll see who else he could pop on. James, back to you. I think I'm supposed to go, Hayes is a fraud?
It just, you know, once Bob McKenzie, one of the most recognized, dignified guys in the game, does a Hayes and a fraud, I think it's officially over at that point, and it's officially confirmed at that point. As promised, we're going to get to the Winnipeg Jets right after this, just a couple of minutes away from 3 hours in to Trade Center, awaiting deal number 1.
At FanDuel, we know hockey fans don't just have a hunch. You have a hockey hunch. You could tell they're going to light the lamp before they do. You could see that assist coming a mile away. And you just know when your goalie is totally in the zone. So put your hockey hunches together for a same-game parlay. Bet the NHL all season long on FanDuel, North America's #1 sportsbook.
If you're sharing a hotel room with friends, you're also sharing a bathroom and a mirror, a tiny hairdryer, and an outlet and a tiny counter. Get an Airbnb and get more space.
Is that my bestie in a taxi? Fresh blowout, skin on town, she red. And my best friend, she a real bad, got her own money. She don't need no on the dance floor.
At Burger King, we flame grill our burgers. Why? Because that's how it should be done. Hot, juicy, smoky, flame grilled, and made your way. Come experience the flame grill difference with our $5 meal deal.
Trouble seeing the road? Get free Goodyear hybrid wiper blades with every oil change. A $50 value when you redeem your coupon. It's Mr. Lube plus Tires Change Your Oil, Change Your Wipers event. Get your coupon at MrLube.com.
Hi, we're Felix, here to help Canadians get erectile dysfunction care discreetly online. Just answer a few questions and connect with a practitioner to see if a treatment plan is right for you. Plus, free delivery. Start your free visit at felix.ca.
Download the Saily eSIM app and get ready for your big vacation. Save big on roaming charges. Save big in more than 180 destinations. Save big with flexible mobile data plans. And this vacation, save even bigger. Get 15% off with the code SAILYON for all Saily destinations. Saily, affordable mobile data for every journey.
At Sleep Country, we know that for every reason that keeps us awake, there are hundreds more that make us dream. That's why we're offering 25% off. Because great sleep fuels tomorrow's dreams. Sleep well, Canada.
Watching dough rise always fills me with inspiration.
Don't ever look at my savings account. The dough doesn't rise.
BMO has 2 simple ingredients to make your savings rise. Great interest rates and no monthly fees.
Yeah, that would do it all right.
Plus, get a cash bonus for opening a checking and savings account.
So BMO helps your savings grow bigger faster.
Like a triple dose of yeast.
You're hired.
What? Nah, I wasn't looking for it.
Yes, chef. Yes,
Yes, chef.
Trade Center is presented by Harvey's new Frings Poutine, where they've combined their crunchy onion rings with their classic poutine. New Frings Poutine. Try it for a limited time.
The hockey day started for us 3 hours ago, but it's starting for the hockey players. The Ottawa Senators on the ice already in Ottawa. They're hosting the Rangers on Saturday in what will be a big game. Beat Chicago 4-3 in overtime Wednesday. That Rangers game, of course, tomorrow afternoon will be on TSN. Claire Hanna is with us, of course, from Ottawa, watching the Senators, and we'll check in with them if anything happens. But for now, we're going to spend a few minutes on the best team in the National Hockey League so far this season, the Winnipeg Jets. And let's bring in John Liu one more time from New Jersey, where the Jets will be on TSN 3 tonight against the Devils. You've heard all the names. We know they've been looking for a center. So who do you think would be the best fit for a team that you watch every single night? Now, I should say the best realistic fit. You're not allowed to answer Sidney Crosby at center. But of the names out there, John.
Well, realism, James, the tricky part of this is the economics in the league right now. Low supply, high demand, and with high prices, you're going to be getting some asks like our trade breakers have been talking about that are going to be a little bit outside the park. And so that's what Kevin Cheveldayoff is going to have to contend with, because just how much is he willing to spend in order to get somebody in there to augment the lineup? And the fact is that we've got talk about Scott Laughton, for instance. But I was crunching some numbers, James, after we last spoke about fits. And the fact is that if you take a look at Vlad Nemesnikov's numbers compared to Scott Laughton's over the past 2 seasons, they're practically identical in terms of point production and playing in all situations. That's ice time on the penalty kill and power play as well. So is Scott Laughton a genuine upgrade at the 2C? Well, one would argue that no, not really. And so is this a viable or realistic option, even though the possibility is there to pull off a deal like that? The Jets can certainly afford it because he's only got a $3 million cap hit this year, and into next season, the Jets could certainly absorb that into their $12 million of cap space this year. So that is just an example of what Kevin Cheveldayoff is going to have to chew on. As far as defense is concerned, we've seen a couple of depth defensemen that would have looked good on the Jets slot blue line, but they're gone now, Carson Soucy being one. But if you talk about Rasmus Ristolainen, right shot defenseman, tough, rugged. Again, the ask out of Philadelphia is very high. And so, again, we're talking about fit. It's financial fit in addition to the player themselves. And so that's something that we're going to have to wait for the next 4 hours to see is Kevin Cheveldayoff willing to pull off a deal that might be a little bit more than he's willing to pay for? And would that fit be a good one for the Jets in terms of their lineup? Because chemistry, as we talked about earlier, that's a very important consideration for this group that has been very cohesive this entire season, and that's helped them stay at the top of the league standings all season long, James.
Yeah, they've been just spectacular so far. That's John Liu in New Jersey, where the Jets are playing the Devils tonight. Let's have a look at the way the Jets look right now before the 3 o'clock Eastern deadline. Spoiler alert, they look really good. Kyle Connor, Scheifele, Gabe Vilardi. Gabe Vilardi, the only player in the NHL who's ever been to my cottage. Trivia fact. Josh Morrissey, Dylan DeMello. They're just really good up and down the lineup, and, of course, with Hellebuck in goal. Now, Cheveldayoff has made a deadline deal 7 of the last 8 years. One of the reasons he's won our GM of the period trophy twice. He added Tyler Toffoli and Colin Miller at the deadline last year. Winnipeg made that depth goalie trade on Thursday. Kaapo Kähkönen goes to Florida for Winnipeg native Chris Driedger, who, of course, was with the Jets before he's been assigned to the Manitoba Moose. So same rules for this conversation will apply as the Leafs conversation. No talk about goaltending. You can make passing references to Hellebuck and how good he is, but we'll leave that for the goaltending panel. You can see Kevin Sawyer has joined us, our TSN Jets analyst. So let's start there, Kevin. Look, they've established themselves as an outstanding regular season team. Terrific team, elite skaters, Mark Scheifele. Are they ready to prove themselves in the playoffs this year?
Yeah, I think that this team maybe have more to prove than any other real contender, and it's from past pain. There's no doubt about that. Listen, they almost gave up 30 goals in round 1 in 5 games against the Colorado Avalanche last year. Last year, they were a top team. This year, they are the top team. I can tell you this team is going nowhere without Mark Scheifele being their most important player. You go back to 2018 conference finals, Scheifele scores 14 goals in 17 games. And I'll tell you 2 stats for the Winnipeg Jets that make them who they are. 3rd most goals scored per game, and the top line with Velarde and Connor have a ton to do with that. They combine for 95 goals. But the big stat is the fewest amount of goals given up against. And you don't get either of those stats without your top line being your best players. So when you have Mark Scheifele and company defending and buying into a style of game that makes you the best defensive team, everybody else has to follow. And of course, the offense comes from their defense. The relationship between the two is what makes the Winnipeg Jets who they are. And so that makes Mark Scheifele and his line drivers. If they don't go, this team is going nowhere. And listen, he has to be the most important player, and I say that with Connor Hellebuyck on the team. If Connor Hellebuyck is the most important player, that means the horses for the Winnipeg Jets aren't running, and Mark Scheifele is the stallion amongst the group.
Well, and that's why they'd love to get that second center to take a little bit of pressure off of him. And, you heard John Lou talking about Scott Lawton, who really well-liked guy, really useful player. But I'm not sure the Leafs think he fits into their 3rd hole as center, so to fit into the best team in the league, 2nd hole, doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. What do you think of this team? How close are they to go? Do they need to make that acquisition to be the cup contender?
This team is what I was talking about when I was discussing the haves and have-nots, because when you look at the Winnipeg Jets and their record this year and their personnel and their goaltending and what they've done, you would think, why aren't they the ones that are saying, we just care about the now? It's because guys have no movement clauses, no trade clauses, and they say, I don't want to go to Winnipeg, or that might be the situation where they can't do that. It's not because they don't want to be aggressive. Obviously, I think they'd like to add a D-man. They'd like to strengthen or heavy up their second line because it's a little bit light. But I don't know. It just seems like there's the have and have-nots where those other teams in the markets we talked about, because Winnipeg would be the first team where you'd say they got the best record in the league. They got a real good chance to win. Why aren't they going to be doing that?
I'm really surprised that there wasn't a target on that 2C earlier, right? We're sitting here today, and I'm looking at this line.
Cheryl, maybe there was.
Maybe there was, but you're looking at this group in particular, and you mentioned, Kevin Sawyer mentioned the connectedness right from the beginning of the year. They've been a tops, whether it's goals for, goals against, power play, but it's a connected group. I look at the back with Josh Morrissey. I think Sandberg's been excellent, but that top line is outstanding, right? And I actually think they have the best 3rd line in hockey, and you need that 3rd line in order to contend. So right down the middle in that 2C is the area where I'm surprised that he didn't pull the trigger or try to. We don't know that. I don't know that. But when you look at that, that was a massive, massive piece to get, even though Nemestikov has been good. He's been very serviceable in that role.
So when we talked, James, you touched on it earlier. I don't think Scott Lawton's a fit in Winnipeg. Full stop. Unless they want to hand him to you and give him to you and you want an extra player.
They have Adam Lowry.
And he's nowhere better. He's not better than Adam Lowry. And he's not a second line.
He's not better than Nemestikov.
He isn't. He's not a second line center.
No.
So I'm not so worried about the second line center. I think a second line center would be nice, or a bigger winger. Because Jeff, to your point, that second line is light. And that second line, when teams are preparing for the playoffs against you, they're going to try to find what I call the soft underbelly. That's the soft underbelly of that team, as well as their bottom pair defense.
Okay, but let me ask you this. They have the best record in the league.
Yeah.
So that roster, that second line has got them there. Why is it good enough for that, but not good enough to take them further? Is it because just the play is so much different in the playoffs?
It is different. And we saw
look at Colorado's done.
Well, and that's exactly... I go back, and I'm going back in time here when my father was the assistant manager in Washington. Go back and look at the records in the 80s and 90s. They were really good. They always had one weakness, and it didn't matter where it was. It always showed up and reared its ugly head in the playoffs. And that's what I worry about here with Winnipeg.
The good news for Winnipeg, if they want a scoring winger with some size, they're a lot easier to find than centermen.
Yeah.
You can talk about why they weren't in there. There was literally one UFA centerman who's a scorer. There's Brock Nelson. Like, there's not another centerman that was sort of easily accessible. So if they want to get a centerman, which I think they do need, you got to go for guys with term, whether it's Cousins, whether it's Casey Middlestat, whatever, something like that if you believe in those guys. And a 3rd pair defenseman. They're top 4, locked in. They got to upgrade in the 3rd pair as well. Should be able to find that.
Let's bring in Kevin one more time with your reaction to what you've heard.
Listen, there's no doubt that the number one need is to beef up that second line. That second line trio has done an outstanding job, but you get down to the last 8 teams and they're going to get run, they're going to get banged. Can that little to medium-sized line handle that? I don't think it's the line that the Jets need to get them to the Stanley Cup final. But in saying that, listen, I have reason to believe that there's no doubt that Kevin Cheveldayoff and his staff were targeting Brock Nelson and others to get that second line bigger. But you have to consider the cost here. It's not like free agents are lining up on July 1st to sign here in Winnipeg. So what's the cost? I believe it was a first-rounder for sure, and Braden Yeager. And I just don't think Kevin Cheveldayoff was willing to give up that next second-line center in the franchise. To keep a team as competitive for as long as the Winnipeg Jets have been and want to be in the future, you have to make sure the fit is right, but also the price is right, knowing that you're just playing against the deck here, trying to sign free agents in the offseason.
All right, Kevin, let's pause on the Jets for a second because we have not a deal, but some information from Gord Miller and the Tray Breakers at the back, boys.
From Ottawa Senators practice, Josh Norris, Jacob Bernard-Docker not on the ice, and our colleague Kevin Weeks reporting earlier that Buffalo and Ottawa in talks on a potential Dylan Cousins deal. What do we know?
Yeah, I mean, what we know are the elements that are likely to be included here. Josh Norris, whose name has been out there a bit around the Ottawa Senators, JBD, Jacob Bernard-Docker. I mean, those two are believed to be involved, going to the Buffalo Sabres in exchange for Dylan Cousins. Now, it feels, as the conversations continue, and we're told that talks are ongoing, it's not done. Sometimes that's code for pending trade call, but we'll leave short of that. But given the interest level in Dylan Cousins expressed over the last several months, dating back to the start of the season, frankly, as he was involved in speculation, you do have to wonder what the entirety of this package looks like, but it sure seems close that Dylan Cousins is headed to Ottawa.
So, you know, Cousins, a guy trying to, get back to the 30-goal level he was at a couple of years ago. Norris has been a really productive player for Ottawa when he's been healthy. That's been the issue for him, but this is a live look at Sens practice right now.
I'm just going to say, from a Canadian team perspective, what's fascinating about Dylan Cousins, if this deal gets done, is that there are so many Canadian teams that had interest in him. Vancouver, Calgary, Montreal have all kicked tires for obvious reasons. His age, his contract, the cap's going up. A very appealing player to be trading for.
And keep in mind, Buffalo gets players back, right? I mean, that matters. I mean, Vancouver is keenly interested in Josh Norris, yes. I mean, go down the list here. But, as much tire kicking, Gord, as there's been done around Dylan Cousins, multiple first-round draft picks have been offered on those players in Buffalo. Cousins, Byram, Peterka, Alex Tuck, go down the list. Again, Adams kept pushing back, saying, we need players that are going to step into the Buffalo lineup today and also help us in the future. So, again, waiting for the full dynamic of what's going back, but Josh Norris and Bernard-Docker isn't a bad start.
Well, the theory there, obviously, is the Buffalo Sabres feel like Norris will replace Cousins' spot in the lineup, and you add a solid defensive defenseman in Jacob Bernard-Docker, that you get two NHL players for one. The upside of Dylan Cousins may be the highest of the three of them, but that's to be determined.
All right, so we'll keep an eye on that and everything else going on as we crawl closer to noon, James.
All right, so this is one of those delicate conversations where there's not a deal yet. It sounds like there might be some sort of framework of a deal or the possibility of a deal, so we will discuss it in that matter. Dylan, yes?
Pivotal point in their season. Pulling two guys off practice in the middle of a practice. Right. They got a huge game tomorrow, massive game against the Rangers tomorrow, and the pull guys out of practice tells you it's got to be something fairly likely.
I have to do the if question.
Yes.
If Dylan Cousins is an Ottawa Senator and you subtract Josh Norris, Jacob Bernard-Docker, are they a better hockey team?
I would say yes, but he has to, as much as I love his grittiness and his paying attention to details and playing a 200-foot game, you would expect if Josh Norris is leaving and he's coming in, he's got to start producing offense at a rate that he did a couple of years ago to make the trade beneficial for the Sens going down the stretch. But he's one of those guys. Even in the World Juniors, wasn't he the workhorse from Whitehorse?
Yes, he was.
Yes. Yeah, so you put that into the lineup, you like that.
I think that he can help the team. I like the fact that Steve Staios is looking at his team and going, I'm going to make a change here. He's a right-shot center. He's been mired in mediocrity in Buffalo for years. I think this will rejuvenate Dylan Cousins. I'm a believer in Dylan Cousins, and I like the move.
Just the details, $7.1 million for 3 more years after this one for Cousins, $7.95 million for 3 more years for Norris, so fairly equitable there.
And we talked about the willingness to take on term. Some of the changing dynamics. You get a guy with control. Cousins is a good player. He didn't score. He probably won't score as many goals as Josh Norris for the Ottawa Senators. But you mentioned the right shot. You mentioned the size. An opposite complement to Stützle, who's smaller, a lefty, dynamic. Cousins can do some different things, offer flexibility.
Right into meaningful games, too, for Cousins.
And I've played on some garbage teams in my career, and it sucks the life out of you.
Yes.
And to think that your performance might drop a little bit when the emotion, the passion drops a little bit, which is a human thing, and then to get dropped right into a game perhaps tomorrow, and what that would invigorate for a player who has been big in big moments at previous times in his career.
Yeah, it is interesting to me because overall, when you look at the Ottawa Senators, you would have said, you know, when their guys down the middle are in the lineup, they win games. But Josh Norris has been plagued with health injuries, you know, his shoulders. He's recently come back as well from an injury, so I think that could be a question mark as well, just getting big, heavier, edgier in that top six.
I didn't scroll my mouse far enough over 5 more years at 7.1.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a little bit more than that. And that matters, though, because he'll be on their team now for a long time.
I wanted to add just one more thing, too. He also has the backing of Shane Pinto. So you start to think about a center ice now. You got Stützle, clear-cut number guy. Then you got the backing of Pinto. Now I think that the Ottawa Senators become a little bit bigger, that right shot.
He's only 24, too, right? He's young.
Sens can't score, so there's going to be pressure on him to score. He can't just be hardworking and reliable.
Yeah. It's one thing Josh Norris, when he's healthy,
the one thing Josh Norris does better than he does it better than Dylan Cousins is score.
I hope if Josh Norris, again, if on everything here, if Josh Norris is a Buffalo Sabre, that he can have a period of health and see what he can do for a 2, 3, 4-year period. Marty Biron covers the Sabres on a day-to-day basis for us. If we can get back to Marty, just you watch Cousins a lot. Your thoughts on the if deal at this point in time?
Well, obviously, the if is, look, Dylan Cousins was fantastic 2 years ago, and he had, you know, the numbers that got him the contract. But if Dylan Cousins had been playing to the expectations, he wouldn't be on the market. The Sabres wouldn't be where they are, and they wouldn't want to trade him. So I think it has been under, you know, performance that we've seen out of Cousins. And Lindy Ruff mentioned something this year, and we talked about Cousins as a center, and that's his position. But Lindy Ruff this year said something like, look, if he can't figure out how to play in the middle, maybe we can't have him in the middle. And I think that was the beginning of the end for Dylan Cousins. He was dropping from, you know, second-line center to third-line center. They had him on the wing a couple of times. So I hope for Dylan Cousins, because he's a great guy and he works hard, and I hope that maybe a new scenery would get him going again. But for the Sabres, that would be a change in their core. Their core was Thompson, Dahlin, Power, Cousins, you know, and then that would be a change of the core. So that would be the start of something new for Buffalo.
All right. By the way, we have our first trade. It's not that one. That's still the if trade right now. But Anthony Beauvillier goes from the Pittsburgh Penguins to the Washington Capitals. Anthony Beauvillier. So that's Anthony Beauvillier makes history as the first trade of 2025 here on Trade Center. Comes your way at 11:18 Eastern Time, which is usually kind of around where we get our first deal. If the Cousins deal gets officially done, we'll get to it right away. For now, let's take a break, and we'll continue with more here on Trade Center 2025 on TSN.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Golf Town's Trade-In Days. Trade up to new clubs from top brands. Visit us in-store or at golftown.com to learn more.
A&W stackers are here. Single, double, or triple patty. And starting at just $3.99, you can get a whole stack.
Oh no, we're only stacking patties.
Stack and save with A&W stackers.
What's next in pain relief? Salon Pas Roll-On and Cream. The only products with 2 clinically studied anesthetics, lidocaine and benzyl alcohol. Salon Pas starts to work on contact to numb pain away. Salon Pas, it's good medicine.
Unleash your inner lion at Leo Vegas.
If I got it, then I bought it. Take a bite, cause I want it. And I know I got the taste for the cake. And I take what I make and I flaunt it, flaunt it. Got diamonds on my necklace. I live how I like. So looks is getting reckless. I'm feeling myself and you can't break my vibe. I'm feeling myself and you can't break my vibe. You can't break my vibe. You can't break my vibe.
Download the Saley eSIM app and get ready for your big vacation. Save big on roaming charges. Save big in more than 180 destinations. Save big with flexible mobile data plans. And this vacation, save even bigger. Get 15% off with the code SAILION for all Saily destinations. Saily, affordable mobile data for every journey.
We created these. We're 4 Canadian friends that quit our jobs because we hated our underwear. We couldn't take the chafing, riding up, and constant adjusting. So we spent 12 months creating our own. They're made with a premium modal fabric that's breathable like cotton, but it won't stretch out. And we designed them to contour and support the boys, preventing sticking. We also made it to Dragon's Den and received offers from 4 different dragons. So visit manmadebrand.com to experience ultimate crotch comfort today.
To March Madness continues on TSN and TSN Plus.
Unbelievable. This life, practicing medicine on the high seas, not being stuck. It's addictive, exhilarating.
Dr. Odyssey, all new, Thursday 9/10 Mountain on CTV.
Trade Center is presented by Harvey's new Frings Poutine, where they've combined their crunchy onion rings with their classic poutine. New Frings Poutine. Try it for a limited time.
Just short of 3.5 hours to the deadline here on Trade Center, and action coming from Ottawa. No confirmed deals yet. We see Claire Hanna and Bruce Garriock there. Tell us about the scene as the Senators were taking the ice for their skate today.
Yeah, well, practice was scheduled to start around 11 o'clock, and usually you see players trickling out there a bit earlier. No different today. Nick Jensen was one of those players, Anton Forsberg. But what was interesting is after about 10 minutes, so this is before 11 o'clock, right on the nose at 11 o'clock, all the players who are out there, I say about 5 of them, left the ice, and it's my understanding, I think they were having some kind of a team meeting. That's not normal. That's not something we normally see here with the Ottawa Senators. Then all of the players came back onto the ice. Now, I say all of the players, 2 players notably not at practice this morning, and that's forward Josh Norris and defenseman Jacob Bernard-Docker. They have not come onto the ice for practice. One thing I also saw was Travis Green. He kind of patted Brady Tkachuk on the helmet. Now, Brady Tkachuk is known to be one of Josh Norris's best friends. They've grown up together. Bruce, what are you hearing about this situation?
Well, I think that Josh Norris and Jacob Bernard-Docker are probably on their way to the Buffalo Sabres with Dylan Cousins and possibly a defenseman in return. This is a move that Steve Staios has been looking to make for over a year. There is something about Josh Norris and his game that Steve Staios didn't like, and I think one of the things that he is trying to do down the stretch here, Claire, is make this team harder to play against. And Cousins won't get as many points, but he'll make them harder to play against. This is an avenue that Steve Staios has been trying to go down for a while. Josh Norris's name has been out there for over a year. It has escalated here, Claire, in the last few days with Steve Staios talking to several teams. I just think he needs Senators to be tougher. And I think that's one of the reasons that he wanted to move on from Jacob Bernard-Docker as well, is because he just doesn't think that Jacob Bernard-Docker is very hard to play against. And there's also been the injury issues with Norris, but there was some interest, and there's been a lot of interest, and it's interesting to watch this.
Yeah, and just to touch on Josh Norris, 2 shoulder surgeries just with the Ottawa Senators. He had one previously before joining the Senators. Even this season, he missed a couple of games before returning. 20 goals, 13 assists in 53 games played this season. Do you think there were other teams that were interested in looking at Josh Norris?
Well, I think the Senators went pretty far down the road with a couple of teams. I think they went far down the road with the Nashville Predators, perhaps in a deal involving Ryan O'Reilly that I think got scuttled last night. I also believe that they went far down the road with the Vancouver Canucks. And I think that that's because Josh Norris's name has been out there for a while. Teams are looking for centers, Claire. This is a guy who's got 20 goals. Like, he's a good player, and he can help a lot of teams. And I think he would have been a good fit in Vancouver because he's very good friends with Quinn Hughes. And I think when the Senators looked at the Nashville Predators, they saw a possibility there that maybe they could get a guy like Ryan O'Reilly or someone to that effect that, again, tougher to play against, harder to play against. Brady Tkachuk can't do this on his own. He can't. He can't be the only player that's difficult in this lineup to play against. That's what Steve Staios is looking at right now, Claire. He wants a playoff-type team. He's got a blueprint in place. He's got an idea in place, and I think that's why they moved on from Josh Norris.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see just what continues to happen here today at practice. And just a thing of note, this core really has not had any shakeups in a long time in a playoff position. So we'll see what kind of phone calls Steve Staios continues to make today. Thanks.
All right, thank you, guys. Fascinating, just 20 games or so before the end of the season. And again, the end of the Ottawa Senators in a playoff position right now in that second wild card spot. As we look at their roster right now, knowing this is the current roster, again, you could be subtracting Josh Norris and putting in Dylan Cousins there and subtracting Jacob Bernard-Docker as well as a seventh defenseman for the Ottawa Senators. Staios' second deadline day with the Sens as he looks to make a big splash. No moves last year on the actual day. He did have the Tarasenko deal before that. Off-season trade pickup from Boston, Linus Ullmark, .910 save percentage, 12th in the league among 36 goalies who played at least 25 games. They need him to be really good. They need him to be healthy down the stretch to get them into a playoff situation. Carlo Koliakovo has joined the ever-rotating Ottawa Senators panel. He does a lot of Sens games for us as well here. We know the playoff droughts. Buffalo's at 13 years, Detroit's at 8, Ottawa's at 7, Anaheim's at 6. Ottawa trying to end that streak of futility right now. If you were to say, does a Dylan Cousins move push them over the top? Jamie McLennan has joined us as well too. I didn't even notice you were here.
Hey, what's up? Who's the new guy?
Carlo is just so enticing. Sorry,
I'm just always here.
Hi, Jamie. As well.
There you go.
Jamie, of course, does most of the Senators games for us. So let's go to you first here.
Sure. You know, I think this trade, you got to almost...
If it happens.
Well, hold on. You got to give it a little time.
Yeah.
Because you look at the trade where Chychrun goes to Washington and Jensen comes to Ottawa. It worked out for both organizations. I think there's a chance that this trade could work out for both organizations if it happens. Bigger picture, Cousins is a guy that could be an impact guy in the center, number 2 center.
Yeah, and it's interesting for me because I thought that Steve Staios may have, I thought off the top that maybe he would have given this core an opportunity to get there, right? To playing meaningful games, they are doing that. And I know I said at the beginning of the year, like, the core, I would give them the year. Give them the year to see if they could do it. Well, they put themselves in position to get to the playoffs. So it's bold and it's a move, right? It's doing something. Dylan Cousins, I think when he is engaged, we haven't seen him play in the playoffs, but he has had that 30-goal campaign. I like his scoring at 5-on-5 as well. I think this is something that, he could add. I think his upswing and his potential is certainly there. And you were mentioning it, just the structure to this group. It may certainly help him to be in a group that's a little bit more structured in terms of defense from the back right through the front.
I watched him play at the World Championships last year, and I thought he was an absolute standout. And I think when you're Ottawa, you're looking at Dylan Cousins. You're looking at potential with this guy because he's had a 30-goal season. But players that have come out of Buffalo have had great success with left.
Jeez,
so that's the upside,
Sam Reinhart,
right? I mean, Sam Reinhart, Jack Eichel, the list, Ryan O'Reilly, the list goes on and on. So I think for the Ottawa Senators, you're trying to change the core that's been there, for the last couple of years that, hasn't been able to get the job done. And I think with this move here, there's a lot of upside with Dylan Cousins and what you think he can bring to this group with his compete level, his physical presence, and obviously with a change of scenery.
It's worth noting, Steve Staios is not trying to make a team that can make the playoffs. He wants a team that can win in the playoffs. And so while he's not going to give the group that he assembled a chance to get there, I think he realized the group that he assembled might have gotten there, but not have gotten far once they're there. Right? And that's why he's willing to make a bold move. I think the Buffalo depression of asset value is something that is real around the league and something to consider. Josh Norris, it may be Josh Norris might score more goals than Dylan Cousins. Dylan Cousins might get more points to be a better player.
Yeah, and at 6'3", I think he does really play with that bite, physical edge. So I'd be interested to see it sometimes. But he might be more engaged.
That's why you've been wrong how often.
Right, that's something to look at, right? Well, you can look at the same as Batherson had one of the best games he's had the other day because he was engaged physically. He was pouncing on pucks. And I think maybe when you get that change of scenery, that might help. I like that he's a right shot as well. And he's had a downtick in his production, certainly. But Buffalo, it hasn't been strong, right? So to your point, Carlo, hopefully it'll elevate.
If there's one thing I want to stop seeing in Ottawa is Brady Tkachuk fighting. And obviously Dylan Cousins brings a toughness to him. He's not shy to drop the mitts, and maybe he can, take away some of that expectation that maybe Brady Tkachuk brings on himself to stick up for his teammates. Because for the Ottawa Senators to win, they need Brady Tkachuk on the ice.
No, I know. My biggest thing, too, is I think Cousins, if structure is brought to his game, because Buffalo is a team that, you know, they got Lindy Ruff there. Certainly it's nice to, you know, revisit a legend, but bigger picture, I think Ottawa, Travis Green, will be able to almost make Cousins a programmable player. And that's what you need sometimes is repetitive nature. And if he plays the same way, plays a big game, and all you do, go out and play the way you're asked from Travis Green, I think that could happen for Dylan Cousins.
Let's bring in Bruce Garriock one more time, who's been listening to this. And I know you gave us a lot of information there with Claire. Anything more in the last few minutes?
Well, still waiting on the return here, and I think the Senators still need to get a defenseman in return if they're going to do something here, James, because they lack depth on defense. I look at the situation that the Senators are in right now, and they really need some help in the toughness department, and Dylan Cousins is going to provide that for them. I know one of the things in one of the discussions they've had internally, James, is that they can't have Brady Tkachuk dropping the gloves all the time and feeling like he has to step up to everybody's defense. So I think when they looked at this as an opportunity to get tougher. They didn't feel that Josh Norris, as I said earlier, James, was hard enough to play against. Hard hockey wins in the playoffs, and I think that's what Steve Staios wanted to do here. You know, I spoke to 4 teams on Monday before the deadline. Every one of them have been offered Josh Norris in some way, shape, or form. This is a guy the Senators just wanted to move on from.
Let's not pile up on Josh. He's a pretty good player. And while he may not fight like Brady, he may not fight like Cousins, he's a pesky player. He's an irritant. He kills penalties. Like, he's not just some scrap pile, oh, they tried to give him away, nobody wanted him. That is not the case for Josh Norris.
35 goals, his high in 2021, 2022. Cousins' high is 31 in 2022, 2023. Neither one has come close since, of course, Norris had all of the injuries. Let's get more from Brian Hayes and a couple of our defensemen, and Frankie Corrado and Gio.
Yes, here with Frankie and Gio, and you guys are both very familiar with both these players. Look at Frankie right on the board.
Let's get to it.
Right back into the swing of things.
Right.
I love it. Gio, when you were in Toronto the last couple of years, you would have played against Dylan Cousins a fair amount when he was down in Buffalo. What kind of player is he to play against? What are they getting in Ottawa?
Yeah, whenever we played him, he was a good two-way guy, but gritty. He played hard against us. You know, I like the fact that he's a right-handed centerman, too. We were talking about it, me and Frankie here. Those right-handed centermen for the left-handed D, hit in the middle pocket, you can really zip the pass to them, so they're valuable. But I always found him willing to compete. He was a hard guy to play against. He's not afraid to shed the mitts, too, when he has to. So I like the ad for Ottawa. I think Norris is a great player going the other way, too, but I really like the fit, especially with Stevie Staios, knowing him and playing with him and knowing what type of guy he is and GM he is. I think it's a good fit.
Absolutely. And these are 2 young guys, right?
Yeah.
Like Cousins 24, Norris 25, both centermen. You played with Josh Norris.
Yeah, his rookie year in the AHL.
Okay.
That's when I played with him. And you know what? I was an older guy at the time. You know how you're an older guy, sometimes you take a gauge of the room. Like, we were on the bus a lot, right? So we'd sit in the back of the bus and we'd have, conversations about guys like Batherson or Brandstrom and Norris. And Batherson was coming off the big rookie season, right? Like, had a ton of points. And then Norris came in. And we would sit there and say, this guy, he just kind of gets it. Yeah. You know what I mean? Those young guys that come in and they're pretty polished with how they do things on a day-to-day. I have no doubt that the injuries are the only thing that has held Josh Norris back in his career. He is that good.
They're significant, though, right? They're significant injuries.
It is significant, but, like, that's how sharp and detailed and professional this kid was at such a young age. And Gio and I were just talking about this. You know, one of the things you hear a lot at the NHL level is NHL's not a development league. NHL is a development league because now you're not the same player at 20 that you are at 28. So coaches have to find ways to develop these young players and turn them into guys that can stay with franchises for a long time.
That's changed, by the way. It wasn't a developmental league, but now all the best players are in their low 20s, so you got to develop.
Well, and it's going to be interesting, the psychology of these 2 players, right? Where Josh Norris, Dylan Cousins, no playoff success, no playoff experience whatsoever. Now Cousins is going to Ottawa. He's going to get a taste of it immediately, right? As of now, they're in that second wild card spot. They're going for it. How big of a boost do you think this could be for the Ottawa Senators room, Gio, knowing, okay, Steve Staios and company, they're saying we're changing something. We're going for the playoffs here.
Yeah, I think it sends a message that he's trying to push you over the hump, right? I don't know the dynamic, though, how it's going to be. Hearing Tkachuk's best friends with Norris, that could be a little bit touchy sometimes. But I think it definitely sends a clear message to your team that, listen, I'm trying to help you guys get into playoffs. We're not worried about next year or anything like that. We're trying to go for it this year.
Yeah, you got this for you. You've got to punch your ticket now if you're Ottawa. And Buffalo, who knows? 15, 16, 17 years. We'll see, James.
Let's continue to go around the horn on this. Let's check in with Jennifer Hedger and Craig Button, guys.
Thanks. Yeah, Dylan Cousins, the 7th overall pick by the Buffalo Sabres in 2019. Craig, we started our conversation earlier today talking about impact, and we talked about Toronto needing to make an impact today. We talked about Winnipeg and Kevin Cheveldayoff having to make an impact. Your third team were the Ottawa Senators and Steve Staios. Is this the kind of impact trade you were looking to see?
Yes, it is. And you've heard the others talk about it being bold. Yeah, it's bold because Steve Staios is saying, yeah, you're a good player, Josh Norris. We need something different. And I think to Mike's point, Josh Norris is a good player. I think there's two factors here that I look at. Like, you're in a playoff push. Josh Norris, with his injury history, even just recent, you start to wonder, okay, we're going to get into harder games down the stretch here to try to make the playoffs. Is that a consideration? The other thing, and we talk about Brady Tkachuk. How often have we heard the term, Brady Tkachuk drags you into the fight? So I don't think there's any problem for Dylan Cousins to get into the fight here.
He can drag him into the fight, let Dylan Cousins fight the actual fight. Yeah.
But that's what Brady's impact is. And, you know, to Bruce Garriock talked about it. He goes, they have to get some of that pressure that Brady's got to do all that kind of dirty fighting work and get some other help around him. It's not just Dylan Cousins. But I like the fact that Steve Staios looked at his team and said, we need something different. You asked me earlier, what would it look like? I said, I don't know.
Right.
I want to see something bold that's different. I think we see that now in this maneuver.
I see this sounds like Peaky Blinders, right? You've got Brady Tkachuk as Thomas Shelby, and now Dylan Cousin is one of the Peaky Blinders behind him. Ottawa Senators did not make a single trade deadline deal on trade deadline day last year. They are about to. It's not official yet, but it looks like they're going to pull off one of the bigger ones so far today. James, back to you.
Right, Jen, and that is a good reminder. Again, this deal is not officially done yet. If it doesn't happen, boy, we just wasted 20 minutes. So we hope it will happen, and will Dylan Cousins be in the lineup for the Ottawa Senators in another key game. They all are down the stretch against the New York Rangers, another one of those teams vying for a wild card spot. 12:30 p.m. Eastern, we're on the air for Canadian Tire Senators hockey on Saturday. All right, so potentially our first significant deal of the day. Will Dylan Cousins be an Ottawa Senator? We'll find out as we continue here on Trade Center.
The Vultures are circling.
Cousins goes it down all alone. Turnover chance, scores!
Cousins in the slot with a shot, scores! Cousins has the stick on the ice and just able to redirect this 5-hole.
The offers and the interest are going to have to elevate in a big way.
With the all-new FanDuel Casino, you get more everything. All in one place. More ways to play with all your favorite games. More ways to stack with live dealers. More ways to cash in with quick and secure withdrawals. Download FanDuel Casino and get more.
Even love at first sight. So at Harvey's, when we looked at our classic poutine in all its glory, we said, let's put a ring on it. New Frings Poutine. Only for a limited time at Harvey's. When flight prices dropped, Vic could finally book his midlife crisis.
Some say John Jameson didn't just create an incredibly smooth whiskey, but the world's largest family. Now, they don't share DNA, but they do share the same warm spirit. A welcoming bunch who don't take themselves too seriously. And while they've never been to Ireland, they share our smooth Irish ways. Must be part of the family. Must be a Jameson.
Trump wants our jobs.
We're going to take other countries' jobs.
And Mark Carney is just the man to help him. Trudeau and Carney sold out Canada with job-killing taxes that push jobs south. He opposed Canadian pipelines while profiting off U.S. coal. Carney even moved his company's headquarters to New York. just as Trump wanted.
You're sneaky.
Carbon tax Carney. If Carney wins, Canada loses.
Download the Saily eSIM app and get ready for your big vacation. Save big on roaming charges. Save big in more than 180 destinations. Save big with flexible mobile data plans. And this vacation, save even bigger. Get 15% off with the code SAILYON for all Saily destinations. Saily, affordable mobile data for every journey.
Watching dough rise always fills me with inspiration.
Don't ever look at my savings account. The dough doesn't rise.
BMO has 2 simple ingredients to make your savings rise. Great interest rates and no monthly fees.
Yeah, that would do it all right.
Plus, get a cash bonus for opening a checking and savings account.
So BMO helps your savings grow bigger faster.
Like a triple dose of yeast.
You're hired.
What? No, I wasn't looking for it.
Yes, chef. Yes, chef.
Yes, chef.
BMO.
That music can only mean one thing. We're still waiting for trades to be confirmed. And as we're killing time waiting for trades to be confirmed, we brought back Plinko. Highly popular. Actually, it wasn't that popular, but we ran out of ideas.
We built the thing, so we had to use it again.
We spent a lot of money on this board, and so we brought it out again here on the Free Agent Frenzy. There's Mike Johnson, Greg Button. Here's what we're going to do with Plinko this time. The popular... Can I say prices right on here? They're not going to sue me or anything, right? Oh, I just said it. Okay. So this time we got Bedard, Celebrini, the last 2 #1 picks, and then Gavin McKenna, who's going to be the #1 pick a year from now. So I want to ask you guys, wherever the Plinko chip lands, MJ, you're going to have to make the case for that guy as the guy you want as your franchise player for the rest over the other 2. So you don't have an opinion here. You have to form an opinion. Then Craig can pick one of the other 2.
I like it.
I'm going to climb up the Plinko board.
It's going to land exactly where I want it to.
A lot of physical exertion today. So once again, wherever it lands, MJ has to make the case that this is the guy you would choose.
Wasn't that easy? I mean, that's the guy you want. Connor Bedard, clearly one of the most highly touted prospects we've seen in recent years. And yeah, it hasn't been great in Chicago, but you want a guy who's going to be used to the spotlight and be able to deal with the pressure. He's been through more already in just a couple of years than the other guys will have to go through it there any time. He's the best natural goal scorer, and if I'm going to build a franchise around a guy, I want a guy who can score goals, can mark it as an offensive dynamo. That's what he does better than anyone else. So I think it's pretty obvious. Connor Bedard.
Wow, you convinced me that's the guy you wanted, which is the point of this thing.
You're easily convinced.
Yeah.
So now I got to do my job. You watched him in Halifax just perform good. We all did. But I'm going right there. Macklin Celebrini. He's been the best player in the USHL as a 16-year-old, the best player in the NCAA as a 17-year-old, and now he's in the NHL showing you that he's going to be a superstar. And you got a centerman that can do what he does in the two-way game. Like, Bedard's got a lot of work to do in the other parts of his game. Celebrini doesn't. And I say this in the greatest respect ever, that I think Celebrini is an uppercase Jonathan Toews.
Right.
Uppercase. Ooh. Uppercase. I think he's got all those other dyed-in-the-wool competitive qualities and more offense.
So he's going to be a 3-time Stanley Cup champion, et cetera, et cetera?
I'm just talking more offense. I'm not saying he's going to be lots of guys that you think could be Stanley Cup champions, but
it's fascinating what's going on just out of screen here as our staff comes in and changes the bottom of the board. Did they get it right? Okay, so we're moving on to free agent questions, okay? So now we're looking ahead to July 1st. Mikko Rantanen or Mitch Marner. Who do you want to sign long-term? We'll let Craig go first this time. Let's a special guest star. Mark Giordano's been here all day.
Let's go. He's ready.
He's been dying to do the Plinko board.
He wants to do the stairs.
So, Gio.
This is one of Mark's great dreams, is to do Plinko.
That's right. He said he'd only come in if he could drop the Plinko chip. All right. Gio from the top. Again, Mitch Marner or Mikko Rantanen. Who do you want for the rest of their...
Wild card.
Does that mean he picks between the 2?
Anybody he wants.
Any free agents? Oh, he has to pick between one of those 2. Okay.
Okay. I'm going with Mitch Marner, because I think that Mitch Marner is much maligned unfairly. He's been a first-team All-Star right wing twice in his career. He's been a Selke finalist. He's been one of the top offensive players in the league. And does it mean that he doesn't deserve some maybe spotlight criticism for not being as good as they want him to be in the playoffs? He's been a great NHL regular season player. I don't think he's been the problem in the playoffs. And I think that when you look at what he's done over the course of his career, It's brilliant, and he's young. And he's a better skater and can play at pace better than Rantanen.
And you missed the most important part. He plays for Toronto, so you want a big deal. It's a good organization to be on. But I'm going to take Rantanen, obviously.
Well, you have to.
Because
you have no choice.
Half the league has already shown how badly they want Mikko Rantanen. The top teams are already trying to trade for him. And yes, his contract demands are very high, as they should be. A proven goal scorer, point getter, 100-point getter, something Mitch Marner has never done, as well as a proven playoff performer. So you want to get paid, you want to get into a good team, you want to get in the best situation, you got to have the production. He's got it, but you have to have the playoff resume, and his is much stronger than Mitch Marner's.
Our crack staff is high-fiving themselves for how quickly they were able to change, because now we move on to the last one. Let's bring in the legend Gino Reda to drop the last Plinko chip. If you were building...
We should get Gio, try to block it as a smaller.
No, let's not do that. If you had to build your franchise around one Tkachuk brother, would you take Matthew, already a Stanley Cup champion, a little bit of a bad groin right now, but that doesn't matter, Brady, tooth his nails, trying to get it past, or Dad Keith, absolute NHL legend. Gino, turn it
Gino,
over.
can we get the TSN logo?
I knew that.
Thank you.
Get the logo.
There we go.
It's branding, Gino. It's branding.
Gio in for the block.
Brady Tkachuk for Mike Johnson.
So what Brady has is the hunger, because he's not done it. Matthew's already done it. Brady's got he's seen it, he's been around it, but he's not actually accomplished it. And I think he's learned from his brother how to be a leader, how to be a game changer, how to be a guy that when he finally gets to the playoffs, he'll do well there. We've seen him in two big clutch moments. 4 Nations, he was incredible. World Championship, I didn't know if he'd be good over there. He was incredible. When he plays in big moments, he's a great performer. And when you're around the Ottawa Senators, and maybe we'll see them in the playoffs this year, the team absolutely does rally behind him. He's a young guy, younger than Matthew, but he's very mature in how he kind of approaches the bigger picture. And so, yeah, I think Brady could do much worse than Brady Tkachuk.
You have the choice of the other two.
Yeah, I was just thinking, though, like, I mean, Keith could still come back and play, couldn't he? Like, you know, he could learn from it. Hey, a big man. But, I mean, Matthew, as you talked about it, has done it. Been there, done that. He's going to do it again, in my view. And he makes everybody around him better. And the other thing, and they're both so similar, they come in with the attitude that, like, we know we're good. and we're not afraid to be brash, and we're going to show you. And it doesn't matter what you're doing or who you're doing it. He's going to... Brady fights a little bit more than Matthew. Matthew has more offense in my thing. But, you know, I'll be straightforward.
Brady might have more goals, though, at this point.
Yeah,
right?
But
you okay, Gino?
Gino's okay. We had a
lost Gino down the backstairs there for a second.
The Tkachuk family has been a real impactful family in the NHL, and I'm going to not stop beating the drum until Keith Tkachuk gets in the Hall of Fame. He belongs. He's deserving.
500-plus goals, 2,200-plus penalty minutes. Great job by both of you. Johnny, tell them what they've won. You've won the opportunity to stay here on Trade Center for 6 more hours or whatever the heck we got to fill.
That's the grand prize.
Yeah. What a prize. What a lovely parting gift that is. We have lots more ahead for you. We'll continue our cross-Canada tour and look in on the Edmonton Oilers here on Trade Center.
Here's a chance. Hyman scores! Rebound score from his knees. Poise, precision, polish.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Golf Town's Trade-In Days. Trade up to new clubs from top brands. Visit us in-store or at golftown.com to learn more.
With the same game parlay, hockey hits different.
He's got a goal and 2 assists already.
Points.
Odd man rush. In he comes. Shoots.
Money lines.
Save. Rebound. Score.
OT winners.
Game over.
They all mean more.
What a night.
They're moments that can lead to same game parlay perfection. It's the reason to toss the mitts, blow up the chat, and let her rip. It's why you should download FanDuel, home of the same game parlay, and make every moment more.
Sail through the heart of historic cities and unforgettable scenery with Viking. Unpack once and get closer to iconic landmarks, local life, and cultural treasures. Because when you experience Europe on a Viking longship, you'll spend less time getting there and more time being there. Viking, exploring the world in comfort.
This is severe weather. It's getting worse in Canada, and we are all paying the price. But this is what protecting Canadians from the impact of severe weather looks like. The 140,000 people in our home, auto, and business insurance industry working in your community, advocating for solutions that protect all Canadians. It's all part of our plan to protect the things we love.
All right, Little Caesar's Crazy Puffs. Whoa! Whoa. Have you tried the new bacon ones?
Bacon? New Little Caesar's Bacon and Cheese Crazy Puffs for $4.99. They taste like, whoa!
Hot and ready.
At Sleep Country Canada, we know a good night's sleep helps you make the most of tomorrow. Catching more moments with your grandson? Chasing your dogs on the snow hill for their belly bobsledding time? Hosting your weekly game night with the girls? Or proudly celebrating your kid's A on his very first science project? No matter what your tomorrow brings, we're here for it. Because for every reason that keeps us awake, there are hundreds more that make us dream. Sleep well, Canada. Sleep Country.
Okay, everybody, that's lunch.
Mud mask?
Welcome along to the Australian Grand Prix
On TSN and TSN Plus.
Acquiring a player at the deadline is literally a roll of the dice. You make a trade hoping it gets you the holy grail of hockey, hoping the asset delivers in the playoffs. When they do, you look like a high roller.
Tapped over, score! It's Ontario, look at it!
Which roll of the dice will deliver this postseason? We'll have to wait and see in spring. Trade Center continues.
If you are just joining us, you are watching Trade Center 2025. We've been up here since about 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Only one confirmed deal, but lots of stuff percolating out there. We're just short of 3 hours away from the deadline. Let's see the latest on what's going on with Gordon Miller and the trade breakers, guys.
All right, James, we have been watching and watching and watching the Mikko Rantanen situation. Bob McKenzie has an interesting perspective on this.
Well, you know, I'd like to joke that I'm more outsider than insider now, but it's not actually a joke because I parachute in here for a day, try to figure out what the heck is going on, try to reestablish connections that have been dead for years. Doesn't work very well, but nevertheless. So I'm got to be really careful because I used to say things, and O-Dog would always say, you're speaking in code, and that I'd say, it's not happening, but this is something, and he would say, it's actually happening. So let me say all that by way of saying, that's not what this is. But, and I'm going to regret even saying this. Here we go. But when I was starting to do research last night, I'm not suggesting that the Toronto Maple Leafs are going to trade for Mikko Rantanen. I don't believe it would be able to work on today at all, because I think in order to do that, they'd have to be prepared to give up somebody like Nyes, which I don't believe they would, or ask Mitch Marner to waive his no-move clause, which I don't think would happen. So all of that said, last night when everybody was saying Rantanen to Dallas, it's a legit thing because Rantanen has great interest in playing in Dallas. Not for $12 million a year, apparently, because Darren Dreger reported that's not going to get it done right now. But what I was told by a couple of people last night in a vacuum, don't sleep on Toronto and Florida as places that Mikko Rantanen might look favorably on in free agency. And I don't even know if Mikko Rantanen's going to get to free agency. We'll find out in a few hours. But Toronto was listed as one of the teams that I was told he might look favorably on signing with in the summer. Make it of it what you will.
Let's give that a pause, because I want a little...
let's take all that in.
Little separation. But, you know, if we do step back, I think one story we haven't really hit on, but is a real big picture issue for the Leafs, is what happens with Mitch Marner. And I can tell you for certain that the Leafs have wanted to extend Mitch Marner, to engage in that kind of talk. And so far, they haven't been able to get anywhere on that file. I think, look, it's a player who has a no-move clause, who has the ability to be a free agent himself if he chooses July 1st, and he can negotiate on his terms. But, you know, the Leafs are now in a position where, you know, once this deadline passes, there would be no opportunity to trade him. Not suggesting they're trading him, but, you know, then they're in a spot where he really controls all the cards, Marner. And so they have to think,
yeah.
Part of this is, yes, it's about this window to try to win a Stanley Cup this year, but the bigger picture is in the window, too.
And you're absolutely right. And if indeed Rantanen might look favorably on playing in Toronto as a free agent, it's a big if, but if that were to be the case, the Toronto Maple Leafs have to be prepared for the possibility that Mitch Marner is going to walk out the door. Like you said, they've got to find that out, obviously, as they go along here. But Marner has shown no inclination to want to do a deal in season. He's got an agent in Darren Ferris, and probably himself.
Has the no move.
He's got the full no move.
He controls the car here.
He controls everything. And he probably wants to get closer to free agency to decide what he's going to do. So the Toronto Maple Leafs have got to make sure that if Mitch Marner goes walking out the door for nothing, they've got a plan B. And could Mikko Rantanen be the plan B or even a plan A? I don't know.
Yeah, so let's bring it back to the here and now, right? Because you do have to wonder, okay, well, where is the landing spot for Mikko Rantanen? And again, there's so much speculation, especially on social media, connecting the Dallas Stars with good reason. I mean, there was a deal that was agreed to pending the extension. I believe that the Dallas Stars are not willing to go $1 over $12 million per season, and I believe that the Rantanen camp wants at least $13 million from the Dallas Stars, and I do not see Dallas budging. So something's going to have to shift, and maybe that's, you know, Carolina moving to a completely different situation.
Well, and look, dollars are not created equal. There's taxes and all this other things that obviously agents and accountants consider. But remember, Carolina offered Mikko Rantanen $100 million plus, meaning at least $12.5 million up. So, you know, it's under that offer, but I mean, that's those tax-friendly states. You're trying to get players on a little different number.
Real quickly, Pierre, another winger, Kyle Palmieri.
Finally, yes. Kyle Palmieri, who's a pending UFA.
Yeah, what everyone's waiting for after Bobby's bomb.
Yes.
No bomb there.
20 goals this year for the New York Islanders. Kyle Palmieri was told in the last hour here that the Islanders will not trade him, that the Islanders are interested in signing him to an extension. Those extension talks are on. Might take a day or two, we'll see. But, you know, he's a guy that could have helped a lot of teams, obviously. But the Islanders, who are 4 points out of a playoff spot, and we know how difficult it was for Lou Lamoriello to trade Brock Nelson. I mean, it really was. I think this is probably the Islanders' way of saying we're still in this.
All right, one more thing, James, before we throw it back to you. For the third consecutive year, the trade deadline is on a Friday. And this matters in bookkeeping. Any European or Canadian-born player who gets traded to an American team today from Canada has to get a U.S. work visa. It takes 36 to 48 hours. If you go get the paperwork in today, and it's unlikely the paperwork will get done today, it means you can't play until late next week for your new team. We saw this last year with Jake Allen going to Jersey. You can't even go to the United States until that paperwork is done. The fact that the trade deadline is on a Friday drives people behind the scenes in with NHL teams absolutely nuts.
I would lobby for two things. Monday every single year. It's usually a slow day in the National Hockey League anyway. And secondly, no other games on trade deadline. That's another thing that doesn't seem to make any sense. But I've said my piece. I've said it for 20 years. They've never listened. Our trade bait board has not been changed too much so far, but likely will a lot in the next 3 hours. Let's check in with Lindsay and Frankie.
Thank you, James. Yes, just stay tuned. Plenty of change, I think, is going to be coming around the corner. But, of course, we've been talking about the Ottawa Senators, rumblings. Let's move to another Canadian team, that being the Habs. Frankie, of course, you cover the Canadians. You know the team well. Yeah. Ken Hughes Signing Jake Evans to a 4-year extension earlier this week, how did that change things for the franchise?
That's changed because Jake Evans is going to stick around. He took less money because he believes in this group. But this is what's changed for the Montreal Canadiens. 1 point out of a playoff spot. That's so significant for this group that wanted to be in this position at the start of the season. And so now the Montreal Canadiens, they have some decisions to make. And there were some UFAs. Jake Evans was one of them. But David Savard and Yoel Armia, also two ones that play a factor in this.
All right, well, put yourself in the shoes of Ken Hughes. If you're him, are you keeping these guys or are you trading them moving forward?
Absolutely keeping both of these players, and they would have had a lot to offer other teams. David Savard, a Stanley Cup champion, leads the team in block shots, but he's so important to this group of young defensemen. They need that kind of insulation, so I would not be moving off of David Savard because you want to give your young group an opportunity to continue playing these meaningful games. He means a lot for them. And Yoel Armia is an interesting one because last year he cleared waivers. He went down to the Laval Rocket. He came back up, and he played excellent hockey. He had 6 goals in his last 12 games, and he's really kind of picked up where he left off. And you can honestly make the case that both of these players would like to be back with the Montreal Canadiens and very well could be back, maybe at lesser cap hits next year or around the same type of cap hit. And you go back to these Eastern Conference standings, like this is significant for the Montreal Canadiens. January 21st, they had just beaten the New York Rangers and the Tampa Bay Lightning back-to-back. They were 5 games above 500 at that point. They limped into the Four Nations break. 1-7-1 over 9, and now they've come back. They won 5 in a row. They got a point last night against the Edmonton Oilers. This group deserves to have their UFAs stick around for the rest of the season.
Okay, you're saying keep. That is the state of the Habs, and as you say, it all changes when they're just 1 point back, that second wild card spot, chasing the Senators. James, back to you.
Lindsay, Frankie, thank you. We appreciate the patience of Calgary Flames fans in waiting for us to talk in detail about their team as we bounce around the country here. We're going to do that right now as we welcome in GM Craig Conroy, also a former member of the panel in a time back in the day. Thank you, Craig, for joining us. Your team's holding on to that final wild card spot right now in the West. Would you like to do something today before it's done?
You know, I think we did make a deal earlier with Philly that was kind of maybe our big deal trade deadline day, but you're always trying to help your team get a little bit better if you can, and you know, you'd like to do something, but it's got to make sense. You just don't want to do a deal just to make a deal. You want to make a deal that makes sense moving forward for us.
You said you're not looking for a rental, which makes sense, but how do you balance rewarding your players today while ensuring you protect the future?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, like I said, we made the deal maybe a little bit earlier, and then you just want to show you have faith in them, but these guys have faith in themselves, so they believe. You know, we had a hard-fought game last night against Dallas. It's just a matter of we got to keep going. So I know if I don't do anything or I do something, they got belief in that room that we can continue to, you know, make a push for the playoffs.
Joel Farabee scored a ridiculous goal. Morgan Frost came over as well. How has that duo impacted your team since they came from Philly?
You know, I think the one nice thing, again, doing it early, they've been able to kind of get acclimated to the team. The first 5 games were a whirlwind. We didn't even practice, and then we had the break, and they were able to get settled. I think they're just really starting to, you know, get integrated with the team, feeling good, and they've been playing much better lately, which is exciting, and they're scoring some goals and getting some points.
When you made that trade, you traveled across the country to pick those players up. Why was that important to you?
You know, I think just to go, I think on a day like this, obviously you can't do it, but, you know, I had time. We were going to go get them. I thought if I could go get them, and it's a great way to meet somebody. Just you're on a plane for 4 hours. They did sleep a little bit more than I wanted, but I talked when they were awake.
New arena projected 27-28. Does that shape at all the way you're building your team for then?
For sure. I mean, I think I said, you know, last year, it's probably a 3 to 5 year. We're trying to build for something, and, you know, that's part of the age thing. When we're talking about age, we want age-appropriate players to kind of be with this group, and, you know, that's why some of the rentals maybe just don't make sense if we're not going to be able to keep them. I mean, if we're able to get a guy and feel like we
FanDuel held a shooting contest to promote its new MySpend tool.
iSpan makes it easy. See the whole picture.
Breaking down doors for entrepreneurs.
Saves us 30% on average when we compare flights and rental cars. Ain't that right, babe?
No. Oh, yeah.
If Mumsy keeps sniping sweet deals on Skyscanner, we might be able to finally grow those playoff beards.
We're going to the playoffs?
Thank you, Skyscanner.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards.
Yep.
But did you know we also print these? And those. And that. And definitely this. Okay, that's engraved, where we print with lasers. At Vistaprint, we print your brand on everything, so your customers can notice you, remember you, and fall in love with you. Like, really fall in love with you. At Vistaprint, if you need it, we print it, with 20% off for new customers at vistaprint.ca.
Practice starts in 20. Let's get it. C-Mac. Who shaves for practice? My game face doesn't take days off with Gillette Labs. Its green bar releases trapped hairs, so you can get virtually every hair in a single stroke. That's smooth. The best your game can get is Gillette Labs.
When did sleep become a weakness? Hustle, bustle, grind. Let's stop sleep shaming.
Watching dough rise always fills me with inspiration.
Don't ever look at my savings account. The dough doesn't rise.
BMO has 2 simple ingredients to make your savings rise. Great interest rates and no monthly fees.
Yeah, that would do it all right.
Plus, get a cash bonus for opening a checking and savings account.
So BMO helps your savings grow bigger faster.
Like a triple dose of yeast.
You're hired.
What? No, I wasn't looking for it.
Yes, chef. Yes, chef.
Yes, chef.
BMO.
It happened on March 9th at 6:17 p.m. First to arrive was Marco, who came by way of train with his plane-at-first dog, Minnie. The Maui's made it en route to their regional curling championship / family vacation. Self-proclaimed content queen Quinn, well, she'll share how she managed to make it shortly. So how did the never-available host Julie make the unplannable happen?
Find the best time for group dinner and add to calendar.
Plan the unplannable with Samsung Galaxy AI on Bell.
Isn't it time to obsess over something other than money for a change? Like building a path towards what's important to you. Money's a thing, but it's not everything.
Edward Jones, we do money differently.
It's not always easy to eat enough of what I should. Ensure has 25 vitamins and minerals and is high in protein to help build muscles. So I get nutrients to help me keep doing the things I love with the people I love. Ensure, the #1 doctor-recommended brand.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the main event.
Oh, they're underway. If something gets busted, oh, somebody's down.
Is there ketchup on that?
I promise you folks, we're not. What?
The llama chase is over. TSN's Gino Retta corralling both the llamas.
Oh, training. Oh, jeez.
That's right.
Andrew is down. Some of the moments we've had here on Trade Center over the years. Is there catch-up on that moment? I wonder if we should do like an audience vote on their favorite all-time moment. And is there catch-up on that? A lot of them were, stuff that we prepared. That was an organic thing that just happened where you were hungry for a burger and your mic was caught on it.
And
here
if
we
the
are.
burger had ketchup on it, I would be that much more jacked up about it.
Right. And Harvey says, Harvey's sponsoring us again. Thank you, Harvey.
As you can see by the size of me in
They've
the
just
clip.
brought us on. Do you want to open your burger? And this is not like, you know, and see if there's ketchup on that again?
I mean, I'll take a look, Jim.
Bringing the past and the present together in one moment? I know you're starving because you were eyeing that thing.
Fries.
Those are fries, you idiot. Don't you know the
Why'd you tell me
packaging?
to open it?
It usually comes in a little wrapper and shaped like, oh, you didn't get a burger? That's it.
He usually dines in at Harvey's.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Where are we going now? Edmonton Oilers?
Yeah.
All right. Let's focus in on the Oilers now, and Ryan Rashog's going to join us in just a second. There's a lot of downtime for the reporters on a day like this. This was sent to us. I'm guessing that's David Parker, our Edmonton cameraman, shooting Ryan covered in a quilt. A lot of people don't know that Ryan is a prolific quilter. He does these on his downtime. That's one of his most recent works. Are you quilting? How much quilting are you doing, and how much sourcing are you doing to see if the Oilers are going to do something else?
Bit of both, James. There's no shtick there. I wasn't trying to be funny. I'm kind of past all that. It's freezing cold in here. Like, stupid cold in here. They keep this place so cold. And so ace cameraman Dave Parker was kind enough to spring into action. He actually went all the way downstairs and came back up. That was Aunt Faye's quilt. Dave Parker's Aunt Faye.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Donating the quilt to help me out. Yeah, it's really nice. Dave always takes such good care of us. By the way, you can share the love with the Harveys. We're sitting here chewing on, like, homemade mixed nuts and waters, and you guys are just feasting on set, James.
There's apps for that.
We have Harveys out here, too, you know.
Yeah, you try your little Uber Eats, you know. Expense it afterwards. So you talked about a forward earlier, despite they got Frederick, but would still like to do something more. Maybe assess the realistic chances of that happening.
Yeah, so I think they would love to add someone that can score some goals up front, next to Leon Draisaitl in particular, but that's hard to do, right? We know their situation on the cap is really tight, and so they would need to find a way to move some money out. Jeff Skinner is an interesting one here because, you know, it has not worked out here with Jeff Skinner. He was brought in to be in that spot next to Draisaitl, and it just has not clicked at all. They've basically just been stacking players in front of him on the depth chart, you know, between Frederick and Jones, and if Evander Kane comes back, they've played Podkolzin ahead of him all year long. So he has that no move. And I can't help but wonder if they aren't looking for a place to send Jeff Skinner, who at a certain point probably should read the tea leaves or could read the tea leaves and understand that the opportunity here is waning. So can they move that money out? We'll have to wait and see. The one guy that I've been keeping an eye on, I know there's lots of chatter about him potentially signing. I think the Oilers would love a player like Ryan Donato to come in. 23 goals, immediately would become their, you know, top goal scorer as far as wingers go.
Right.
So a good dollar figure and a player that can do a bunch of different things for you. So that's one that we're keeping an eye on, though it sounds like he may be re-signing in Chicago, James.
Stand by, wrap the quilt around your shoulders because you get cold so easy, because we'll be back to you in about 2 minutes' time. First, we want to go through the Oilers roster as it stands right now, and we know how good it is at the top with those first two centers in McDavid and Draisaitl. We've highlighted the players, as we're doing for all of the Canadian teams, who've been acquired over the deadline period, and Frederick, Jones, and Jake Wallman coming over from San Jose last night. Stan Bowman made deals on 9 of his 12 deadline days with Chicago. Wallman gives the Oilers a left defenseman with some really good offensive punch as well. Bowman gave up 2 draft picks and a prospect to get Trent Frederick from Boston. He's on IR right now with a lower body injury. Max Jones had 0 points in 7 games with the Bruins this season. Just before we get into Oilers talk, one other deal. Andrei Kuzmenko goes from Philly to L.A. For a 2027 third-round draft pick. Wanted to add that in. It's probably been on the bottom of your screen already. The one-shoulder quilt now for Ryan Rashog. So, Ryan, what do you think has gone so wrong for the Oilers lately, and can Jake Wallman and Frederick change that, besides the guys just playing better all around them?
Yeah, I think there's a few things, James. So if you listen to Chris Knobloch talk, their ability to defend against the rush has fallen through the floor. They're really good at this earlier on in the season. Defensively, they have really struggled over the last month and a half or so. So that's something you can do. You know, ask your forwards to back check a little bit more. Strategically, they can fix some of that on their own. But adding Wallman in, a puck-moving defenseman, got a good first pass, bit of an offensive flair to him. they want to move the puck north. And I think in adding a player like this, they allow themselves to do that. The other issue that they've had, they're one of the softest teams in the league in terms of finishing checks and such. Listen to me calling people soft standing here at a quilt. That just kind of struck me. But they're not a team that finishes a lot of checks. And so in adding Frederick, they're definitely going to up the toughness level. Because as you guys know, out here in Alberta, we build them tough. We like them tough, James.
Just players have enough reason to make fun of the media, let alone a guy with a quilt around his shoulders saying that they lack toughness. Appreciate that, Ryan. Craig Button, Ryan talked a little bit about Frederick and Wallman. How do you see them fitting in down the stretch and into the playoffs?
Yeah, we know what Trent Frederick is. He's a good, hard-nosed player. Mark, you played against him. You know that he comes with bite. I mean, he comes with that energy and that determination to lean in on you. And he's got a nastiness to him, okay? Well,
I'm going to interrupt you for a second. We promise Oiler fans we'll get back to the Oilers, but right now we want to get straight to Gordon Miller and the Breakers. Guys.
It comes to Mark.
All right, the deal is done. Dylan Cousins, defenseman Dennis Gilbert, and a second-round pick in 2026 from Buffalo to Ottawa for Josh Norris and Jacob Bernard Docker. So that's Norris, Gilbert, a 2026 second to Ottawa for Josh Norris and defenseman Jacob Bernard Docker.
And discuss amongst yourselves.
Talk amongst yourself.
All right.
We already did.
Okay.
Interesting that the second rounder goes
to
with
Ottawa.
Buffalo.
Yeah, you thought it would
which
going...
implies the perceived value was greater coming from Ottawa. Like Buffalo had to add, Cousins alone wasn't enough to get Norris and Bernard Docker.
Doesn't that go to but Norris being a really good goal scorer, a better, a better offensive player? Probably reflective.
That's a big trade for Ottawa, given where they are in the standings and how precarious their spot in the playoffs is right now.
They better not be looking at Dylan Cousins like being in a pressure situation, saying like, you're going to score, you're going to provide offense, you're going to provide, like that better all be there as soon as he steps on the ice. And I think CJ said it best. There's question marks both ways. Can Josh Norris stay healthy? Can Dylan Cousins find his game again? You obviously want to weigh in and say, oh, this team won the trade. There is question marks for both of these players and both of their new teams and situations.
Definitely a good player, by the way, for Senators fans who are quickly Googling Dennis Gilbert. Played in 25 games so far with the Buffalo Sabres this season. 0 goals, 5 assists, a -3 on the year, 50 penalty minutes.
Physical guy, yeah. But listen, he'll be on Ottawa's roster. Ottawa needs depth. Cleven's hurt. They got Manton, Paolo, and Hamonic on their third pair. One thing that Ottawa was trying to do beyond maybe something this big was tinker on the depth of the blue line, and maybe Gilbert does that for them.
And they're not done yet. There's hours to the deadline, and so they can go and still add other defensemen out there that are available.
Does this lineup look like a playoff team to you when you insert Cousins into it, Gio?
I just think they wanted to change it up, shake it up, and have a different look. I think they're right on the bubble. I always thought they had a great young team. I couldn't understand why they couldn't get over the hump the last few years to get into playoffs. But I think this is Stevie Stales shaking it up and bringing in a gritty guy in Cousins. I like Gilbert, too. I think he played in Calgary for a bit, and he's a tough defenseman, likes to be physical out there. So I think it's a good move. It's adding grit for sure, though.
The one guy that can certainly help is they've had issues in net with Matt Murray, and then who's the guy that's in Boston now? Korpisalo. And now they've got Ullmark there, and it's like if he starts playing like that top-notch goaltender, they might not even be worrying about a playoff spot.
It's been a goalie graveyard since really Patrick Lalime.
And this year, of all years, I think they've improved defensively. Johnny, you might know the metrics on that because I don't.
Why are you rolling your eyes?
Have they?
Yes,
they have.
They're like the 6th or 7th best defensive team in the league.
That's why I rely on the eye test. But if they get the goaltending, maybe they don't have this
But that's
problem.
what I'm saying, maybe not just the goaltending, because what they need is goals to go along with a better system play and, of course, strong goaltending. And so there will be pressure on Cousins to get going right away, because at 5-on-5, beyond Stützle, beyond Tkachuk, they don't have a lot of offense.
And Josh Norris, didn't he just score a big OT goal in Chicago the other night?
Yeah. It does feel, though, that, like, for some reason, they haven't been healthy altogether at once all season. So I think that could be a big part of this. Like,
it's a very good point.
There's three centers who played a handful of games together.
When they've played together, and it's only been like 85 times in all the years that Pinto, Norris, and Stützle have been on the roster. In those 85 games, they played at a 105-point pace when the three of them were available together. So they haven't, you're right, they haven't had all of them together. Gio's right, not O.
Yeah, I would just add one more thing there. Is that if they want to put Cousins on the wing just to change it up a little bit, they also have Ridley Gregg who can go in the middle of the ice too.
He's not a play driver, though.
No, but down the line, you push. No, I'm not asking him to do offense. I'm just saying as you load up.
You need goals. You got to find goals in that Ottawa roster, however you put the chess pieces.
Gathering some sound from this, this is just moments ago. Travis Green, the coach of the Ottawa Senators, on the deal.
Gilbert.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Dylan goes, he's obviously a big centerman that can score and can play a physical game as well, and a young centerman that's got a huge upside in the league. You get toughness in Dennis and defenseman that I've seen a little bit more probably when he was in Calgary, and some stiffness in his game, and a player that's hard to play against. And if you're going to make a trade like that, you're going to obviously have to give up some good players as well.
Do you think that having more of an edge on this roster will help you?
Yeah, it wasn't just about that. You're talking about two young centermen that flip teams that are good players in the league. Both have huge upside. I think Dylan's going to bring us a little bit of a different element, but he's also a highly skilled player as well, and obviously Dennis does bring a physical element to the game that is, it's still part of the game.
You talked about saying goodbye to old friends. I mean,
Yeah.
Josh has been here a while here and
Yeah.
developed some really strong relationships.
For sure.
Part of the process of maturation, is this what you're hoping these players, as part of their maturation process, is going to kick in?
Yeah, I mean, there's a core that's been together for a little while here, and he's been one of them, and we're very mindful of that and aware of that, and that you build deep bonds with players when you play with them for a while and grow together, and it's not for me to sit there and say don't let it affect you or don't let it bother you a little bit, because that's human nature, and I would never want to say that. Why would I? And they are going to have feelings that they're going to miss their friend, but that is part of sport, and you try to help them and talk through it, and like you said, our team has matured a lot over the season, and this is just something else that you learn from and you move on from, and the longer you play in the league, the more you see things like this happen, and yet there's also the excitable part that you're getting new players as well that are going to help your team.
First time this core has gone through this with one piece of them leaving.
Travis Green sort of touched on it there, and while they are close, Norris is a big part of this, but he's also part of the young American crew of players that Sanderson and Tkachuk and Pinto and and Bernard Docker, those guys, and him and Brady Tkachuk very, very close. So it's more than just, I like Craig and he's gone and that's sad. There's maybe a little bit more to it than that. So that's something you have to work through.
Saw the human side there from even the coach. It looked like that took a little chunk out of him. You're losing a guy that you're with every day and a guy that's one of your players. It's a difficult thing when guys are just in and out like that.
Craig Button, go full.
Numbers and the metrics. Yes, the Ottawa Senators are going to make the
not.
I think just the law of averages, they're in a cluster with 5 other teams.
Always numbers.
4 of them probably won't make it. They're one of the worst scoring teams at 5-on-5 in the league, and while they do have great defensive numbers, as astutely pointed out, and they have good goaltending, I just don't know if the goals will be there.
You doing the game tomorrow in Ottawa?
Don't let them talk about
not be welcome there.
Don't let them talk about your Sens like that.
I just did my last Sens game last week, James. That's what I can say.
You will not be getting the key to that city. We interrupted our Oilers talk a while ago and did not want to leave Edmonton fans hanging there. I can't remember exactly where we were. Ryan Rashad was at a quilt and was going on about how soft guys
Greg was talking about Trent Frederick and Jake Wallman.
Right.
Yeah, we were talking about Trent, and Mark has played against Trent. And we're just talking about that weight and that edge that he brings to the game.
Yeah, he's tough. He'll fight. I mean, he plays with that grit, but he can play, too. He can make plays. He can drive play up the ice and get in on the forecheck. He was tough against us last year in playoffs.
Gio, can that D, with the addition of Wallman, can that D win a Stanley Cup?
I like the addition of Wallman. I don't like get another point all year. I want you and Ekholm to be our shutdown pair and be a true #1 shutdown pair, play against all the other teams' best lines. And then I'd put Bouchard with this Wallman, because I think Wallman has, more upside with the puck. And
could be a circus in their own end, though.
And then that's the thing. But Johnny was telling me earlier that Wallman's actually defensive numbers are better than we think. So
when he played with Mo Seider 2 years ago, had the best expected goals against per minute of any D pair in the entire league.
Which made me think about that. So
I think it's a sneaky, really sneaky good acquisition.
Frederick might be more well known. Jake Wallman's way more important to the Edmonton Oilers and their success than Frederick will be.
One thing about a lot out of them, and you've seen at different parts of this season, the beginning of the season and this last 3 weeks, like they need to get some energy and get some juice going. Obviously, you're going to have a chance to win when you have Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl. But there's areas and parts of their game. Their goaltending can be concerning at times. Can that third and fourth line come alive again like they did in the playoffs? Like they got to revitalize a lot of things about their game if they want to get back where they want to.
2 things. Their 5th leading goal scorer is Corey Perry. That's a problem.
Scored a beauty last night.
Listen, it's great for Corey. I'm just that's reality.
Right.
Last year their blue line was Ekholm, Bouchard, Nurse, Broberg, Kulak, and Ceci. That blue line is worse this year. Right. So I don't know how you take a lesser blue line and think that you're going to have a better chance. I like the addition of Jake Wallman.
Right.
But I'm with Mark. Free moving.
Draisaitl needs somebody to play with him too. Like Evander Kane comes back into the lineup and plays at the top of his game, which is going to be tough to do. It's one thing, but I think he needs a winger on that side of him to help him out.
Brad Marchand?
Feels inappropriate to say this out loud, but really, I think the biggest problems for Edmonton and where they've changed the last 3 weeks, is Connor McDavid. Right. It's so strange to say that he's not been just incredible. He's been
Don't
good.
you think at post Four Nations, he just wants the playoffs?
It was down to be excellent and not the best in the world. Everyone else is maybe not quite as strong as you perceive them to be because they are being helped by his brilliance.
Right. The biggest issue there, they got to get goaltending to win a Stanley Cup.
That too.
A lot better goaltending. Let's send it back to the goalie panel now for more on that, guys.
JD, I love when you say the biggest issue and then you come to us because then that's the appropriate spot to go. Yes, Stu Skinner last year was 1 win away from winning the Stanley Cup. Right now, he's 71st in goals saved above expected. Yes. That's a stat that we got directly from ODOG. If you had to describe Stuart Skinner right now, and as he's getting ready for the playoffs, in one single word, Marty, how would you describe it?
Well, I grew up French, right? So it's hard to pick one single word, but I would say erratic. Erratic, why? Because you have some highs and you have really low lows when it comes to Stuart Skinner. And last year, at least second half of the season, it started to get steadier and climbing the ladder. And then in the playoffs, it got better. And this year, it started bad and it didn't get better. Now, you get a good game like last night where you say, hey, Stuart Skinner, one of the top 3 stars. That's fantastic. But it's still too erratic for me to be able to go into the playoffs and say, hey, this is the guy that we can trust. And Chris Knobloch says we've been fragile of late. Yeah. Fragile usually means defensively, and it starts with goaltending. So that's why they're fragile.
And I think they go hand in hand here. You use the word erratic. ODOG always talks about their defense being the dog park defense when they're not playing well. Because it's just 5 guys chasing the puck around. Yeah. I'll give you an example. If you watch that game last night, Joel Armia's goal, there's 4 guys back. It's a 2-on-4, and you've got your top players, RNH, Hyman, Nurse, and Bouchard, and Armia is wide open in the slot for a one-timer.
But that's not a great goal to give up. Okay, it's a shot on the ice in the middle of the net, and it went right through it.
But why are you giving up a one-timer from the slot on a 2-on-4?
Okay, but to Marty's point, though, I get the fact they've got to be better defensively in front of them, but you've got to make the saves that are making.
Sure you do. You got to make the saves.
And right now they're not.
And, down that list of guys in that dressing room, outside of 29 who could win the Hart today, none of them are having great seasons, including Stuart Skinner.
In the Western Conference right now, okay? Connor Hellebuck, way better.
Yeah.
Jake Ottinger, way better. Mackenzie Blackwood.
You guys
okay, they know what they have, but is it enough? That's the real question.
I mean, it was for them last year close enough. And, you know, the panel was just talking about the addition of Wallman. I think lost in all of this is Kulak is going to probably play in a top 4 role. So you can move Wallman around a little bit. I think there is more stability. This group needs to be better. I think it's the dog days right now, and they look unenergized. They look uninspired. They need to play better. And then you can judge the goaltending, because it goes hand in hand. But
okay,
I'm not
you can't
arguing.
wait till after today, Noodles.
Kevin Lankinen has been better.
Right, there's not an upgrade in the National Hockey League out there for the Edmonton Oilers that would make sense cap-wise.
Well, the cap issue is one, right? Because you could say John Gibson, a healthy John Gibson is better.
John Gibson would be awesome on the training table.
Well,
he would sit there with
healthy.
He would be
Karel
amazing.
Vejmelka would have probably been an
TD Forrest, I know their trainer. He would be awesome. We bring them sandwiches. They would hang out on ice bags left and right. But the bottom line is Stuart Skinner played 82 games last year, 59 in the regular season, 23 in the playoffs. He's showed some stability. I still think they need a goaltender there, Gino, because there's no NHL depth.
To Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final, 13th in save percentage and goals against in the playoffs last year, James.
All right, gentlemen, thank you. We're going to take a break here on Trade Center. Still ahead, the latest on Mikko Rantanen. Things seem to be percolating there, and we'll hear from the insiders and lots more as we count you down to the deadline. We are 2.5 hours away from 3 o'clock Eastern, and still a ton of big names on the board.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Golftown's Trade-In Days. Trade up to new clubs from top brands. Visit us in store or at golftown.com to learn more.
Trump wants our jobs.
We're going to take other countries' jobs.
And Mark Carney is just the man to help him. Trudeau and Carney sold out Canada with job-killing taxes that push jobs south. He opposed Canadian pipelines while profiting off U.S. coal. Carney even moved his company's headquarters to New York, just as Trump wanted.
You're sneaky.
Carbon tax Carney. If Carney wins, Canada loses.
At Sleep Country, we know that for every reason that keeps us awake, there are hundreds more that make us dream. That's why we're offering 25% off, because great sleep fuels tomorrow's dreams. Sleep well, Canada.
At Hyundai, we know that trust is never assumed. It's earned through reliability, innovation, and more than 40 years of moving Canadians. That's why, once again, the Hyundai Kona is the best-selling subcompact SUV in the country and highest ranked in residual value 5 years running. Because more Canadians trust Hyundai to keep them going.
We created these. We're 4 Canadian friends that quit our jobs because we hated our underwear. We couldn't take the chafing, riding up, and constant adjusting. So we spent 12 months creating our own. They're made with a premium modal fabric that's breathable like cotton, but it won't stretch out. And we designed them to contour and support the boys, preventing sticking. We also made it to Dragon's Den and received offers from 4 different dragons. So visit manmadebrand.com to experience ultimate crotch comfort today.
Action! He became the director of his life. And Exotica, an extraordinary travel crafter, made it happen. Start planning the life you want to see flashing before your eyes.
Feels just right. Say aloha to Olukai. Anywhere comfort, anywhere aloha.
McDonald's has low prices for all sizes of delicious premium roast coffee, starting at just $1 plus tax. And now make every coffee moment even more delicious with the new Cinnamon Swirl from McCafe.
They're violent criminals, so they're not going to go down easy. Let's get this done.
You never really stop being a rookie.
Get into a new episode of The Rookie, Tuesday, 9/10 Mountain on CTV. Stream next day on Crave.
Trade Center is presented by Harvey's new Frings Poutine, where they've combined their crunchy onion rings with their classic poutine. New Frings Poutine. Try it for a limited time.
Up until yesterday, the Oilers had been the #1 Stanley Cup favorite on FanDuel. Now the odds makers like the Panthers just a bit better. Dallas and Colorado moved up the list overnight, while 2 other Canadian teams are in the top 10. Winnipeg, that number feels like it should be shorter. What's a better bet to you? The Jets at 15-1 or the Leafs at 18-1?
The Jets, I have them about a 9% chance of winning the Stanley Cup.
Okay.
And most of the reason is Connor Hellebuck. He's such an integral piece of the Jets. And goaltending goes a long way in the playoffs. They haven't really got past that playoffs either. This feels like the year. And Connor Hellebuck, second in saves versus slot shots, second in saves off the rush, and the most shutouts this season with 6. Now, if you look at the Jets, too, they do have a lot of offense. Connors, Ehlers, Scheifele, they check all of those boxes. The one defensive metric I like is fewest high-danger chances against at 118. So they defensively will shut you down. They have the earmarks of a playoff team. They play with a lot of jam, and they haven't done it in the past. So this year feels like the year for them.
Right, I like that. I think this might be the year the Cup drought ends in Canada, maybe? What do you think? It's been 32 years. Wouldn't we all? But we did get the 4 nations. FanDuel is giving Canadian teams a plus 290 chance to win the Cup. That's an implied probability of about 26%.
Yes, the Jets look great, but a lot of competition in the Central, which we'll get to in just a second. Just one other note for you as some teams are skating right now. Scott Laughton held out at the Philadelphia Flyers skate on this day. Doesn't necessarily mean he's been traded yet. Of course, we've been talking about him for about the last 3 months, so watch that out of Philadelphia. Yeah, the Central, the Jets are great, but moves all around them of huge significance. Brian Hayes has more.
All right, thank you, JD. Back here with Emily Kaplan and Carlo Koliakovo. One move we know that has happened in the Central last night, Brock Nelson on his way to Colorado. Another move we're bracing for. It has not happened yet. No guarantees that it will, but it could. Mikko Rantanen to the Dallas Stars, and with that, he would sign an extension. Obviously, pieces would go the other way, Emily, so pieces off the roster, you presume, would come out of Dallas. But if Mikko Rantanen does end up in Dallas, do they become the team to beat in the Central?
Yeah, I agree. I'm supposed to say that, too. That's your guys' thing. I agree. All right, I'm done with this. Yeah, I think it's just tough because we don't know which players are leaving the Dallas Stars roster. We know that Carolina was not interested in futures deals, so these would be roster players, and both sides have been extremely tight-lipped about which players are involved, and you understand why. In case this extension didn't fall through, they don't want those names out there. All of that said, I've watched Dallas recently, and I think they're going to be a really tough team to beat, even without without Mikko Rantanen. I think that the only reason they didn't run away with it early is because they were dealing with some injuries. Some guys were off to slow starts. Remember, Jason Robertson missed all of training camp after that foot procedure, and now he's on a heater. They've got the goaltending, they've got the defense, and I think we're all forgetting is that Mira Heiskanen and Tyler Seguin are expected back at some point, even though their timelines are a little murky to us. So the rich only get richer. So I would put them as the favorites until we hear about A, what player rosters are moving from this roster, and B, what Winnipeg's going to do, because we know that they've been actively looking for some help, specifically at center.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the Winnipeg Jets because we have some breaking news. I'm going to break it here on behalf of the insiders. Luke Schenn on his way to Winnipeg. Luke Schenn on his way to Winnipeg for... That is as serious and legit as you can get.
He's legit.
I'm legit. Officially not fraudulent for a second and a fourth rounder from Pittsburgh. So Luke Schenn on his way to Winnipeg. Brock Nelson in Colorado. We'll see what happens with Rantanen, but Dallas likely will be active between now and 3 p.m. Yet Winnipeg's been the pace car all year, and now they have Luke Schenn. What do you make of it, Carlo?
I love the move to bolster up their blue line. I thought this was a move that they needed to make to improve their top four, to play against the heavyweights like Colorado, like Dallas, that have made deep runs in the playoffs before. Winnipeg, even last year, they were a really good team, and they bowed out in the first round. Look, they're aggressively trying to improve this team that's already one of the best in the National Hockey League. And I think you look at the improvements that Colorado's made. You just touched on, the improvements that Dallas is looking to make. You look at the forward group for the Winnipeg Jets. I think if they can improve their second-line center iceman and then slide Lemestikov down to give themselves a better chance in a 7-game series against these two teams right now that are significantly improving their roster. But I love the Schenn move right now.
Yeah, I like the Schenn move as well. And like you said, it does seem like that second line, Emily, is probably something they're looking at in Winnipeg. But Dallas has made moves. Winnipeg's making moves. Maybe, again, Colorado could do more between now and 3 p.m. I mean, this Western Conference, there's some real powerhouses out there, isn't there, Emily?
Yeah, there certainly is. And we haven't even mentioned Vegas, because everyone I talked to today is just like, keep an eye on Vegas. It's always within their nature to do something. So, I think the East, the vibe I get from all the teams is like, just make the playoffs and anything can happen. And there's all these teams in the mix. And in the West, I think that it's just top heavy and there are these powerhouse teams. And I would be stunned if it's not either Vegas, Dallas, Winnipeg, or Colorado standing in the end.
Yeah, they are loaded. That Central Division, man. And again, Winnipeg, they start the year 15-1. They recently just won 11 in a row.
Yeah.
Luke Schenn's there.
Vezina
goaltender. Let's see what they do between now and 3 p.m. James?
It was one of those, the first Luke Schenn deal was one of the head scratchers heading into the deadline, because we were like, why are Pittsburgh and Nashville doing this? It makes sense that Kyle Dubas, if he was planning at the time, which makes sense, would be to flip Luke Schenn. So that other deal, he sends Bunting and a fourth rounder to Nashville, gets Tommy Novak and Luke Schenn, and now he converts that into a second-round pick. I'd have to do all the math.
Second and a fourth. So
a second and a fourth.
Like, wash each other.
Right, so he gets a second out of it.
Novak and a second for Bunting.
Yeah, essentially. I'm glad you could do that, because I couldn't have done that.
I think if I did that properly. So, yeah.
You played with Luke Schenn, Gio. Let's start with you in Toronto. What does he do to a dressing room? What does he do to your blue line?
Yeah, first off, in the dressing room, he's an unbelievable teammate, one of the best guys I've ever played with in that sense in the room. He's a leader. He's been around. He's won a cup. He was great in the room. But I thought for us, when he came in, he solidified our D core. He played with Morgan Riley, and they had an unbelievable playoff. The thing that caught me off guard was Schenner was making these little great plays in tight areas, like bumps to the center in the D zone, breaking the puck out well. Really impressive. So I think it's a huge pickup. He's a solid guy and solid teammate. He's going to help them for sure.
He's a solid guy. He is
It gives you a bigger body that you're going to maybe pair with your third pair player, but it gives you the ability to kind of lean back when you're going to get leaned on a little bit. And, your point about Luke Schenn kind of making those nice little plays, he completely reinvented his game after he went down on waivers, went to Vancouver, played really well. And like people in Vancouver, Farhan used to say, the on-ice factor.
So much credit to this guy. When he went been on waivers. You thought his career was kind of over. And that, what was that, 4 or 5 years ago? It seems like he's been a useful player in a bunch of spots now.
Well, not just useful, but valuable. And I think those two words have to be used together when you talk about Luke Schenn. And what he does, what Mark just talked about, what you just talked about, what we all know about Luke. He just played his 1,000th game. I mean, it's really significant. And you consider that and I think, well, I'm with Frankie here. The Winnipeg Jets needed a third pair right shot defenseman with weight. And then we talked about David Savard, we talked, Connor Murphy, but this is a really excellent addition, and that's, to me, that's one check mark.
Yeah. So he plays with Logan Stanley?
Or Hayden Fleury, who's been really good there, and I think that's really significant. Now Kevin can go and look at it, and Mike and I talked about this earlier. I don't think it has to be a second-line center, but they need a forward, a heavier scoring forward.
Yeah, I mean, it fixes a need. It's a third pair guy, and that's what he is. Now, could he occasionally maybe slide up late in a game or pair with Morrissey, depending on what's going on? He did that with Morgan Riley and did it with great success. He's also signed for next year, and we know that Winnipeg having a little continuity is something that they strive to have, so that's a good thing as well. So, yeah, I mean, Winnipeg's the best team in the league.
Right.
They don't have a whole bunch of gaping issues they got to fill. They had one third pair right side D. They went and got one of the guys who fits that bill nicely.
Yeah. Seem to have a really good room, too, and you're adding a guy who's great in the room. Not that that's everything, but it matters, right?
Luke Schenn is the best organizer of a team meal I've ever played with.
Oh, okay.
He organized
booking the restaurant? What are we talking about?
He booked all the restaurants and playoffs for us.
Orders the appies?
Orders the menu from the restaurant for the boys, and we were eating steak with bone marrow on the side every team meal.
Bone marrow's good for you.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, maybe we can
bring him next trade deadline.
Well, Winnipeg has lots of good Ukrainian food, like lots of cabbage rolls and lots of pierogies.
I was going to say, that's worth the acquisition. I don't care if he plays, if he's doing that. We need a guy like that right here.
Who won the trade deadline?
We appreciate our Harveys. We love our Harveys, but a little steak on the side wouldn't be bad as well. Okay, so Luke Schenn becomes a member of the Winnipeg Jets. We continue to roll on here on Trade Center. 2 hours and 15 minutes away from the deadline. Let's continue to get reaction from Winnipeg, and let's bring on our Winnipeg reporter, John Liu, at this point in time. I don't think that's one of the names we mentioned this morning, was it? Luke Schenn potentially coming to Winnipeg, John?
No, James. But the thing is that the Jets have been in a market for a depth defenseman. Last year, Kevin Cheveldayoff picked up Colin Miller as a right-side third-pairing defenseman. He didn't play much of the series against the Colorado Avalanche, but that is the profile of the type of player that they would like. And Luke Schenn is a cup winner, a veteran D who can play both sides. He's going to fit into that third pairing. He's got some toughness, some grit to him, a lot of experience, stabilize the Winnipeg blue line as a whole, and Kevin Cheveldayoff talked about that this morning. Health is very important. Club is fully healthy right now, but you got to insulate against the possibility of injuries. And Schenn, as somebody who can step in immediately into that third pairing and give the Jets penalty killing help and strong 5-on-5 play, that is a very good fit for a club that could use a little bit more grit on the blue line, especially once we get into the postseason.
John Liu in Winnipeg for us. I can hear Toronto fans maybe getting a little bit anxious. Luke Schenn was another one of those guys talked about coming to Toronto. Leafs have yet to do anything. We mentioned off the top, Brad Treliving has made a trade deadline deal every single year that he's been a general manager, either for the Calgary Flames or the Toronto Maple Leafs. Nothing yet, but still plenty of time, 2 hours and change until the deadline here on Trade Center. Back with more right after this.
At FanDuel, we know hockey fans don't just have a hunch. You have a hockey hunch. You could tell they're going to light the lamp before they do. You could see that assist coming a mile away. And you just know when your goalie is totally in the zone. So put your hockey hunches together for a same-game parlay. Bet the NHL all season long on FanDuel, North America's #1 sportsbook.
Okay, everybody, that's lunch.
Mud mask?
We Canadians believe in love at first sight. So at Harvey's, when we looked at our classic poutine in all its glory, we said, let's put a ring on it. New Frings Poutine, only for a limited time at Harvey's.
This was really nice.
Yeah, for the most part.
Jenny,
You guys okay over there?
Yes, Mom. What are you doing?
It's for the insurance.
First dates aren't always simple, but submitting a claim on the Bel Air Direct app actually is.
Meet Noodles. She's part short hair, part tabby, and part ninja. Meet the Bissell Crosswave Hydro Steam. It's part vacuum, part mop, part all-in-one steam cleaner. Oh, and part Ninja Nemesis. Every purchase saves pets, like Noodles. Bissell, a new breed of clean.
It's like a shower for your nose. This thing is amazing.
Navage Flush is sailing through the nasal passages to help clear congestion by quickly sucking out mucus, allergens, and germs.
There's no other product out there like it.
Navage, clean nose, healthy life.
Watching dough rise always fills me with inspiration.
Don't ever look at my savings account. The dough doesn't rise.
BMO has 2 simple ingredients to make your savings rise. Great interest rates and no monthly fees.
Yeah, that would do it all right.
Plus, get a cash bonus for opening a checking and savings account.
So BMO helps your savings grow bigger faster.
Like a triple dose of yeast.
You're hired.
What? No, I wasn't looking for it.
Yes, chef. Yes, chef.
Yes, chef.
BMO.
We know you love the thought of sitting in a Parisian cafe, or exploring the beautiful city of Rome, or enjoying the vibe and excitement of the streets of London. 3 of the most beautiful and most visited cities in Europe. But if you look a little further, to a place that everyone talks about, a place that has everything, and where nothing is impossible. This is Dubai. A little further than Europe, I'll give you that. But when you're flying Emirates, does it really matter?
Trade Center is presented by Harvey's new Frings Poutine, where they've combined their crunchy onion rings with their classic poutine. New Frings Poutine. Try it for a limited time.
If you missed it earlier this morning, Kevin Cheveldayoff, as he often does on Trade Center, was the first general manager to join us. We talked about him winning, being the only 2-time winner of the GM of the Year award. He's got another one. Brandon Tanev has gone to the Winnipeg Jets, so 2 quick deals. But first, we have another one with Gord Miller, so let's get back there.
All right, hot off the presses, Scott Laughton. Anyone?
He's on his way to Toronto. Local guy. Not a big surprise, I suppose, given where the center market has gone, and the Leafs have been on him going back a long time here. But we're still working on the return in terms of what gets to Philadelphia. But Scott Laughton is joining the Toronto Maple Leafs.
And obviously the Leafs were in a situation where they were trying to get Braden Shen, but Braden Shen has a full no-move clause in his contract and didn't look as though he was ready to exercise that, or waive it, rather. So Toronto goes to get somebody. 1 year left on Laughton's deal, and will fit nicely as a potential third-line center for the Leafs.
If you had a hard time hearing CJ, it's because his mic wasn't on. Want to roll that by us again?
It was on.
It
fell down.
Yeah. It fell down. Okay, good. You
Good, correct.
Everyone got the Scott Laughton
Details.
The Scott Laughton news. So we'll get the return for you when we can. And things are starting to pick up a little bit.
As we expected, we're getting close to 1 o'clock Eastern time, and this is usually the vast majority of the trades on Trade Center happen over the last couple of hours. It was a slow start, as it always is, but just over the last couple of minutes, I was right in the middle of that. Brandon Tanev going to Winnipeg for a second rounder in 2027. So the Jets pick up a defenseman and a depth forward over the last couple of minutes. And Scott Laughton, who must have been mentioned on 27 editions of Insider Trading over the last 3 months.
And the quiz.
And
the quiz, yes.
And the quiz. What do you make of the acquisition?
I think it's great. I mean, we talked about their balance and their depth and how they have to have some more contributions. And if you look at this particular player, as far as Braden Shen and Nelson, he's on the lower level of that, but they have to have some kind of better play from their center iceman in the third-line position, and this is going to improve that. He's going to help.
Oh, MJ's got that little head tilt
I
going.
saw the head tilt myself.
The MJ head tilt is a patented doubt move.
Well, I don't know what it costs to get him. I mean, that's going to be a big part of the story. Sure. He's a good player, but...
Is it his ability to score is what you're concerned about?
Well, but even his ability to defend. Like, he's not Patrice Bergeron. He's a good player. I want him on my team. I'm not suggesting that. But when you look at what he does, even relative to what Max Domi does, now he's got more goals than Max. And Max is not a great defensive centerman either. Their defensive numbers are very similar to each other as far as what they give up, the chances, the expected goals, all that stuff. So if it costs you a bundle then I don't like it, because I think you should use that bundle to do something different. If it costs you not as much, then he's a good player you want on your team. It probably depends on what it costs to
Johnny,
get him.
basically everything you get costs a bundle these days.
Then I don't like it. I would have used that bundle to do something different.
I still think that they needed to fill that void in that 3-hole.
To do what, though? To score or to check?
Well, you know what? I think it's a combination. And I know he's got 11 goals this year, and I know it's not the offensive upside that you may want if you did get a Nelson or a Shen. But I like the qualities that this guy possesses, the physical nature to his game. I think he's more physical than a Max Domi. I think he will fight to get to the middle of the ice. You know, he's got some playoff experience. He's a leader. His dad was my coach, honestly, back in the day. So I remember when he was a little guy, and I know his dad and the character around the family. And so for me, it's also a character player who will do what it takes.
Yeah, I used to train with Lottie in the summers, actually, and you know, the thing that sticks out to me is his character's there. He's a character guy, but he has a lot of speed, and he's great on the penalty kill. I hated playing against him on the penalty kill when he was in Philly. He takes a lot of chances up the ice, and he tries to score on the penalty kill, which I think the Leafs need a little bit more. They need to be a threat more to score shorthanded, have that threat out there. I think he'll do that. Take some of those PK minutes maybe away from Matthews and Marner, so that they can rest a little bit more.
18 goals, 25 assists, 43 points, his career high 2 seasons ago. 11 goals, 27 points so far in 60 games with the Philadelphia Flyers. So Scott Laughton becomes a member of the Toronto Maple Leafs. How would you see that if he's third-line center?
What do you do with Max then, too? And you shouldn't build your team around Max Domi, but what do you do with him? Does he go play where Holmberg's playing right now, on the second line as a left winger?
I think so.
But then you want Max, who's not a great defensive player, playing with Willie and JT. It's all part of the...
And I still think Bobby McMahon comes up to this, too. He could elevate as well, and Domi could move to the flank on that third line.
Scott Laughton, born in Oakville, Ontario, now a Toronto Maple Leaf, and joins us now. You know, Gio's told us what it meant to him to come at the end of his career and come home to play in Toronto. You're not at the end of your career yet. What does it mean to you to be a Maple Leaf, Scott?
Yeah, it's pretty surreal right now. I think finding out about probably 10 minutes ago. So kind of letting it all sink in and kind of figuring out my way here. But excited for a chance at the playoffs. It's been a little bit here in Philly, but I'm very grateful for my time in Philly to spend that much time in one organization. So I'm excited for the opportunity and ready to go.
You mentioned you've been with the Flyers organization your entire career, so this is really the first time you've gone through something like this where your name was mentioned in insider trading for about 3 months. You get held off the practice today. Like, what has that been like for you the last few weeks, knowing that this was a decent possibility that you'd be moving somewhere?
Yeah, I've been in the rumors quite a bit over the last couple of years, but this year felt a little bit different, I would say. And yeah, it's hard to keep your mind on the games and everything like that. I have a young family and worried about them, but to be able to come home and being a Leafs fan growing up, it's really cool and really special.
Where do you feel yourself fitting in with the Toronto Maple Leafs? Have you had any discussions yet? I know you only found out 10 minutes ago. Did you have a chance to have a conversation with Brad Treliving yet?
No, I haven't even called my mom, so this is the first one. So, yeah, I got to call my wife and head home here and figure it out from there. But, yeah, you guys got me first.
Well, if Mom, what's your mom's name, Scott?
Bonnie.
Bonnie Laughton, if you were watching, sorry that he didn't have a chance to call you. He's going to call you as soon as we get off the phone with us. Listen, you've handled this so well. One of my favorite posts on social media of the year, you recreated the Last Supper with some teammates and training staff. Just quickly tell me how that came about.
Yeah, I was taking the trainers out just every year. I take them out for dinner, and happened to be our last road trip before the deadline. And EJ and TK tagged along and came together pretty quick within a couple minutes, and the lighting seemed to be perfect. And yeah, just to poke a little fun at it. And I think everyone's thinking it, so just to put it out there, and it was pretty funny.
Well, listen, we really appreciate you doing this, and get off the phone with us, call Bonnie, and look forward to seeing you in Toronto, and best of luck. I know it's going to be a hectic day for you. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
All right, that is Scott Laughton, just traded from the Philadelphia Flyers to the Toronto Maple Leafs. Let's get more reaction now with Craig Button and Jennifer Hedger, guys.
Yeah, thanks very much. Well, Craig, we started the day talking about which general managers had to make an impact today. It was Winnipeg, Toronto, and Ottawa. All three of them have done something. Let's start with the latest trade here, Toronto. Scott Laughton going to the Maple Leafs. We don't know what they're paying for it yet, so that'll obviously make a difference. We heard Gio say he's a character guy. We heard Cheryl say she likes it. MJ's worried about the defense and the offense. What is your take on Laughton now being a Maple Leaf?
Well, I'm looking at it in this regard. It's going to take some of the pressure off of John Tavares. So because now you have a third-line center that can't there. Max, to me, is not a third-line center. And, you know, I like Max in the open ice. You know, you got Bobby McMahon, you got Matthew Nyes. You can switch them up in terms of, maybe not Nyes because he's so good up on that top line, but you can swing Max Domi out. But to get a center and Scott Laughton there and just lock him in there and take some of that pressure off of John Tavares. Yeah, and I think that helps. I mean, I think that's the thing. We'll wait to see what the return is. To Jeff's point, you got a situation.
There's no deals. There's no good deals.
Well, I don't know if there's not any good deals. Yeah, there's no cheap deals.
Yeah.
You're right. Like, there's a cost to everything. But that's the way I look at Scott coming in here. And you heard Mark earlier talk about how excited he was when he came to Toronto from Seattle, coming to his hometown. I think you'll see a similar thing from Scott Laughton.
All right, what about Winnipeg? Luke Schenn and Brandon Tanev are both Winnipeg Jets as of just a few moments ago. What's your reaction to those two acquisitions?
Well, we were just talking here before, and I said, well, maybe Luke can convince Braden to stream. You said Jesse Pollock.
Jesse Pollock's already been tweeting, hey, if your brother's up to it, why don't we make it a package deal?
Well, get all your business done just like that, right? You know, Braden played in Brandon, so he's very familiar with that area. But, I mean, wouldn't that be nice for the Winnipeg Jets? I mean, that would be a home run in my view. But, you know, you look at what we talked about, Luke Schenn. They needed that defenseman in that spot. He'll fit in perfectly there, take some of the pressure off of Pionk and DeMello in terms of the heavy lifting. And Brandon Tanev, the Winnipeg Jets know him. He's fast, he's disruptive, he's no fun to play against because of that speed, penalty killing. And, you know, with Rasmus Kupari, uncertain with what his injury is, and he had a lot of speed there, I think this addition of Brandon Tanev, it fills in an area of their team that just gives them a little more strength in areas that I think are important when you get into the playoffs.
All right, and Mikko Rantanen's still not a done deal. We're still waiting to see that one made official. James, back to you.
Mike was waiting to have his verdict on the trade, waiting to hear the details of the return to Philadelphia. Let's get more from Gord Miller and company.
All right, and Dregs has the details.
I do, yeah. Scott Laughton, a 4th-round pick and a 6th-round pick, plus 50% salary retention, which is key to the Toronto Maple Leafs going to Toronto and exchange. The Philadelphia Flyers will get Nikita Gromagin and a 1st-round draft pick. So all the talk of the Philadelphia Flyers getting more than maybe some were suggesting, more than a 1st-round pick, is reality when you throw in the 50% salary retention. So Gromagin, a 1st, for Laughton, a 4th, and a 6th, and the retained salary.
Well, and that salary retention is significant, Dregs, because they got Ryan Reeves on waivers. That comes up at 2 o'clock Eastern. And so the Leafs have been trying to create a little bit of roster flexibility under the cap. They haven't had a whole lot, but it does suggest to me that there will be at least one more move or another player coming in before this deadline passes.
By the way, Grabenkin is pals with Matvei Michkov. And Grabenkin is also a character. So that means Torts is either going to absolutely love him, or no, he'll probably love him.
And he's a colorful character, right? He's a he's a live wire, which can go either way.
So is the coach.
Right. And, you know, Scotty Laughton joked about his mom, right? He hasn't had the opportunity to speak to his mom. I mean, there is a family connection to this, Gord, as you know, so Scotty Laughton is very happy.
And he's got a year left on his deal, $3 million, but obviously with the 50% retention, Leafs will be paying $1.5 million of that.
We don't know what year the 1st-round pick is, do we? The Leafs don't have one this year.
They don't have one this year.
They don't have one this year, so it's got to be 26.
It's a big pick.
There you go. James?
I know someone disappointed about the deal. Carlo Koliakovo, who's now going to get beaten at golf more regularly by Scott Laughton instead of just occasionally by Scott Laughton. Lindsay Hamilton has more with the guys.
I don't know, Duffy. Have you seen Carlos swing? He can crush a bomb.
He's still got to give me strokes.
Too much time on his hands.
Absolutely. But, of course, as the dust settles on Scott Laughton to Toronto, who better to talk to than one of his former teammates? Carlo, you, of course, shared the ice with him back in 2014, 2015. Yeah. What is he like in the room? What is he like as a team player?
Well, I think he comes as advertised, right? He's a guy that's a good character guy in the room, understands how to play the game, understands how to play the game the hard way. He's got familiarity with Craig Berube being there in Philadelphia. but he's also a guy that understands his role in the team and how to excel playing in that role. And that's what I love about this deal. Like, you talk about the needs for the Toronto Maple Leafs, and you didn't go out and get a guy that was, high on the draft board list, or even, just a guy that's going to come in and make an immediate impact and play in your top 6. But you went out and you identified a guy that plays the role that you're looking for, a third-line center, to one of the best in the league. And when it comes to Scott Laughton, he's a guy that can play penalty kill, he can check for you, he can defend. And as a coach, those are the type of players you trust when you're on the ice. So I love this move for the Maple Leafs because it's a need that they absolutely found with Scott Laughton, and a guy that knows how to play that third-line checking role, instead of asking a guy maybe you acquire with, that's known for playing in a more of a top 6 role, and you're asking him to play in a third-line role. Scott Laughton, to me, fits a need for the Maple Leafs.
All right, so we can wear multiple different hats. And, Frankie, we heard the panel break down where he might slot in immediately, but let's look to the future a little bit more, to the playoffs. How does he potentially help the Leafs make a deeper run come postseason?
Listen, this is an upgrade for the Maple Leafs come playoff time because, yes, it fits exactly what Carlo talked about, but think about who you're going to have to go up against. It's Florida, Tampa Bay. At some point, you're going through one of those teams, and they are teams that want to get into it after the whistle, pushing, shoving, punches in the face. You need a guy who can play regular minutes, who is willing to stand into those situations and be in those confrontations.
And be comfortable in those games.
Exactly. But the most important thing, someone who can actually play, right? Like we've seen the Leafs bring in guys who maybe play, 7 to 10 minutes a night, and it's like you're asking a lot out of those guys. But this is a guy that's going to be on the ice playing a fairly prominent role. You know exactly what you're getting. Yes, not the most offensive upside. Yes, like MJ talked about, like he's not exactly a stout defensive player, but you're getting energy, you're getting a feisty player, you're getting a reliable player, and you're getting a guy who's going to be in your lineup out there more often than not, who can go toe-to-toe in those kind of confrontations against Florida, against the Sam Bennett, against Nick Paul in Tampa Bay, and feel comfortable in those situations. So this is an upgrade for the Leafs come playoff time.
I did a segment earlier with Brian Hayes that said, we're talking about the Florida teams and how does Toronto need to respond? Well, this is a Florida and Tampa move.
Yep.
They identify a player that fits the need, and they go out and pay the price to do it and bring him in, and now it better rounds out their lineup. And I think for Scott Laughton, I couldn't see a better fit for a guy on the trade market that can play your third-line center role.
The Leafs are in tough right now.
Yeah.
And they're not playing great hockey, and Florida's made a massive acquisition. Tampa Bay made 2 big acquisitions. This is where, the road through the Atlantic is not easy, and it goes through Florida. With Scott Laughton, they are better equipped to handle those 2 teams, and they need to find a way to get things going a little bit here before they're in 3rd place and not in a great position for them.
Starting on the road in the playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. Well, after a dozen years with the Flyers, the Oakville, Ontario native is coming back home for the Buds and to play some golf with Carlo in the summer, though, after a deep playoff run. James, back to you.
Good qualifier there, Lindsay. Let's bring in Mark Masters from Denver, Colorado, where the Leafs will play the Avs on Saturday. A lot of adjustments for Scott Laughton. He's entering Masters Nation. Going to have Mark Masters' microphone in his face for the next couple of months, perhaps. What do you make of the deal for the Leafs?
Well, he's used to it because I was covering him back at the 2014 World Juniors when he was the captain for Team Canada. And I remember that the teammates, the coaching staff raving about the character of this guy, how trustworthy he was on the ice. And I imagine he's going to be a favorite of Craig Berube very quickly for a lot of the reasons all of our analysts are saying. Obviously, you're looking at the center depth. We talked about it earlier today. It just slots everyone a little bit better. It just makes the lineup look a lot better. I will miss interviewing Nikita Grabenkin. I will say that. Back check, forecheck, paychecks, one of my favorite moments of the year from him. But the fact that they're able to keep Easton Cowan and Fraser Minton and actually bring back a couple of picks as well, it gives them some flexibility moving forward if they want to make another move. And of course, Cowan and Minton are fantastic prospects who could help them down the road. So I look forward to getting that mic in Scott Laughton's face again, and I think it's a great move by the Leafs here.
I'm really concerned about the Leafs if that's them practicing behind you, because they do not look good. I know, a little beer league action going on at the rink before the Leafs get out there perhaps a little bit later on today. What about the repercussions down the lineup?
Yeah, you know what? First of all, on this rink, we're at the University of Denver. This is where Sheldon Keefe ran his first practice as Leafs coach many years ago. And so it's always felt like a good building of change for the Leafs, I guess. So Scott Laughton, of course, won't be here today, but change is certainly in the air with him coming in. In terms of the repercussions down the lineup, obviously, you can move Max Domi back to the wing if you want. You can move Pontus Holmberg around the lineup. He's in the top 6 right now. You can put Domi in that spot. Just more flexibility for the Leafs. Obviously, we know Ryan Reeves is on waivers. If he clears, he can go down to the AHL. You clear that spot. It just slots everyone a lot better. You just got Kalle Järnkrok back from injury as well. He's been on the 4th line, so it gives them a lot of things to play around with, a little more flexibility for Craig Berube as he gets set for the Avalanche and the stretch drive to come here, James.
All right, that first-round pick, by the way, 2027 in the Laughton deal. That's Mark Masters in Denver, Colorado, with the Toronto Maple Leafs. Let's take you back to Winnipeg now. And Kevin Sawyer, just before the Laughton deal happened, a couple of deals for the Winnipeg Jets. They get Luke Schenn from Pittsburgh after he'd been just over from Nashville, and they get Brandon Tanev as well. So 2 guys that everybody loves in the room, 2 guys that'll definitely help their depth, but you were pretty adamant earlier that they needed something on that second line.
Yeah, you know what? The home run for sure would have been the center ice position at the second line. Listen, this gives options. First of all, let's talk about Brandon Tanev. There's a love affair between him and Adam Lowry. We all know what Brandon Tanev did on that third line with Adam at 5-on-5 and on penalty killing. He played nearly 200 games in the past. So there's a perfect fit there. Automatically, you know what you're getting. You're getting sandpaper, shot blocker, penalty killer. With Luke, this is a guy that's got 2 Stanley Cups, not a major role with Tampa Bay in those wins, but he's a guy that has been there. He's done that. He'll be the oldest player on the team, in the locker room. He's going to bring a ton of calm. He's rugged. He'll help with the penalty kill as well. But, okay, you don't get a second-line centerman. But what if that second line isn't getting it done? Can you flip-flop now Adam Lowry and Vladimir Namestnikov, second and third line? Now you got Brandon Tanev that maybe can pop up in place of Cole Perfetti if need be. I think you don't get the second-line center to this point, but you do get 2 rugged players, and you give yourself more options in that kind of middle 6 area with Brandon Tanev. Can play the left side, play the right side, and maybe he can play in the top 6 role if they need be. Because he's a durable, hardworking guy that fits the playoff style that I think the Jets are looking for.
Kevin Sawyer in New Jersey. Again, the Jets playing the Devils tonight on TSN3. You can catch that one in the Jets region. So over the last hour or so, a flurry of deals involving Canadian teams. The first one was the Ottawa Senators sending Josh Norris and Jacob Bernard-Docker to Buffalo. Dylan Cousins, Dennis Gilbert, and a second-round pick in 2026 come the other way. Josh Norris, longtime friends with Brady Tkachuk. Here's Brady's reaction to the deal.
Have you had a chance to talk to him?
Yeah, no. Just spent the last little bit with them and kind of take advantage of every minute the rest of the day. Yeah, I mean, it sucks. It's part of it, but with Cuzzy and Gilbert, we're going to welcome them with open arms, and I feel bad a little bit that this is the initial reaction, and of course, I think they're going to understand why it's a little bit of a whirlwind for me personally. And but with that being said, it's all about being a good captain, being a good teammate, and making sure that they have everything that they need, and have the support right from day one that they're going to be important pieces to our team. And just leave it at that.
That's the single most emotion I've seen from Brady Tkachuk, that kind of emotion in his entire career. And we talked about this earlier, how close they were. He came up with Josh Norris together. And this is the first time we've had a deal that's impacted the core of the Ottawa Senators, and you can see how he felt.
Yeah, you could just feel it, right? Just we're out here and he's over there, and you can feel it, just that energy coming through the screen and how deflating it is, especially when you're on the hunt, you're playing meaningful hockey, and one of your best buddies gotten traded, and like you said, they're going to welcome with open arms. They just need time to process what's happened here, because it's difficult, right, guys? You've been in the room as well, and when these things happen, you need a bit of time as well to rebound sometimes and find your footing after that energy gets taken taken out.
You just saw all the elements of the National Hockey League, the business side where this transaction goes down, the human side where it's one of your best friends that's going out your door, and then the competitive side, which is we're also going to welcome the new guys in because we think we got a real good chance to win now. So all three of them in that one clip, you saw all about the NHL in that one little clip there.
He'll be fine, but I appreciate how raw he was. There, he was almost in tears talking about the prospect of Josh Norris not being around. But he also recognized as a captain, I got to not have the first reaction be, oh, I'm so upset that these new guys are coming in. It's a tricky dynamic for him because they were that close, and he'll get over it. He'll be fine, but for the next day until they arrive, or maybe through tomorrow's game, he'll figure it out. He'll find he'll find it again.
Must have made the decision a little bit harder for Stales, knowing how tight they were, but.
Exactly. When your captain's that emotional and he's your go-to guy and it's his best friend, you got to factor that in.
You guys ever remember losing somebody you were close to on a team like that really upset you at a deadline or before? I'm putting you on the spot. So
when Craig Rivet got traded out of Montreal, I wasn't particularly. I was just gotten there, but like Saku was really upset because they were very, very close, and I was like, oh, that would have been a hard. He was traded to San Jose, I think it was that year, and that would have been one where. Would you take into consideration a captain's feeling like Brady Tkachuk when you're trading one of his best friends away? They didn't, and life goes on, and you get over it. But that was one where I'm like, he was very bothered by it.
And as you know, anytime you take a piece out of the room, it does change the dynamic within the room, right? So they're playing at 12:30 tomorrow. So they have, they're playing the Rangers. It'll be interesting to see how they come out as well, because there's not a lot of time. Maybe it's a good thing they get right back on the ice, they get moving, they get going, don't have time to think about it. But certainly a tough time.
Jamie McLennan does most of our Ottawa Senators games, and you see Brady up close all the time. Did that catch him off guard a little bit, how emotional he was?
It does, but, O just talked about it in Gio as well, and MJ, where you lose, this is the human element of this scenario where, yes, there's a business component. Brady, we all know, he's the captain of that team. He wears his heart on his sleeve. But when you look at that core, and I think the thought process when we talked about on the panel was, maybe they wanted to try and make the playoffs as a group and finish the job this season, and they don't get the opportunity as that group, the spine of the team, based on Josh Norris being traded. But there is a business component, and then there's a friendship component. They'll always be friends, but it's going to be different now because, Tkachuk and Norris, they came up together. They've been together. They're in that room. I'm sure there's some tears today, but they're going to have to be right back to business tomorrow.
You guys talk about the elements, the emotional element of being traded. When I got traded from Buffalo to Philly, my best friend was my roommate, Danny Briere, and I know he's watching. He kicked me out the door, Jimmy. He was like, hey, your car's waiting. Get out. And I used to just give him money and money and money playing cards because I lost all the time. And he was still happy to see me out.
It happens. I got traded when we were on the road. We were in Dallas and we were playing in Colorado 2 nights later. I'd broken curfew. I will admit that. That wasn't the reason why I got traded, but I came in at 5 o'clock in the morning, locked eyes with Daryl Sutter, and realized, okay, I should probably be in my room instead of out at 5 o'clock. Got traded at 11 a.m. the next morning, and I said, is it because I broke curfew? He was like, no, we had this trade. Now, the guys came off the bus, gave me a hug, all of that. They were so upset they won 7-0 the next night.
Yeah, really. Well, speaking of guys on the move, James, you got somebody on the line.
I do. I don't have anybody on the line. But
I think we've got Tanev waiting to talk to you.
Oh, okay, so we'll take a break, and if we do, we'll get Brandon Tanev. But thank you for surprising me with that. We'll be happy to have Brandon Tanev on the line. We'll take a commercial break here on Trade Center, an hour and 45 minutes before the deadline. O is going to operate the drone. We've taken it outside simply because the insiders were not happy with the noise it was making.
With the all-new FanDuel Casino, you get more everything, all in one place. More ways to play with all your favorite games. More ways to stack with live dealers. More ways to cash in with quick and secure withdrawals. Download FanDuel Casino and get more.
Shopping online comes with digital threats, so turn on NordVPN and encrypt your online traffic. Get 73% off NordVPN and 6 months free.
Cookies or cream. Crunchy cookies
or smooth cream? How about both?
Auto Trader has the most cars.
I knew they had a lot of cars, but I didn't know they had the most cars.
I'm literally on every night because you never know when a deal can just like pop up.
Everything is there. You'll always find what you're looking for with Auto Trader. The answer is Auto Trader.
At Burger King, we flame grill our burgers. Why? Because that's how it should be done. Hot, juicy, smoky, flame grilled, and made your way. Come experience the flame grill difference with our $5 meal deal.
Mr. Bombastic. Bombastic, me fantastic. Touch me on me box, it says Mr. Boom, 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 smooth.
Oath by Super Hydration Body Wash. The sweet scent of a honeymoon in Fiji. Moisturize with vitamin B3.
You better not be using all the Old Spice.
Ooh, can you get my bag?
At Sleep Country, we know that for every reason that keeps us awake, there are hundreds more that make us dream. That's why we're offering 25% off, because great sleep fuels tomorrow's dreams. Sleep well, Canada.
Okay, everybody, that's lunch.
Mud mask?
If you love golf, TSN Plus is a hole-in-one with PGA Tour Live.
Oh, my goodness.
Get unrivaled access to early round coverage, marquee groups, and more from start to finish. Plus, additional coverage of tennis, F1, and CFL. All this and so much more.
Oh, incredible.
With exclusive feeds and extended coverage on TSN Plus. Subscribe to 6 months for just $30. Offer ends April 13th. Visit tsn.ca/TSN Plus. Trade Center is presented by Harvey's new Frings Poutine, where they've combined their crunchy onion rings with their classic poutine. New Frings Poutine. Try it for a limited time.
About an hour and 40 minutes till the deadline here on Trade Center. The number of trades not huge right now, 6 at last count, but a lot of Canadian teams featured, including a couple for Winnipeg. Brandon Tanev joins the Winnipeg Jets and joins us on the line right now. Your reaction to becoming a Winnipeg Jet?
Extremely exciting. I've had a smile on my face ever since knowing it's a familiar and comfortable place that I started my career at. You know, a lot of great memories. Know the organization, the ownership group, management, a lot of great friends still on that team. So super excited to be heading back to a great team in Winnipeg.
You knew it was coming, but how exactly did you find out, and have you had a chance to talk to the Jets whatsoever?
It's obviously been a busy last couple of days and busy morning. I haven't yet, but I'm close by in Philly. They're in Jersey, I believe, so I'm excited to get to the team and see all the guys and you know, all the trainers that helped me start my career. So it's an exciting time for me.
Brandon Tanev, not only a really good hockey player, but I once watched him hit a driver off the deck about 330 yards to beat me in a golf match. So, Brandon, best of luck in Winnipeg, and look forward to watching you with the Jets. Appreciate your time today.
I really appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
All right, that is Brandon Tanev. Let's get right back to the Breakers and Gordon Miller.
The Ranton deal is done. Pierre LeBrun.
Yeah, so Logan Stankoven and 2 first-round picks going to Carolina. There's also some smaller pieces involved in this overall trade, but Rantanen to Dallas. Again, Logan Stankoven and 2 first-round picks, part of what's going back to Carolina, and a few other parts in there that we'll get to, but that's the gist of it.
Do we know the contract situation with Rantanen with Dallas? We know we have the numbers, right?
Well, $12 million, but whether it's a firm 12, like on the button 12, but again, as we reported earlier in the day, the ask initially in the extension was around $13 million. That's initially what Rantanen wanted. So for this deal to get done, the player essentially had to come back to $12 million.
Well, and as we're sort of doing the housekeeping on the Scott Lawton deal, one little note here is that it's the 2027 first-round pick the Leafs are sending Philadelphia's way. Maybe a little wiggle room on what exactly the protection is on that pick. But it's just notable because Toronto still retains its 2026 pick, as it's still got some time here to make some deals.
Dallas has had 5 Finns play for them this year so far. They have more coming up the pipeline, but Rantanen is the big addition, and that is a monster deadline deal. It's hard to remember a player in his prime this accomplished being dealt at the deadline.
So I have no hard information, so I'm going to take the role of James Duthie here and pose the question to the panel over there. James is not paying attention. But I'm going to pose the panel question, and that is, knowing it's Logan Stankoven and 2 first-round picks, and they gave up Marty Necas to get Rantanen, good or bad deal?
For Carolina, yeah.
It's taking my job. Doesn't want to be an insider anymore. He wants to be a host. But it is the valid question, as Bob usually does. And first of all, just again, as Gord was mentioning, let's just take one step back here before we react to the deal about how unprecedented this is. Not just for a player of this level to be traded on deadline day, but for a player of this level to be traded twice in the deadline period. It may have happened before. It hasn't happened in my time doing this. I can't recall a big-name player being dealt twice at the deadline. It's nuts.
It's been the story of the NHL the last month. The fact that it might happen, the fact that Carolina didn't have a contract worked out, that they seemingly made the first trade on the hopes that he would want to go there. Yeah, so it's been incredibly unusual for a player of this caliber to do that. And you think about the $12 million figure, I wasn't in the negotiation with Colorado, but I have to assume that he probably could have got the same contract or something really close to it, maybe even more than this, in Colorado. So I wonder, was it a city-specific, not about the team so much, but I want to be somewhere specific, I want to be in whatever city, or did he just recalibrate his financial demands as he got close to the deadline? Because it feels like if he wanted to stay in Colorado, he probably could have done for this exact number.
To answer the question that was posed to us, it's a bad deal for the Carolina Hurricanes. Like, are you any closer to winning a Stanley Cup now than you were last year? No, you get to the same point in the playoffs, and you can't score. And last year you lost Jake Gensel. And guess what? He walked. You were still in good shape. You went after the big UFA fish that no one even knew was on the board. And if he walked again, you would have had a chance to win. And if you got nothing for him, you still probably would have been in good shape, regardless of whether you were able to sign him or not. It's great. You bring in Logan Stankoven. But in the here and now, like in this window, are you any closer to a Stanley Cup?
It's not done yet, though. We'll wait till 3 o'clock. They have 2 first-rounders that they can do something else with.
That for sure. That's very valid. But, like, for Dallas, you've loaded up in a big way, and you're going to get Tyler Seguin back, and you're going to get Heiskanen back. Like, my goodness, this is a deep team.
Logan Stankoven's going to be a really good player in the National Hockey League.
But
you're right. In the here and now.
But you look at that in the top line. You've got Robertson, Hintz now, and Rantanen. I mean, that is unbelievable. And then the playoff performances of someone like Rantanen, his size. He's got over 100 points in 81 games. He's big. He gets to the middle of the ice. This is a perfect complement. I mean, it would be a perfect complement to almost any team. But you go back to Carolina, you know, I had this thought process. I was thinking to myself, keep him. You know, keep him. You are in your window right now. Hold him. You know, even if you can't extend him in free agency, now you're giving up. Now you've got all this cap room. You've got all this space ready. So for me, I'm really surprised that he didn't remain in Carolina, given that the window they're in right now and they're as a contender.
If I'm a player in Carolina's room right now, I'm saying, we better be getting someone to come in here before 3 p.m. I mean, you lost Necas, you lost Rantanen, 2 guys who would definitely help you score goals in playoffs. But Rantanen, to me, I'm the same way. 100 points in playoffs, like that's been the sticking point for the last few years. You're not getting over the hump because you can't score goals, and you got a proven goal scorer. Sometimes you got to live with guys walking away and trying to figure it out in the summer.
You wonder if the fact that Rantanen hadn't played up to his standard there showed them maybe whether it's because he wasn't comfortable, or maybe it wasn't the best fit on the ice.
6 weeks?
But I'm saying, like, maybe like they have to make a call. Today's the day they have to make it, right? So maybe I have to think, if he had 17 points in 11 games and 9 goals, they probably would have kept him.
Right.
Right, even at the risk that he may have left. But the fact that he doesn't have that kind of production. He's like a half a point a game guy, and you have, you know, the bird in the hand. They know they can get these assets back and then do whatever they want with them. It's a tough decision to make. They didn't have all the information probably that they wanted to make it by today, but
His return to Carolina when Dallas eventually plays there is going to be something. I don't think there will be
video.
no tribute video.
Okay, think about what's walked out the door in Carolina over the last year. The two defensemen, it was Shea and Pesci. Now, you made replacements, that's fine, but they're good players.
Do you want Brady Shea back right now?
No, but I'm saying, how different it looks. How different it looks there. No Teravainen, no Natchez, no Rantanen, no Gensel. Did I say Nason? Like, there's a lot. It's very different. And I can't honestly say that Carolina is any closer to winning a Stanley Cup than they have been in the past.
In a market, like, we hear a lot of times, like, well, you can't keep going back to the same thing. They're doing something different.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what you...
Something to be said, sure.
If they bring everyone back, you're like, well, hang on, why are they bringing everyone back? They never win anyways. You got to... Rantanen situation aside, like, looking at different things, they probably made the right choice in letting Shea walk and letting Pesci walk. Gensel, they wanted to resign. He chose to leave himself. So some of it's not the club's making. They can want to do things. If players don't want to play ball, like Rantanen did not, you've turned down more money.
It's a bad look, though. The whole situation's a bad look.
Well, you're admitting you made a mistake.
Yeah.
But you just offered him more money than Dallas signed him for. Yeah. So your mistake was maybe not knowing he would sign.
That's the mistake.
But your mistake is not you didn't sign, that you didn't offer the money. You offered him more, right?
Yeah. And part of the mistake, too, is, you know, you make this move with Rantanen. It's not on his radar at all. Like, when guys get traded, if you're a UFA, you kind of have an idea. You're playing on a poor team. Like, I can see there's a trade coming. Like, you
guys
ask
of
for
that
a trade.
stature, particularly, usually
like
pick their destination.
maybe guys ask for a trade. It's on their radar. Like, this guy had to show up, start playing for Carolina. Like, this was nowhere near his radar. So he gets a 6-week audition, starts finally taking some baby steps in the right direction. Now he's got to go somewhere else. At least this time, he was able to wrap his head around it.
It's also a little bit different, too. You're playing alongside a great player, Aho, and not McKinnon. So you're working your way into it. But he's been a consistent performer over the course of his career. So for me, that alongside his playoff performances, sometimes I think, you know, when you're a part of a team, you went out and specifically got him because you want to be a playoff contender. In the playoffs.
Oh, Stanley Cup
what he does.
contender.
Yes, Stanley Cup contenders. So you went out and did that.
In the worst division in hockey.
And not to hold on to that and give it that time, to me, is a mistake.
He was shook by that trade, right?
Clearly.
Give the guy some time to get his feet
They don't have any more time. They only have 2 more hours then to make a call, right?
I mean, you can't blame Rantanen unless you're Carolina.
And also,
he has the power to do all of this.
Colorado was a rush-based offense, especially with Nathan McKinnon. Right. He was awesome at trailing on the rush. Cycle-based offense in Carolina, even though he's a big guy, maybe not so good at chasing pucks down.
Where's he going now?
Dallas.
Pretty good rush hints.
Rush-based
rush
offense. Go get him. I'll come late and shoot it in the open.
Let's get more on this from Jennifer Hedger and Craig Button.
Thank you. Yes, Rantanen, the 10th overall pick by the Colorado Avalanche in 2015. He's had 5 30-goal seasons, Craig, and now he's a member of the Dallas Stars, who are looking real stacked right about now. What's your take on the acquisition?
Okay, spoiler alert. Okay, we have the GM of the Day award. Jim Nill, we'll just put his name on it right now. Jim Nill gets the award. It's over. And the Dallas Stars are my
What if somebody gets Sidney Crosby?
And the Dallas, well, I have the right to change my mind. Okay. And the Dallas Stars are my Cup favorite. Okay, so
now they've all of a sudden become your Cup favorite?
Absolutely, they have. I mean, Rantanen's a difference maker. That's a good team. Jason Robertson has found his game. He struggled early in the year. He has found his game. You got a big-time player in Rantanen. Haskins coming back. You got Ottinger. That team is loaded. They're good. Jim Nill said, I'm giving my team every chance to win. I think they're the best in the West now.
Okay, so what about Carolina now? They're kind of left holding the bag. You see that Natchez is out, and they're going to get Logan Stankoven, 2 first-round picks. Maybe one of those first-round picks gets turned into something else later on today. But what's your take on where Carolina's sitting right now?
So to answer Bob's question and to jump off what the panel just said, you know, it's a good trade for the Carolina Hurricanes if your plan is 4 or 5 years from now. Simple as that. And to me, they made a U-turn on where they wanted to go. When they traded for Rantanen, you can't have a guarantee that you know what he's going to sign there. So you go
and you think you'd have an inkling, right?
You would think, but they did. But part of the problem is that they wanted to be secretive. And when you're secretive, sometimes you don't get the opportunity to get the feel and get that inkling. And now, to me, Rantanen was the guy, the bigger player, come in, add offense, try to go deeper in the playoffs, to Mike's point, do something different. Well, they're doing something different right now. It feels like they're going in a different direction. And we always have to wait to see what else they could do with those first-round draft picks. But this is a step back at this point in time for the Carolina Hurricanes with an idea how bold they were.
You take a look at the Avs now, who have Brock Nelson, Dallas, Mikko Rantanen, Edmonton Oilers, we haven't seen anything from them yet. How much pressure is on them right now?
Well, the Edmonton Oilers, I think there's massive pressure on them. And there's also pressure on the Winnipeg Jets because Mike talked about finishing first in that division. The Dallas Stars are right on the Winnipeg Jets' heels.
Those sneaky Stars. James, back to you.
Craig just mentioned it. I mean, right now, Dallas is 6 behind Winnipeg, game in hand. Highest scoring team in the league since January is Dallas. And they just added Rantanen. And they're getting, their best defense is not playing right now. They are so good. And to think that one of Winnipeg, Dallas, and likely Colorado, if they pass Minnesota, which I think they will, someone's going home in the first round.
It's crazy.
Those are 3 of the top 7 Cup favorites. And so we talk about the Atlantic, the Leafs, and the Florida teams, how important first is. Same with the Central, because if Winnipeg doesn't win the Central, I don't know if they get there.
Let's get more from a couple of stars of a television/radio program called Overdrive, Brian Hayes and Jeff O'Neill. Oh, the handshake before the interview.
Great to see you. How about this guy doing stand-ups now? Imagine we asked him to stand up 2 years ago. What his reaction would have been. I need you out here in track pants and boots to talk about this deal. It would have been incredible. You know who you look like? Rod Brindamore. Rod Brindamore, and you were famously roommates with him back in the day.
Yeah.
What do you think is going through his head right now down in Carolina?
Well, Hazy, you know how competitive Rod Brindamore was as a player, and just watch a Carolina Hurricanes game and look at him behind the bench yelling and screaming. Just imagine a conversation with him and the general manager. If the GM said, I'm going to turn Natchez, I'm going to move it around at the end of the day, things are going to change a little bit, but coming back, we're going to have Stankoven and 2 first-round picks. What do you think his reaction
They're worse.
would be? Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely worse.
He's trying to be in the now and in the moment and try to win a Stanley Cup, and he would say back to the GM, how does that make me win right now? I think this is amateur hour general manager play, and I just don't know how you make that transaction for Rantanen with not having the understanding that he's going to re-sign there. I just don't get it. And I know they wanted to do it in secrecy, whatever they did, but not knowing that he was going to re-sign, that is crazy stuff to me. And then you're ending up flipping him for this. And I like Stankoven. He's a good young player. He's got energy. I watched him at the World Juniors. Good energy guy. He's got some
But he's
skill.
not Rantanen, and he's still young.
And he's not Natchez either.
Right, exactly. Well, and Craig just anointed Jim Nill the GM of the day because Jim Nill said, I'm not doing what Tulsky did. I'm making sure that I can sign this guy.
Jim Nill wasn't picking him up if he could not sign him.
Exactly. Like, that became abundantly clear. They're not going to make that move unless you're willing to sign him. And Carolina, I look back on it now and wonder, did they get duped by Colorado? Because Colorado might have said, well, we don't want to ruffle feathers. We don't want to let Rantanen know we're doing this.
Well, that's the curious thing about the number.
And they made the deal.
The curious thing about the number is, don't you think that Colorado would have been willing to go to $12 million?
Absolutely.
So what was different about the $12 million that comes out of Colorado and Texas? Obviously, the taxes could be an implication there.
Or Rantanen now knows what his true worth is. And I think that's going to be interesting. Again, we talk about Mitch Marner a lot on our show in Toronto. Rantanen, maybe he thought he could get more in Colorado or deserve more, and they said, okay, we'll ship you out. Maybe he thought, okay, I should get more in Carolina. Eventually, yes, state tax and all that, he settled on $12 million per year.
At the end of the day, there's a secondary tier of star players where we've seen Austin Matthews, Connor McDavid, Leon Draisaitl say, I'm the next guy up, so my value is going to go up, and I'm going to set the number. Maybe there's a secondary tier that's not going to do that.
Well, and that's reasonable for a winger, right? Rantanen's a great player. Yeah. Marner's a great player. Centers, Matthews, McDavid, #1 defensemen like Makar and Quinn Hughes, they should be paid more than star wingers. Great seeing you, man.
Pleasure doing
Great seeing you. JD?
The O handshake, a patented part of the network now. You know what's interesting on the flip side of Carolina, too, is the second wild card in the Eastern Conference. Because you're going to flip over and go to the Metro. Washington's a really good team, but I think there's some doubters that they haven't been there for a while. So maybe there's vulnerability. Jersey's vulnerable all of a sudden in second. Carolina maybe a little more vulnerable. There might be a path there for something from the second wildcard team to do some damage.
Rangers sneak in.
Ottawa, Montreal, Rangers. Considering how crazy it is in the Central, how crazy it's going to be in the West altogether, how tough the Atlantic's going to be, that might be the one vulnerable area there over in the Metro Division. We have more ahead here on Trade Center 2025 as we count you down to the deadline of 3 o'clock Eastern Time.
With the
the same game parlay. Hockey hits different.
He's got a goal and 2 assists already.
Points.
Odd man rush. In he comes. Shoots.
Money lines.
Save. Rebound. Score.
OT winners.
Game
They
over.
all mean more.
What a night.
They're moments that can lead to same game parlay perfection. It's the reason to toss the mitts, blow up the chat, and let her rip. It's why you should download FanDuel, home of the same game parlay, and make every moment more.
All right, Little Caesar's Crazy Puffs. Whoa!
Whoa. Have you tried the new bacon ones?
Bacon?
New Little Caesars Bacon and Cheese Crazy Puffs for $4.99. They taste like, whoa.
Hot and ready.
What are you doing?
Crunching numbers on every NBA matchup.
But with the NBA app, you get real-time stats and highlights while you watch all season long. We're talking exciting plays, buzzer beaters.
And behind-the-scenes access to the league's brightest stars?
All season, all free.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
Trouble seeing the road? Get free Goodyear hybrid wiper blades with every oil change. A $50 value when you redeem your coupon. It's Mr. Lube plus Tires Change Your Oil, Change Your Wipers event. Get your coupon at MrLube.com.
Honey.
Honey. DayQuil Complete Honey. Effective cold and flu symptom relief with a honeylicious taste. Because life doesn't stop for a cold. DayQuil Honey. The daytime coughing, aching, stuffy head fever, honeylicious power through your day medicine.
Download the Saily eSIM app and get ready for your big vacation. Save big on roaming charges. Save big in more than 180 destinations. Save big with flexible mobile data plans. And this vacation, save even bigger. Get 15% off with the code SAILYON for all Saily destinations. Saily, affordable mobile data for every journey.
We created these. We're 4 Canadian friends that quit our jobs because we hated our underwear. We couldn't take the chafing, riding up, and constant adjusting. So we spent 12 months creating our own. They're made with a premium modal fabric that's breathable like cotton, but it won't stretch out. And we designed them to contour and support the boys, preventing sticking. We also made it to Dragon's Den and received offers from 4 different dragons. So visit manmadebrand.com to experience ultimate crotch comfort today.
Subway's new Mojo sauce is unlike anything you've had before. Go Mojo mode on a 6-inch sub with freshly sliced Black Forest ham for just $4.99.
Trade Center is presented by Harvey's new Frings Poutine, where they've combined their crunchy onion rings with their classic poutine. New Frings Poutine. Try it for a limited time.
Yeah, they'd have to look for a defenseman potentially as well.
We got Mark Giordano, one of the NHL's all-time leading shot blockers in studio. How's he doing with the TV thing?
Pretty good. Just a little overprotective of his goalie still.
Noodles, my guy, good to see you.
Block. 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 Definitely blocking this one. Block. Block.
Gio, that's my wife.
Block.
Watch here, guys. G. Cheryl. Noodles, heads up.
It's a freaking sandwich. The guy's got to move on.
Nice. That's what I'm talking about, man.
Good job.
Guys, we're gonna go to Noodles next? Why can't I see Noodles? Someone's blocking the shot.
Wow. You still got it.
Get out of the shower. We're trying to do TV.
That was some angry physical acting there on that bit. Your acting was very strong. Action hero type material. Until last week, the #1 shot blocker of all time in the NHL, 2,164 blocks until Mark-Edouard Vlasic just passed you by 3, which is, I mean, how is your body still not standing
perfect? The bruises everywhere still?
I got some scars and bumps and bruises still, but this year actually I feel good. Haven't blocked any this year, so I feel pretty good.
Well, we want to do a little show and tell. You brought in a bunch of cool things, but this is the coolest. This is what the Leafs gave you when you set the record, which is this cool shield with your number on it. By the way, it weighs a ton, by the way, so you can take it because you're a lot better conditioned than me. What did this mean to you?
No, it meant a lot. I mean, I just think, you know, that was my style of game, but blocking shots for me meant, you know, sacrificing for the team and showing your teammates how much you care about winning. So for me, that was a big part of it. And to get recognized was pretty cool by the boys. I heard that Jake Muzzin was the guy who designed this. So
cool. Where does it hang in your house?
I just put it on a mantle. It's it has a little stand on the back, and it stands like this. But it's one of the cooler trophies I have for sure.
Well, I know Noodles appreciates it. No one's protected him. The guys on Overdrive do not protect him that way.
No,
so no one was more excited.
They're awful to me. They're the only guy that treats me well.
About having Gio on the team. That's Mark Giordano. We're going to take another break here and hopefully have some more deals for you. The big one has happened. Rantanen to Dallas. Several other significant names have moved. Several Canadian teams involved. And still more than an hour left before the deadline. You're on Trade Center.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Golf Town's Trade-In Days. Trade up to new clubs from top brands. Visit us in-store or at golftown.com to learn more.
We Canadians believe in love at first sight. So at Harvey's, when we looked at our classic poutine in all its glory, we said, let's put a ring on it. New Frings Poutine. Only for a limited time at Harvey's.
Thousands of entrepreneurs don't have access to the support they need. Breaking down doors for entrepreneurs. We're on it. BDC. Financing, advising, know-how.
We're all out here, climbing our own Everests. After every fall, what do? Do I hope for a miracle? Or do I try and go back up?
Trump wants our jobs.
We're going to take other countries' jobs.
And Mark Carney is just the man to help him. Trudeau and Carney sold out Canada with job-killing taxes that push jobs south. He opposed Canadian pipelines while profiting off U.S. coal. Carney even moved his company's headquarters to New York, just as Trump wanted.
You're sneaky.
Carbon tax Carney. If Carney wins, Canada loses.
OilCountry provides personalized pillow fittings to help you find the perfect one. For a limited time, buy one featured pillow and get a second pillow for free. Only at Sleep Country.
New episode of The Rookie, Tuesday, 9/10 Mountain on CTV.
A lot of hot women away from home.
That's the perfect week for a fling.
I just don't understand why you wouldn't hook up with me.
Because you're soulless.
Okay, Megan, before we get into the real numbers on Ovi, let's start with this. On a scale from 1 to 10, how surprised are you that he is this close to the record at trade deadline?
9, and only it's not 10 because it's Alex Ovechkin. Yeah. If you told me that he'd be tied for 4th in the league with 32 goals at 39 years old, I would not believe you for 1 second. So I've actually moved up my expected target. It's April 10th now against the New York Islanders for Ovechkin to break this record. I want this fountain of youth for myself. This is the best story in sports right now. It's not an if, it's when, and I believe it'll be April 12th.
All right, another question. What's a bigger surprise? OV pushing 40 on a 40-plus goal pace, or the Capitals call it retooling on the fly, and now in the mix for the President's Trophy?
OV is, and that's why it's almost quiet at how good the Washington Capitals have been doing. They have the most goals per game in the NHL right now at just over 3.25, and strong seasons from Wilson, Strome, Chychrun. Everyone seems to be clicking as they're pushing Ovechkin towards his goal record. And that's what I'm kind of wondering how they'll kind of do when he does hit that record, if they can continue that into the playoffs. Because the playoffs, a different style of hockey. Mind you, there's playoff Stanley Cup winners still on that team, and they play with structure, good defensively, and the East looks weaker. So I expect you could have a deep run from the Caps. That would not surprise me at all. And I actually have them as a 32% chance of winning the President's Trophy this year.
Oh, well, one thing you can't argue is that the Caps are big. How's this for a stat? 17 players on their current roster are at least 6'2". 8 of them are 6'3" or taller, and 6 of them are at least 6'4". That is not a fun matchup for whoever gets the Caps in round 1.
All right, thank you. James Duthie back with the panel is ever-changing. I feel like I have to reintroduce you guys all the time. Noodles is in here, Cheryl is here, Craig Button is here, Frankie Corrado. We're going to do a little whirlwind. There's been 3 Canadian teams who have not been busy so far today. We've been spending so much time on the Ottawas and the Winnipegs and the Edmontons and their move last night, and the Toronto Maple Leafs getting Scott Laughton. So let's quickly run through Calgary and Montreal and Vancouver. Let's start with the Calgary Flames, the roster as it looks like right now. And the fact that it's been quiet from Calgary today is not a surprise. We talked to Craig Conroy earlier from Dallas. They made that move, getting Morgan Frost and Joel Farabee. How about that goal by Farabee last night? Just terrific. And Conroy made just one small deal last year on his first deadline day. So the significant one was the acquisition of Frost and Farabee. And you think, Craig, that roster's seen, I mean, the entire core has been overhauled over the last 2 years. So was this a time to say to your veterans, hey, we like you, we're going to keep to the plan here, we're not going to do any rental business?
Yeah, absolutely it was. And for Craig Conroy, you know, he's been very clear about what their plan is. The age of players they want to get, they want to accumulate young players, prospects, and they know that they need some players with some experience in their group. And Craig's simple. He goes, if it fits to what we're doing, you're staying. And if your dollars fit, you're staying. If you're not, you're going out the door. He established that last year. So it should come as no surprise. I mean, he goes, gets Farabee, he gets Frost. You know, you look back at, he's been very consistent. Their prospect cupboard is loaded. They have Dustin Wolf, difference maker. Zane Parek's going to be a difference maker. When you get those players that can be difference makers in those key positions, you're on the right track. And
they're in a playoff spot right now.
Isn't that the beauty?
Right.
Well, I think, and now all of a sudden they're playing those meaningful games, and you brought in Farabee, you brought in Frost, and now all of a sudden you're tracking that way. You've got your veterans, you've got your experience. I think they could probably look somewhere in that 4C role. You know, we talked about someone playing with Uyghur, and, you know, for me, I was looking at Bowen Byram. I was like, oh, this would be a great addition for this particular group. But again, you know, the bigger picture here is certainly something.
Yeah, Bowen Byram, I like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a wish list, obviously. You have a wish list for every manager, but, you know, you just mentioned it. They are in a playoff race, and it's almost like the teams around it are trying to give it away. I mean, honestly, it's like, okay, you take it. But Calgary stayed the course. So they haven't, you know, spent the farm on anything. Yes, Rasmus Andersson will be an interesting piece, but I think that's an off-season situation. Right. Where, you know, you're either going to sign him to an extension or you're going to move him for, you know, King's ransom. I think he's a fantastic right-shot defenseman. But I think they've stayed the course, and they can be in the playoffs this year. That's a win-win.
Well, and you look at the moves that they make. I like those moves because you're getting players that can help you now but are going to be around for the future. And for, you know, Calgary, you go back to the offseason, they signed Anthony Mantha to help the team this year, right? He hasn't been available because of the ACL injury. So if they wanted to make a move just to give themselves a little bit of a punch here going down the stretch, I would be okay with that because you already budgeted having one of those players that you don't really have available. But I would think it's more, you know, the moves that keep the long-term vision in mind, similar to the Frost and Farabee.
And again, more on Calgary, if the Flames do something a little this afternoon, let's move on to the Vancouver Canucks. All eyes were on Brock Besser today, still waiting for word out of there as we approach 1 hour to the deadline. But let's look at the Canucks chart as it looks like right now. Patrick Allvin has made 3 trades over his 3 D-days at the helm. And, of course, they got Philip Cheadle and Victor Mancini. They made those 2 deals on January 31st, which were the real significant ones after they moved J.T. Miller out. Such a fascinating, it feels like just an absolute disastrous year, and yet they're that close to a playoff spot.
Everything's gone wrong for the Vancouver Canucks after a year where everything went right for them. So who are the real Vancouver Canucks? They're somewhere in the middle. They're probably not as potent offensively as they were last year, but they're not as bad as they are this year offensively. 32nd in the league when it comes to rush chances. They're just having a hard time scoring. Pettersson hasn't played particularly well. Quinn Hughes isn't available. Your star goaltender's not available. Like, so many things have gone wrong. In a normal year, where it's just the law of averages averaging out, the Vancouver Canucks are somewhere in the middle, and they still have a chance to make the playoffs. I think that's the shining light at the end of all this for Vancouver. They're right in the mix of things.
I don't think the Vancouver Canucks have ever hidden the fact that the playoffs seem to matter more than anything.
Right.
Yeah.
But, the season hasn't gone well, to your point, and at the same time, the Quinn Hughes injury has to concern them.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he took 2 weeks off and he's not back. And then he played a couple games, now he's out again, right? And we look at opportunity. Jim Rutherford himself said, we're not a contending team. We have to make moves to find ourselves back to a contending team. It's a seller's market. I'm seeing what the prices are for player. Brock Besser, to me, is a player that I think that he can gauge the market and probably get a really, and I'm not talking about a first-round draft pick. I'm talking about a player.
Player right now, to help you out right now.
To help your group. And if you look at it, I keep coming back to it. Yes, they're battling for a playoff spot, but they got to get their house in order.
Yeah.
I think you need some calming forces. They got 3 Petterssons on their team. I mean, the one they really, really care about is the guy making 11.6. I mean, if he could get some form of his game back, I mean, the spine of that team, you just mentioned Quinn Hughes. Quinn Hughes is arguably one of the best players on the planet. Yes, you've got to be concerned about his health, but when he's playing and they're close to a playoff spot, he's Hart type of material, been dragging you close to the playoffs.
We got 21 games left for the Vancouver Canucks. It's such a critical 21 games for Elias Pettersson. But the problem is if he doesn't do anything, if he's the way he was all year, then you probably make a decision on him, but then the trade market value is not anything of what it should be. So that would prove to be a fascinating summer for Vancouver. But again, just a point out of a playoff spot right now. We don't want to shortchange.
You cover them closely, Carlo. What are they doing here up until 3 p.m.?
Well, they're in an unfamiliar spot. You're right. They're 1 point out of a playoff spot. They're in a cluster with 5 teams right now, and they're playing some really good hockey. They got a lot of good, young, promising hockey players. I want to see them be more aggressive. You got a top line of Slafkovsky, Suzuki, who's having a career. Caulfield finally scored 30 goals. Laine's having a resurgent type of season. They're missing a second-line center iceman because of the Doc injury. I would like to see them address that, and I would like to see them keep their veterans, and if anything, add a little bit more depth to that lineup.
Yeah, it's a great hockey market, and they're alive down the stretch. So is Detroit. It has not been alive as a hockey market in quite some time, Emily. What do you think Steve Yzerman's doing here?
Steve Yzerman's doing what he's always doing, which is thinking about the future and thinking about all these draft picks that he loves and wanting to build this the right way. But I know that they need a defenseman. They've been looking at defensemen. They need another forward, especially with Andrew Kopp out of the lineup for the season. And I was hoping, and I'm thinking maybe they could add here because they're in that cluster of teams. And those young prospects and those young draft picks that are now coming and playing on the big roster and starting to show what they have, they need playoff experience, and they need to play meaningful games down the stretch. So we'll see if they get anything done before this 3 p.m. deadline. But Steve Yzerman, he wants to build it his way on his timeline, and he hasn't let any of us know what that timeline is.
Yeah, and they were right there down the stretch last year, and they faded on the way home. And this year, they're right in that mix as well. So is Boston. And I look at the Boston Bruins, and I'm curious how much more they're going to go in on being a seller between now and 3 p.m. Trent Frederick was traded. Brazo was traded. Are you going to trade your captain? Is Brad Marchand going to go and possibly re-sign in July? Are you going to move off Charlie Coyle? Are you going to move off Brandon Carlo? These are names that are out there because the Bruins have played more games than all these other teams, and their best players are injured. I think it's in their best interest to to retool
They
here.
have to.
But they haven't done that in a long time,
I know.
right? It's a tough town. It's a winning town. The Bruins have been competitive for a long time, but they're in a really difficult division. Are they going to go all in? They're half in right now with a couple of these moves. Will they go in even deeper? We'll see. We're about an hour away. JD?
All right, thank you again. Yes, indeed. 1 hour away until the trade deadline of 3 o'clock Eastern time. Again, there hasn't been volume of trades, but significant deals led by Mikko Rantanen becoming a Dallas Star and signing a long-term extension. Your last hour before the deadline is next.
FanDuel held a shooting contest to promote its new MySpend tool. MySpend makes it easy to view your deposit and bet history all in one place. Because betting without knowing how much you're spending is like shooting in the dark. See the whole picture. Make FanDuel's MySpend tool part of your system and stop shooting in the dark.
The Silverado Trail Boss. And a little work. And a little play. And a truck that says no to nothing. And Chevrolet.
Truck Month is on now at Chevrolet. Get 0% financing for up to 72 months on select 2025 Silverado models or visit your dealer for lease offers.
And Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Our new home, somewhere we can build a life. And I'm gonna do everything I can to look out for you. And that starts with being smart about our family's financial future.
Welcome to Cover Direct, Canada's most trusted direct life insurance provider. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like to get a quote for family life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident aged 18 to 70, you can apply for up to $1.5 million of coverage and help give your family some peace of mind.
That's great.
You won't need a medical or blood test to be approved. There are just a few health and lifestyle questions.
Sounds good.
If you chose $100,000 of coverage, it could be as little as $9.66 a month for the first year. That's just 32 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could pay for the mortgage for him one day.
Cover Direct Family Life Insurance is exclusively available from us. You can't buy it anywhere else.
I'll do it.
The smart way to protect your family's future is to get Cover Direct. To get a quote today, call our friendly Canadian team at 1-844-990-3342 or visit coverdirect.ca.
Hey, Sarah, check out the top rack on this Cafe custom fit dishwasher. Seriously, it's genius. You slide it over and you get all the big stuff in there.
Is that a herringbone pattern on the basket? You'll love the flexibility of the Cafe custom fit dishwasher.
Oh, so you were paying attention. Learn more at cafeappliances.ca.
I belong. I will keep on dancing, Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Who's there? Gino? Briggs?
Mr. Duthie, the men you're looking at have already been traded. And once again, Trade Center hangs in the balance. The fates of these players are controlled by a shadow organization committed to decimating the trade market in advance of deadline day. A syndicate of rogue, covert general managers whose greatest wish is to see you spend 12 hours live on air with absolutely nothing to talk about.
Not again.
Our lives are the sum of our choices, James, and we cannot escape the past. Your mission, if you choose to accept it, is to make Trade Center watchable. As always, if you or any members of the panel are caught or killed, I mean, that's probably not going to happen, but like if it does, the network will disavow any knowledge of your actions. This message will self-destruct in 5 seconds.
That mission is impossible.
Can somebody get me down? Anyone? Jimmy!
We try to pretend it's an action movie anyway, as we welcome you once again, everyone, to Trade Center. We are 6 hours in, 3 hours remaining, but we want to welcome everybody who's just joining us now on ESPN2. If you are wondering what that opening's all about, well, usually doing a 9-hour show, we consider it a mission impossible. Sometimes it's pretty quiet. Has not been that day. Significant moves made already and numerous big names still out there with 1 hour left before the deadline. We'll take you all the way there and beyond. And the last hour is usually where most things happen on trade deadline day. Look at the percentage of deals that happen between 2 to 3 p.m. 70%, the high in 2019. The low was last year, and that's still almost 40% of the deals with 9 of the 23 last year. So we're expecting a busy hour here on Trade Center. If you are just joining us, we'll introduce you to our entire team as we go along. But let's start with Gord Miller and our insiders who've been breaking the trades all day. Gord.
And we've got another one right out of the hopper. Pierre LeBrun.
Yes, so credit to Fluto Shinzawa, my colleague at The Athletic. Chris and I's colleague who covers the Boston Bruins. He had Charlie Coyle going to Colorado. What we've added to that reporting is that Casey Middlestat is part of that trade going back to Boston. There are other elements to this trade. It's not a one-for-one. Mr. One-for-one. But those are obviously...
Trade is not one for one.
Trade is not one for one, but Charlie Coyle on the move, so is Casey Middlestat.
It's been a busy period for Boston, right? Yeah. I mean, and when you're talking about Charlie Coyle, it's a player with some term left, a local guy from Boston, a big part of that room, and, you know, makes you wonder, is there one more shoe to drop? I know we've talked a lot about the Brad Marchand situation, but still no clarity there. But, you know, as for Coyle, been a longtime member of that team, and it's a sign of, you know, how much they want to turn things over. They didn't have a lot of players in their 20s. They got picked up a couple in the deal with Minnesota. They get Middlestat among perhaps other things in this deal. And so the Bruins are trying to do a little bit of retool on the fly here.
It's interesting because the Bruins, you know, Charlie Coyle is a big, strong, physical guy.
Good player.
Casey Middlestat is, you know, probably a higher offensive upside, but much smaller player. So it'll be interesting to see the exchange there.
It wouldn't be a segment here unless we talked about Mikko Rantanen. We are contractually obliged to do so, but Dregs, you have the contract details.
Yeah, I mean, it is an 8-year extension for Mikko Rantanen with the Dallas Stars, a $12 million AAV. There's a full no-move clause, so that doesn't come as, I think, a shock or a surprise to anyone, as we've been reporting over the last couple of hours. I mean, well, it dated back to before we came on the air at 8 o'clock Eastern this morning. It's a back and forth, and it was a saga. I mean, the end of it all, Mikko Rantanen felt like he deserved higher than a $12 million AAV. The state tax of the Dallas Stars makes it a little bit more plausible and acceptable from Rantanen's perspective. So ultimately, he goes to the team that he wanted to go to, the Dallas Stars. So it is Logan Stankoven, a couple of first-round picks, and I think that there's a couple of later picks, smaller pieces that are included in that as well. And I don't know that Jim Nill and the Dallas Stars are done yet, right? Because, I'm not talking about making bigger trades. I mean, how do you make a bigger splash than this one? But they've got Wyatt Johnston, who is a restricted free agent at the end of the year. We can all see the type of player he is. And it sounds like the extension talks to get him locked in long-term are well underway now.
Yeah, who's his agent?
Mikko Rantanen's agent, Bob, you know this.
Just curious.
Bob, let me tell you something. No one stirs it up like the guy in the end.
As I say, a couple more notes in the final hour here before 3 p.m. eyes on the Vegas Golden Knights. Victor Olofsson is not on the ice right now. We haven't heard much out of Vegas, but look to see what that could potentially mean for a move. And also the waiver file has come in. Everyone that was on waivers yesterday cleared. That includes Ryan Reeves of the Maple Leafs. And so when they send him to the American Hockey League, they open up another $1 million+ in space.
One of the great stories in the National Hockey League this year has been the Columbus Blue Jackets. It has been a remarkable, remarkable season for them already, and they've made a deal.
Yeah, Luke Cunningham from San Jose Sharks, Blue Jackets, adding him, not finalized yet officially, but in the works. And again, it was important, I think, for Don Waddell to add a forward, to give this group that has battled so hard all year long to stay in the playoff race another piece, and that's what he's done here.
So normally, Bob, one of the main storylines on deadline day is defensemen. Teams loading up on defensemen to add depth for the playoff drive. We've not seen a ton of it so far.
Yeah, I wouldn't be all that surprised if we see a run on defensemen here. There's still, 50+ minutes before the deadline. And there's a lot of teams that we're looking to add mostly depth defensemen. I believe the Toronto Maple Leafs want to add a defenseman, Florida Panthers, New Jersey Devils, Tampa Bay Lightning, Washington Capitals, amongst others. And as I look at the latest trade bait for it, as we take some of the names off of it, but Rasmus Ristolainen from Philly, I'd be surprised with his contract if he moves. Mario Ferraro from San Jose, he's got term left. And Jamie Oleksiak, who also has a year left on his deal. David Savard in Montreal is a guy, big defenseman. The Canadians are obviously in a situation where they're playing quite well. They're not going to just give this guy away for a later round pick. But if somebody comes over the top with a substantial draft pick, there's every reason to believe that they would sacrifice it and make David Savard part of a package. Other defensemen, Brandon Carlo in Boston, I normally wouldn't even have included him, except for the fact that now we've seen Charlie Coyle go, and I think Boston's listening on just about everybody.
Is that a microphone, Bob?
Just
checking.
So just to recap here, James, CJ talked into his mic while on the phone. Bob talked on the air while not having his mic on.
Yeah. I mean, it happens.
That's why I'm not going to get James' job.
That's what's going on over here.
I was in line for it until the microphone fiasco.
Yeah, it's over now. For everyone who's just joined us on ESPN2, we call this amateur hour at this point. Now, I want to introduce you to the crew sitting next to me. Cheryl Pounder, a two-time Olympic champion, six-time world champion. Jeff O'Neill, former 40-goal scorer in the National Hockey League. The former Norris Trophy winner, Mark Giordano. And a guy who played for 5 teams over 13 years and simply one of the best analysts in the game in Mike Johnson. Okay, so a lot has happened, but let's stick with what's happened most recently, and that's Charlie Coyle to Colorado. And so we look down the middle now at Colorado if you're facing in the first round of the playoffs, and it's Nathan McKinnon, followed by Brock Nelson, who they got late last night, followed by Charlie Coyle.
And you throw Natchez in there.
Yeah. You played against Coyle in the playoffs last year, the Toronto-Boston series a couple of years ago. What exactly does he bring Colorado?
Well, he's a big body, strong on pucks. He's good down low. But the big thing is I think they were matching him a lot against our top guys last year. He can play against other teams' top guys. That might free up McKinnon a little bit, might free up Nelson. So, I mean, you're looking at those 3 centermen coming down at you or throwing them over the boards. There's no real good matchup playing against them. So they're going to be a tough out, that's for sure.
Definitely a compliment to Nelson, because you wouldn't want Nelson and Middlestad 2-3 on the road defensively, maybe not as strong as you want to be. Right. Not asking McKinnon to do that. He was a guy that I think a lot of teams, if they knew that he was available, would have been targeting, because he can do a lot of different things. And you know, in the course of a 7-game series, he'll pop up and he might only get 3 points, but he'll grab a goal in a big moment. He'll do something in an overtime. He'll pick up a point. He's a very good player, and he's got 1 more year of term left, which makes it nice for Colorado that they know that he's coming back next year as well.
Colorado's a problem. They're going to be a problem out there with this roster. I mean,
You changing your top 5?
Well, I might change my top 5, but probably not. You look, everybody's energized when they get Nelson, and then you add that on top. That's a message to the players where it's like, it's go time. Let's be ready to rock. It would be fun. I never got to be on one of those teams because in Carolina, I was always watching Detroit or Colorado back in the day. To see your team load up like this doesn't always work, but it sure energizes the room.
It's a physical element, too, for me with Coyle. And now you've got Nelson, who also gets to the middle of the ice pretty well. He's a big man who moves well. So when you look down the middle, then you add in the back end there with Makar. I mean, that's the thing. The speed, the pace that this team can play with while they can also get to the middle of the ice. They just entered my 5.
Yeah, think about the change they made, right? They gassed both their goaltenders this year.
Right.
Got Blackwood, who's been incredible there.
Yep.
They've added Lindgren as well. They added Natchez in that big deal. They've had so many different players tinkering around the edges of their roster, even though they already a good roster to begin with, because I think they just knew that it wasn't quite playoff ready. But again, right now they're staring a potential first-round matchup with Dallas in the face, which is challenging.
What a 24 hours for Colorado. Makar gets 6 points last night. McKinnon has 5.
Jimmy,
now they add all these
contrast
guys.
the two teams, like Colorado and Carolina, like what that roster's done in Colorado compared to what's ended up happening.
Well,
I know you said they got 2 picks and they can do something with them, but that's...
We always do winners and losers at the end of the day. I think a forecast here two right
Let's
there
just do it right now. Those are my winners and
Well,
losers.
it's true. When you give it to management right now, and Craig Button's talked about it being bold and willing to pull the trigger on what your need is, no matter what that price is, and they went out and got Nelson. They recognized, listen, we need a 2C. They went and got it at the beginning of the day, and they're not done. They weren't done. Incredible.
One last, could you imagine?
Okay.
If Gabe Landeskog gets healthy in some capacity. I think we all would like that for him personally.
That was a ooh.
Yeah, that got a reaction.
That got me excited. I'm really tired.
He's been around. He's been on the ice. He's not going to make it this year, but if he comes back, even at 70 or 80%.
And after the Florida and Tampa moves, I thought the Atlantic was the most important division to win. The Central may have passed. Assuming Colorado jumps up past Minnesota, who's ever that second and 3, whether it's Winnipeg, Colorado, or Dallas, Colorado, or Dallas, whatever it's going to be, is going to be an cage death match.
An absolute legit, worthy Stanley Cup capable winning team gone in 12 days.
Well, we were talking about how important it was to win the Atlantic. Now we go over to the other side. Look at the Jets right now. I think, they haven't bolstered their lineup the same way. So now you're staring down this barrel. They've got that lead. It's interesting because Colorado and Dallas look very, very good.
All right, lots more ahead. First, we have, again, for the folks just joining us, we have a trade bait list where we list all of the players who could be dealt. Frankie Corrado is doing the John King CNN thing with us all day long, and he's over with Lindsay Hamilton.
Thank you, James. Can I just say, Frankie Corrado, 10 out of 10 on the CNN thing.
Thank you, Lindsay.
The Jeopardy squares, you have it nailed.
At the end of the day, we'll get into the counties. I know everyone wants to know, but we got to talk hockey for the time being.
All right, well, let's lean into Coyle off to Colorado, because this perhaps gives us a sense of the direction that Boston's moving in. CJ alluded to the fact, of course, we are still waiting potentially for the other shoe to drop, that being Brad Marchand, the big name still on our list. When you talk about Brad Marchand, this isn't just potentially trading away a player. This would be changing the entire culture of this organization and could potentially be a seismic shift.
Not all UFAs are built the same. What Brad Marchand means to the Boston Bruins, it's bigger than just moving off a guy and bringing in assets. And with the trade that they make, they bring in Casey Middlestat, who's still a good player. He's the guy that makes just under $6 million a year. So for Brad Marchand, if you do make that trade, it has to be a haul, and you need to realize the repercussions for moving on for a guy like this is the presence in the room that can be so deflating. This is a guy who's been synonymous with Boston and the Bruins and everything that they have been about. And if they want to go with, call it the Washington model, where Washington last year, yes, they made the playoffs, but everyone knew that that wasn't necessarily sustainable. They had to find a way to retool on the fly. The Boston Bruins, they can't go into a rebuild right now. They don't have enough in the cupboards, but if you keep Brad Marchand around, which I would do if I was the Boston Bruins, maybe you can find a way to do a retool just like the Washington Capitals did last season. It's just there's too much that has been built up over time that is so very much associated with the Boston Bruins and Brad Marchand to just say that, we're going to move him because he's a UFA. He means so much to that team.
Absolutely. A core piece. We'll see what Boston does within the next hour after making that big Charlie Coyle move. But let's move down our board because, while Boston's making some noise, the Vancouver Canucks have been relatively quiet throughout the day. And, of course, we keep our attention on Brock Besser.
Yeah, and Brock Besser's an interesting one because we know there have been contract talks between both teams. And Brock Besser's coming off a great season. The Vancouver Canucks are coming off a great season where everything went in for them and everything went in for Brock Besser. And now it's been a little bit different for them this season. But you can't deny he's an elite shooter. He can score on the power play. And for teams that need a little bit of offense, Brock Besser is going to help you. I would describe Brock Besser this way. He's not a perennial 40-goal scorer, but he's a 30-goal scorer. He's a 40-goal scorer light, meaning on a good season where everything's going well for him, it can happen. Now, the Canucks are in a playoff race, like we've talked about many times today. They value making the playoffs, and so I wouldn't be surprised if at the end of the day we're sitting here and the Vancouver Canucks are using Brock Besser as an own rental.
9 seasons with the Canucks. We'll see if he will stay with Vancouver For the meanwhile, this last hour is when things get real spicy. So, James, we'll send it back to you.
They've been pretty spicy so far. You're right, Lindsay. Colorado making significant moves. Dallas on this day. Ottawa, Toronto. Teams like Tampa and Florida did it in advance of the deadline. Let's check in with Jennifer Hedger and Craig Button on the GMs who they feel have to do a little bit more before we're done.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a real arms race in the West so far, Craig, with Charlie McAvoy and Brock Nelson going to Colorado. Dallas has signed Mikko Rantanen to a long-term deal. When you look right now, what do we have? 45 minutes now until the trade deadline. Is there one GM right now who's looking going, oh, my God, I better get moving here?
I don't know if he's looking at it at, oh, my God, but Kevin Cheveldayoff has just seen the balance of power shift. And we just heard everybody talk here. So, to me, Kevin Cheveldayoff, we know that his team's been top of the league. We know that they're good. We know that he would like to have them be a little bit stronger. He's made a couple of moves. He added Luke Shen, really good move. Third pair, right shot defenseman. Brandon Tanev, they know the speed. But now, you know, you want to be in position to compete for the Stanley Cup. But this very well may be, what can I do to make sure I finish in first place in my division?
So you don't have to meet these guys.
Exactly. Let Colorado and Dallas beat each other up. You know, one of the top Stanley Cup contending teams out after 12 days. Like, or less. To me, so... Zero in, is there somewhere I can do? We keep talking about second line center. That ship may have sailed. A winger will still help them. A winger that can play on the second line with some size and some weight and some scoring ability will help them as well. But if I think right now for the Winnipeg Jets, finishing in first place is got to be job number one.
Very valuable. All right, let's look at the East. There's 4 teams right now vying for that final wildcard spot in the Eastern Conference. Calgary, Vancouver, St. Louis, and the Utah Hockey Club. Is there one of those 4 teams that might be thinking, this is a time for us to do something?
Well, I think it's Utah.
Really?
And Bill Armstrong hasn't been hesitant to be aggressive. We've seen him make the move for Sergachev. They're in a new market. There's lots of excitement. They're just mere points out of a playoff spot. They have a lot of good young players. I don't think that Bill's hesitant to consider trading some young prospects, some picks. And I think that try to give his team a little bit of a boost here. And that's something that other teams looking for certain types of players, that becomes the... Keep in mind, you got Sean Dursey back from surgery early in the season. He's back playing. They're hopeful to continue on this good run, but he could really push his team. Calgary's not going to do anything significant. We're waiting. Is Vancouver going to be a seller? I don't really see them as a buyer. And then you start to look about the teams that are close. I look at LA too, Jen. LA, I know they picked up Kuzmenko. They need scoring. That's a really good team. And I go back to 2012 and 2014. They were in a very similar spot. Really good, needed scoring. 2012, they got Jeff Carter. 2014, they got Marian Gaborik. The end result, Stanley Cup, Stanley Cup.
Stanley Cup still feels a little ways away for LA right now, but we'll see. We still have about 43 minutes or so to go until the deadline. James, back to you.
All right, thank you, guys. As mentioned, the deals start to come usually pretty fast and furious in this final hour. Another one to report for you. Peter Mrazek and Craig Smith going from the Chicago Blackhawks to the Detroit Red Wings. Joe Veleno going back the other way. So Mrazek rejoins Detroit, 1 point out of a playoff spot at this time right now. We're going to check in with all of our Canadian team reporters as we go across the country, beginning in the East, where, of course, Mark Masters is in Denver, Colorado. Looks like he's on FaceTime now, covering the Leafs for us today. Claire Hanna, busy day already with the Ottawa Senators, and Kenzie Lalonde. A little quiet for Kenzie in Brossard, Quebec, where the Montreal Canadiens practice, although they're out of town right now. Let's start with Mark. What are you on the move right now, Mark Masters?
We're getting ready to move, James. The Leafs are going to practice here at the University of Denver pretty shortly here. Probably in the next 30 minutes, we're going to see players on the ice. But General Manager Brad Treliving is going to address the media shortly after the deadline at the team hotel. So we're getting ready to go to see him. We will also have response from the players, of course, and Coach Craig Berube, who has some track record with Scott Laughton, who the team acquired, courtesy his time in the Philadelphia organization, as does Philip Myers, a defenseman, and goaltender Anthony Stolar. So we'll be curious to hear what some of the reaction is from the players here to that trade. And also, Leafs are done, right? Will they try and make an addition on the back end? You're wondering, Oliver Ekman-Larsson right now, he's playing on his offside beside Morgan Riley. He's 33 years old. Is that the ideal setup as you get ready for the playoffs? Probably not. Can they make another addition on the back end? They were able to keep their top prospects in the trade for Scott Laughton, as well as that 2026 first rounder. So curious to see if they're done or not. Regardless, I'm on the move now, James. I'm heading to the team hotel, and we will have reaction from Brad Treliving shortly.
Just before you go, on our previous segment, people gave me a hard time. I was talking about the seagulls in the background interrupting you, and people were saying they were Canada geese and I should lose my citizenship. Can you confirm whether they were seagulls or Canada geese?
They were Canadian geese. It was almost a Hitchcock-type film there earlier this morning. But yeah, Canadian geese, that is confirmed. And if a bald eagle showed up, we'd be in good shape because we know they can hold their own there.
Safe travels, Mark Masters. And we'll hear from you a little bit later on when we get to some availability from Brad Treliving. All right, let's bring in Claire Hanna. Fascinating morning in Ottawa as Josh Norris, really the first time they've traded someone from their core. Dylan Cousins come back the other way from the Buffalo Sabres. And you saw, Claire, that emotion from Brady Tkachuk that we'd rarely seen over losing his friend to the Sabres and Josh Norris.
Yeah, James, and I do think that Brady Tkachuk is a very authentic person, but this was the most emotion I've ever seen him with. And you hit the nail on the head when you talked about the core being shaken up. Since their last playoff run in 2017, they've started to collect these players, whether it's Brady Tkachuk, Tim Stützle, Shane Pinto, Drake Batherson, Jake Sanderson, and Josh Norris. And this is the first time that that core of young players has had to deal with the loss of a teammate due to a trade. And Brady Tkachuk really struggled to find words to describe the emotion he was feeling. He was stumbling many times, just saying, okay, I'll leave it at that. Next question. Touching on the history between him and Josh Norris. Of course, they played for the U.S. under 17 and under 18 teams. They were roommates. Of course, they've played their entire that are coming in from Buffalo. And it's my understanding that the Senators earlier today, when we were at practice at the Sensplex, a couple players were on the ice, and then those players left the ice, and they had a short team meeting. Now, I believe that both Josh Norris and Jacob Bernard-Docker were getting ready for practice. Travis Green pulled them aside and mentioned that they were probably being traded, and that's when the team found out as well, and then the players all took to the ice. And I was keeping my eyes on Brady Tkachuk during practice, and he was lacking some of that spunk and joy he normally has, because this is clearly a big deal for him losing his buddy. Now, when it comes to Dylan Cousins, though, I think we've got to touch on this. He played with Linus Ullmark when Linus Ullmark was the goaltender for the Buffalo Sabres. Ullmark mentioned he's a 200-foot player. He's not scared about getting in the dirty areas, and he said, I really think he's got a great personality. We also heard from Drake Batherson in the dressing room following the Senators' practice. Him and Cousins also have a history, or Cousins rather have a history. They played together for Canada at the World Championships, and Batherson said that the two were talking, and Cousins said, you know what, if we were on the same team, I think we'd be best friends. And when Drake left practice, he already had 4 texts from the forward who's on his way to Ottawa. And when we spoke with Travis Green, I'm not sure where he's going to fit into the lineup yet. Travis Green was just taking in all of this information as well, but it's going to be really interesting, and that was a huge move from Steve Stais here, and I'm not sure if he's going to have any more moves in the next hour, but we will see.
Yeah, we'll check in with Claire Hanna if indeed the Ottawa Senators do anything else. And now to perhaps the loneliest reporter in North America today. It's Kenzie Lalonde. Not only have the Habs done nothing so far on deadline day, but they're on the road. So Kenzie is all alone in Brossard, Quebec, waiting to see if the Montreal Canadiens will do anything. Let's see, they have 35 minutes and perhaps change if they get caught in the lineup at 3 o'clock. Kenzie, what are your expectations?
I'm just a lonely reporter, James. No. I've got Patrick and Anthony here next to me as well, doing some hits here today. But I would be surprised if the Montreal Canadiens make a move here before the deadline. Of course, you look at those 4 UFAs, and David Savard always will jump off that list. A steady right shot, stay-at-home defender that can block shots. But really, James, the news of the day here, there was some exciting news. Kaiden Guhle was on the ice today, which was exciting to see for the first time since his injury on January 29th. He underwent surgery for a lacerated quadricep, so he was out on the ice for the first time today alone with a skating coach, moving quite well. His agility seemed to be there, and he was shooting pucks as well. So that's kind of our news of the day here in Montreal. Kaiden Guhle back on the ice. Kent Hughes is expected to speak with media here around 3 p.m. An opportunity for us to ask him about that Jake Evans deal and also how close he was or wasn't to maybe moving some of his UFAs today.
Right, and just because a team doesn't do anything on deadline day, they're not necessarily a loser on deadline day. The Montreal Canadiens have had a good season. They're playing meaningful games down the stretch. It's exactly what Kent Hughes and their side wanted. Just 1 point out of that final wild card spot now, trailing the Ottawa Senators and Detroit as well. That's Kenzie Lalonde in Montreal for us. And so we'll take a break here. We'll catch up with all the Western team reporters right after this, as we're just over half an hour away to the deadline of 3 o'clock Eastern here on Trade Center. Stay with us.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Golf Town's Trade-In Days. Trade up to new clubs from top brands. Visit us in-store or at golftown.com to learn more.
We Canadians believe in love at first sight. So at Harvey's, when we looked at our classic poutine in all its glory, we said, let's put a ring on it. New Frings Poutine. Only for a limited time at Harvey's.
Hey, Canada. Diabetes and obesity can increase your risk of cardiovascular disease, but there are ways to manage your risk. Here's a thought. Talk to your doctor, and may I suggest sooner than later?
You ready? MLS is game on. Dochi? On. Stars on.
Kevin Sullivan, the history maker.
30,000 friends? On. Rivalries on.
Versus New York City.
MLS. This is our soccer. Game on.
Download the Saily eSIM app and get ready for your big vacation. Save big on roaming charges. Save big in more than 180 destinations. Save big with flexible mobile data plans. And this vacation, save even bigger. Get 15% off with the code SAILYON for all Saily destinations. Saily, affordable mobile data for every journey.
At Sleep Country, we know that for every reason that keeps us awake, there are hundreds more that make us dream. That's why we're offering 25% off. Because great sleep fuels tomorrow's dreams. Sleep well, Canada.
Okay, everybody, that's lunch.
Mud mask?
OilCountry slippers bring the comfort of walking barefoot on wet sand to any occasion. So every get-together feels just right. Say aloha to OilCountry. Anywhere comfort, anywhere aloha.
Subway's new Mojo sauce is unlike anything you've had before. Go Mojo mode on a 6-inch sub with freshly sliced turkey for just $4.99.
Suits LA, all new Sunday, 9/10 Mountain on CTV.
Trade Center is presented by Harvey's new Frings Poutine, where they've combined their crunchy onion rings with their classic poutine. New Frings Poutine. Try it for a limited time.
Let's do a little hour-by-hour comparison to last year's Trade Center. From midnight to 8 a.m., while we were busier, we had 3 trades, including that big Brock Nelson deal to Colorado. Quiet in the first couple of hours, as it usually is, and then pretty much even from 12 to 1. From 1 to 2 so far, we're halfway there to the total of last year. And again, 9 trades in the last hour last year between 2 and 3 p.m. So yeah, we were a little off in the 1 to 2 hour. We'll see what happens in this last hour here on Trade Center. Not so much perhaps the volume so far this year, but the names have been significant as promised. Check out our Western reporters. John Liu is covering the Winnipeg Jets, as he always does for us. He is in New Jersey. Ryan Rashog is in Edmonton for us, and Salim Valju covers the Flames, is in Dallas, Texas. Let's start with John Liu. So we've been talking for weeks about the Jets looking for that second-line center, maybe the one real piece missing from this team. They don't get it today, but they nibble around the edges with Brandon Tanev, a good depth forward, and Luke Shen, a really good depth defenseman. John.
Yeah, James, and you really hit the nail on the head. Nibbling around the edges, depth, that's what this turned out to be for the Jets, and certainly it's a disappointment for the fan base and from the standpoint that they were hoping for an upgraded 2C. Of course, that ship sailed around midnight when the Colorado Avalanche got better, and then got better just within the last half hour, adding Charlie Coyle and the Dallas Stars making a huge move, an absolutely seismic move in the Central Division. And so the Jets, are they better? Well, arguably not. Certainly when you talk from an offensive standpoint, compared to what two teams that they would have to potentially go through in their quest to reach the conference final. But they certainly got tougher, they got grittier, and that's an important consideration for this team, because when you take a look at what happened to them last season in the first round against the Colorado Avalanche, that the Jets weren't able to answer the call physically against an opponent that game planned specifically to really make life difficult for Connor Hellebuck in the low areas of the ice and in the middle of the ice. The Jets weren't able to answer that physical call. But you got Luke Schenn, who can help in that regard from a physicality standpoint. They got tougher and grittier with Brandon Tanev, penalty kill, an energy guy as well. And so, yeah, they did address that part of their game, overall depth, but certainly from an offensive standpoint, no, they did not improve their club, and that will, well, we'll have to see how that plays out through the final quarter of the season, heading into the postseason, James.
All right, that is John Liu. Again, the Jets on TSN 3 tonight against New Jersey. We're going to interrupt our Western reporters just for a second here, because Mikko Rantanen, who the most significant name of the day being dealt, is on the line right now. Mikko, James Duthie with you. I don't think we've ever had in the history of the trade deadline period a player who's been through what you have been through over the last few weeks. Describe what the entire thing has been like for you.
Yeah, it's been it's been crazy, like you said. It's first obviously traded from Colorado, and it happened quick, everything, and then all of a sudden you're in a new team for the first time, and then this situation comes with the contract and stuff. So it's been something that I never thought I would experience, but here we are.
Okay, first question, why not Carolina? You get traded there, you're definitely caught off guard by it, and you have a few weeks to adjust to the team. By all accounts, they made a contract offer. Why did you decide at this point in time you weren't going to sign with them?
Well, I think at the time, obviously I had to look at all the options, because there was no deal when the trade happened. So I was kind of in a situation where I had to really think about my life for a long period of time, not only on ice but also off the ice, and obviously really good team in Carolina. As we've seen in last couple of years, they've been close to the Stanley Cup, but I think just the fit in Dallas, and I'm thinking about it a lot with my camp and myself and Susanna and everything. So just the fit, I feel like, everywhere, I think that was what the decision was.
Right. So when Carolina makes the decision that they're probably going to deal you before the deadline, and you're talking about a place where you would be willing to sign an extension, was Dallas the only place? Was that the place you zeroed in on right away, or were there other things you had to consider there?
Yeah, well, I think it's probably hard if you just single out the one team, so I wouldn't say it was just one team, but it's I think just the fit is obviously you look around, you try to your situation and see what's best for you. That's what I was kind of doing for a month or so, and trying to think about everything, but yeah, just the fit in Dallas, and really excited to be part of the group. It's a great team, and they've been successful last couple of years, so hopefully I can jump into that and help the team.
How close were you to just saying I'm not signing anywhere? You don't get many chances at unrestricted free agency. How close were you to saying whether Carolina was going to keep you or trade you somewhere as a rental? I'm just not going to sign anywhere, and I'm going to wait till July 1st. Was that seriously considered?
Like I said before, I think everything was considered at the moment. You know, it was everything was considered. I would say that way. Obviously, you know, I played against Dallas a lot. I know they have a good team. I know the city well enough, and everything there. And I've only heard good things about the organization and everything. So at the end of the day, it was easy. It was a decision at that point.
Going to be crazy if we get a first-round Colorado-Dallas matchup in the playoffs, won't it be?
Yeah. It would be, you know, it's two good teams, so yeah, it's possible for sure.
Listen, I really appreciate you joining us. We talk about whirlwind times for players around the period. I don't think we've had a whirlwind time like you have just had, so really appreciate you taking a few minutes out of your day, and best of luck in Dallas.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, that's Mikko Rantanen, who, again, is the first player of significance, we believe, ever that has been dealt twice in the deadline period. He was shocked when he was dealt from Colorado to Carolina. Carolina had hoped they could sign him long-term. It became clear that wasn't going to happen. You could tell from Mikko's answers there that he just needed more time to think about it, like the fit in Dallas, and so he gets an 8-year extension done with the Dallas Stars, and he'll be there for a long time on what is a really good-looking hockey team. Let's pick up where we left off now, and one of the most prolific quilters in the Western Conference, Ryan Rishaug. That will mean nothing to you if you weren't watching the show earlier on in the day. So, as an Oiler, all the Oilers fans out there that are watching, what do you think they're thinking about what Colorado's doing and what Dallas is doing? Not in the division, but the path will likely, you know, lead through one of those teams or Winnipeg if they're going to make it back to the Stanley Cup final.
Well, I can tell you when Mikko Rantanen got traded out east, they were all going, awesome. And now he's coming back west and potentially in the Oilers' way. So whether you're an Oiler fan or your Oiler management sitting up there watching the show and seeing all this take place today, a bit of an arms race happening here. Good teams that the Oilers have had a tough time with in the past, making themselves better. And so, James, I don't know exactly what's going on with them or, you know, precisely what they're up to. If I'm them, I'm sitting there feeling like, okay, if there's a chance to get something done late here, it feels like the impetus would be there to do it considering all these other moves going on. You don't want to let it cause you to do something goofy or stupid or anything like that. But, you know, let's say, I mean, I've been talking about Ryan Donato today. Are you on the phone with the Blackhawks kind of waiting to find out if that contract is going to happen or not? And if it doesn't, then see if there's a way you can add a 23-goal scorer to your lineup. The Oilers have a clear need. Their top six is not populated by top six players. It hasn't been that way all year. We'll see what Evander Kane can give them if and when he comes back. But, James, the Oilers need more up front. They're better puck movers on the back end. We knew they needed to do that. They're more physical now. We knew that they needed to do that. The goaltending, they're going to just stand pat on. If possible, they need to add a little more punch up front. And you look at what's going on around them, you got to think that they're feeling that, I would assume.
Always tough to get back to the Stanley Cup final, although we've seen teams in recent years, the Florida teams, do it. But really tough for the Oilers in what is an absolutely loaded Western Conference. But they have McDavid and Draisaitl, so they're definitely among the favorites to get there. We appreciate you, Ryan Rishaug. Once again, we go back to Dallas. Salim Valji covers the Calgary Flames for us. Of course, they were in Dallas last night. And it's been quiet. You've lost the cowboy hat here. You've given up on the Texas ways, Salim. We heard from Craig Conroy, and not a lot was expected from them today. And so we still might see something in the last 15 minutes. But the fact that it's been silent from the Flames, not a shocker today.
Yeah, James, no cowboy hat, no acquisitions. It really has been a quiet day, and I only know how to say nothing in 2 languages, but I think that's what this organization needed, right, James? It's been a good year off the ice. The players get along. You talk about off-ice chemistry in Winnipeg and Washington. Well, that exists with the Flames, and they want to give their players an earnest shot, and that's why early on in this process, Conroy essentially said he wasn't dealing his veterans, and I think at times he's toyed with the idea of a fourth-line center who shoots right, given that's a pretty glaring need. All Calgary centers are lefties, James, but beyond that, I mean, this is a good group off the ice, and I think they're really aware of that chemistry, and as a result, it's not a shock that they're not going to do anything. And this group now, as constructed, including new acquisitions, Joel Farabee and Morgan Frost, will get a chance to go for that wide-open second wildcard spot, and I think quiet is good given the past couple of seasons for the Calgary Flames.
And right now, the Flames sit in that second wild card spot, 1 point up on the Vancouver Canucks. That's Salim Balji for us down in Texas. If you're wondering why Farhan Lalji wasn't in his usual place with our Western reporters, he was kind of busy. He was down gathering some sound from Rick Tocchet, the coach of the Vancouver Canucks, on what might happen with the Canucks in these last few minutes before the deadline.
What about just having him here still? I know there was a lot of uncertainty around him and a number of players, but if he is here for the next 30 minutes and beyond, just, you know, he's getting to coach him again.
Well, it's just the trading deadline days like this. You know, you know, was there a half hour left or something like that? Still trying to trade half the media guys, but no takers. I was trying to get a second-round pick for you too.
That's it.
That was it.
No value.
No value. That's actually high.
You weren't willing to retain.
That's actually retain. Yeah, it's always you know it's always that moment. You know, everybody gets a little uneasy, but you know it's for our job as coaches, we just move along, and then whatever happens after 12, that's your team. That's the way you got to look at it.
We need more of a Rantanen bounty for Farhan, a couple of firsts and a Logan Stanko. This was earlier, by the way. We got Farhan up really early on the West Coast, like 4 a.m. This is before he was doing his hit. This is not acting. Farhan was sleeping on the job, but he's been working hard since. Right at the rink, getting ready for action. We don't know if we'll get anything on Brock Besser and the Vancouver Canucks in the last few minutes before the deadline here on Trade Center 2025. Back with more right after this.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Golf Town's Trade-In Days. Trade up to new clubs from top brands. Visit us in-store or at golftown.com to learn more.
At FanDuel, we know hockey fans don't just have a hunch. You have a hockey hunch. You could tell they're going to light the lamp before they do. You could see that assist coming a mile away.
Down the board, pass it right.
And you just know when your goalie is totally in the zone. So put your hockey hunches together for a same-game parlay. Bet the NHL all season long on FanDuel, North America's #1 sportsbook.
Where does the sun go at night?
Explore any road with an extra set of eyes. The all-new, fully redesigned 2025 Subaru Forester. Trust the real search engine.
Enjoy. Yes, I love you.
Sky. Eyes. Focus. Okay, something dreamt about since you're a little girl. It's all you. Let's go. Come on. Stay relaxed. Focus.
Auto Trader has the most cars.
I knew they had a lot of cars, but I didn't know they had the most cars.
I'm literally on every night because you never know when a deal can just like pop up.
Everything is there. You'll always find what you're looking for with Auto Trader. The answer is Auto Trader.
At Pizza Pizza, get a large 2-topping pizza with 8 wings for only $19.99. Your wallet will thank you. Then you'll scream, "Oh my stars, a talking wallet." Treat your talking wallet to a large 2-topping pizza and 8 wings for just $19.99. Only at Pizza Pizza.
Sometimes a cold gets in the way of a good night's sleep. That's why there's Vicks Vapo Rub Advanced. The soothing vapors relieve his cough and nasal congestion to help him sleep. Vicks Vapo Rub Advanced. Good night colds.
When flight prices dropped, Vic could finally book his midlife crisis.
Download the Saily eSIM app and get ready for your big vacation. Save big on roaming charges. Get 15% off with the code SAILYON for all Saily destinations. Saily, affordable mobile data for every journey.
Sullivan's Crossing, new season coming this April to CTV and Crave.
Trade Center is presented by Harvey's new Frings Poutine, where they've combined their crunchy onion rings with their classic poutine. New Frings Poutine. Try it for a limited time.
ODOG did not have his burger today, but man, did he wolf down the Harvey's poutine. It was something to behold. Since 2005, 12 players have been traded on deadline day and had their names engraved on the Stanley Cup with their new teams in that same season. There have been some significant players in there. Billy Guerin, Marian Gaborik, perhaps the most with LA in 2014, Mark Recchi in 2006. A lot of just little pieces, though, that have helped teams along their way. 35-year-old Kyle Opozo made it an even dozen last year when Buffalo traded him to Florida, and the Panthers, of course, going on to win the Stanley Cup. 13 minutes now away from the deadline. Again, there's usually a trickle of deals after the deadline as there's a lineup at NHL Registry, so we'll be with you for the couple of hours afterwards. First, right now, let's check in with Brian Hayes and his panel.
All right, thank you, JD. Here with Carlo Koliakovo and Emily Kaplan. Emily, you're down there in Tampa where the Boston Bruins have arrived in town. They just practiced. They're preparing to play the Lightning tomorrow night. There have been some moves, including Charlie Coyle just getting dealt. Give us a vibe check. What's going on down there with the Bruins?
Vibes felt a little nervy is how I would describe it. Just, you know, everyone even around the team just knew something was happening, but they don't know what. And sure enough, right after they practiced, Charlie Coyle did get traded to the Avalanche. The big question, though, for all of them is what happens to Brad Marchand. And I think it's such a difficult situation, in part because he's injured right now. He's back in Boston rehabbing. We expect him back right before the playoffs. And everyone always assumed he was going to stay. We always know he wants to stay in Boston. I still think that's the case. But yesterday, hearing that the Bruins were having a bunch of conversations with other teams, I think players on this team are saying, wait, what is going on? And they don't have any answers right now as the Boston War Room is back in Boston.
Yeah, that would be some groundbreaking news if we get the captain of the Bruins being moved between now and 3 p.m. I don't think Vancouver fans love transitioning from Marchand and Bruins chat into the Canucks, but Brock Besser, as of now, he's still a Vancouver Canucks. You know, he's a member of the team. What do you think is going to happen here, Carlo?
So Vancouver, to me, is interesting because I'm just trying to decide what they want to be. Do they want to buy? Do they want to sell? They have some interesting pieces, but you look at the year that the Vancouver Canucks have had. They build off of tremendous momentum of losing in a Game 7 last year to Edmonton. They come back. They've got most of their lineup intact. They signed Jake DeBrusk. You're looking at this team to take that next step, and it's been kind of a middling season right now in Vancouver with a lot of turmoil. Right? Think of all the stuff that this team has had to deal with. You know, the Demko injury, the Miller-Pettersson saga, the Quinn Hughes injury right now. They're 1 point out of a playoff spot, and Quinn Hughes is still hurt. Besser doesn't want to resign. Elias Pettersson is still struggling to find his game, and struggle is an understatement with Elias Pettersson. So what are they doing in Vancouver? Are they going to try to make a push for the playoffs, or are they looking at this as an opportunity to bring back some assets and look towards next year?
I think it's a great question. I when in doubt, I think, where is Sidney Crosby at in the landscape of the NHL? What is he thinking right now? And I don't believe he's going to be dealt over the next 10 minutes. So he would be something. Hey, Bob? That would push everything aside, absolutely, if Sid got moved. But they have made some moves. They have obviously brought in some prospects and brought in some picks. But are you going to commit to a full scorched earth rebuild? Why is Rickard Rakell going to stay beyond 3 p.m.? Are you going to keep Erik Karlsson into the future? These are questions I have, Emily, because if Sid has signed, which he has, and if he's going to be committed to the Penguins, are you going to have any opportunity to win over the next 2 or 3 years? Kyle Dubas, I think, Emily, has to make that determination and go all in if they are going in that direction.
You know, and it feels like what he's trying to do is what his division rivals, the Washington Capitals, did so successfully, and that's retool on the fly. The Capitals, of course, got a little help when some of their big contracts had to go on LTIR, and that freed up some space to make some big moves. But, you know, they have collected a boatload of picks over the next couple drafts, and I think quietly this has already been going on, even if on the ice, like, it seems like they're still pushing for the playoffs. All I know is that when Sid signed this extension this summer for 2 years, he knew what he was signing up for. I think they want to stay competitive as long as Sid is there and expedite this as quickly as possible. And as it pertains to Rickard Rakell, and I would add Brian Rust in there, the challenge is these are players that want to be in Pittsburgh. So if you're going to try to do this quickly, and that's what they're trying to achieve here, you're going to need to have good, talented players that are committed to the cause and want to be there. Yeah. And I think that's why neither of them have moved yet. And I think they're open to moving Rakell, but only if they're overwhelmed by an offer. And then I'm looking at everything going on. I'm like, what's not overwhelming about what happened today?
You know, Hayes, as we watched Sidney Crosby perform at the Four Nations, I reminded myself, and I think a lot of people did, why aren't we watching Sidney Crosby in the playoffs? That's what he's made for. He's made to play in those moments. Now, he's committed to this organization. But how much can we actually trust what the Pittsburgh Penguins are doing? Their goaltending is a disaster. Every signing that Kyle Dubas made last offseason has not panned out well for them. They've got bad contracts on that team. They've got older veteran players. I just don't know how they rebuild this on the fly or rebuild it quick enough to allow Sidney Crosby to be competitive in the playoffs with that team again.
That's the ultimate question right now. And Emily mentioned Washington, and Washington has now really changed the way I think people view the idea of retooling on the fly. They jumped in and took gambles on certain players, and they paid off. They also had some young players that were prepared to step in. And that adds some insult to injury if you're in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Right? Sid Novi, Pittsburgh and Washington, the Capitals are the top seed in the East. They look great right now. We know Pittsburgh's not going to be a playoff team. What do they do between now and 3? What do they do into the summer to try to get back in the future? It's all up in the air right now, James.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to watch. Thank you, guys. Just some extra business. Jim Nill getting a lot done today in Dallas. Not only Mikko Rantanen acquired from Carolina and signing an 8 × 12 extension, but Wyatt Johnson, just a terrific young player there, signs a 5-year extension at $8.4 million per. So Jim Nill spending some money on a really good Dallas team right now. We're down to 8 minutes until the deadline. We'll take you there right after this on Trade Center.
We Canadians believe in love at first sight. So at Harvey's, when we looked at our classic poutine in all its glory, we said, let's put a ring on it. New Frings Poutine, only for a limited time at Harvey's.
Dry, long day at the office staring at screens? Digitize? Sustain Complete creates a lubricating layer that temporarily locks in moisture for dry eye symptom relief. Moisturize.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose to get out there. Choose to make memories. Choose your calling. Choose to go for it. Just choose. Mazda, we craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
Mark Carney is back from Europe.
Speaking as a European.
To finish what he started. As Justin Trudeau's economic advisor, he's been pushing
a steady increase in the price of carbon.
On you for years. Now he's planning to hit you with
effectively a shadow carbon price
after the election. And that will cost you even more because he thinks
carbon prices have been applied sparingly. They've been set far too low.
You sneaky.
Carbon tax Carney. He's just like Justin.
Download the Saley eSIM app and get ready for your big vacation. Save big on roaming charges. Save big in more than 180 destinations. Save big with flexible mobile data plans. And this vacation, save even bigger. Get 15% off with the code SALEYON for all Saley destinations. Saley, affordable mobile data for every journey.
When you stay at a Vrbo, you always get the whole home. Not part of it, but the whole upstairs, the whole downstairs, the whole fridge, and the whole secret nap room. Because is it really a vacation home if you have to share the house with the host?
Thursday, 9/10 Mountain on CTV.
Basketball's future stars compete for conference title glory.
I see you, young fellas.
Setting the stage for college hoops' biggest tournament. The road to March Madness continues on TSN and TSN+.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Golftown's Trade-In Days. Trade up to new clubs from top brands. Visit us in-store or at golftown.com to learn more. Trade Center is presented by Harvey's new Frings Poutine, where they've combined their crunchy onion rings with their classic poutine. New Frings Poutine. Try it for a limited time.
You are not going to believe this one. And this is going to have hockey, Twitter, everything else going crazy. The Vegas Golden Knights have struck again. Bob McKenzie.
Yeah, well, there obviously it's past the deadline, so it would have to be done. But and this is where you got to get into the gray areas of make sure you make it in time. But Thomas Hertl from the San Jose Sharks appears as though he could be headed to the Vegas Golden Knights. Look at, do you like that, Al?
That was such a Bobfather move. Right out of the blue, out of nowhere, 5 minutes before the deadline last year. That's what Vegas does. Now, I don't know if they're being cheeky here, but this is the Golden Knights account just moments ago with the small little hi. So does that mean they've done it again, or are they just being cute with us right now? Because they usually find a way. We'll find out over the next, I won't say 3 minutes, because they could have made a move that we don't find out for 15 minutes after the deadline, but we'll see, Jeff O'Neill, if Vegas has done anything.
That's one of two things. Somebody hacked their Twitter account and just wrote hi.
No, that's what they do.
They're coming over the top with a monster.
They're coming with something.
I would bet the latter.
Okay, let's look at some of the deals that happened in the last 5 minutes of the deadline, beating the clock. This is between 2:55 and 3 p.m. Eastern time over the last 5 deadlines. So there have been some significant ones. Barclay Goodrow, of course, helped Tampa win a Stanley Cup. Hertl was the biggest one that took us out of nowhere, but there are deals that happened. High of 14 trades in the last 5 minutes in 2020, a low of 5 last year when Bobby Mack broke that Thomas Hertl thing. So as we wait to see if Vegas has done anything, to see if any of the other big players have done anything, who needs to do something based on everything else that's happened?
I think Toronto's got to go find a defenseman. I mean, they got their third-line centerman, but I think they understand what's going on in the Atlantic. They understand what Tampa's done. They understand what Florida's done. They're in first place still. They're in a great spot to win the division and avoid those guys in the first round, but I do think they need a defenseman. They're hard to find. It's hard to get the right fits, but I do think that's something that would be great if they could do.
I agree with you on the defense in Toronto, but when I look at the Jets right now and you look at Dallas and what Colorado's done, I'd love to see them just get a solid, strong winger on that second line. And I don't know, it's a couple minutes to go here. I don't think it's happening, but it would be nice to see.
Yeah, I think, what about Vancouver? Like, what are they doing? They haven't done much today or at all. I just wonder what that result of that is. Like, is this if they're going to stand pat with what they've got on the ice right now, what is that going to get them at the end of the day? Well, is it because they're watching Colorado, Dallas, and they're saying, there's not really much of a chance to get through that, so let's just stand pat and see what happens, or are they going to make
I mean, that's a realistic approach. It's a tough one, though, right?
No one would ever say it, but you can feel it. If you're in the room. Brock Besser's the guy because they've tried to re-sign him. Doesn't look like he's going to get a deal.
Right.
Looks like he's probably going to walk. You would be able to. You want a guy in Winnipeg?
It'd be perfect.
It is one of those years, though, where you go, you never say what's the point of getting in the playoffs, because it matters, and it matters for gate revenue and all those things. But when you look at that conference.
You think about the top 3 in the Central, and then you think about Vegas, and Edmonton. I guess you want to put Edmonton in there, too.
You still do.
Those 5 teams are quite a bit better than everybody else. So the likelihood of running through 3 of them to get to the final, not good if you're Vancouver or one of those teams in the wild card.
Yeah, right. That's the way you got to look at it, Johnny. Not just one. Like,
you got to go through all 3 of them.
Can you mow through two or three of them? That's a heavy task, man.
Security! He's finished.
That's it.
It's over. Corrado, come sit down for a couple minutes. Yeah, you can run back over to Lindsay in a second. Make sure he does not leave the building.
Take him right into his car.
See you at the airport,
That is Jeff O'Neill. We will get him back. He's contractually obligated to stay until 5 o'clock Eastern time. But we welcome Frankie Corrado. What an opportunity. Right at the deadline.
This is my life, man. Called up from the minors. But every time I did it, I could never stick around. So I'm sure you got the call ready to go.
You heard the question. You heard the question I was asking the panel, as in, who would you like to see do something? Obviously, they would have had to do it already by now, but something we'd like to hear in the next 15 minutes.
I wish I could give you a different answer than something that was already said, but MJ nailed it. It's the Toronto Maple Leafs. They need a defenseman. Like, if you can find a way to get someone that could take away some significant minutes from someone lower in that D-core, find a D partner for Morgan Riley, which is the ongoing quest that the Toronto Maple Leafs seem to go over every single season. There's just, like, there has to be someone that comes in there, especially considering what you're going to have to go up against in the Atlantic Division. It's a no-brainer.
So is this a failure? If it's just Lawton on this day for the Leafs, is that a failure?
It's half the job. It's half the job is done. Half the job is done, and half the job you're kind of leaving it up to chance with who you got right now.
It's a function of the market.
Yeah.
I mean, the cost to get a player that would be good enough to warrant the cost might not have made sense. Like, they needed a defenseman, but I don't know how many good guys are out there that you could justify paying the prices it was going to take to get them.
I would pay for Connor Murphy.
I would be less inclined. I'd pay for Brendan Carlo.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, Carlo.
Yeah. If Boston's selling, and maybe Boston's the other team we had to talk about with Marchand and whatever's going on there.
I think Boston would make a deal with Toronto, even if it was...
If the return was good.
If you're going to go get a first-round pick or an Easton Cowan or, you know, a player like that, I'd trade with anybody.
Because I threw out the Marchand idea yesterday, and there was like, there's no way Boston is dealing Marchand to Toronto, which maybe makes a little bit more sense. Probably no way
How
he would
happy
come.
would Mitch Marner be if Brad Marchand got traded to the Leafs?
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's the happiest guy in the dressing room to have that guy
I'd be
around.
happier than Mitch, because what a story down the stretch. and what a story for Trade Center as well. And that's the other big name we're waiting for here as we see what deals trickle in over the next few minutes. You can go back to Lindsay, because I think I'll be sending...
I already got sent to the minors.
Yeah, you're already back to the minors. Lindsay Hamilton is not the minors.
You have to take warm-ups only.
That is a major...
Game time decision.
Dude, posting in. Gio was going no bucket, and I was going posting in.
Are we making any successful efforts in retrieving Jeff O'Neill, who is...
Oh, there's been a signing.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, returning to the studio.
Overtime.
Drone operator / analyst, Jeff O'Neill. More handshakes.
I need another
as
one,
he
buddy.
returns.
Just before you sit down. Welcome back.
This is better than your entrance last year when you won the quiz belts. Right here.
I better be here for a reason, man. Something big happened or something. I was quite comfortable with my feet up.
We're going to do our top 5 teams and reassess those a little bit later on in the show. We'll do our winners and losers at the end of the show. But just give me a preliminary taste of...
One other thought we didn't talk about.
What?
Edmonton looking for scoring.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Again, we dumped them in the top 5 in the West. And there's a hole, and they want a top 6 scoring winger. And maybe that's Evander Kane. Maybe he's healthy enough he can come back and do it. But Ryan Rashog's floated out Donato's name several times. I mean, he might be able to go to Edmonton and play with Leon Draisaitl. And he can shoot the puck. Like, they need an uptick in offense. And so that's another team that I do like the Wallman trade a lot.
If you want to get to the promised land, Johnny, is Ryan Donato going to put, like, I know he's got 23 goals this year.
You got Podkolzin playing there right now.
Yeah.
I don't like that either.
Arvidsson playing that. But, I mean, is he better than what they have?
And it's 5-on-5.
And you're not going there. You're not going to the front line because of the winger. You're going there because of the...
That's what I find shocking about some of this, how some teams, it's like, get that guy, like what Colorado's doing. In Edmonton, they can't get a guy like Donato. It just seems like one team, and I guess it's flexibility is what it comes
their
down
cap
to.
space is just so...
He's got to play in the top 6. I played with Donato in Seattle, and if you get him to your team, he's got to play in the top 6 to be effective. That's why he's effective in Chicago. He's playing on their first line, but you bury him on the 3rd or 4th line, it's not going to work out.
I never had a chance to ask you about Tanev, who you also played with out in Seattle, and what he'll do for Winnipeg.
Yeah, I mean, he's elite penalty killer, but just energy in the room, off the ice, but on the ice, he's just a buzzsaw, and he creates a lot of havoc out there. He'll be an energy guy for them. He'll be a good penalty killer, and he's going to help them for sure.
Okay, as I watch the insiders behind me, all of them working their phones to see what deals have happened before the deadline, let us check in with the goalie panel at Gino Reda.
And James just got a note from Ryan Rashog, nothing late coming from the Edmonton Oilers. And on the heels of that, my question to you is, and I think it's kind of an obvious answer, which Canadian team will miss the boat most significantly, or which NHL team overall will miss the boat most significantly if they don't upgrade in their goaltending?
Oh, it is the Edmonton Oilers. Look, we all know the Oilers said, we're not going to do anything. But should they have done something? And I look at the numbers. Stuart Skinner is...
Sorry, pull up. Breaking news to Gordo.
Okay, so you're wondering about Brad Marchand a moment ago. Who was asking about Brad Marchand?
All of us.
Oh.
Yeah. And the winner is...
Toronto?
The Florida Panthers.
Oh, my goodness. They're the new Vegas.
We're not sure what for yet, but the Bruins have traded their captain to a division rival. team they've faced in the playoffs multiple times in recent years. And so Marchand goes to Florida.
Pizza.
Wow.
Well then.
Whoa.
Brad Marchand and Matthew Tkachuk on the same ice together in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
That and Sam
The rat.
Bennett.
They throw down the rats, and they've got the rat now.
That is.
Wow. Okay, let's go quickly. We'll get to reaction for the entire panel, but Craig Button is standing by with Jennifer Hedger. I just want to make sure I have a camera ready for Craig and Jennifer.
I just wanted to ask Mark Giordano. He played against Marchand and Tkachuk. Like, there's the guy to ask what it's like.
Yeah, I played with Chucky, I mean, and against Marchand a lot. It's just, it's crazy that they're going to be on the same team. Could you imagine them on the same line in playoffs? That would be... that'd be tough to handle, but I'm in shock. I didn't think see that one coming.
I'll ask a simple question. Is Florida the team to beat in the Eastern Conference now? With you know, Seth Jones on the second pairing and D, if Matthew Tkachuk is healthy, Stanley Cup champions from last year?
I think you'd have to put them at the top. I think Tampa Bay is right underneath them as far as what they're trying to get the band back together, bringing in Goudreau as well. But you put Brad Marchand, and he's not the guy that he was 3 or 4 years ago, but he's still an effective player. He's a competitor, and he's a guy that's going to contribute in big moments. He might not be the guy that's going to lead the charge as being a frontline offensive guy, but you put him in just a secondary role, he'll come up big. He's big come playoff time.
My whole thing was they were going to run out of steam because they've been to the finals 2 years in a row, and it's tough to get there a third year in a row, but I mean, now with Chucky taking the last 30 games off, new blood coming in, I think there's a lot.
And he'll
of
just magically be ready for game one of the playoffs.
Yeah, I tell you what, I don't know what the volume's going to be as far as the pure number of trades here on Trade Center, but
under 23.5.
It's been a few years. If you throw in Brock Nelson, yeah, it's got to be under. Mike's over 23.5. You know, Brock Nelson last night, big name. Mikko Rantanen, and the fact that he's traded twice at the deadline coming in the last hour or two. And, you know, Dylan Cousins, Charlie Coyle, Lawton, significant players as well, not superstars, but significant players. And now, again, you're right, Brad Marchand's not the player he was, but he's still a really good player. And one of the biggest name players in the National Hockey League.
And you think, I think he kind of showed a little bit in the Four Nations that, yeah, he may not be a 90-point guy. He's still on pace for 70 points this year. He's still a very good player. And in the biggest moments, in the playoffs, when the games get hardest, he's been there so many times, had success doing that. And I think even the Team Canada guys in the Four Nations were marveling at sort of, you know, smart player in big moments, did all the right things, giving his team a chance to win, plus the energy. And you talk about, you know, the role he'll play. He might not even play in the top six.
No.
Yeah.
At times, him and Evan Rodriguez probably bounce back and forth in the second and third line. He might be in the third line with Lundell and Loistrainen and thinking, those guys checking and buzzing you to death. He's your third line winger. Tkachuk goes on the LTIR. They're going to spend all that money. They have the window right now, and the injection of energy that he will bring into the room will probably push them through the final bit here to try to catch Toronto. And again, I think finishing first matters for any of those teams, Florida included.
But I think that's also shows you with the Leafs right now with their back end. Now it even becomes more pivotal when you look at the Atlantic and Florida bolstering themselves like that. And, you know, Florida's got such an identity to themselves,
cut you
right?
off for a second, Cher. I'm sorry. We'll get right back to you. We have more from Gord Miller.
Another Boston Bruins move. Bob McKenzie.
Toronto Maple Leaf move as well. Looks like Brandon Carlo, the reliable defensive defenseman, to the Toronto Maple Leafs. Obviously,
Mystic Mike.
Pending the trade call. And keep in mind, we'll say this a million times over, for those ones that come in right under the wire, you've got to make sure that everybody got it in on time. So let's pump the brakes on 100% because all signs point to Brandon Carlo being a Toronto Maple Leaf.
So Mike Johnson stands correct.
Yeah, we call him
too big in division.
For everyone watching on ESPN2, we call Mike Johnson Mystic Mike. He makes predictions before all of our hockey games, and you were saying just 5 minutes ago, Brandon Carlo is what the Toronto Maple Leafs need. What does Brandon Carlo do for the Toronto Maple Leafs?
He is a defensive, right shot, reliable, physical, net front protector. And they've been looking for someone of that ilk to pair up in their top four with Morgan Rielly. And it's worked best the one time they got Luke Schenn, when the 1 year they won the playoff series against Tampa. And he's got term for next year, so he's going to be around a little bit. He does a lot of the stuff that they were looking for, and he does it well. So, yeah, I mean, we said it 5 hours ago that
Coyle and Carlo would be targets for the Toronto Maple Leafs. They didn't get both, but they got one. And the defense is almost more, it's more important that they got Coyle, respectfully to Scott Lawton. Of the two additions, Coyle is significantly more important than the Toronto Maple Leafs and their chances to compete.
I've always liked the way he plays, and how many years have I asked the Toronto Maple Leafs for some right-handed defensemen? It seemed like for the longest time it was lefty after lefty. They finally brought in Tanev, and it just goes to show you the change in the NHL. Can you imagine years ago, like trading with the division rivals, one guy going to the Florida Panthers and the other guy going to the Toronto Maple Leafs? And that's what Boston has ultimately done, though. I love Carlo's game. He's a big, strong, physical guy, and you just can't get enough of it back there.
I love the move. I love this move as well. You look at the teams that you're going to be going up against. You talk about the Sam Bennett's of the world. I love the fact that, you know, we're not talking about a puck-moving right-handed defenseman. We're talking about a shutdown defenseman that take care of the middle of the ice, box out, make a good first pass. You know, Gio, what that's like. So how important it is that you have those types of players on the back end come playoff time.
Yeah. More reaction to both of these trades, Carlo to Toronto and also Marchand from Craig Button and Jennifer Hedger.
Yeah, thanks very much. Craig's kind of like twitching and trying to get a word in edgewise over here.
I'm shell-shocked. I mean, these are really ground-moving transactions.
Let's start with Toronto's a team that we've been looking at kind of all day as we watch Florida and Tampa making moves, bolstering their teams, and now Toronto coming in with Brandon Carlo, defenseman, late.
Yeah, I don't really like the trade. No, I'm kidding. Listen, you know, you get a right-shot defenseman, everything that was just said. You know, long defensemen that can take up space and shrink the ice in the playoffs become critically important to winning. It's a template that's not changing in the National Hockey League. So they get Tanev, who's an excellent defenseman. Oliver Ekman-Larsson. You got Morgan Riley, who's got some help. You got Jake McCabe. Now you got Brandon Carlo. Bottom line is they're building the template to have success in the Stanley Cup playoffs against all those big players. The ice doesn't get bigger in the playoffs. It gets smaller. Your time doesn't get more. It becomes less. Brandon Carlo really helps his team. I think it's really, really significant. And keep in mind, Oliver Ekman-Larsson last year in Florida, he played bottom pair. He jumped up on the power play at different times, bottom. So Oliver Ekman-Larsson has that ability to swing back and forth. And Brandon Carlo, to me, is just an excellent fit here for the Toronto Maple Leafs.
My mic's out of battery, so I got to come close to you and talk into your mic. But what do you think about Brad Marchand going to Florida?
Well, I mean, we talk about the edge and the edge. I mean, I don't know. Are they going to make little miniature Brad Marchand rats that they're going to throw on the ice instead of the real rats? Because, I mean, bottom line is the Florida Panthers have really changed the balance of power in the East. Get Seth Jones. Now they go and get Brad Marchand. Let's put it this way. They are no fun to play against before they acquired these guys. They're even less fun to play against now they got these two. And you got 4 defensemen now with the addition of Jones and Mikkola, Ekblad, and Forsling. I mean, we know that that's Stanley Cup contending blue line.
Well, and what about the West? Because we were looking at balance of power in the West all day today until these last trades came through. No, I think I'm okay now.
Oh, okay.
We can just hang out close if you want.
That was one of those. I got there.
But Colorado and Dallas, I mean, it seems like the balance of power, again, like they've beefed up. They're going to be 2 tough teams, especially against a Winnipeg Jets squad who's sitting at the top of the heap right now, but they've got some trouble coming their way.
I love your term, balance of power. It's shifted, and it's shifted in a significant way. Brock Nelson to Colorado on Thursday night. Now they get Charlie Coyle. That's a really, really good team. We know what they've done previously. And then Dallas goes and don't forget what Dallas already did, getting Cody Ceci and Granlund. So to me, the balance of power, I mean, this is all about a day of trying to strengthen your team. Well, the balance of power has changed. It's changed in the East, Tampa Bay and Florida. It's changed in the West. Other teams are trying to keep up, but I mean, this is what it's all about, right? Like, let's buckle up. Can the playoffs start tomorrow?
Oh, we got about 21 games still to go, Craig. We got our audio issue settled over here. JD, back to you.
All right, thank you. Let's quickly get more now from the Breakers and Gord Miller and company.
Okay, a couple things. Connor Timmins has left the ice at the Leafs skate, so it looks like he might be part of what's going back to Boston in the Brandon Carlo deal.
Could be Connor Dewar as well.
Okay, and in addition, Fabian Zetterlund, our colleague Bruce Garriock in Ottawa reported that the San Jose Sharks have traded Fabian Zetterlund to the Ottawa Senators. We're waiting for the return on that. So we're still trying to get the returns on this. A couple things to note. You'll recall in the Seth Jones deal between Chicago and Florida that Chicago got a first-round pick in this year's draft from Florida, unless the Panthers, in 26.
Right.
In 26, unless the Panthers trade that pick, which is possible today, in which case Chicago gets a 27 first-round pick. The Leafs, by the way, if you're wondering in any deals they might have made, the Leafs don't have a first-round pick this year.
Fabian Zetterlund, quickly.
Well, real quick, if Timmins and Dewar are going to Boston, then the price is getting heavier and heavier for Toronto to pay to not only get Carlo, but to have them take those contracts off their hands. So be curious to hear that. Zetterlund, sneaky good player.
I agree with you,
We've
Mike.
talked about offense being an issue for the Ottawa Senators. Can't score a lot. This is a guy who doesn't. San Jose is not a great possession team, but he's a kind of a high percentage finisher. Good shot, good pace. He can play in the second or third line of the wing. He's not insignificant.
San Jose was the gift that kept on giving around the NHL.
A lot of little good players. They're taking rebuild to a new level. It's like everything gone. The sign was up. Everything gone.
Unless the lottery balls don't go their way. Hello, Matthew Schaefer, probably in San Jose to join Macklin Celebrini and company. Because you're right, every decent fringe player on that roster is done. All right, let's hear from the goaltending panel one more time. Gina Reda and company.
All right, instant analysis of the boys on the Brandon Carlo and Brad Marchand deals. Let's begin with Brandon Carlo. What this means to the Leafs depth chart on the blue line.
It adds depth, and a long defenseman who's irritable, and that's what you need in the playoffs. Somebody who's big, 6'5", can really dominate the front end of the net, and that's what the Toronto Maple Leafs, the way they defend, is give the goaltenders a sight line, clear everything out. Now,
Noodles, your mic's off. Hit the button.
Oh, there we go. I'll lean into your mic.
Go ahead, Marty.
Well, yeah, we talked about Stolars and Woll, and that just helps them, right? But you look at Tampa, you look at Florida, their group of forwards. I mean, Tampa's got Gensel, Point, Kucherov, Cirelli, Paul Hagel, Gord Bjorkstrand. Florida's adding people, so you need that defensive structure. You need the guys that are going to be able to block shots, be good in the corners, be strong physically, and Carlo's going to add that for the Leafs. Along with Tanev and McCabe, now you got 3 guys out of your 6 that are going to be physical, defensive defensemen. That's going to help.
And the biggest option, as I mentioned before my mic was off, is to clear the front of the net. Allow the goaltenders the sight lines. That's why Stolar's 6'6". If he can see the puck, he'll stop it. That's the way the Toronto Maple Leafs defend. You add another long right shot defenseman in.
All right, Florida Panthers, Toronto Maple Leafs, Tampa Bay Lightning, right there battling for, well, Tampa really not in the battle for first right now, but maybe they catch up. With the acquisitions that have been made right now, what does that do to the balance of power, especially now with the add of Brad Marchand, Florida?
I look at the top 2 lines of the Florida Panthers. I know that Mystic Mike says, I don't know if he plays on the top 2 line, but I'm looking Tkachuk, Bennett, and Marchand. You put that on the board in anybody's locker room, right? You're the Tampa Bay Lightning, you're the Toronto Maple Leafs, you're anybody getting ready to play a game, you see that on the board and you're like, oh boy. That is the impact that could have. Maybe they mix and match, but if Tkachuk comes back in the playoffs, you have Bennett in the middle and Marchand, that puts the Florida Panthers not just as a great top 6, but a scary top 6 physically and getting under your skin playoff type of hockey.
Hard to play against, too. I think Florida would take that. If you're ranking them, it would be Florida 1 for me, Tampa 2, and then Toronto 3. Tampa gets the benefit of the doubt because of, their success in the playoffs and how well they've played this season. Now, they're right behind the Maple Leafs and right behind Florida in the standings. This is going to be a dogfight down the last 20 games.
Fabian Zetterlund to the Sens. You saw him play the other night.
I really like him. MJ just talked about what he can bring to the table. Sneaky offensive. I think he's strong on pucks. Yeah. You give him an opportunity in a top 6, maybe a top 9 role, right-handed shot. That adds to the balance of power for the Ottawa Senators as far as depth and a guy who can score.
I think it's a third line. I think you put him on the third line, gives you that depth with your top 6, but he has some really sneaky, good offensive abilities that's going to help.
The Sens ran the bubble to make the playoffs right now. How thrilled are they watching what's happening with Boston's dismantling?
Well, basically it's one team waving the white flag, and the Bruins saying, okay, check please. You call the waiter, check please. We'll talk about it this summer and in the offseason, which is fine because there's a lot of people in the East that have watched Boston continue to just grind and dominate year in and year out. Now they've obviously pivoted and they're going to be sellers, and they have been.
But Montreal's status quo is almost like a buyer, right? So
was that a good thing, though, that the Habs stood pat with what they had?
Absolutely. Look, they weren't going to bring in anybody, but you're not selling Armia, you're not selling Dvorak, you re-signed Evans, you're not selling Savard. So that puts them in a position that, hey, we're still on the way up. We're just having our own rentals, right, for the rush. So Montreal, Ottawa, Detroit, the Rangers, Columbus, they're still in the mix. There's still a lot of teams in the mix. Maybe Boston's out, but there's still a lot of teams in the mix with the Ottawa Senators.
The official changing of the guard with the Boston Bruins now, no longer going to be a contender for a number of years now. How quickly can they turn this around?
You know what? Patrice Bergeron and Tuukka Rask, and those guys are doing TV now.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
they're doing TV.
Like,
you know, they're because that's when it started. They kept it going for maybe a year or two. Imagine being David Pastrnak right now.
Oh, man.
You know, you just saw, like, all your teammates, David Krejci and Marchand and Bergeron and those guys all leaving, and you're just left there by yourself.
That is tough for him.
You know who's not shedding any tears? Fans of the Toronto Maple Leafs, not at this point. James?
As other details of trades start coming in, this one's not really relevant, except it's kind of fascinating. Shea Weber went into the Hall of Fame last year, and he's been traded again. His contract anyway. Utah trading Shea Weber's contract to Chicago to clear out some cap space there. We've had so many panels throughout the day. I don't even know what's going on now. They're just merging into panels. Lindsay Hamilton's panel has joined Brian Hayes' panel. I don't even know who's hosting this panel. Lindsay, Brian, one of you has to talk.
Hey, we did an arm wrestle and I won, so I'm going to hold that over Hayes' head for a while.
Hayes is a fraud. Hayes is a fraud. When it comes to hosting.
I was missing my wingman. I got him back. I added a few more. So much for this minors team. We are growing in numbers, Duthie. And I should add that my newest wingman, Carlo, just got a call from Scott Lawton, hung it up on the show. He said, sorry, I'm busy, I can't talk. And now, Carlo, with this latest Leafs acquisition, you're excited about your jersey options, aren't you?
I am, because the Leafs had a Koliakovo on their jersey, and now they're going to have my first name, Carlo, on the back of their jersey. So I think I got to get one of those, too. So, look, I love this move by the Maple Leafs. I mean, for years, we've been talking about our right-handed shot defenseman. They finally get that in Chris Tanev, and now they add to it with a 6'5" right-handed shot defenseman that can solidify your top four. And if you go back to the way Brad Treliving talked about building this team, trees, size on the back end, and he absolutely adds to that.
So if you go back to 2022, the Toronto Maple Leafs made a move to bring in Ilya Lyubushkin. Bigger, bulkier defenseman, right-handed shot. 2023, they went after Luke Shen. Same type of player. And then in 2024, they went back to Ilya Lyubushkin. Fast forward a year later, they get Brandon Carlo. No offense to those other guys, but Brandon Carlo is a much more significant player than both those guys. This is a massive upgrade compared to who they've had the last couple years, and that right there. 2 years, $4.1 million. That is a very substantial thing for the Maple Leafs moving forward.
I think that is what is most significant here, is what Brad Treliving has done since he arrived. Now they have Morgan Rielly locked in. He didn't give Rielly that deal. That was the previous administration. Morgan Rielly locked in, Chris Tanev locked in, Jake McCabe locked in, Brandon Carlo locked in, Oliver Ekman-Larsson locked in. That's 5 defensemen, all with relative, size and experience, and they're all locked in not just for this year, years into the future. Yeah. So the salary cap's going to go up. You got to figure out what you're going to do with Marner and Tavares, et cetera. On defense, you have 5 veterans that you believe in now locked in the future. That is really, really significant for the Maple Leafs.
All right, so let's go out here looking at the East standings. Frankie, when you move to the big boys desk, obviously both you and MJ saying, hey, in addition to Scott Lawton, this is something they need to do.
By the way, MJ was right. Brandon Carlo, MJ was right. That's why he's Mystic Mike.
But give the Leafs a grade right now on how today went. What would you say?
I would say this is an A for the Toronto Maple Leafs. They addressed both needs that they had to. Scott Lawton serves a purpose. Brandon Carlo serves a purpose. And Brandon Carlo's not just a third pair guy. He's not a scrap heap player. He's a significant player on that blue line. So the Toronto Maple Leafs have done a good job.
Okay, now, of course, moments before the Brandon Carlo trade came down, we heard about Brad Marchand on the move. So let's say hello to Emily Kaplan. She is in Tampa. And Emily, I know Brian asked you just about half an hour ago what the vibe check was like. Fill us in. What's the atmosphere like around the team right now?
Yeah, well, the vibe check when they were practicing, I said, was a little bit shaky. I think that you could tell that they knew something was going down. Charlie Coyle is now gone. Now Brad Marchand, who's in Boston, he's not with the team right now, has been traded, and so is Brandon Carlo. And I know that even after Trent Frederick was traded, the team was, pretty upset, feeling themselves. I can only imagine what it's going to be like for them when Brad Marchand, their heart and soul, is not with the team. And remember, Charlie McAvoy is not with them right now on long-term injury. And so they're just missing so many voices in that locker room. In Tampa tonight, I know that Shane Gillis is playing at Amalie Arena. A lot of the team was going to go. I hope that they can have some laughs, but I think the reality is setting in from everyone I talked to. Shell-shocked is the word, because I think up until yesterday, a lot of these players didn't even want to wrap their head around the reality that Brad Marchand would not be with them. He wanted to stay, and now he's not only not on their team, but with one of their biggest rivals of the last few years, the Florida Panthers, going up with Sam Bennett, Matthew Tkachuk. Like, those are nightmare fuel thoughts for Boston Bruins fans.
Wow, that's the amazing thing, Emily. You and I, Carla, we talked about this earlier this morning, how the Eastern Conference has gone through the state of Florida, and Tampa has made all those moves, and now Florida has made these moves, bringing in Seth Jones, and now Brad Marchand is a part of the Florida Panthers. When you look at the state of Florida versus the East, how do you see this playing out?
Oh, you're asking me again. Sorry.
Yes.
Over here. In the state of the East, yes. No. Yeah, the panel's all right there. I see this is a dogfight now between three teams, and I think it is the Toronto Maple Leafs, but it's also these two teams in Florida. I know that Tampa had their game last night, was feeling really good about themselves. You know, Yanni Gourde got all of the headlines, and rightfully so, but they knew that they weren't going back in the time machine, and he's not playing on that big shutdown third line. He's 33 years old and coming off sports hernia surgery. The big move for them was really Oliver Bjorkstrand, who's under contract for next year and is younger, and they feel really good about a right shot, something that they needed. But then you look at the Florida Panthers, and look, none of us really know the timeline for Matthew Tkachuk. I think the team has been purposefully cagey. We don't really even know where he is, if he got an operation, when he's expected to get skating again. But you look at how good they've looked in their current iteration, and knowing they now add Brad Marchand, they're probably getting Tkachuk back, we hope, at some point during the playoffs. Like, these two teams are going to be in it for a bloodbath.
And so, Lindsay, I think we got to bring it back to Toronto and emphasize the importance of winning the division now.
Yeah.
Right? Because you've seen Tampa make their big move. You've seen Florida make their big move. The Leafs have made some big moves, but the importance of winning the Atlantic Division so you don't face one of those powerhouses in the first round. And I just want to say, Hayes is not a fraud.
Thank you.
Today, Hayes is legit. He broke a trade. He called out the Boston Bruins, and all the Boston Bruins made all those trades.
That's right. I was the one to indicate
today,
I personally sparked the Boston Bruins.
He can do it all. All right. Well, James, this misfit panel is going to send it back to you.
Maybe we give Hayes the GM of the day trophy. We still have lots of time with you. We're staying till 5 o'clock Eastern time, plus all sorts of bonus coverage coming away on Sports Center here. And 25 minutes past the 3 o'clock deadline now, but still a chance a couple of trades trickle in. So stay with us here on TSN.
With the all-new FanDuel Casino, you get more everything, all in one place. More ways to play with all your favorite games. More ways to stack with live dealers. More ways to cash in with quick and secure withdrawals. Download FanDuel Casino and get more.
Still up at 2 a.m. again? Tonight, try Pure Z's All Night to help increase total sleep time. Unlike some other sleep aids, our extended release melatonin slowly releases up to 6 hours. ZzzQuil Pure Z's All Night. Fall asleep, wake refreshed.
Shopping online comes with digital threats, so turn on NordVPN and encrypt your online traffic. Get 73% off NordVPN and 6 months free.
Minimal, not basic. Simple, not ordinary.
And it's only $45 from IKEA. So stylish.
Meet the new McSpicy. With fiery heat inside and out, we've never done spice like this before. Here for a hot time, not a long time. Ba-da-ba-ba.
Traveling your way on points shouldn't be so hard. So go for it. Fly during the peak of peak season. Choose a flight that fits you from over 130 airlines. Or fly last minute. All without the points hike. With RBC Avion Visa, you can get there your way. Switch and get up to 55,000 bonus Avion points. Enough to fly anywhere in North America or the Caribbean.
Are you having any fun? What you getting out of living? Who cares for what you've got if you're not having any fun? Are you having any laugh? getting any loving. If other people do, why can't you have a little fun? And have a little fun.
Okay, everybody, that's lunch.
Mud mask?
Bye, honey.
Morning breath, huh?
Dr. Garcia?
That's millions of bacteria growing overnight.
Crest Health helps prevent oral health issues before they start.
I'm so much fresher!
Crest.
Trade Center is presented by Harvey's new Frings Poutine, where they've combined their crunchy onion rings with their classic poutine. New Frings Poutine. Try it for a limited time.
A little after 3:30 Eastern Time on what has been a fascinating edition here of Trade Center, and still trying to get details on some of those deals. We can tell you this on the Brandon Carlo deal. Fraser Minton is definitely a Boston Bruin. He is part of that deal that's gone by. We've heard about Connor Timmins, Connor Dewar. We're still trying to figure out if there's another Leafs deal in the mix here. The insider's working the phones, and we'll have those complete deals for you as soon as we can. But, man, the Boston Bruins, and I tell you what, I'm going to show you the goal that may have broken the Boston Bruins season, and it was last night. So if they win this game or go to overtime against Carolina, but Zadorov stick snaps in the dying seconds, Seth Jarvis scores, and the Bruins lose in regulation. They go to overtime, they win that game. They're 1 point out of a playoff spot, albeit they played a few more games. And, you know, maybe Don Sweeney had already decided that he was going to make all these deals, but you wonder if that was the moment right there that they said, okay, Marchand's going and Carlo, et cetera, et cetera.
I give Don Sweeney a ton of credit. What's the sense of bluffing it and trying to put Band-Aids on it and build on a team that doesn't have the foundation to get things done? I got a lot of respect for somebody that assesses a situation and said, I'm just not giving up picks and prospects for a team that I basically know that can't get it done. People are going to say, oh, they staked now. Get rid of Sweeney. I got a ton of respect for what he did today.
He probably called it accurately. They were not as good as the teams that are at the top of the Eastern Conference.
And it was right from the word go, Johnny. Right from the start of the season, they didn't look right. Their offense didn't look right. And their team didn't look good enough to get the job done. It's a great run. It's a long stretch, but it's over.
But that doesn't make what he did today easy. Trading Marchand is not easy. Even if he elects to go back in the summer, it's still not easy. He traded away Carlo and Coyle, both of whom have term, both of whom will be good players next year on their new teams. They do have to be replaced. So he got a lot of assets. I'm with you 100%. Like, if you were going to be aggressive and recognize it's not this year, then you go Frederick, Brazeau, Marchand, Carlo, Coyle. The only other guy would have been Zacha. Like, he basically cleared the deck of all those kind of contracts, got good value back, and will be well set up in the summer.
Tough in the room if you're Pasternak, though, eh?
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty tough to watch all of these guys go. And maybe you're looking at some big acquisitions in the summer where you're going to make your most moves. But when Tampa makes those early transactions, now all of a sudden you've seen them bolster their lineup. You've seen Seth Jones early added to Florida, just got deeper and deeper. So likely the right call.
But I don't think they're the Pittsburgh Penguins. I think there's pieces there with Swayman in net if he gets his game together.
Well,
McAvoy get healthy. And then Pasternak up front, you could retool that. That could be like a Dallas Star Capitals on the fly kind of retool and be good
Haas's
again.
head has to be spinning a little bit
and
right now.
I mean, they had
Damn straight.
Like when Bergie and Krejci left, we all thought as players, we were like, okay, they're gonna
time's up.
They're done. Like, and they held it together there for another year where they were winning every game, and we're like, what's going on? And
then a year after that, they had the best season ever in the history of the NHL.
And you're right, they do have, like, if you really look at their lineup, they do have those pieces to keep it going if they wanted to, but it was a good move.
Well, and you look at the Lindholm and McAvoy injuries as well. That's got to right away say, listen, maybe it's not our year, right? Exactly.
The sidebar story of the day, of course, the voyages of Mark Masters in Denver, Colorado. He joined us outside with Canada Geese. Then he was driving somewhere else. So where are you right now? And have you heard from Brad Treliving as they make these last-minute deals?
Well, we got to the hotel, and we were told that Brad Treliving's media availability wasn't going to happen when we thought. You know, we were looking at 3:30 Eastern, then we were told a little later, and that's when you start thinking, all right, maybe something's going to happen. And then it feels like Treliving kind of pulled off the Matthew Nyes buzzer beater we saw in Pittsburgh the other day there with this Brandon Carlo trade, because I've seen Carlo against the Leafs in the playoffs, and he's been a thorn in their side, so I'm sure that the Leafs core is going to be happy to have Carlo with them. Seems like a perfect fit beside Morgan Rielly. You know, obviously it'll be tough to see Fraser Minten leave the organization. I talked about Scott Laughton, a former World Junior captain for Team Canada, coming into the organization, covered Minten at the World Juniors, high character guy, great to talk to. He played 15 games for the Leafs this season. If they had some injuries, you could certainly have seen him maybe playing a role in a playoff run as that depth down the middle. Tough to see him go, but you got to give up some good things to get some good things. I really like the Carlo addition. On top of the Laughton deal, it looks like Brad Treliving got some good stuff done here in the thin air of Denver, James.
I know you're freezing out there, Mark. Appreciate you taking the time. I know you have to go gather Brad Treliving a sound when his availability is, hopefully before we go off the air at 5 o'clock Eastern time. This is usually the time over the next 90 minutes that we start hearing from the general managers, and we'll get that sound as soon as it comes. But right now, here are the additions and subtractions. Again, not knowing exactly who's involved in these last Leaf deals, but right now we know for sure Scott Laughton is in, Brandon Carlo is in. We know a 2027 conditional first is out. Fraser Minten is out. Nikita Rabankin is out, and Connor Timmins, Connor Dewar,
Ryan Reeves as well.
Ryan Reeves on waivers. So that board not complete yet, but we await the final official confirmation of these deals. Better hockey team, though, right now, are they not?
I would say so. And if you let everyone talked about the needs, and Johnny, we talked to you a lot on the radio, you say you need a third-line centerman and you need a top-pairing right-handed defenseman. If that was the objective, you got to give them a passing grade on that.
Yeah, I mean, we were very clear. I mean, it was obvious what their needs are, and there's not that many players that could fit them perfectly. And Carlo was that on the defensive side. He needed to be a top-4 guy, right-shot guy, play with Morgan Rielly guy.
Gio, is this D now good enough to get out of what's going to be in a really competitive division?
Yeah, I think so. I think anytime you can roll that top 4 out, I think, like I said before, I think you need a second pair that can play against top lines. I think they have that now. Playing against Carlo in playoffs, good stick, good penalty killer. So, I mean, I think they are good enough. And like you said, they just hit exactly what they needed today. It feels like they went out and paid a price, but they got exactly what they needed. When you have goaltending like they've had this year, I think you owe it to your players when you have that good of a team to take a shot.
Well, Austin Matthews did say, you know, it'd be nice to get a boost, and I think they did get a boost today. And when you look at the back end, for me, you want to make sure you're keeping Tanev and McCabe together, right? That is your bona fide shutdown pair. So what it does is it actually puts everyone in an appropriate spot, whether OEL now is in that third pairing role. So now all of a sudden you look at them as a whole, and you're saying that they're that much stronger because of the minutes they're going to be playing, but also who they're going to be playing against.
And I'll say it for about the 6th year in a row, they can add and do the things that are needed, the defenseman, the third-line center. It's still going to come down to the usual suspects getting it done come playoff time. It's not on Scott Laughton and Brandon Carlo to do things here for the Toronto Maple Leafs. They're complementary pieces. It's going to be on those guys that have been here the longest.
Good thing you came back. Imagine if you really left at 3 o'clock. You would have missed all these deals that have happened. I want you guys to think about this. I won't ask you now, but a little bit later on the show. Who's improved the most in the Atlantic between Florida, Toronto, and Tampa? And maybe we'll ask the same question of the Central and all the moves made there, because just a really intriguing last couple of, not just hours, but last couple of days at the deadline. As promised, we're gathering sound for you from around the National Hockey League. The Vancouver Canucks, it has been really quiet there. Again, possibility something's happened. We don't think so, though, because we're going to hear from the general manager, Patrick Alvin, right now.
You didn't do any selling today, neither did you do any buying. Seem to go out of your way in the off season and heading into the season to put yourself in a position to accrue cap space and have a lot of space available for the deadline. Was there any consideration towards using that cap space that you had accrued?
Yeah, definitely. First, if we would have positioned ourselves a little bit better, that definitely would have made it easier. As I said, the market, I guess the market is always tough to read, but with so many teams still involved, you could see some of the players that got moved, the price were high. I also didn't want to give up some of our younger players that most of the teams were asking for. I didn't feel that we were in that position to give up the younger players that we have developed here now over the last couple of years that we're seeing with the big team here. So that's why I felt where we are, this group is capable to compete here with the help of Quinn Hughes and Demko coming back here too.
As you just noted, the prices around the league were quite high for a lot of the free agents, pending free agents or other players that you might have been looking to acquire. Why was the price not high enough for your pending free agents that maybe you would have been looking to?
Yeah, good question. I think that's a question you might want to ask the other teams. I think it comes definitely leading up to today. My conversation with other teams made me aware that there might be a situation as we are here today that we didn't do any moves, and I made some players' agents aware of that this seems to be a market for some of the players, and you can also see that some of the players that were dealt, they have certain playoff experience, and some of the players have performed well in bigger games, and I think that's what some of the teams are looking for.
Patrick, what is your plans now with Brock? Do you plan to still attempt to re-sign him?
We continue to talk here, and I have a great relationship with Brock's agent, so he's been informed for months where this might end up for either one of us, that Brock is still here. As I said late last night, I just informed him that this unfortunately seems to be where it's trending. I would imagine that Brock is extremely hungry to finish off strong here and prove that he is a good player in this league, and we'll continue to talk.
Patrick Alvin, on a quiet day in Vancouver, not a quiet day for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Indeed, there has been another deal involving the Pittsburgh Penguins. Don't know all the details yet, but we know some as we check in once more with Gordon Miller and company.
Okay, we're just sorting through the debris here in the post-3 p.m. Eastern slot. But we can tell you this, to clean up the Ottawa Senators deal with the San Jose Sharks, it's Fabian Zetterlund, Tristan Robbins, and a fourth-round pick going to Ottawa for Zach Ostapchuk, Noah Gregor, and a second-round pick. So a larger deal involving Ottawa there. So Zach Ostapchuk, who's a third-line center they've liked, a young guy they've liked, who hasn't really got his feet under him offensively yet. Of course, Noah Gregor, who's been a guy who's been around for a while, goes back to San Jose, where he's been previously, and a second-round pick. And also, I guess we can say...
Here's what we think we know on some of the trades involving the Toronto Maple Leafs. Fraser Minten, and we're presuming it's the first-round pick, and we don't know if there's other elements going to Boston for Brandon Carlo. We don't know at this point if there's any salary retention on Brandon Carlo or if anything else, in addition to Carlo, is going to Toronto. Connor Timmins and Connor Dewar, a couple of Connors, going to the Pittsburgh Penguins. We do not know the return from Pittsburgh to Toronto on that just yet.
And we can tell you this, too, just to put the Boston Bruins deals in perspective. 5 players dealt this week, Frederick, Brazo, Carlo, Coyle, and Marchand, represent 2,500 games played for the Boston Bruins, 1,090 of them by Brad Marchand, who is 4th all-time in games played for the Boston Bruins.
So you're saying there's a rebuild?
I'm saying there's a rebuild.
Yeah, it's just so strange, just because they haven't done it in such a long time, and ESPN and numerous other outlets tweeting out a picture, the AI picture of Brad Marchand in a Florida Panthers uniform, and it just looks weird. Doesn't look weird to Panthers fans. Well, maybe it does after that series they had with them a couple of years ago. We'll head to another commercial break here on Trade Center, but we'll be back with lots more. We're with you until 5 o'clock Eastern Time.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Golf Town's Trade-In Days. Trade up to new clubs from top brands. Visit us in-store or at golftown.com to learn more.
We Canadians believe in love at first sight. So at Harvey's, when we looked at our classic poutine in all its glory, we said, let's put a ring on it. New Frings Poutine. Only for a limited time at Harvey's.
Zero. No one wants to be a zero, right? You're given two choices in life, be a hero or be a zero. I say don't choose. Zero is hero. It's the most powerful number in the world. There's 6 of them in every million. Questrade wants you to have more zeros. So they've changed the game again with zero commission trades. Now go get your zeros.
This isn't your first time flying to show support for your team, but it is the first time you use the wrong kind of paint.
It says here you could try mayonnaise.
WestJet, where your story takes off.
Whoa, how'd you get your teeth so white?
You gotta use the right toothpaste.
Dr. C?
Not all toothpaste whiten the same.
Crest 3D White removes 100% more stains for a noticeably whiter smile.
New personal best.
Crest.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate online at carsforkids.ca. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You will benefit a child and get a maximum tax credit.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Joint pain? Try turmeric, used in herbal medicine as an anti-inflammatory to help relieve joint pain. All in a delicious vegan gummy. Less joint pain, more living in the moment. With turmeric gummies from New Nordic.
Watching dough rise always fills me with inspiration.
Don't ever look at my savings account. The dough doesn't rise.
BMO has 2 simple ingredients to make your savings rise. Great interest rates and no monthly fees.
Yeah, that would do it all right.
Plus, get a cash bonus for opening a checking and savings account.
So BMO helps your savings grow bigger faster.
Like a triple dose of yeast.
You're hired.
What? No, I wasn't looking for it.
Yes, chef.
Yes, chef. Yes, chef.
BMO.
A new episode of The Rookie, Tuesday, 9/10 Mountain on CTV.
You are one with the rod and pipe. You are the golden arm.
I need a minute. I'm meditating. That's not meditating. I just heard your weird self-recording.
Fire it up.
Trade Center is presented by Harvey's new Frings Poutine, where they've combined their crunchy onion rings with their classic poutine. New Frings Poutine. Try it for a limited time.
James Duthie back on Trade Center. Still an hour and 10 minutes or so left in the show, and still some trades trickling in. But one of the big ones that happens in the last few minutes, Brandon Carlo goes from the Boston Bruins to the Toronto Maple Leafs, and the newest Toronto Maple Leaf joins us on the line now. Your name was not a name that we heard a lot towards the deadline. Did this catch you completely off guard, or with the Bruins falling out of it a little bit, did you think it was a possibility?
To be honest, the last couple of days, I wasn't really thinking that much was going to happen, but we were talking, me and my wife, around 3 o'clock, and I was thinking that I might have heard something at that point. But then a couple of minutes later, I got a call and got the news, but a little tough to process right now, but starting to realize the opportunity that I have ahead of me and really excited.
I'm not sure if you probably can't see this, but we've already put your head on a blue and white sweater, which, considering the past of the Boston Bruins and the Toronto Maple Leafs and playing in the playoffs last year, is it a little weird to you that it's Toronto?
Yeah, definitely a shocker when I heard that it was Toronto. But then it's pretty instant that you can kind of look at the group that they got there. Austin Matthews, one of the best goal scorers, if not the best goal scorer in the game, facilitated by so much. So what an opportunity for me to go in there and try and help this group win.
Well, as the panel was saying, you're pretty much exactly what the Leafs need at this point. I guess you haven't had a chance to talk to Brad Treliving or Craig Berube about exactly your role. We have a pretty good idea what it's going to be.
Yeah, I think we all know that I'm more on the defensive side of the game for sure. I want to come in there and just get the puck as fast as I can into the forward hands. and do my side on the defensive side of the puck. So it should be a lot of fun.
It was such a fine line. The Bruins were very much in the hunt, and we were just saying a few minutes ago, that moment last night, which must have been heartbreaking, was Zadorov's stick snapped. And instead of potentially going to overtime, potentially winning a game, being 1 point out of a playoff spot, you lose in regulation. And you wonder if maybe that's the point that your management decides we're going to make deals like Brandon Carlo to Toronto.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's definitely above my pay grade, but for our group this year in general, as I had my time in Boston this year, a lot of bad bounces at certain points, and last night was no different. But hopefully I can just continue to go forward and grow my game to be the best Maple Leaf that I can be.
9 excellent seasons in Boston. The folks in Toronto can't wait to see you on the ice there. I know it's the first time you've been traded in your NHL career, and it's a hectic day. Going to be a hectic next 24 hours or so, but really appreciate you taking a few minutes out, and I look forward to seeing you in Toronto.
Awesome. Me too. Thank you for having me.
All right, that is Brandon Carlo, who is the newest member of the Toronto Maple Leafs. Another note from Edmonton, the Oilers sending out a release that Evander Kane will not be physically ready to play the rest of the regular season, so he will be on LTIR the rest of the way. The Oilers' goaltending situation, for more on that, Gino Reda and company.
All right, James, we were trying to talk before about who missed the boat the most, and now we know it's official. The Edmonton Oilers are not upgrading in net. This is a guy, now they've got Stuart Skinner, who took them to Game 7 of the Cup Final last year. But since then, in the regular season, 71st, rated 71st in goals saved above expected.
That's out of 94 goalies that have played this year.
Exactly, that fit the qualification. How much did the Oilers miss the boat, and how badly here?
Yeah, I think they missed the boat. They were saying we're not going to get a goalie, but in my opinion, they should have gotten a goalie because, yeah, last year, Skinner didn't have a good start, but recovered in the second half, went all the way to Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. And the Oilers were a different team. They played a different game when Knobloch came in. This year, it hasn't generated the spin that they wanted to. So I'm thinking maybe the fragile part of the Oilers is, well, you don't trust your goaltending. You play fragile as a team because you don't trust the goaltending. So I thought there may have been an opportunity to maybe get better. It's not easy. It's the trade deadline. The teams that have good goaltending, they're in a playoff spot.
For sure.
They're not looking to make trades. So I don't know. I feel like maybe they missed the spot, but it's trade deadline. It's not easy.
Well, that's what I think is the case for the Edmonton Oilers. They missed the time to make the goaltending move because as you get later and later into the season, we don't see goaltending
so
trades
they didn't miss the
happen
boat
at the
today.
deadline.
They missed it before.
Right. If you wanted to make a goaltending trade, that should have happened well into the season. Like the Colorado Avalanche. They addressed it when it was an issue for them. They obviously believe in Stuart Skinner, and they weren't going to try and make a lateral move for
spot duty too, but I think he's a solid.
New Charlie Coyle.
New Charlie Coyle, but different, right? Like, now, the thing with Charlie Coyle, because he's a huge human being, is that Charlie Coyle had some ebbs and flows in his career before he became a really good player in Boston. And, he's a big body that's going to help out, the playoff run now in Colorado. Like wow, crazy, right?
It's hard to, it's almost overwhelming to pick the team to go to next, but I do want to go to Colorado and Dallas because they had probably the splashiest day in general, other than, in a positive way, other than the Bruins splashy and selling. I know you guys talked about it all day, but the Mikko Rantanen journey, have you seen anything like that?
Never.
And when we're looking at it, the money seemed pretty similar in all three of his stops, whether it was going to be, I think, 13 and a bit in Carolina, 12-ish and a bit in Colorado, and then ends up with 12 in Dallas. Like, what's it say about Mikko Rantanen? He's just, like, hungry about wanting to be in the right spot. He was put in a hard spot to make a decision, not being able to, like, live in the place long enough. Like, I'm really intrigued in this story.
Yeah, so I am a little bit conflicted because on one side of it, I believe these guys are multi-million-dollar athletes playing a kid's game.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I'm in Colorado, Carolina, Dallas, I'm, those are all real great quality places to bring up your family. He has a girlfriend. He could be Finnish married. They don't generally get married over there. His boyfriend and girlfriend their whole lives. But anyways,
is that a thing?
That is a thing.
Okay, good
yeah,
to know.
that's a thing. But anyways, I think that all three are quality spots to play and make this kind of dough. So I guess I'm not as open to the excuses of, and as soon as I say that, the human element has to be a factor, right?
Sure.
You went to 4 nations, and you really didn't have time to be in Carolina for very long to get used to it, to get acclimated. But listen, players talk. You don't think Sebastian Aho was talking to him every step of the way how great it is to play here. So, but in my career, I've never seen anything like it. And to me, Carolina is a huge loser in all this, guys. Like, take a look at that on paper. If you take a look at Nakes, Jury, the picks, Rantanen, and then you go over the other side of the ledger and you have Stankoven, Hall, and picks. So imagine we're in the same conference room and we're saying, okay, we're going to trade Rantanen, Nakes, Jury, and these picks, and we're going to get returned Stankoven, 2 firsts, and Hall. Would you do the deal? Of course you wouldn't do that deal.
Yeah.
So that's curious.
My take 3 hours ago was that no team really lost this because I thought, okay, Carolina's going to reboot here.
We thought they would use those 2 first round
That's
picks.
how I felt too.
And so we were pending trade grade. We were pretty happy.
Yeah, there's so many layers to it. It's like in the end, if you give up Natchez and Drury and you get back something that is Hall, Stankoven, and impact top line player,
exactly. Like maybe go after Shen.
They survived all this, but now I do feel like there's only so many bites at the apple. This is a real bite at the apple year for Carolina, or at least it should have been. And now I do think they're bringing something lesser than to the playoffs, and that is not worth glossing over.
No, it's absolutely not worth glossing over. I can tell you with a high degree of confidence that in Florida, with our new owner when I was, before I got let go on Bill Zito, but Vinny Viola, who's our owner there, when you go to your owner and say, we're going to acquire a player like Rantanen, and here's what we're going to have to give up, because he's going to ask the obvious questions. What are we giving up to get it? That sounds great. Are we going to be able to sign him? And generally speaking, there's a deal in the drawer. People call it tampering, but let's be realistic. You're making big deals like that. You want to know he's going to, have that type of appetite to stay. And if we would have been left holding the bag at the end of the day, it would have been like, turn your badge in.
Yeah, see you never.
And, head down to the elbow room and don't ever come back again type thing. Yeah. Honestly, it's a huge responsibility.
So there's not going to be consequence, I don't think. But Eric Tulsky's hot name, like everyone likes Eric Tulsky.
Loves Eric Tulsky.
Is this showing some sort of immaturity? What does this show when analyzing? Sorry with the sneeze. I thought you were nosebleed again. I was scared. What does this demonstrate? What does this reveal about a guy who would be an unconventional leader of an organization?
So that
might be an unfair question, but
I think that he's brilliant at what he does. I think a lot of these guys that do what they do, the way they do it, are very, very good. But we're still in the relationship game when you want to make a deal. And I believe that the old guard or even the semi-old guard, guys have been around for 10 years, let's just say, these types of general managers, there's a certain bit of savvy that goes on with these types of transactions and trust and whatever. I'm not suggesting for any 1 second that anybody was being untoward, but they're strategically trying to make things fit. There's only 32 of these jobs, and they're all competing for each other. I think I think he'll learn from this, I guess, is my most kind answer I can put to paper there.
It kind of reminds me of when Dubas was an early GM and even Kyle Davidson as an early young GM. Like, we always been like, do they get the same respect from the veteran GMs? Do they get the same relationships as the guys that have been around the block for whatever 30 years? So maybe this is a good learning opportunity.
Do you guys get the feeling that maybe, like, listen, they ended up with Brandon Carlo at the end of the day? Great. I thought that was fantastic. There was a rumor out there that they were close on Shen, or they asked for Shen, right, out of Pittsburgh before he got traded, and that Kyle got in the way of that, right?
Kyle helped this deal go down.
Yeah.
Took on Connor Dewey and Connor
He
Timmins.
did take those two on.
So it's interesting how it intertwines. Hey, Brad Treliving did a heck of a job with what he had to work.
I think so too.
I
Yeah, I
really
agree.
do believe that.
How do you, I don't know, what did you want the Leafs or think the Leafs should accomplish or try to accomplish coming in vis-a-vis what they actually accomplished? Like, how did these two things bounce off each other?
I think that this is as good as it could have gotten, to be honest with you. It's unfortunate that Minton has to go out the door. I thought it was going to be Cowan. It ended up being Minton. That speaks to intel behind the scenes. Like, people have been watching our show today. You know, the scouting staff would have been saying in Boston, they would have been tracking those two, Minton and Cowan, and they would have presented to Don Sweeney who the best version is right now, where they think it's going to fit. So Cowan's B game hasn't been. He's got lots of time to rebound here. I'm not throwing this kid under the bus, but Minton's for sure in a certain slot, more trustworthy that way. So there would have been a lot of intel that went into these types of discussions. But hey, listen, they did as well as they could have done. Actually, I think they did probably even.
Oh, that's great.
They did better than I thought they could. And without Tanev in the lineup here, like the other night in Vegas, guys, that first period when Tanev was not in the lineup.
Oh, that team looks like a shell
It was
of
like-
themselves.
It informed my main opinion, which was I think this team is 4 pieces away from winning a Stanley Cup. Ehlers thought they were 2 pieces away. They pick up 2 meaningful pieces.
I'm happy with both pieces. Big time.
My
Absolutely.
thing was
They're better today.
Yeah, they're better today. But my thing was you cannot sacrifice tomorrow for today, and tomorrow being next season. And now they're better next season because both these guys are going to be around for multiple seasons. And Scott Lawton at a Ryan Reeves price and Brandon Carlo for 2 more years after this.
4.1.
4.1, likely playing beside Morgan Riley and fixing that issue. So I think this gives them a chance this year. It's going to be real hard. Like, let's be honest. Florida's an absolute monster, and Tampa Bay is a really good team as well. But you could not the Braden Shen thing would have sent me over the edge because it would have been putting so much. It would have been overpaying for something that's not worth overpaying, in my opinion.
That's fair. Yep.
And it would have been voluntarily becoming older and putting a lot of pressure on 2 guys mid-30s to handle the middle of the ice for you in your competitive window. So I think they avoided something, and maybe what was Plan B was actually a better plan.
Okay, I agree with everything you just said there, and I'll digress a little bit if we have time. Like the Edmonton Oilers, to me, last summer with the transactions that occurred there, they got slower as a team this year. The group plays slower, right? And then it opened up more voids on that. Like, it exposes you, right? When you're not tracking in certain quadrants of the ice as quickly, it exposes your D, it exposes your weaknesses. If the Leafs were, like, I would have been okay with Shen if nothing else happened. Okay, I don't know what the payment would have looked like. I didn't love the payment, but it is what it is. Winnipeg's they're a juggernaut, so that's fine. They can overpay. But what they did with Lawton and Carlo, they can play quick. Carlo's long, he is long, and he immediately becomes the second leading shot blocker for the Leafs, just like that.
Just on the St. Louis Blues of it all, because they were going to trade their captain too, right? We thought about that was going to be an opportunity. Doug Armstrong just speaking now, saying that on making no moves the trade deadline, we were in contact with some teams on some hockey trades, but at the end of the day, we ended up moving forward with a team that is playing excellent hockey right now. And then the Flames kind of echoing the same thing with them not really making any moves. When a team doesn't make any moves, a team was in the conversation for a while. It was Craig Conroy, who's actually on Sportsnet 960, who said, I don't think anyone wanted to leave. If the right deal was out there, we would have made it. So teams that didn't do anything, you're in the room or you're in the staff, like, does that give the guys a boost of, hey, we have it here? You know what? Let's dig in deep. We've got what it needs. We're on the outside looking in. Or do you think there's like a
Sounded like a tough sell when you said it.
we were one move away. Like, are we really going to get in? Like, how do you manage that mindset?
So when it comes to the Calgary Flames, they already made the deal, obviously, with Philadelphia. But I think that it's the lines of communication have been very open there. I think it's pretty fluid that we are going to try and earn as much, build up as much scar tissue as we possibly can now with this group, in hopes that when we move into our new building and we just continue to get better, right? You build that culture and then you just kind of nurture it along. So I was not surprised at that. I thought that was fair. My target for them was Mario Ferraro from the San Jose Sharks. I thought that because they're heavy on the right side of their D, but they could use somebody on the left. And then when you get into St. Louis, that one's curious to me because with Parayko going on IR with the knee, okay, I thought maybe that might tip it a little bit more the other way, but clearly they felt differently. They're right in the mix, but listen.
The mix is crazy over there.
The only thing I will say is this. Look at the Atlantic. You got those three teams.
Yep.
This is how I would look at it if I'm a competing executive in the Eastern Conference even. Somebody's going out right away, okay? And then one of those three teams is going out in the second round, right? Like these things are going to happen. So by the time, if I'm in the West, by the time I have to face one of these juggernauts, at least like it's locked and loaded. It's really heavy between basically 6 teams.
Yep.
And they're, it's going to wean itself out. It's going to be fascinating.
They have to kill each other.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I looked at the likely second round matchup in the Pacific as not the Western Conference final, but would have been my favorite to go to the Stanley Cup final. Edmonton and Vegas is who I assume would be there. Both of them weren't as active today. I mean, Jake Wallman was made, I think, late last night. And of course, they got Trent Frederick. But you look at those two teams. We got the tweet from Vegas. I don't think anything actually happened with the tweet.
Like, it's happening.
So maybe that wasn't Kelly McCrimmon sending the carrier
That's
pigeon
where
down.
we're at, right? The Vegas, they just have to drop.
They're so
They're
sneaky.
And we're like, they're going to do something.
Terrifying.
I was like, they're getting Marchand.
But Vegas does not. They bring back Riley Smith.
So, right? Yeah.
Bring back Riley Smith, and that's fine. But I feel like, Edmonton and Vegas, their fan bases might think right now, hey, we missed an opportunity.
Yeah. Edmonton was in a real tough situation. I actually think, again, that they probably did as well as they could, given some of that was self-inflicted wounds, though, just the way that they managed their own situation.
Do you like Wallman?
I like Wallman. So he's leading defense scorer in San Jose. I like his feet. His brain's 50-50 for me under duress. So playoffs is
So with Bouchard,
sounds like the best
you got
of
a
us.
50-50 brain on the ice at all times, then, pretty much, with him and Bouchard, no?
But yeah, well, yeah, probably. Yeah.
Hopefully they're both on at the same time. And
But
not
the
off
difference is that
0% brain.
Wallman's jump to space is more aggressive and quicker than Bouchard's. You know when Bouchard gets sleepy, he's like really sleepy.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you guys saw the clip I broke down 2 weeks ago on Hockey Central where he took one stride from the center ice stripe trying to defend his crease. Like
I've seen him do that before.
Wallman is not going to do that, okay? So, and he can transport it and he can join it. But again, that's the best they could have done. Given their circumstance, it still doesn't make it good enough necessarily for me. I thought they had to shut things down.
We'll just keep you for a couple more minutes. I know you've had a long day.
I got nowhere else to go. I'm just
back to the other studio.
Dinner and a couple of wobbly pops.
Yeah, as I say, you guys got a big party tonight? The radio side wasn't invited.
Yeah,
I was surprised that it looked like there was some
I'd rather
pops
stay
going
with-
down last night.
Yeah, pops last night. I'm like, easy, guys.
Yeah, it wasn't really like that. It was like a
was just for show.
dinner. We were like a bunch of grumpy old men. We went right to bed.
I'm tired.
10 minutes after that picture.
Who's your favorite, maybe not prospect, but young player moved or used today? Like, I like Logan Stankoven.
I do too.
Like that's a big move for him to go to Carolina, and he was a great fit with
Tough
the
spot
Stars,
for him. It's like there's like negativity
It's a tough
swirling
spot.
around. Like, yeah, you added Logan Stankoven.
I guess that's a really notable one. Like, we were just focusing on that one. Like, how do you feel about Logan Stankoven going to Carolina in this bubble and trying to make a new pathway for himself?
Yeah. I love Logan Stankoven as a player. He plays. So Seth Jarvis, Logan Stankoven, pretty good, right? He built around those types of guys. And character guy, built like a fire hydrant, plays really hard. He's hard